John and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And now the 0-1. And that one's hit high and deep out into right field. Nimmo going back at the track, at the wall. It's gone. Tristan Peters has done it again. Home runs in 5 straight games. He gives Chicago a 6-2 lead.
Welcome back, Frank Thomas. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and your chance to win your fantasy draft proceedings in the Cowboys War Room starts this morning with the 9 a.m. giveaway on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. This was an entertaining series overall. This was a very interesting series. Compared to a lot of baseball series, which can be very boring, especially with this Rangers offense. It just did not finish well as your Texas Rangers end up losing 10-4. You lose the game, you lose the series to Chicago.
What a disaster! I am like yesterday. It just made me so. I was on the verge of anger, and then I was like, they suck anyway.
Yeah.
I was like getting.
You sent a text with Tolo Chris, and you're like, they're brutal right now, and I almost wrote back. I decided to leave it alone. I was too tired.
Nobody responds to me.
But I was like, no, they're not brutal right now. This has been the entire year.
Oh, yeah. No. Brutal from an entertainment standpoint the entire year. This was sloppy. From the base running to...
They lost a game where the other starting pitcher had 8 walks in 3 innings.
And a balk.
8!
Yeah, and a balk.
8 walks and a balk.
And they scored twice. That's it. I think they were 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position in the first 3 innings. And you have some outs on the bases. It was a disgusting baseball game.
I thought the 4th inning told the entire story where you had first and second no outs. Then you ended up with second and third 1 out. Jock pops up. Now, he had a 2-run homer the previous inning to tie it.
Was this after the bunt? The second and third 1 out? I think that was the inning after the bunt.
I'm not sure. And then Seager flies out, and it's like, oh, you had to get a run there. Then, when they come up in the 4th inning, this baseball team is the worst I've ever seen, or at least the worst that I've covered in 15 years here, and it's not close, at dealing with pop-ups. And I know that Jock Peterson is being put in our athleticism at first base. And I know first base, you're not supposed to have, your
right. It's not Michael Johnson out there.
It's not Michael Johnson out there. But watching Jock Peterson try to track that pop-up was so laughable and so embarrassing. The pop-up lands in fair territory. Jock's over, getting ready to grab a sip of someone's drink in the stands with the path that he took. That makes it 3-2. Diaz actually throws out Acuna. I'm with Bassick. I'm like, why are you giving up free outs in this game? They're waiting to put you on. The pitcher is waiting to screw up, and then Silseth gives up the RBI single with Wyatt Langford's arm. Again, that makes it 4-2. The 4th inning to me was that turning point. Yeah. You didn't score enough. They had a pop-up and Wyatt's arm. You're down 2.
For the 4-6-9. I'm more excited for the lockout than watching this team.
They're awful.
That's good.
They're awful, but they always balance it. So Jock will screw up a pop-up, but he'll hit a home run. Wyatt won't throw somebody out, but he'll get on base 5 times. And so they balance it. That is indicative of this whole team. They'll do some good, they'll do some bad, and they lose 2 out of 3, but hey, it is the most runs they've scored in a series all year. 22 runs. They haven't scored more than that in a series all year, and they still managed to lose 2 out of 3.
If Jock took a normal route to that ball and didn't go full on Magellan, Foscue is the one that's catching a lot of heat because he wasn't there. That's in no man's land really, so it's not anybody's ball. But you would think that he would have a better chance of getting over there. He has a better angle at it, too. Obviously, the right fielder has a better angle at it than Jock does going straight back. But Jock's route to that ball was one of the funnier ones that you're going to see.
I gotta go at the Rangers media a little bit here. And I started texting Sandler, and I knew that wasn't going to get very far. But yesterday, I had texted Jared before Brett Boone came on, and I said, what's going on with Wyatt's arm? And I texted Bassick, and I'm like, someone needs to explain this.
Right.
Is he hurt? Does he have a Chad Pennington out there in left field? And the answers to those questions so far have been no. I need the distance tracker. I need a next gen on where Wyatt picked that ball up, because it looked like it was barely out of the infield.
Deep short.
And there was did it get cut off?
No. It went up the line. Right? It was going to go. I think it did eventually get cut off, but it was up the line anyway.
It didn't make it to the catcher.
No. Yeah, it was up more towards down the first baseline, right? So it was kind of near the mound. It doesn't.
If it's not an arm problem, he has the yips. That's what it is. He's John Lester throwing to first base.
I think there has to be something wrong.
And I said to Jared, have y'all asked? Someone has to ask in a post game. There's 162 of these things, and I'm not trying to be media watchdog here, but come on now. This is obvious. This is a glaring thing where Bassick said it. Teams are saying we're running on Wyatt Langford's arm. You almost can't put him out there. You're going to give up a run every time in that situation. Someone has to ask in the postgame on the road in Chicago, what do you make of Wyatt's throws? Is something wrong with him? What is the explanation for this? I saw a little bit of Skip Schumacher yesterday with KNC. I don't think they asked him. They were focusing on Corey's arm and the first pitch on Monday in Arlington, but this has to be asked.
It's getting to the point. It's not Johnny Damon, right? Johnny Damon had just the worst arm.
Yeah,
looks like Jesus.
Left fielders usually do.
Yeah, well, yeah, but this is bad. Like right now, the way this thing is looking, it looks like something, because we would have noticed this in the first couple of years.
Yeah, this is
right. So that
I don't remember at any point thinking in the first few years that, oh my gosh, what's wrong with Wyatt's arm? But it's happened a couple times this year.
If the Cowboys stopped running toss left and toss right because Dak looked like he had the yips or couldn't complete a toss to the running back, I know it would be asked nonstop and it would be addressed either after the game or here on the station.
Not as tough as the New York media, though.
Like G-Bag has to ask CY. Pepe just double-checked. They didn't ask Skip yesterday. And then Tristan Peters has turned into Mike Trout against you. He's not even good against lefties, and he hits the 2-run homer off Alstrom. 5 home runs consecutively. 5 straight games with a home run. That made it 6-2. Night-night.
Yeah, and he had a really nice at bat earlier in the game too. I mean,
an amazing series.
Yeah, he really has. He had his knee just buckled by a curveball, and then just laces the next one down the right field line. Like I was kind of impressed with him. This is an awful series, and I never thought I'd be really excited to go play a team with 80-something wins. In Milwaukee, but I actually am. Just get the hell out of Chicago. 7
hits for Peters with 7 runs batted in, 3 home runs in the 3 games.
He has a 1371 OPS against Texas this year. He also has a 1645 OPS against the Athletics and a 1014 OPS against the Mariners. He just wants to play against the AL West all the time.
KNC did ask about Wyatt's errors. That's a throwing error. I don't know if this is specific in terms of his arm and what's going on there. Let's hear what Skip told the fellas about Wyatt's error the other night that had Jacob deGrom shaking his head.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I prefer guys to side on the on aggression, and I want you to be as aggressive defensively and on the bases as much as you can, but also be smart. And I think, as a base runner, when you're on second base, at first and second, and I think there was nobody out, you do freeze halfway on kind of that bloop single in left field when it's in front of you. It's like a really tough read as a base runner. And I think Wyatt knew that. And as soon as he got kind of a clean hop and he kind of saw the base runner, a little bit halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way, he thought maybe he could have a force out at third base. So I understood the mindset. Obviously, the throw wasn't ideal, and he'll tell you that, but I think the mindset was right of, you've seen it, even in the World Series last year where it was kind of a short hop. They tried to get him out at second base, or it might have been a line drive, and they caught it, and, Miguel Rojas made a really good pick to double him off. it's kind of the same situation. You're kind of in no man's land as a base runner. I think that's what probably Wyatt was thinking, just unfortunately made a bad throw.
So that's Skip talking about the throw and the base running that you were harping on yesterday, Choppy.
I mean, look, the base running is the one. Like, that's you could the ball's behind you, right? The play is behind you as a base runner when you're running a second and the ball's hit down the first baseline. But if you're not looking at that point, you're picking up your third base coach at that point anyway. There's not really much excuse for stopping at second base.
Houston ended up losing, so that's good for you. You are still a half a game back in the American League West, even though you're 5-5 over your last 10. The Rangers are 2 games up on the Mariners, but again, as I said yesterday, Cleveland has decided we're taking this thing over. They won their 7th straight game. They are 8-2 over their last 10, and they're starting to send a message to you. You better win the West because you're 2 games back in the wild card now.
Which they should be. So, I'm honestly glad if another team starts playing better and forcing Texas to either pick up their game or miss the playoffs. But on Wyatt, really quick, he's not taking extra bases. He's having issues throwing the ball in the field. His bat speed is down 2 miles per hour from 2 years ago. I just wonder if he's at this point worried he's going to get hurt doing anything, and he's just trying not to exert himself. And he's just like, I'm not going to, throw the ball too aggressively and pull something in my rib cage. I'm not going to run too aggressively and pop a hamstring. I'm not going to swing too hard and have some issue with, a core muscle injury or whatever. It almost just looks to me like he's done overexerting himself and he's in his head about it.
There is good news with Cleveland. They do have a difficult schedule. They do play Toronto, who's they're in a chase. They're still fighting for a wild card a little bit. Detroit, Minnesota, the White Sox, and the Red Sox. So they do have a decent schedule. The problem is the Rangers have a tough schedule down the stretch. I mean, there's when you get to the end of the Rangers season.
Who's after Milwaukee?
Pull it up
because I thought we were talking about how easy the Rangers schedule was.
It was easy. But they finish with, they still have. They play Milwaukee. They still play 4 with Tampa. Okay. They go to Seattle. All right. They go to Arizona, who's in a fight for a wild card. They play the Red Sox and they play the Blue Jays and they play Minnesota on the road. And Minnesota is a team that's kind of they're more on the outside looking in, but they're looking in.
Evan Grant tried to sum everything up with this. The Rangers have now had 2 at-bats with runners in scoring position in each of the last 4 innings and have not advanced a runner. 4 strikeouts, 3 pop-ups, and a fly ball. I described this game as putrid to somebody earlier. It is not a good exhibition of the sport.
No, this is a bad game. It made me visibly upset. I was like, just put me out of my misery, so I could just, like somebody says, get ready for the lockout. When do pitchers and catchers report? It was an awful week.
Feels like those games took forever, too. Amount of sloppiness.
That pitcher they threw out there last night, Burke, he's the reason Rob Manfred put the pitch clock out there. That guy is slower than dirt.
I'm not dirt in Nepal.
Oh,
man. Get to that later on.
Yeah.
The good thing about modern statistics, too, is that they'll track things you didn't know about. So when you start saying, it's obvious, you can see Wyatt Langford's arm strength is an issue. His rookie year, he was in the 68th percentile in arm strength for outfielders. He was average throw of his top 10 throws were 87 miles per hour. This season, he's the 48th percentile, and his average speed throw has dropped 3 miles per hour.
So
his sprint speed 2 years ago, he was 30 miles per hour. This year, he's barely at 28. He was
physically 30 miles an hour.
His sprint speed, he was 98th percentile in baseball. This year, he's 74th at 28.
Does 30 miles an hour seem fast? That doesn't seem possible.
I mean, he was known for that. He was known for that, being the freak athlete.
Getting too muscled, getting too big.
877-881-1053 as we are waking up with the Thursday edition with the big-time giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour today on 105.3 The Fan. Special code word that I'm going to drop on you right now to remember, sweet. Remember the word sweet throughout the program. Final training camp practice, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. We'll tell you what everybody did inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys next.
Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Wow. We go inside the Star on your... You guys want to talk flags now, too, with your handshake?
We're talking about the Confederate flag during the break and what it looks like.
Go ahead. Talk about the differences that you had, and let's see the fan text decide it. What's the point of contention?
We're talking about whether what the star pattern on that flag looks like and whether G-Bag's flag looks like that right now.
And G-Bag's flag looks absolutely nothing like that. The Confederate flag had an X. It's like the Scotland flag with
the red X's.
The X and those during the lines, and then this is a circular pattern.
Welcome to our commercial breaks. Yesterday...
This is that podcast Sean's been teasing for forever.
Yeah, there's a reason it hasn't gotten off the ground there. Final...
Hey, we got it. We found a spot.
Did we?
I found one last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Final training camp practice, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Bobby, what were some of the highlights? I was kicking myself when I found out halfway through the Rangers debacle I could have been watching the practice instead via DallasCowboys.com.
Some clean video, too. Not just like tight shot, like
give me what a joke.
All the tight shot, like back in the day, Mike McCarthy used to like the zoom in on just the shoulder pads. You could actually kind of track the ball a little bit.
Someone should tweet Christian Parker the link to DallasCowboys.com with the whole live practice.
All he's got to do is go on John Machota or Nick Harris's Twitter, and they got the idea. They went, just clip the broadcast. Clip it, share some of it. So if you wanted to keep up with practice yesterday and you missed it, you can just go to their Twitter feeds. They got a lot of it there, too. But, no, good day again, it looked like, for the offense. Good day for the receivers. George Pickens had a good day. Boy, starting to get those superstar calls. Did you see the pass breakup that Savone Revel had on him?
Yeah.
Revel had a pass breakup clean, looked like completely clean coverage. Nope, they got a flag thrown on him, which apparently DeMarvin Overshown picked it up and kind of looked sideways at the ref like, really? We're going to do this here? But good day for Pickens. Better day for CeeDee Lamb, who had been kind of quiet in some of the last couple of practices, had a nice juggling catch in the back of the end zone.
A spectacular Brian Broaddus and Gavin Dawson catch again for Camden Brown. Did you see the Camden Brown catch towards the end of practice?
Camden Brown was great. And I mean,
they'll call that a win, though.
Huh?
They'll call that a win.
What?
Why? Because there wasn't separation.
Right, because there's no separation.
Did he do it against that bum Caleb Downs? Because that may not count if you listen to G-Bag.
7:20 will be fun.
God.
7:20 this morning.
But no, the
what did you rename them?
What did it? G-Rag? Because they're clearly on it.
Well, he was saying it for... I thought it was
because he's ragging on
him, but Bobby took it to the time of the month.
Wow, holy cow.
There's no red on that flag.
It's too nice. Things are going too well. So they go, what problem can we look for?
Bobby syndrome.
We got all kinds of problem here.
Rod, I thought Rodman was on this show. No. Man.
But it was a good day again for the offense, and they did without Tyler Smith in there for much of it. TJ Bass was in at guard for a lot of the practice yesterday. Tyler Smith was dressed out. He just was not participating much. They were kind of taking it easy with him. But it was another great performance there for the offense and another great practice for Dak. Savone Revel, though, and Kobe Durant, I thought they were in position in a lot of these practice-like clips we saw. These receivers are really good right now.
I was going to take it to Kobe Durant. I saw Pickens catch a touchdown and Lamb catch a touchdown, and there was Kobe Durant right there on them, and you just hope the thought process is, okay, if you're barely losing to those two, you'll be good to go against everyone else in the regular season.
I think that's a good way to look at it, because they're like they're in position. They just are showing you what freaks they are typically and making great catches.
I don't need a ton of interceptions. I just need just get in the way. Just be pests.
Do you think the social media team ever looks at it if there's bad popular opinion for the defense right now? Let's find some highlights for them. Do you think they ever look to boost their confidence any with their highlights?
I don't know. Learn from the Eagles social media, who hyped up a Jalen Hurts interception. Jalen Thompson had 2 pass breakups in 3 plays as well. One was on Jake Ferguson, the other on CeeDee Lamb. So those are some of the highlights. Let us know if you went or whether you were watching at DallasCowboys.com and what stood out to you. They were highlighting the camp for Rashawn Gary as well, and Dak Prescott was apparently dealing a lineup note. First play of team drills, Savon Revel and Jayshawn Barham were in the starting lineup for the defense.
Look at that. Nick Eatman's predictions already coming true on the Revel front. But Barham I think Barham, they're trying to just rotate with winners. That one seems to be one that whenever he's out there on the field, they're kind of splitting opportunities a little bit.
Barham got some national play yesterday when Louis Riddick, ESPN, singled him out.
Look, you know what? We've talked about Caleb Downs all the time when we're talking about who's going to be the focal point of this revamped defense. Remember the name. We'll talk about him later on. Jayshawn Barham, their draft pick from Michigan. He, to me, outside of Caleb, maybe even more so than Caleb, I'm just going to say this, may be the most consequential draft pick that they've made this year. This guy could be the best linebacker they have had there since Sean Lee, back in the early 2000s. This guy is that good. Trust me when I say this. Just watch his tape from last week.
Man, that music got me going.
Oh.
That was the old
Where's Berman?
Berman and TJ
Where's Tom
music.
Jackson, baby? Let's
Where's
go.
Berman's ass? That's what you're really asking.
Well,
This is.
I still have to. I gotta. That still seems AI to me.
Do you find yourself just forgetting time references as aggressively as it sounded like Louis Riddick did there, where he said Sean Lee played in the early 2000s? That was not 25 years ago.
No.
When Sean Lee played football.
I think he was drafted in 2010.
I think he played Pop Warner maybe 25 years ago. But no, that's strong praise because they've had Leighton Vander Esch in there since then. They've had good play from DeMarvion Overshown in there. And if he's saying this guy could be the best one since Sean Lee, that's a lot of really positive praise for Jayshawn Barham. And so far in the practices and in the games, Barham has looked like this could be one of their better linebackers they've had.
And I saw Overshown fly around on a play in space yesterday. I was asking Nick Eatman about that. I was hoping to hear from everyone Overshown's speed had jumped out at practice. I was looking at many other things in Oxnard. I didn't notice it initially, but that's what I want to see from him to start the season. That Wyatt Langford early speed flying around on the field.
There was a clip a couple weeks ago where I heard, and obviously there's been a catastrophic injury or two since then, but there was a clip a couple weeks ago where Eric Kendricks was on Instagram and he had mentioned Overshown and he said, that's the fastest linebacker I've ever played with in my career. He's like, I've never seen somebody run to the ball as fast as he does.
Speaking of national attention, Choppy, people coming up with a list of breakouts for this upcoming season?
Yeah, so I was looking at, this article from CBS and the breakout players. And I was like, all right, look, the offense here, this is just offense, by the way. They've got a lot of guys already who have already broken out. They don't have a whole lot of breakout potential, right? Dak's already broken out, CD, Pickens, Ferguson, Tyler Smith, they've already broken out. Right?
I know G-Bag may say they all suck.
So I went through this, and obviously no quarterback.
You fake laughed a little bit there.
Yeah. Ryan Flanoy made it as a wide receiver. The breakouts for the wide receivers were Luther Burden, Josh Downs, Deshaun Stribling, and then the others receiving votes: Marvin Jr., Matthew Golden, Parker Washington, Jack Beck, Darius Cooper, Isaac. Is it Tesla or Tesla?
People say both, but I said Tesla.
Does
typically.
it have a license plate on it?
That's right.
Tesla.
Good boy, I went and looked. You don't notice those things until you're looking for it. I would say about 40% of cars out there don't have one in the front plate. Just in general, don't have a front tag. Coker, McMillan, Rashid Shaheed, and Romeo Dobbs. Boy, Dobbs been in the league forever.
I don't think you can call somebody a breakout if they're a rookie, by the way.
I agree.
If you're a rookie, I don't think you can qualify. I think breakout, the idea is you've been putting in work and now you can. So DeJohn Stribling being on there is weird.
Thanks, G-Bag.
So Flanoy got a couple of votes on there. On tight end, there wasn't anybody on tight end that could be one. You get to the offensive line, and this is where you find a couple of Cowboys. First off, you get Cooper Beebe. Now, he gets a vote at center. And then at right guard, the number one guy listed is Tyler Booker. He's the one that gets a write-up, and the write-up says the absolute punishing run blocker earned a spot.
There you go.
On the PF Pro Football Writers Association All-Rookie Team.
You got a DraftKings read coming up, Bobby.
ESPN had him with the eighth.
I would chill. It wasn't an ace. It was like a 97. It was not an ace.
That was how long it was, 97 seconds.
ESPN had him with the 8th highest run block win rate among interior offensive line. PFF gave him the 7th highest run block grade among guards. He received 7 of those votes. Yeah, they have like Malinois on here, and I agree with you. You just can't have a rookie. But there's a couple of guys on the offense which should not have a whole lot of room. Doesn't have a whole lot of room for breakouts.
Yeah, I tend to think a lot of these lists usually are just somebody looking at it and going like, who was somebody I liked in the draft a couple years ago who hasn't probably been considered a Pro Bowler yet? I'm going to say that guy is going to break out. But Booker is a guy who I think played pretty well last year. He gave you above average guard play. He was not dominant. He wasn't just, Pro Bowl level or anything like that. But he's somebody who the more you hear guys talk about him and the way that he's growing and understanding the job and the work that he's putting in, he's somebody who absolutely could be Pro Bowl level this year, however we define Pro Bowl at this point.
And did they have defense or no?
No, there was no defense.
Just offensive breakout.
This is just the offensive breakout, guys.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Of course, they're going to start in division to begin the season, and Vegas sent me the over-under for in-division wins. Because remember, this has been the Cowboys' bread and butter. Go ahead and be bullies against the lowly NFC East, and then get your heads kicked in and toilet dunked against the big bad bullies. So how many division wins for the Cowboys this season?
I'll say you're asking over-under?
Both. Whatever.
I'll say it's 4.5.
The over-under?
Yeah.
I'm going to say they have it at 3.5, but they're going to win 5 games of the division this year.
Well, then people need to rush and take the over based upon your comments.
They have 2.5?
It's 3. The division wins is set at 3, with Philadelphia at 3.5, the Giants and the Commanders at 2.5.
They already have 4 locked.
Doesn't it make sense that for them to lock
Washington and the Giants?
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing. I think they think probably split with Philly and lose one of 4 games you're going to play against Washington and New York probably. And so then they go, what's the question? Do they lose an extra one in there too? Or do they lose both to Philly? I would think that's how they're calculating.
Colin Cowherd had the Giants finishing second in the division with the Cowboys third.
Man, if only you could get that picture back.
I know. Super Bowl New York.
He had some...
I can't stand him. I've turned on him so much.
He had some big... I know, I muted him. I almost unfollowed him.
What?
But he still follows me, and so I feel like I kind of owe it to the guy. But no, it is... He went on some massive rant against Luka yesterday, too. Just talking about, we shouldn't be praising you for being in shape every year. It's your job, Tubby.
The one. I guess it could come back to bite him with Washington at the end, because that's like that Week 17 or Week 18, the game, I guess, what we called. And if they've already have something locked up, they might start Joe Milton.
Should this golf company be canceled? Cannot wait for you to see and hear this ad on the fan cam. And we finally have a designated fart corner for RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
It's the payload after this. This is...
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday, 6:40. RJ, it's time for the payload every single Thursday at this time. And guys, apparently Good is bad right now. You be the judge on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube here as Good, a popular golf brand, put out an ad with Callaway the other day and then deleted the video shortly after because the backlash they received all over social media. So the ad will be on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. And what goes on in the ad for the radio audience is a female golfer goes up to a guy's golf bag and attempts to take his driver. Doesn't seem anything wrong with that. RJ, maybe it is wrong. I don't know.
Have you seen this?
I have.
The guy then runs over, pushes her down on the ground to prevent her from taking the club. We'll play the audio and show the video of the ad as well.
Do not touch my new driver.
And because of that promotes women's violence, apparently, Sean.
Well, they're trying to. I watched the CEO of Good try to explain it. He's like, it was dumb. We get the backlash. We were trying to recreate Obsession. Is Obsession a famous movie?
Obsession is it's a relatively new movie. It's a kind of a horror.
No.
It's
that's what's gone viral from that
Indy
movie.
Nazareth.
It's this really.
They're trying to simulate being obsessed with the club.
Right.
So it's like whoever touches the club is then obsessed with it, and they're trying to go ahead and copy that.
Oh, look at that. Nice touch, Aiden. Aiden 4-boxed it so that we actually have the ad in the corner with the rest of us. But, yeah, I don't know. Would Drake called this guy a civil rights hero, too, from the commercial for running into the girl and knocking her over like he did with Jim Brown this morning?
Yeah, you have to get into that later on.
Oh, with 9 o'clock, he'll be there tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. That's good. Dumb commercial, just stupid. One of these PR things, the Sean and RJ PR firm would have said, how did this get to our desk for final approval? Who came up with it? Who approved it? It's dark. It's ominous.
All 330 million people in the country have seen Obsession, right? Everyone will know what this is.
Right.
Everyone knows what
It's
we're
just
referencing.
I've seen
weird.
what I've seen on TikTok of Obsession.
And they're, the CEO shows the cuts of taping and filming to where he runs past the girl like he doesn't actually tackle her, and they're laughing and joking doing the cuts and saying, don't touch my golf club. Yeah. So he's trying to lighten it up. It's just a dumb idea. It's just a really stupid advertisement, and whoever came up with it or approved it, I would not be surprised to be like, you're too dumb to be working here.
Well, and the guy is standing over the woman like Ken Rosenthal did of the Brewers cameraman. He's like, do not touch my driver. Oh, he's making a mean face at him.
Yeah, I never thought for a second that he actually trucked her.
How's that possible that you didn't? You mean like while they were filming it?
Filming, yeah.
Because that's what they're trying to show.
Yeah, I never thought. I said, yeah, of course you didn't truck her in the process.
But let's
of filming.
not show it like we did truck her. How about that? Let's not sit there and make it look like he full on tackled her with this. Dun, dun, I'm standing over you, like like Rosenthal or Vontez Burfict.
Yeah. It's
just a dumb look. Now. Then you get cancel culture and everyone fighting that fight again on social media because I guess Callaway has talked about pulling some of the gear off shelves, which is probably taking it too far.
Yeah.
And, acting like we did back in the day. Stupid commercial. Fire whoever did it or don't let them make another commercial again. Learn your lesson. I don't know if we have to pull all the gear off the shelves.
Yeah, these guys are local.
Are they?
Oh yeah, it's in Frisco, Prosper.
The kid looks like he's about like 26.
Yeah, I don't know if that. I don't. Are you talking about the kid you saw on TV, or in the video?
The kid that I saw explaining it. He's the one I think that tackled the girl.
Yeah, so there's a couple of them, and they've all kind of localized. Bogey Bros is here, and there's a few companies that are here that are in this golf space, and if you find out, golf companies generally kind of operate in the same area.
Sean, they think on the fan text your criticism here is directly related to you now having a daughter. And they think you're going soft is what 903 says.
It really isn't. If you sat down in a boardroom and showed that, let's show him running her over, and it's the music. The music really. Play it again.
It's Jaws.
Yeah, play it again. It's supposed to be intimidating.
Gonna need a bigger boat.
Do not touch my new driver.
And then just use the guy. Just use the guy and you're good. You're good.
Right.
If you use a guy.
You're good. Well, there you go, Peyton.
If you use a guy, that's
use a guy. It has nothing to do with having a daughter. Let's not have this, very intense, intimidating scene with him hitting her and standing over her and don't look up after I sit here and dunk on you. This is an MJ going baseline on the Knicks.
Yeah, this is not a story if it's a guy.
Right.
It's not even not a single person is commenting on that at all.
Man, fan text is unanimous though. They all think this is overreaction. The whole I'm surprised that there's not one who's like, yeah, it looks a little bad. But they're all like, nobody buying the clubs cares. Says the 214.
That probably
some 817. It's just a damn commercial.
Look, that is true. Nobody buying the clubs probably cares. I'm in the market for a new driver. If I have no idea. I don't know exactly what model.
Callaway is
Callaway's
one of the
better
standards.
Drivers. Yeah, this would not impact me one bit in buying a driver. You know what impacts me in buying a driver? Price and distance. That's it. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
I don't care about your
Heinz ketchup.
Shaft feel.
What?
Shaft feel.
Yeah. Well, I've got my own shaft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's I don't like the extra stiff. I like a regular stiff shaft.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it too flexible. But yeah, it has nothing. This will not impact me at all in buying a driver.
And I wouldn't judge you for it. I'm just talking about from a PR standpoint.
Don't put this out.
You know what you are.
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen, and I don't have any problem with you you deciding how you drive,
Right.
how you select your driver, right? Like meat practices. How was that butchered? How was that slaughtered? It doesn't have a lot of marbling in it. Am I getting a great Wagyu price? Yeah. Then I'm going to go ahead and probably get it.
Yeah, and honestly, I think
it's a stupid ad.
I think good.
You guys have no PR judgment. If you disagree with it, you just don't work in PR. That's fine.
Yeah,
it doesn't affect you. That's okay. Just don't work in PR ever.
They're trying to capture there's a large subset of the golf community that is like. This is for boys. It's a boys network, right? They're trying to capture that. That's what Good does. Right? All these golf brands, I blame Callaway more. Callaway is the publicly traded company. Callaway is the corporate company that should have a standard to go by. Like these other brands, like these the up and coming, these are content creators on YouTube who started Good. They're trying to be brash. They always have been. Like that. I expect this from something like this.
You just didn't expect the approval.
I didn't expect the approval from Callaway.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. It's like you guys are Callaway's like American Express. They're a major corporation.
Yeah.
And one last note for the people in the fan text right now who all think we're mass blocking them. If you write stop, cancel, anything like that in your message, occasionally the fan text will send back a message saying, all right, you won't receive messages anymore because it's recognizing the word cancel and stop. Just reply back, say start, and your messages will come through again, guys.
Because they're saying stop in terms of...
Yeah, they're saying like stop complaining about it. And so now there's a bunch
So
of
if
people,
you write stop in a sentence, that kicks in?
not every time, but it can. And it'll because it's
That's
just it's a
dumb.
little quirk within the thing. It thinks you're requesting for the messages to stop.
Well, that's a stupid feature.
So
And last thing here, the memes. If you go on social media, the memes, Sean, of this, they had they were really funny. They had the Good driver with the logo on it. And they put a wife beater over it, like an AI wife beater over it. So pretty funny if you go on social
layered a
media.
Jim Brown over it.
But maybe Drake Toll believes. All right, is the payload every Thursday at this time. Sean, no more farting in the kids' classroom. Teachers are starting to have what they call the fart corner in class for when kids need to let out some nasty gas, and boy, can be nasty at that age. 4 or 5 years old, my goodness. And maybe we get one in right behind you, Sean, or over in the corner of the room for RJ to go to sometimes. But this is Candy Sydney Browning, a second grade teacher in Georgia. She has gone viral on TikTok and social media overall for having a fart corner in her classroom. She says kids are allowed to get up whenever they want, walk over to the designated corner in the room, and release gas with no questions asked. She has Febreze over there in the corner corner as well for the kids if they want to spray. I don't know if they're going to use it or know what it is, but they have some nice scents over there. And I love this idea. I never understood why farting was considered rude. It's like it's a natural thing. I mean, if you're going to beef stew someone like they did in Benchwarmers, you go beef stew someone right over the top of the head.
You fart like out loud right next to Mackenzie?
Yeah, if you go right next to someone, let one rip.
No,
that's
your wife. You fart out loud right next to her all the time? You just go ahead
No, she gets mad. I've learned my lesson.
What is beef stewing somebody?
Have you
never
seen
saw
Benchwarmers?
No.
Benchwarmers, they hold the kid down and they fart directly in his mouth.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's what the bullies did. Sean Salisbury did it in that movie.
My first reaction to this is, why would the kid ever go over there? I'd much rather just do it and then have the
Hope
random.
It's not heard.
Yeah. But then I was thinking, kids at that age, I don't think there's a concealment of the sound.
Right.
So if you're gonna sit there like Ollie, he doesn't know how to mute anything right now.
No.
It's just coming out.
They think it's funny usually. A lot of them
they think
that
it's
age.
funny.
Zero chance a girl gets up and goes in the corner, right? No chance.
No, but the boys will go over there. How old are
To
they?
giggle. They're kidding.
This is right now. It's second grade, but other teachers.
Second grade kids are going all the way in the corner, and the boys are doing it every time, and they're like making a show of it. I would imagine
They're putting their mouth in their armpit, or the arm right there, and going.
Yeah.
Like that's what they're doing. But and I do feel bad for any kid that has the seat closest to the fart corner.
Oh yeah.
R.I.P. that kid. But some teachers that have adopted this idea have joined in too, where they walk over there and set a good example. They'll say, "Hey, I have to fart. I'm going to the fart corner." So teachers do it too. A little cheesy.
972 says they've got it. Says they've got a fart corner in their classroom, has proper signage and air freshener.
And do the kids go over to it? Has your kid 972 gone over to it? I'm interested to see if kids stay away from it or they're embracing it, and it's kind of like a funny little thing. I'd be curious.
Look, I've been crop dusted KRLD here.
You did it to Sean a couple weeks ago in the
I did
meeting
not
room.
do that. But I've been poor Russell Scott down there. I've been just destroying him with these. I had to go in the last break. Went down near the La Grande just to take care of. Just I see a door open. I'm gonna do a drive-by.
It's the Payload every Thursday at this time. Nice job, Peyton, Phillip, Russell, getting the fan text and the chat worked up here for the Thursday edition, where we hook you up with your fantasy football draft inside the Cowboys War Room. If you remember and use the word sweet at 9 o'clock this morning. SWEET, although I guess it doesn't matter if you call in and spell it any other way. You're going to call in, tell PayPay the word sweet, and bam, you have a chance, thanks to Dr. Pepper, to host your fantasy football draft in a room that we have never stepped foot in. It's the Cowboys War Room, Ford Center. In Frisco. Luke Combs, ticket giveaway in the 720 Expressway as well. You want to feel even better about the Cowboys? Let's laugh at the rest of the NFC East. Are the Giants already getting sick of Cam Scattaboo after this?
K&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, yesterday felt good to go around the NFC East. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Well, then I guess they could say that about us because of our afternoon show, which we will discuss.
You idiots, you picked Caleb Downs with morons.
7:20 this morning. We go commercial-free in the expressway along with the Neighborhood Watch. We got a Luke Combs ticket giveaway. And in the 9 o'clock hour today, the word that you need to know in order to hold your fantasy football draft, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. I'm just going to say it as much as possible because you all deserve it for turning it on, leaving it on, helping us out with our numbers and our followings. The word is going to be sweet. That's for today. The word is going to be sweet. Remember that for 9 o'clock, all thanks to Dr. Pepper and the Cowboys. All right. I mean, I'm in a candy land here. I can go anywhere I want and get satisfied. I'm going to start with Cam Scattaboo. This is from Pat Leonard, New York Daily News. Cam Scattaboo started a fight in practice today. He slid down after a reception and came dangerously close to taking out a couple of Giants DB's legs. The defense is not allowed to hit. Javon Holland and Greg Newsome did not appreciate it. Situation escalated between Scattaboo and Newsome. Here's the part I love the most. Scattaboo has had it coming. He ran over linebacker Zaire Barnes the other day, too, when the defense was not hitting. His act is getting old. To his defensive teammates, John Harbaugh asked about the infectious energy afterwards. Quote, Cam got a 15-yard penalty at the end of practice. Did you see that? Yeah, it's infectious. It can be infectious the other way, an infectious disease type of thing. We want it to be in a positive way. So that is Pat Leonard, New York Daily News, saying that the teammates are getting sick of Cam's act right now.
I was going to say, infection is a good word to describe Cam Scattabum. He is an infection. The one decent thing I heard this morning, listening to Drake Tull, was when his producer compared Scattaboo to the kid that you're always having to tell, like, hey, we don't hit. Like, you grab, like, his hand. It's like, you don't hit. That's what we be gentle with people. Like, you got to talk to Cam Scattaboo like he is a toddler. Because I think those are the only level words that he understands after bashing his head into light posts all his life or whatever those articles have said.
Is behind his butt.
So, he is just... I cannot wait for the awakening on Scattaboo for the rest of the country when they realize what a dork this guy is.
Man. You know, like... This is giving me scenes of Rudy with Vince Vaughn.
Which you hated, Rudy. You hated Rudy the person. You said he was a tryhard.
Yeah, I do. But the movie was fantastic because the music.
Yeah, but the guy himself.
Yeah, he's a tryhard.
You love Scattaboo, but you hated the Rudy character as a football player.
He's a bit of a tryhard. There's no doubt about that. But when he runs over Vince Vaughn and they get into a fight at practice, and the coach is like, "You just summed up your sorry career in 12 words." And that's, but that was directed at Vince Vaughn, not at Rudy, not the tryhard. The coach never goes to the tryhard. The coach loves the tryhard.
Except for calling him, an infectious disease.
Well, Harbaugh says he's not a tryhard. He's a 2,000-yard running back or whatever. A very elite running back. You guys know this. You saw him last year.
It has to be maddening to be a defensive player in today's NFL in practice.
Yeah.
Forget about the games. The games is one thing, right? They've already completely neutered him in games anyway. But in practice,
there was a Seahawks clip of a D lineman rushing, and I think he got too close to Darnold twice, and Mike McDonald dressed him down.
Yeah, he took him out. He made him sub out of practice.
Yeah,
and it's like, what do you want these guys? What do you want these poor defensive players to do? Like these guys are instinctive athletes, and they're being like kind of
caged.
Yeah, like, they just are. And then you got a guy like Scattaboo, who I like. I mean, I like him. I think he's fun. I think he's good for the league. Who's just completely like, all right, screw it. I'm just going to run you over. I didn't see the slide. Did y'all see the video of the slide? I didn't see a video of this.
Is there a video?
I wasn't looking for one. I didn't see one.
It's possible he just tripped. He is a clumsy football player, and he didn't
Well, the Giants also don't allow it.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Commanders reporter from The Athletic tweeted yesterday, This is the worst I've ever seen the Commanders' offense in years. Inoperable offensive line. Laramie Tunsil, of course, out.
Yeah, you never want your offensive line to be described in terms of like a malignant tumor. It's inoperable, guys. This is not going to work. But that's where the Commanders are at this point. Laramie Tunsil has been out with the triceps injury, and he's going to miss basically the entire regular season. So they've been scrambling to try and cover in his place. DJ Humphries, they just signed off the street, who did not have a job. They ended up signing him and trying to throw him into the mix. But this is basically for a team that needs Jaden Daniels to be healthy, and a guy who was starting to pile up just the little injuries all over the place last year. You've got to keep him from being hit. He was in there for 2 plays the other night? Whatever game they were playing, the Commanders, Daniels went in there for 2 plays. Both of them, he looked like he was about to run for his life. Like, one, he got sacked. The other was a quick rush incompletion because they cannot protect him right now. This does not look good for Dan Quinn or Jaden Daniels right now.
Around the rest of the NFC East, this next one, this one hurt me a little bit, and Bobby took great joy, I think, in sending it.
I did not. I don't want to see any failure for a local kid. I don't like seeing that, although Denton Geyer is the school that got all mad when I called them Denton Tired for softball, and apparently they used that for their hype video for their baseball team. But Jimmy Kempski wrote...
I know where you're going with this.
Jimmy Kempski wrote about this over in his review of the training camp rookies, and he starts with Mekhi Lemon, and he's like, yeah, Mekhi Lemon can't get on the field. He's been hurt the entire time, and so we don't know if Mekhi Lemon's any good. Well, what about your second-round pick, one Eli Stowers from Denton? And this is not a good write-up on Eli Stowers. Unfortunately, throughout camp, Stowers hasn't shown much to get excited about as a receiver or as a blocker. He has not exhibited the explosive traits that are in his body. He has sometimes looked tentative as a blocker, and he simply hasn't made catches further than like 10 yards down the field.
Dang.
The guess here is that Stowers is swimming mentally as he's trying to transition and learn how to play in line a little bit more, trying to learn an offense while assimilating to the speed of the NFL. He's thinking and not just playing. The hope is that in time he will catch up mentally and begin playing fast. But for now, Stowers is unplayable.
Dang!
That's a brutal indictment for the Eagles as a team that wants to compete right now and remain competitive at the top of the NFC. When your first-round pick can't get on the field and you're saying your second-round pick is unplayable while he's been on the field.
Yeah, and the tie to me is my godson's at Vandy. This is his best friend. The draft party festivities here where I felt like I was setting up golf for them every other day. But, hey, man, it's show business, not show friendship. I'm still overall happy this is the case. If it was my godson, probably not.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. I don't know Eli at all, really.
Yeah. I mean, he's a Geyer kid. He had played quarterback when he was at Denton Geyer.
He's a physical freak.
Yeah. He
dominated the combine.
No, and he is, by all accounts, a great kid and super athletic. And again, he's North Texas, so I always like seeing North Texas kids succeed at the next level. This is it's taking a little bit of time out there in Philly.
He had I would say a much better. It wasn't a better junior year.
It was. It was no doubt. Go with what you're thinking because it was.
His senior year, though, I mean, he went, or whatever his last year was, what do they call it now, fifth year. There was some outside of the Texas game where he was very, very good. Right, he had like 150 yards in that Texas game.
Yeah, a lot of people were good against him.
Against Alabama, he only had 22 yards. Against LSU, he only had 32 yards.
Yeah.
Against Kentucky, he only had 36 yards.
Has he thought about going back to college, do you think?
I don't think no, he was 5 years, right? So even in the
Kiffin
5 or
would take
5.
him.
Well, yeah, Kiffin
Him
would
and
definitely
Diego?
take him.
Yeah. They're best friends.
Diego could go back,
Yeah,
probably.
I know that, they had a blocking specialist there at Vandy for a reason, and it was not my godson. There's another kid. So Eli picking up the blocking, maybe taking a little while. But look, overall, it's a good thing for the Cowboys and the Tolos. Unplayable, according to Jimmy Kempski. Is he the one who did the food write-up?
Yes.
That was a we're not going to go through all this. No one cares about what the media eats, but it was a very entertaining article. I'm a foodie, so I went through it all. And he said, far and away, the Dallas Cowboys with this macaroni and cheese that...
The truffle mac.
Truffle mac that Jeff... The only reason I'm saying it is I think Jeff Cole did a feature and a story on it. No. It was Jonah Javed.
Channel 8.
Because I remember Delkus and Trahan eating it, and he was talking about how you can get it throughout the Metroplex, not just at a Cowboy game, but if you go to a Cowboy game, you can get this truffle mac. I have not had it. But my God, people said they have a proprietary cheese that no one else can get, that the Cowboys Legends Department locked in a cheese. Brisket places will do this. Brandon Hurtado or our guy, Brian 407, other people can't buy the brisket that they get.
Ruben would ask them to make him a to-go plate of it, and they would load it onto the plate, and they would cover it with another plate and wrap it in saran wrap for him so he
Jimmy
could take it home.
Kempski got sick one year for a Cowboy game traveling from Philly. He had Rich Dalrymple send him a crate of it so he could review it. He says it's the #1 press box food.
So good.
In the league. Is it that good? Because a lot of people don't love truffle.
It's the best thing they have in their by far. It's the best thing I've eaten in any press box, period.
I'm surprised you haven't had it because you've been in the suite, and it was in the suite, in the old fan suite.
Wow. A long time
I was
ago.
in the press box when one time a big-time Sean Sharif in 2017 almost bowled over me as he was, coming in from the pregame show.
Yeah?
Out of the way! Not really. You were just rushing by. And I tried to say hi, and you just kept walking.
I was probably saying hi
You
to
didn't hear me. You were looking at your phone. You looked very angry about something.
Yeah,
because it wasn't in the car on the way home. That's why he was mad.
It was kickoff, and he was rushing in why am I still here?
Other training camp notes, that Commanders one reminded me of what Omar Kelly in Miami tweeted. Dolphins practice is over. The Dolphins offense was a disaster. They were so bad, Malik Willis got the team together for a talk midway through. It did not help. So that is maybe an all-time bad Miami offense.
Dude. I love the idea of just the Disney speech of guys, come on, let's cut this out. And you expect to remember the Titans practice, that they go out there and the ball immediately hits somebody in the head. And it's oh no, we're just terrible.
Did you see the graphic of the highest paid Dolphin players for this year?
No.
I heard Chiafalo read this yesterday. It's nuts.
The highest paid player at $55 million is Tua Tagovailoa, who plays for Atlanta. Second highest paid is Tyreek Hill. The third highest paid is Jalen Waddle, who plays for the Broncos. The fourth is Jalen Ramsey, who plays for Pittsburgh. The fifth is Minka, who plays for the Jets. Zach Seiler, he's with the Dolphins. Then it's Bradley Chubb with the Bills, and it's Terrion Armstead, who's also out of the league. Free agent.
Wow.
Splitting those cap charges, baby.
Sounds like a team tank to me. Absolutely.
Yes.
All right,
Wait till they trade Jordan Brooks.
Took me a second.
Woo, 720.
Bad running joke, Bob.
Now, this show is hitting on all cylinders. We really are today.
Took me a second.
That's how I get all the library.
I'm not a fan.
Couple of NFL notes. The Pro Bowl is done. The National Football League saying no more game, no more exhibition, no more joke. And then the league has announced if a player commits 3 of these violations during the year, you're going to be suspended for 1 game. It could be the same violation 3 times or a combination of the following: hip drop tackle, horse collar, launching hit on a defensive player, blindside block. If you accumulate 3, you're suspended for a game, but the Pro Bowl game is done.
Good. Should be done.
Yeah.
It should be done. Now, they're picking 88 players. Is that too many?
88?
They're going to pick 88. So the idea is 11 starters on offense, 11 starters on defense, a backup for each one of those spots is 44 per team. And then you're picking them for the AFC and NFC.
I got no problem with that.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I would think if you're going to split it up between conferences, just pick starters.
But the part I do love about this the most is the emphasis that you talked about on the actual award now.
Yeah,
right.
They said the week is going to be about
because the fourth string replacement, Shador Sanders no longer going to be a Pro Bowler.
So
I love that. Let's restore the honor of the award.
I went and looked. Last year there were over 100 people that were named to Pro Bowl. Well over 100. Wow. Because obviously it's only 88 spots normally, or this year it's only going to be 88, but there was well over 100 when you factor in backups. I mean, there was 11 quarterbacks that made the Pro Bowl last year that were considered Pro Bowlers because everybody opted out.
Luke Combs ticket giveaway, commercial free in the Expressway. Diamond Cavs after a disastrous ending in Chicago. Pat Doney with your patented high school football preview from NBC5 at 8:20 and our Cowboys War Room Fantasy Football Draft giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. The word to know is sweet, and you got to tune in at 1 p.m., then 5 p.m. for the rest of the shows. Speaking of the rest of the shows, why is the G-Bag Nation now turning on your Cowboys? Next on The Fan.
by the on-time experts.
Got a loaded show today. We are commercial free in the Expressway. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. In case you did not know, I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy for 15 years. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app. The FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll tell you about the big broadcast tomorrow on the road at 7:40 in the Neighborhood Watch. We have a Luke Combs ticket giveaway. We have Diamond Cavs at 8 after the disastrous ending in Chicago. Pat Doney, NBC5, with his Pat to Tid high school football preview at 8:20. And then we're going to have you host your fantasy football draft inside the Cowboys War Room. If you remember and use the word sweet, 9 o'clock hour. You got to turn it on, leave it on. Tommy Arsh, 920DallasCowboys.com.
I've been thinking about that Tarleton broadcast tomorrow and how we have so many listeners who have kids who go there. And I keep trying to think, like, what I could offer up to, like, hey, if you have a kid show up and say, I was sent here by a listener to say that I'm checking in or whatever, if I, like, for every listener that comes and does that, I give RJ like a slap to my face or something. I gotta.
I get to slap you in the face.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what
they're gonna get 100 T-shirts.
That's what I'm trying to think about, like what I could put on the line to see just exactly what the Tolo reach to the children is at Tarleton.
I was talking
Doesn't sound creepy at all.
Talking to Byron yesterday. He's the broadcast director out there. He's bring us out. He said this is going to be our biggest remote ever.
Really?
That's what he said.
Yeah, we've got pull there. Every time I go to Tarleton, somebody stops me and says something to, like, multiple people. I'm telling you.
See,
I hate doing stuff like this because it's just like the Firehouse stuff. I always have apprehension because no one's going to show up. Now I do get surprised.
Yeah, they ran out the whole football stadium for us. The whole thing.
I know, but like
20,000.
What if no one shows up?
Oh,
it's going to be humiliating.
I'm telling you,
it's going to be embarrassing. I hate that feeling.
When I run around the bars of Stephenville, whenever I've gone down there before,
Bull Nettle or whatever,
I'm at Bull Nettle or wherever. Like,
we're up in like a suite or something.
People listen all over there. There's a bunch of people. When we went to the Tarleton game, I could not like walk from the like suite area to the downstairs area without somebody stopping me from Tarleton to say they listen. There's a bunch of people. It's a lot of people from the Metroplex who ended up going to school there.
The Pooh going to be there?
The Purple Pooh or the Purple Pooh. What were they? The Proud Boys.
The Proud Boys.
No, the Plow Boys.
The what?
They're the Plow Boys.
Proud Boys? No, the Plow Boys.
Damn, choppy
CJ Nikowski did not go to Tarleton.
Oh.
That's a Twitter joke. That's relevant, guys. Come on.
Whoa.
He doesn't broadcast here anymore.
Well,
he may not come on this show anymore either.
Let's get
I really want a Braves analysis.
Let's get to G-Bag.
Let's get to G-Bag. Let's talk about something more controversial than even CJ Nikowski's Twitter likes. We're going to talk about G-Bag Nation. For some reason, they've decided to just start picking fights with things that people are happy about. I don't know what the issue is. Last week we had...
They're giving off the impression. I don't totally believe this.
They're smoking clubs going, this sucks. Everything sucks.
Yeah.
They're just like two hipster in the corner.
Broadus and Dawson specifically are giving off the impression to many listeners, because I'm staying out of this on Twitter. I'll hit a funny retweet. Like Camden Brown had an amazing catch yesterday at practice, and I told it might have been T. Rainey said, don't show Broadus this. So I'll hit retweet, but I ain't getting involved with, like, Dawson has been on that keyboard nonstop. As I said the other week with Broadus' Von Miller take, I respect when someone does have a different, unique take that they absolutely believe. Brian Broadus did not love Sonny Styles as much. That kind of went against the grain, because we all are sheep right now with the following topics. We all are Christian Parker sheep. We all are Caleb Downs sheep. We right now are kind of Cowboys offseason hype sheep. We are. But I believe, at least on this show, we're saying what we actually believe. And we try to balance things out, and you hear enough negativity. But Dawson and Broadus are giving off the impression that they're meeting over in a conference room right before the show, and they're saying, let's just say this. Let's go totally opposite. Let's see. I'm just saying, that's the impression they're giving off to many listeners.
So it's semantical, then.
I'm reading all
semantical.
I'm reading all the reaction. But I just asked Aiden, what has the chat been like? what have the Tolos been saying? How much more volume? They're just giving off the impression they're like, you know what? Let's stir it up. That's the way it's coming off on Vaughn. That's the way it's coming off on specifically Camden Brown, and yesterday Caleb Downs.
Yeah, this started really, I guess, the day before. This would have been Tuesday. I guess there was some sort of discussion about Caleb Downs that got Dawson and Wolchuk a little feisty with each other, very briefly. And Wolchuk later on in the night quote tweeted something and was like, "See, at Gavin Dawson, this is what I'm talking about." Like some note about Caleb Downs. So Dawson said yesterday that felt a little attacked, felt a little propped up.
Props to the nosebleeds. They planned this out. This was diabolical. This was good, and this was awkward.
Said he felt a little attacked. He said, so I need to go out there and defend myself. So yesterday, Gavin Dawson gets on Twitter. And Dawson tweets out, as he said, I didn't know it was possible to go viral like this without a blue check mark anymore. He goes, maybe I should pin this one. The entire league passed on the so-called best player in the draft in the top 10, but sure, y'all know better.
Oh.
He's short, average speed, short arms, and weighs 200 pounds. That's not him. He's a good starting safety / pseudo big nickel. That's it. So he's not a big fan of Caleb Downs. Thinks he's going to be fine, basically.
Good player. I think his safety net, his ceiling is good player, but not going to be Kyle Hamilton. You know, Eamon Warrior, I think he referenced from Seattle as well.
So when they debuted...
Well, when you set it all up like that, and Gavin knows this, when you set it all up like that, no one is going to remember or care that your out is... I still said he's going to be a good player. It's just not what I would draft in my top 15. What is going to be remembered, and again, they know it, been doing this a long time, you're putting a hate on him.
Yeah.
You're being a hater.
How many safeties have gone higher than Caleb Downs in the draft in the last 15 years?
Like Mark Barron?
One has gone higher than him.
Green Bay?
Jamal Adams went 6. But... Like saying he went 11th, saying he went 11th as like some detriment doesn't add up to like that tells me that's how good of a safety he is. He went higher than the other safeties did. But yesterday, as they debuted the new, what'd you say, the Betsy Ross over there, the new G-bag flag that'll be debuted in October.
Yeah.
I like the flag.
That's a great
Betsy Ross made the original American flag.
Shut up.
It's very
don't be fake.
It's very like
fake.
Wonderful.
It's
got the "In God We Trust" script there, but it's a G-bag we trust. I like it. I think it's sharp.
So yesterday,
I'm taking it.
Gavin Dawson, as he was debuting the flag, the nosebleeds decided to just jump right in and steer it towards the subject that Gavin Dawson had been all over on Twitter.
Beautiful flag. I mean, it would look even better, too, if I had any skills with hanging stuff up.
You did it on the fly. It took you about 30 seconds. It's impressive.
My design skills just leave a lot to be desired. But if you could see the one hanging in Tim Collins' office right now,
it's pretty impressive.
It's in its full glory.
What you lack in hanging skills, you make up for in damn good sports takes. How about that, huh?
That's right. That is right. Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging that.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Do you guys want to have any Caleb Downs original takes?
No, I do appreciate that you are going.
Man, woo! That's the overlap.
The overlap.
The obvious fake overlap.
Yes.
The woo. The copy and the woos.
And then watching Chiafalo and Zach just like look at their computers while they wait for Dawson to actually speak. And then I think it was a good 6 or 7 seconds while Dawson was probably fuming and ticked off. I didn't see Dawson's shot on
What's
there.
the measure, Peyton? How long is that gap of time?
Let's hear it again. Let's just hear it again with that overlap beginning. Play it from there.
That's right. That is right. Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging that.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
3, 4, 5.
Do you guys want to have any Caleb Downs original takes?
No, I do appreciate that you are going against the grain on this, and you will look like a genius if it hits. It just won't.
When it hits.
It's not going to.
So
good for you, Wolchuk.
They have the
7 seconds, It's just not going to.
It's a Rowdy Tellez-esque layout right there of just silence. But
oh man!
I was half hoping Zach or Eric would during that layout just go, "Have yourself a brisket sando, Dawson."
Yeah.
But this then after he did that and brought it up that way because they had talked about it a little bit in crosstalk with KNC. Yeah, Hagelin could not wait to stir this up. He's like, "You want to talk about Caleb Downs, Gavin?" But Eric decided, and Eric and Gavin talk here. They lay out exactly what the take is that Dawson has.
Let's just clean it up so we can get the exact, the true, 1 or 2 sentence take, which is you think he is being overhyped and overrated, and though he will be a decent to good player, he will never meet the expectations of gold jacket all-pro like most people have laid out for him. Is that pretty much it? Yeah, and I think, depending on where you sit right now, the season will probably play out in a way that confirms your bias. If you're like, man, he's going to be a great safety, he's going to have a pretty good season. You're going to be like, well, wait for year 2, and then oh well, it's only year 2. He hasn't even hit his second contract yet. He's only 23 years old. Wait until this happens. I think he's going to be a pretty good safety. But you mentioned it in crosstalk, what Kyle Hamilton and Derwin James have is an extra 18 or 20 pounds on this guy,
and height,
which allows him to play in the box. The guy is short, he has short arms, and he has average speed, So what is the thing that he's going to do that separates him from other safeties? I still don't see it. He's smart. All safeties have to be smart. All safeties have to be able to be a traffic cop out there and communicate. That's standard job stuff.
Look, there's some of this that I have agreed with Dawson, just not in as aggressive of a manner. I've brought up 10 times
undersized,
Downs height.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, is he really going to be able to stand in there nonstop, being this great around the line of scrimmage as a run stopper and take all these hits? He's short. He's short to me. It stands out as that's Caleb Downs. He's really small. So I understand the height component. I've questioned why he's just going to be their corner versus the all-world generational safety that we heard about and read about when he was coming out of college. So I understand the positional question of it as well. My big question for this and Dawson was, why now? Why now? Why now are we hearing this? So I had texted Zach, and I was like, did Dawson feel this way the day after they drafted him? Has he consistently been saying this? And I think the feedback, to kind of sum it up, Bobby, and you can correct me, was he's dropped in hints here and there. He just hasn't gone as strong as yesterday or the past 48 hours. And maybe Dawson said, I'm going to watch camp. I'm going to watch games. I'm going to watch him practice and then make a more informed decision to where he doesn't think he's going to be a great player.
Yeah,
I just wanted to know, why now?
He's not been as excited. He's not as, he's like, yeah, he's fine. But he's not been as excited.
Which is totally fair.
Yeah.
He has a 50% chance of being right.
This is a little more pointed what it's become. Like now in the last week, it's become a little more pointed, which is fine. He maybe feels like he has enough. If that's how he thinks about it, he's free to think about it that way.
And he could be right.
I would say that his whole thing about the athleticism, he's just this, complete outlier in terms of size, that's not true. He's just not. If you look at the All-Pro teams, you have to go back to 2018 to find the last time that there was not an All-Pro safety who was either smaller or slower than Caleb Downs. He's 5'11" and I think 5'8", so they register him as 6.
Isn't Ed Reed 5'11"?
He's 206. Last year, Hufanga and Xavier McKinney were 4'6" athletes who were at safety, and they're lighter than him. They're the same height. Their wingspan is the same. They're 4'6'3" athletes. Downs is a 4'4'7", 4'9" guy. That's what he was laser timed at Ohio State apparently the spring before he came out.
Look, if
would he qualify as a big nickel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because most nickels in the NFL are shorter and lighter than he is.
If you're saying if your expectation for him is that he's going to be a Hall of Famer,
which many have,
then you have a 95% chance of being disappointed. Right, that's the reality of it. We're talking about the chances a player.
Yeah.
When Deion Sanders got drafted, the chance that he was going to make the Hall of Fame was 5%.
Yeah.
All these guys, right? Doesn't matter who it is. If you're expecting him to be Ed Reed, you're probably going to be disappointed. There's a decent chance that Thieneman becomes a better player. It's possible.
There's not a decent chance of that. There's not a decent
but
chance.
But there were some people. But hang on a second.
Yeah.
Hang on. For the record, in all the draft previews, there were some people in the league who said they like Thieneman's better than Downs.
Yes, that doesn't mean that there's a decent chance of it. There's a far greater percentage of people that like Downs more, and there is a far greater number of plays and indicators on his tape and on his basically trajectory relative to the history of the NFL that says Downs will be better.
But when I say decent, I don't mean 50-50. I mean it's like a 20, 30, 40% chance.
It's under 20.
I mean, history shows
you cannot. I know you didn't watch Thieneman, so you can't just quote the athletic testing to me. History does not show anything about the way Thieneman plays the game versus the way Downs plays the game that it's even close.
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying history shows that in the draft, the second guy picked it becomes a better player than the first guy picked.
Because there are teams like the Jets and the Browns picking above.
I get it. I'm just saying, there's a chance that he's not as good as Thieneman. And if Thieneman becomes a Hall of Famer and Downs just becomes an All-Pro, that's totally fine too. If he makes an All-Pro team, that's a successful career.
So first it was Broadus Vaughn, then it was Broadus and Dawson on Camden Brown, and now we have yesterday Caleb Downs.
Yeah, Broadus yesterday during crosstalk when this came up had made some reference he is going to struggle in the nickel. It's like, what? He's going to struggle? I haven't heard you say he's going to struggle. And he expanded on that a little bit once they got into the segment yesterday.
I think you're right about the coverage stuff. I think he is really, really going to have to battle hard to be good at that. And that's where, to me, that a lot of this might show up, and you're like, well, damn, they put him in coverage in the slot, and oh, wait, he gave up another play there. I think they're going to have to be very mindful of what he can and cannot do. And I think that's why they're getting guys ready to play in the slot. Because if you do play him full-time in the slot, he's going to get exposed in some coverage stuff. But once he learns, I just think the awareness, the intelligence, the ability to finish, I think that's where his calling card is going to be until he maybe figures out some things with the coverage aspects.
Here's what I would say back to Broadus, or question or challenge back to him. And he was he's been watching more practice and more tape than I have by far. Based upon what I've seen out in Oxnard, the reporter highlights, yesterday practice, whatever highlights that we're all privy to for the most part, except for training camp. I have not been disappointed with watching, and I had a question about it, and I'm not saying he's going to be Jordan Lewis. I have not been disappointed with watching Caleb Downs play corner. When I say there's one embarrassing clip from Oxnard that I've seen that at least got put out by Eatman or Machota. He fell down, I think, against Flanoy or something, or Flanoy turned him inside out. Otherwise, yes, I've seen him grab CeeDee Lamb for a penalty, but the catches that I've seen, even Chris Olave in the Saints scrimmage, Caleb Downs is on the receiver. The pick the other day, yes, it was his first. It was a spectacular interception. But I have not seen him get left by CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens. I've been pleasantly surprised by his cornerback DB skills in playing the nickel. So I'm not sure what Broadus has seen or heard to make him feel worse about Caleb in that situation.
If Broadus thinks that he's...
So, am I off with any of that?
I don't think so, no.
What have you seen from him at corner?
He's stuck to everybody that he's been in coverage with. He's not always won because he's going against good receivers who can attack the football, but he's not... I've not seen one play where it's like, up there he's chasing. He's having to chase. And
was he Broadus's top player on this board?
I think so. If he wasn't, he was like top 5, I think, for him.
Yeah. Well, maybe he didn't have him there from a nickel standpoint, and he was just thinking safety. But I thought Downs was one or top 5. Pepe, look that up if you can. Or Aiden, look that up if you can as well, please.
This is one of those, I don't know. I don't understand why it's an issue of... If Broadus thinks that he's going to struggle in coverage, Broadus thinks he's going to struggle as a player. Because the reality is, and I think Brian knows this, he's going to play nickel basically full time. So if he thinks that's a problem, then Brian does think he's going to be a problematic player.
Well, why can't I come back and say, why does he have to play nickel full time if he's most naturally supposed to be a safety?
Because
on the back end,
the modern safety plays nickel a bunch, especially in 11 personnel, and that's what he does.
I had a football coach tell me it's the same thing. I'm asking him I'm like, why is he playing nickel instead of safety? And he's like, it's the same thing. And I was like, well, it's not the same thing. You may be asked to do both, but like one is surveying everything on the back end versus jamming a guy at the line of scrimmage.
When we played the backyard, there was no safety covering the slot.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
In 11 personnel, and especially if you're right, but like y'all weren't in the backyard playing zone coverage.
No,
so like
I was
zone. Like when you're playing zone, he's going to play a lot of the same zone coverage concepts, and he's going to be asked to do anything he would be asked to do at the line of scrimmage as a safety. He's going to be asked to do from the nickel.
Try to be Eric Turner out here.
We got your jokes.
He's somebody who is there's a ton on tape that shows he has the skill set to do it. And
Downs is his one.
I'm
looking back at this G-Bag clip. Like Downs is so either he did not think he would play this much nickel, which Bobby, you had been saying. What, Aiden, is that correct? Downs is his one. So like, what has he seen or heard or not anticipate in terms of what he's going to be asked to do to make him question like this?
I guess unless he just thinks he's only going to be playing blitzing from the nickel a lot, playing run support from the nickel, and not being asked to really cover anything other than more just some like cloud coverage stuff. I don't know, but it's not like he's shown the ability to stay in the hip pocket of receivers. He has covered tight ends really well. He did a good job against Brock Bowers in college. I don't understand the criticism, but we can just wait till they step on the field and he's not causing you any busts. And I would be really surprised if there is a single instance this year of him giving up a touchdown in man coverage.
Wow!
Now, they're not going to play a bunch of it, but generally what he does in coverage, I don't think he's just going to be getting worked over. Like, if he does, I think it'll be... It's going to be, I hesitate to even say that because there's so many.
Say it clearly now because you know they're going to play it back.
Well,
you say he's not going to give up a touchdown or he's not going to get worked?
I'm saying in man coverage, I don't think he's going to give up a touchdown. So they're just not going to play a lot of man coverage, and there's a bunch of idiots who will try to go, there's the touchdown, and it's like, okay, well, you don't understand zone concepts and where he's supposed to be standing. But in terms of man coverage from the slot, which is not going to be a ton of it, but when he's out there and he just has to cover, he's going to cover fine. He's not going to be the obvious blinking light option to throw the ball to when he's in man coverage.
So there it is, an expressway commercial-free recap of the who?
Of the G-Rag Nation.
G-Rag, because they're ragging on guys. They're ragging on some of the Cowboys.
We'll go with that one.
Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station.
Can't have peace. Can't have peace ever.
I mean, this is usually your forte. The difference is we got Rodman Bulls, Bobby. Right now, they're San Antonio Rodman. They're Rodman Spurs.
They're Lakers Rodman.
I just want to know what this pact is. I want to know what this deal that they worked out behind the scenes between Broadus and Dawson. They must have pre-show meetings now, Chop, to coordinate this.
I've been in their pre-show meeting. Okay, I'm going to give you guys real quick. Peyton, bring the music down, please. This is their pre-show meeting.
So it's just like
it's just silence and a random Zach.
It's
fart.
the reaction to Dawson take to start G-Bag.
Yeah, I've never seen four people make less sound in history. If that was airplane, if that was an airplane, it'd be the happiest airplane ride in history. Just silence.
Let's hook you up.
Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Luke Combs at AT&T Stadium in Arlington on Saturday, April 3rd, 2027, courtesy of AEG. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The word to win for 9 o'clock to host your fantasy football draft inside the Cowboys War Room is sweet. Turn it on, leave it on, tell your friends. Call the friends in case you're not listening for some reason, which would be a sports radio crime, but let your buddies know we can draft inside the War Room with the word sweet. 9 o'clock hour. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Let's get you some free stuff. here in Neighborhood Watch, which is presented by D&M Leasing, dmautoleasing.com. We're going to be at Tarleton State University. I've got the Tarleton Texans gear on. In fact, I think the undershirt even.
Look at you.
Even
Just
the undershirt
Texans everywhere.
It's Tarleton State Texans. Love that area in Stephenville. Love the folks there at Tarleton. It's always a good time. And I think Sean's going to have to be incognito with the sunglasses and the hood up because he's going to be getting recognized left and right while we're out there. You're gonna see Sean.
Right.
So come on out and see us tomorrow morning. Where are we going to be exactly? We're going to be in the
Memorial Stadium.
Okay,
Yeah.
so come on out, and if you got kids on campus out there, tell them, hey, go say hi to Sean and RJ for me.
Inside the luxury club level, first 100 Tolos get a free Texans Tolo t-shirt. You're going to have a Casey Donahue show tomorrow night at Tarleton State as
Another
well.
Tolo, Casey Donahue.
Yeah.
Top 25 FCS matchup, the only Division I college football game in the nation, featuring 2 conference champions from last season as well. And it all starts off tomorrow morning. Tickets for their game, tarletonsports.com.
Okay, so a couple quick notes of things going on. D&M Leasing, who sponsors this segment every Thursday, this Saturday, August 29th, they're going to be at Keller Regional Adoption Center from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So adoption fees are going to be sponsored by D&M. It's their 50th birthday. It's the way that it was written for me, the copy was Pawty, which is cute, but when I read it in the thing, Kristen burst out laughing when I was recording at home the other day, and I said 50th birthday potty, because she's like, it sounds like you're inviting them to your bathroom.
Right.
And so
Potty, yeah.
I was like, I'm going to have to say party. I'm going to have to say party, because I can't say,
Hey, you
I
gotta
can't
say
say potty.
potty.
It sounded like I was inviting them to the bathroom, and we know that's a controversial thing in this state, to just invite people into the bathroom. But at 50th birthday party, August 29th, Keller Regional Adoption Center. And then another note, we've got the new Tolo special. So if you've got the gutters issues where you got the leaves, if you can contact Fraser Services, FraserServices.com. They're going to give you free gutter cleanings for the month of September if you call in and reference the Tolo special. So shout out to Kyle there. All right. Speaking of the bathrooms and the issues and everything else, it's a very controversial thing in this state, particularly with this governor. But a judge has struck down the cousin of that always gets worked up with Governor Abbott, which is the drag shows. You know, the drag shows that have been a big controversial thing with the schools and various things offered to kids. A judge has struck down the Texas ban on drag shows, telling people offended by them to, quote, just don't go. From NBC DFW, the federal judge, David Hittner, a Reagan appointee, said the measure known as Texas Senate Bill 12 improperly restricted speech, violating the First Amendment of the Constitution. The ruling prevents Attorney General Ken Paxton, who is running for Senate, from enforcing the law and denies his motion for a new trial. In fact, I think I saw in one of these stories, it isn't here. In his ruling, Hittner mentioned Dolly Parton, whose death was announced Tuesday, and criticized the law's definition of banning performances that, quote, appeal to the prurient interest, I guess is what it is, citing people who would chastise Parton as a voluptuous sex symbol because of her big hair, flamboyant clothes, and breast exposure. Whoa! So he timed that out just right there. But your drag shows are back on, I guess, in the state of Texas.
My philosophy has always been, if you don't like something, that's why I don't like cancel culture. If you don't like it, don't try to cancel it, just don't watch it.
You're live and let live.
Right? And the drag shows aren't for me, but they're for somebody.
Yep.
You know, so I don't care. When I wanted around kids, like out in the front, around kids at in a parade, no, not a fan of that. But you know, if it's a place of business or whatever, I had no issue with that.
Over at KERA, which is the PBS affiliate here in Dallas, they write about this. Has been a little bizarre. Have you noticed the odd silence or pushback, either one of them, relating to these new arenas with the Stars and the Mavericks? Like, there seems to be bizarre updates every week, it feels like, of just, the Mavericks are delaying talking about something, or the Stars are getting pushed back. It hit Plano again yesterday. Plano residents were pushing for answers on the Dallas Stars development at Town Hall. This is from the story from KER. Plano residents who live near the proposed Dallas Stars arena near Willow Bend grilled city council members about the proposed stadium at a town hall meeting on Tuesday. Local lawmakers didn't have many answers for them. Throughout the 3-hour meeting, city council members were peppered with questions about the quality of life, including concerns about traffic, and parking around the arena. Blair Partlow, who lives near the proposed arena, said, "What are you guys going to do to stop people from parking in my neighborhood short of putting a gate up?" Another resident said, "We're just interested in hearing what's going to be done for all the streets, the infrastructure. The city is still studying traffic data and looking into parking options," the council member said at the town hall. The city council approved the first traffic study for the project last month. Results should be available sometime in mid-October. The city is also having conversations with DART about public transportation options, another issue residents shared concerns about on Tuesday. But this is something the Mavericks have gotten some pushback with too. Have you ever been over by that Valley View Mall area where they're putting the?
Yep.
I don't know how they're going to have, short of ripping the roads up and doing like building new roads over there. I don't know how they're going to be able to handle traffic flow leaving Mavericks
They had
games.
to do it up by Cowboys and Globe.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to rip up Randall Mill and Ballpark, all those.
Now, in terms of preventing people from parking in a neighborhood or whatever, I don't know what the Cowboys or Walmart have done to prevent people from parking in that Walmart lot, but people don't park in that lot across the street from the Cowboys. I don't know if that's just
Put
really
the Barracuda on them.
I don't know if it's just really heavy enforcement from towing companies.
Is that what that thing was?
The Barracuda? Oh no, what was the Barnacle?
The Barnacle.
I was like, why is he
Barramundi.
referencing a heart song?
Put the Barramundi on them.
Yeah, the sea bass.
But no, this is if this is, because that Willow Bend area is right behind some neighborhoods, this is a good question that I'm sure people are worried about over there. It's like, how do you stop people from just parking on the street in front of your house and walking over? Like,
you don't, because it's a public street.
You cannot have that. Like, especially if there's an HOA in those neighborhoods, you cannot have just people parking in a neighborhood and taking up all the residential area to walk to the stadium.
I mean, look, I used to park.
Would you be fine with it if they built the arena right across from you and like your entire street was covered with cars every
My entire
night?
street's already covered with cars.
No, and none of them will be yours. You would be furious. You would have the PABs.
He parks in the garage
all
now.
over this.
Well, no, I park in the driveway. She parks in the garage.
Right.
Protect that color.
That's right. But yeah, I mean, like, the side, the side of my house is like, it's just cars lined up. Because that's where everybody parks their extra car or their kid's car because our driveways aren't long enough.
817.
But didn't we do this in Greenville Avenue? You just park on those side streets. That's what I did.
I don't know, for which one?
I mean, look, up and down like Lower Greenville. You just park on those side streets. That's what I did for years.
I valet, bro. That's what I do. A lot of people on here just saying, trust me, you're going to get a ticket fast. They say the Walmart lot literally has cars circling it the entire time waiting for cars to pick them up. So
Neighborhood Watch with Roberto here in the commercial-free expressway. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby, along with Peyton and Aiden, running the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. The word is sweet for the Cowboys Fantasy Football War Room Experience in the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Wyatt Langford did it again last night, and RJ Choppy fed up for the 20th time with your Texas Rangers. We have it in Diamond Cavs after this.
But first, something...
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3-2. Swinging Doyle unloads on one to deep left center. Langford chasing after it at the wall, and that one's out of here.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about being part of history?
8.
Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We'll get to that in a second, but what an abysmal, disgusting, disgraceful series in Chicago.
That's
Scored
garbage.
the most runs in a series.
That's
What
true,
do
they
you mean?
did.
Offense is popping.
I mean, there's a lot of places you can go with this in this game. How do you walk 8 times in the first 4 innings and only score twice?
One foot in front of the other.
3 innings, that's right, and with a balk.
3 innings.
With a balk thrown in there. They have the mental miscues of a 100-loss team, it seems, sometimes. Managerial moves that I didn't like. And I don't usually like to do that because it's such a hindsight thing, but you got Jock Peterson up there in the 4th inning with 2 on after the sack bunt, and a lefty's in the game. And you don't pitch hit for him, and he doesn't hit lefties very well. But then with nobody on and 2 out in the 6th inning, you do pinch hit for him. Help me out there.
With Berger?
Yeah. Like, help me out there. Like, if you don't want him to hit lefties, fine. I get it. Why not do it in a spot where you could do some damage and the game is still there? By the 6th inning, by the time the 6th inning rolled around, I mean, this was a 6-2 game.
Now, Jock homered in the 3rd.
Yeah.
Again, if you're going to have him hit against the lefty,
let him finish.
Yeah, you have to have him hit against the righty.
Right. Like, did you take him out because of the way he tracked the fly ball?
Right.
Like, surely not.
Berger wouldn't have been that much better.
No, he wouldn't have been
better.
He wouldn't have been any closer to that.
Jock's temperament also, I'm just throwing stuff against the wall. Jock's temperament, like this past week, I know Schumacher looked ticked off, and Jock did screw them. Didn't end up screwing them, but in that moment, he screwed them when he got tossed in the 2nd inning the other night because he wouldn't shut up with the umpire. And Schumacher just took his gum and threw it there on the ground. And then yesterday, after he popped up, Jock, in a pretty decent moment in the 4th, when you had 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, he went and I think smashed his bat in the dugout. So I don't know whether it was a temperament thing or he just felt like his focus wasn't there. I don't know, but Evan Grant also questioned that.
Yeah, Basic's like that. That bat may not be broken, but it's broken now after he smashed that thing. Yeah, I mean,
and look, there's normally nothing wrong either with getting Jake Berger. Like I thought Jake went yard. It came up short. There's nothing wrong with getting Jake Berger in a bat because he's your most clutch hitter in my opinion. And I thought he left the yard, but
I thought he did too.
The girth
I thought that was going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, you saw it. I think we saw it last night. Actually, not last night, in this series. Because there's always been a subset of Ranger Twitter that just they block it out, right? They don't want to hear it. They're there. They want to love the team.
I'm not finding many of them these days.
No,
I think they all kind of have. Sorry, go ahead.
I think in this series, I noticed it. It was almost universal. Like, this is a problem. Like, this is not. This has been bad. This team's not going anywhere. Like, let's just end this season.
Well, I think the majority of people, in my opinion, are just having our feel on it. Like, we know they're not very good. Put us out of our misery if Cleveland wants to. I'll take a playoff berth. I'm never going to say no to a playoff berth unless it fools them for the offseason and not trying to deal bigger parts, which it very easily could because the playoff baseball is so fun. I'll take it, but I know I really don't deserve it. I feel it's like when you get something in life, you feel a little guilty, and you're like, I know I don't deserve this.
Right. Like right now they're. They're 2 games back in the wild card, like you mentioned, and they're, a half game out of the division.
Yeah.
But if they somehow win the division, because of the seeding they're the 3 seed, which means they face the third wild card team, which right now is Cleveland, who's won 7 in a row and 8 of 10. But that could end in no time, right? That could completely shift, and they could wind up facing Baltimore or somebody, right? Or the Blue Jays or Seattle, right? So you could face any number of those teams. So you're gonna have home field in a 3-game series, and the Rangers do have like the second or third best home record.
In what?
Baseball.
In baseball?
What?
Go look.
There's no way.
They have the second or third best home record in baseball?
In the American League or something like that?
Maybe the American League,
that's
not
what they kept
baseball.
showing on the broadcast the other day.
It's the American League. It is definitely not baseball. Baseball, they're like 10th or 11th.
Tampa has...
They have the 4th most wins.
Yeah, Tampa
in the American League.
Yep, and so their win percentage is better than Seattle's. So they would be in first place. So it's Tampa
there are 8
1
teams in the NL ahead of them.
Yeah, Tampa's number 1, Chicago's number 2, and then the Rangers have the 3rd best winning percentage in the American League at home. So you get those 3 games at home.
Yeah,
for whatever that means against Cleveland or Baltimore or whoever. But obviously you got to win the division, and that's going to be the easier route of the two.
With the way Cleveland's playing.
Especially with the way Cleveland's playing. But, yeah, I didn't understand that Jock thing. The rest of the game was...
Wyatt, another Wyatt throw. I'm gonna start going at Rangers media. I don't do it very often. Jared, you have to do it. Mike behind the scenes, I don't care. Someone has to ask about Wyatt's arm. I'm gonna get on Kevin Corey a little bit. Now they asked about his error the other day, but Skip kind of dominated the answer with his base running. Someone on that beat, someone traveling, has to ask about Wyatt Langford's arm. It's driving me crazy.
We
have to get an explanation.
Either he is hurt.
Yep.
Or
yips.
Or he's hurt. There's other the yips.
He could have the yips. He can. I think Bobby's explanation makes a lot of sense as a possibility, in that he's withholding. He's not going 100% full out either, because he doesn't want to get hurt again. Maybe he's still protecting something.
Yeah.
Am I summarizing that, Bobby?
Yeah, basically the idea being that
he's not letting it rip.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get a bar graph on this right now. This is insane. I was just looking at his Savant page. So he is from 2 years ago.
Because we don't think he's a horrific outfielder. We would have seen it already.
We would have seen it by now. We've seen this. When guys have any kind of an injury, they might they might try to protect it by not throwing hard. We saw this with Aaron Judge last year in the playoffs, because he had some kind of elbow issue, and the Blue Jays were taking second base on him all the time. Like any kind of single towards the gap, they would never run on him. He has a good arm. They kept taking second base. And you're seeing guys, Bassett talked about this last night, you're seeing teams, scouting report says, we're running on Wyatt Langford.
So this is just I literally just threw this in for a bar graph real quick. This is from 2024 to 2026. Blue is 2024, green is 2026. This is his sprint percentile, his arm strength percentile. This is his bat percentile. He's down at least 20 percentage points in percentile in all 3 of them.
If he got
very impressive, Bobby.
He was 68th percentile in arm strength 2 years ago. He's 48 now. He was 98th in sprint. He's 74 now. He was 84th in bat speed. He's 54th now.
24 years old. It doesn't make sense unless he's laboring with something.
He's
laboring,
either hurt or he's holding back.
Holding back, and people have talked about on the fan text, when you become so muscly, you lose some agility, you lose flexibility, and that.
Look at Giancarlo Stanton.
Right.
He can't Giancarlo Stanton bend over to touch his toes.
Did you guys hear how he got hurt again? So he got re-injured. He has a calf, and he was about to come back, and he got hurt again. He was running the bases, and he fell. This is a major league athlete who fell just running the bases for just warming up.
We don't have time for all this right now, but I think I might flip out if he makes the Hall of Fame. I know you sent it over the other day. I might flip out.
It's because it's gonna be a discussion. But if Wyatt's too muscly, kind of like Trout, right? Trout gets hurt all the time. Why? Trout's a unit. I mean, he is one of most physically put together baseball players, and you lose flexibility. And when you lose flexibility, you lose torque, you lose power, and that's maybe why his bat speed's a little bit slow, or his sprint speed's a little bit slow, or his arm has suddenly become weak. By the way, a little sidebar. I have no idea. I don't know if you guys saw the play. I'm sure you did. There was a play at second base where their hitter ran through.
Yes.
Okay.
Bassick was blown away.
All right. So this was what's his name?
Whatever.
Antonacci.
Yeah.
Antonacci.
Italian baseball,
Right.
Italian World Baseball Classic.
So he's at first place. It's a double play ball, and instead of sliding, or what they also could do is they could veer off into the outfield.
Yep.
Right. So all you got to do is create a lane. He ran through the bag,
to go to third.
To go to third, like I had never seen that, and I'm like,
it's brilliant.
It is brilliant. If that's a loophole, which Raymond was like, yeah,
Raymond was
he could
on
do
it.
that.
Raymond knew the rules.
Yeah, he did. Good for him. I was stunned. How is that a rule? That seems that seems first of all it's dangerous. It's dangerous for him
and way too distracting
and dangerous for the field. Like what if the infielder is trying to throw there? He hits you. His arm hits you like a catcher will hit the batter sometimes.
What if you're in a running lane?
Right.
What happens if?
Well, they have a right to the running lane.
Who does?
The runner.
Okay.
Right. But the fielder also has a right to make a play. So if you're trying to field a ground ball, and you come into the running lane and the fielder's like got to make some movement for you too, because he has a right to field the ground ball, and you have a right to the running lane as well. So there's kind of a give and take on that, kind of a gray area. I was surprised, but I didn't know that rule.
I know, I didn't either. Neither did Mike. After Raymond goes, yeah, you can. Mike did his patented. Okay.
Well, I said, how could you not be romantic about history? They are calling this the worst playoff race in the history of Major League Baseball.
AL worst.
This is the wild card, the AL West and the wild card races. If you go back, they are saying this is the worst race ever. You've got 7 of the 8 potential teams in the postseason have a negative run differential. The only one with a positive has a worst record of the 8, which is Detroit. 6 of the 8 aren't even close to breaking even. However, 2 of them are going to make the playoffs.
2 of them.
You're going to have a wild card team and the AL West. 2 of these are going to make the postseason. And if you look at it, like, the Rangers' schedule note, they got a big 9-game homestand against the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, and the Mets before finishing with the series in Minnesota. They're done with the Astros. They got the 1 game left against Seattle. And, that series against Minnesota really is going to determine some tiebreakers because Minnesota, did a number on them earlier this year. But, Cleveland's schedule, they got 2 series the rest of the way against teams with winning records. It's the White Sox and the Red Sox, both in the final couple weeks of the season.
They need a day off bad.
Yeah, they do.
And you felt it with that bullpen out there just trying to survive. Day off. Unfortunately, you go to Milwaukee starting tomorrow. Rangers baseball right here on 105.3 The Fan. Below the belt at 8:40. We got our Cowboys War Room Fantasy Football giveaway at 9. The word is sweet. The word is sweet for you to go ahead and win it when we tell you and give you the cue to call at 9. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 on the final Cowboys training camp practice in Frisco. But our annual treat to get you ready for even more football, Pat Doney, NBC5, with his high school football preview after this.
Roger that.
First 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thanks for checking out the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Cowboy trade possibilities. I've been waiting for this segment for a couple of days. Bobby has that at 8:40, 9 o'clock. College football kegger with the latest on LSU and the TCU story that has gone national. We'll get to that. College kegger and our Cowboys War Room Fantasy Football Draft giveaway, 9 o'clock, along with Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com. Every year, we do the Monster High School Football Preview with our boy, the great Pat Doney from our TV partner, NBC5, here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Patrick. How are you?
Man, I'm great, Sean. Great to be with you guys. Driving to school drop-off right now with Barlow. She's fired up for another great day, 8th grade. Say good morning to the boys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Fired up. We're going to get this thing going. High school football. Big-time weekend. Let's get it started. Can't wait for it.
Pat, when was the last day where you had just a really crappy day?
Doesn't exist, man. Too blessed to be stressed. Let's go. Life is good. God is
when
good.
was the last time Dad had a really crappy day, Barlow?
He's never usually stressed or anything. He's always so happy. He doesn't really have a crappy day.
Well, I mean, come on.
Wow, look at
the
that.
I'm sitting next to.
Does he ground? Has he ever
He had a good day.
Has he ever grounded you, or how does he get mad at you? What does he do or say?
He doesn't get mad at me a lot, but sometimes he does.
Wow.
Occasionally.
Fantastic.
Sometimes. He caught her on a good day. He caught us on a good day.
Yeah,
so,
Pat,
anyway,
we step to the side, Pat. No, anyway, we got our main subject of the interview here. Give us the biggest storylines, Pat, as the high school football season kicks off.
Man, so excited to get it going. The biggest storyline to me is that there's just so much unknown this year. And what I mean by that is major coaching changes, major top-tier players who are no longer at the schools where they were before, where we expected them to be. I mean, just for example, you had Riley Dodge leaving at South Lake Carroll to go to SMU. So now you have Lee Munn stepping in there. You have Ray Gates leaving at North Crowley for North Texas. You had Rodney Webb retire at Rockwall Heath. Then you also have Shane Tollison moving from Waxahachie to Denton Ryan. I mean, all of these moves and all the shifting around the coaching, that was early. And then you had the player aspect and the major changes that happened there, too. Colton Nussmeier, absolute stud quarterback who was at Flower Mound Marcus. He transfers to Denton Ryan and then is ruled ineligible. And so he transferred to a school in Louisiana where his dad, Doug, is on the staff with Kellen Moore there for the New Orleans Saints. And then John Meredith, arguably the top defensive back in the country, transferred from Euless Trinity to North Crowley. And then he's ruled ineligible. So then he early enrolls at the University of Texas. Last week, Jalen Brewster is the top recruit in America at Cedar Hill. And out of nowhere, a week before the school year starts there and before the season begins, he transferred to a school in Georgia. So he's gone. So all of these shifts and moves around, there was so much expectation around those guys. And so in one way, that's disappointing to see that those guys not here, but it's fascinating too. It leaves the door, in my opinion, wide open. And so right off the jump, man, we have some amazing games this first week. And I think the best one this week, maybe the best game of the year, is right away this Friday, and it's where we're going to be for NBC5 Big Game Friday. It's Allen taking on Duncanville. And so two of the absolute powerhouse programs at Allen Eagle Stadium, massive, beautiful palace of a high school football stadium. And these are two of the best teams in the country. And we're about to see what they can do right off the jump on August 28th. So can't wait to get it going.
Pat, real quick, you mentioned all the player movement and the kids transferring and then being not allowed to transfer. It seems like there's more of that this year. Are they going to have to kind of relook at how they allow these transfers and what their protocols are?
I think it's definitely something that has to be discussed. What are we going to do? Because, there can't be this unknown factor about it. But at the same time, sometimes, RJ, it feels to me that because of the college NIL existence that we're in now, where players can move around from college to college, that sometimes the high school athletes think that, well, that's going to also translate and be the same in a high school as well. And that's just not the way the rules are set up right now. And so as long as the rules are the way they are right now, I mean, the UIL is pretty clear that you can't transfer for a football reason, and that hasn't really shifted a whole lot. And so I think until the rules change, the players are going to have to understand that college is one set of rules, and the way things are done there, high school is going to remain the way that it is right now. And it's a bit of I was a little surprised some of these guys transferred and thought they were going to be able to play this year. And that when it was ruled that they were ineligible, a lot of people were, looking around saying, well, yeah, that makes sense. This is how it happens. And so I'm interested to see if they do change it going forward. But as long as the rules are the way that they are now, if you transfer and it seems like it's for a football reason, you're probably not going to be playing this upcoming season.
Pat Doney, NBC5, join us here, 105.3 The Fan. All right, so Aledo moves to 6A. I'm seeing that they're a ranked team. I don't remember teams moving up a division to 6A and all of a sudden being in the top 6. Have you seen that?
It's very rare, and I think the expectation in the offseason was that there's going to be this big adjustment and this wow, how are they going to handle it? And then everything I'm hearing, RJ, from the scrimmages and things they've done in the offseason, I think they're going to be ready. They're going to be right in the mix. Now, are they going to be the favorites to win a state championship? No. They're going to definitely have to prove themselves at that level, especially when it comes to November and December. But at the same time, I think they're going to be in the mix, and they have an expectation there in Aledo to be a state title contender every year. Robbie Jones has continued to build on what Tim Buchanan had built there before, and I expect them to be right there in the mix of things, even though they've moved up a division. So that's interesting. And then the opposite's true, too. It's going to be fascinating to watch, by the way, the teams that have shifted down. I mean, DeSoto is now a 5A team. And so you've arguably the best, most consistent program in the state has gone from 6A down to 5A. And they have this running back, Sarad Baker. If you guys have not seen the viral clip of his run from last week, I mean, it looks like it's hard to explain how unbelievably good this guy is. Sarad Baker is an amazing player, and I cannot wait to watch him this year at DeSoto. I think they are the favorites by far to win the state championship again now in 5A.
You mentioned Sarad Baker, who's a tech commit, and then you've got another tech commit from around here, Julian Caldwell at Argyle. And Argyle had a couple questions about him on the fan text here. What's your capsule sort of for Argyle football? And like I said, the fan text talking about them is just the model of consistency.
Yeah, model of consistency is a great way that I would describe it. I think that over and over again, you can count on Argyle being a team that's deep in the playoffs. And then the question is whether or not this is the year they can finally punch through. And Caldwell is going to be a big part of that this year. I think, the transfer of quarterback McGuire Gasperson is going to be something to watch there as well. Argyle is a really talented, good team again. Every year it feels like they're in a battle with a program like a Lovejoy, midway through the playoffs, and whoever wins that game has a chance to really make a deep run. And so I'm really interested to see what they're able to do this year, if this is the year they can punch through and make a deep run, because I don't think anybody would be surprised with the amount of talent that's there to see them make a run that's late in the playoffs once again and be set up for a lot of success. So would not be surprised by that at all.
You mentioned earlier the transfer for Colton Nussmeier, which was then shifted and shot down by UIL. But when you look at some of the other NFL bloodlines right here, obviously you've got like Cooper Witten, for instance, at Liberty Christian, who's committed to Oklahoma. Who are some of the other just big-time players specifically that you look at and say, like, that's reason enough to go watch a high school football game this year is just to go see that guy?
Yeah, no question. Great question there, Bobby. I would put a couple of guys on the list. First and foremost are guys that I'm going to see on Friday night between Duncanville and Allen. Allen's quarterback, Ty Snell, is a sophomore. He already has offers from everybody. I mean, Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma, A&M, everybody has offered this guy, even though he's starting his sophomore year. And then on Duncanville's side, they have a receiver named Trenton Yancey, who's going to Purdue, who is an amazing player as well. Duncanville has a bunch of really good guys. Frisco Lone Stars quarterback Trey Wright is also one of their best basketball players. He's a junior this year, and he is committed to USC, and he burst onto the scene on a crazy run that led them to the state championship game last year. He's a phenomenal talent, somebody to watch closely. And then out of all places, there are twin brothers at Keller Central High School. I believe it's Isaiah and Jeremiah Taylor, and they are 4-star players, and they led Keller Central to the 7-on-7 championship this summer. I mean, beat Allen in the 7-on-7 tournament to win the title this year. These twin brothers that play both sides of the ball, and they're all over the place, and so they'll be fascinating to watch as well. But, I mean, this is not a surprise to anybody. There are amazing players all over the DFW area. I could list out a bunch more. Jaquan Snell, who is Ty's cousin, is over at Waxahachie. I didn't even mention Waxahachie yet. Waxahachie, out of nowhere, in some rankings, is the number 1 team in the state. Waxahachie over Duncanville and Allen. I mean, this feels like the year that they've been building towards. So, I mean, I still think they got to prove it a little bit, obviously, but they're really good, and so I think it's going to be a really interesting year in high school football because of the unknowns, as I mentioned at the beginning. Just so many good players, but a lot of coaches and players who are getting opportunities that we'll see what they do now when the Friday night lights turn on this fall.
I think Matt Pittman was celebrating big wins there last year on the field.
Absolutely. He's a huge Waxahachie guy. If you ever want to go to a tailgate before a game, go to the one that Matt Pittman's crew is running at the Waxahachie football games. I'll tell you right now.
They're tailgating?
Obviously. They're tailgating the whole Waxahachie games. I mean, you got the guy from Meat Church doing his thing in the parking lot at Waxahachie. I mean, you kidding me? Like, you want to talk about some good brisket or ribs or whatever before a game, and it's at a high school football game. Doesn't get any better than that.
Pat, I'm curious. You get a lot of these big-time athletes at the high school level to come in and do the studio with you, and you'll talk to them about their commitments and various things. It seems like the state of Texas has done a better job, like, keeping these high school players in state. There's not, in the 2027 recruiting class right here, they've got a lot of hard commits for the state of Texas. Have you noticed any sort of a shift talking to these kids about why they're choosing to stay home instead of letting Ohio State or LSU or some of these other programs from outside the state start snatching them up? Is that just the NIL money being offered from Tech, A&M, Texas, like programs like that?
I would assume NIL has a lot to do with that. There's no question. I also think that, Sark and Joey McGuire and down at A&M, I mean, they're all really focused on trying to build the wall around the state. That said, I mean, some players still leave. I mean, we had Zane Rowe in studio last week. He's an amazing defensive end at Denton Guyer. He's going to Oregon just because he thought it was the best fit for him to prepare him for the NFL draft based off of the staff there and the experience that he had when he visited campus there. So, but Jaquan Snell, who I mentioned a second ago, the safety from Waxahachie, who's an absolute stud, he's going to A&M. And as you mentioned, it feels like every week we have somebody coming in, and it's a Texas Tech, a Texas A&M, or a Texas commit over and over and over again. So I think you're right. It does feel like there are more kids staying home, if you will, or at least in the area. I don't know if that's NIL. It really is probably a case-by-case basis. But I know that those coaches have done a good job building around. SMU has also done a really good job building around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. A lot of really good players headed that way, including Highland Park quarterback Buck Randall. I should have mentioned him as well. He's one of my favorites to watch, and he's headed to SMU. I think he's going to have a huge year at Highland Park this year.
Pat Doney, NBC5, tell us about the TV coverage, and then I want you to get a little plug in because we have, obviously sports diehards listening, and maybe their kids want to get involved in what we're doing. So get a plug in for your camps that you're doing as well.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, first and foremost, our high school coverage on Fridays. We're live at a high school game of the week every week on NBC5. It's called Big Game Friday, and I'll do my reports there all throughout the day. And then on Sundays at 10 a.m. and 11 p.m., it's our 30-minute high school sports recap show called Whataburger Inside High School Sports. And it's an absolute blast recapping these games, having the best players in the area in studio to get MVP bobbleheads. I love hosting that show, and I think it's something I'm really proud of. And I appreciate you asking about the sportscaster camps and the workshops. I've loved working with kids. Sean, you've been a big part of that, working with these students and coming in, and these kids get a chance to do segments with Sean Sharif. I mean, like, imagine being a 16 or 17-year-old kid getting to do that. Seriously. I mean, we laugh, but like you and I, if we had a chance to do that as a junior in high school, that would have been a dream come true. And so my camp is called the Pat Doney Sportscaster Camp. It's in TCU every summer. We already have more students signed up for next year than I've ever had signed up in the month of November, and it's still August, which is crazy. So you can get more info at Pat Doney Camp on Instagram if you want to check that out. And I'd love to have more students from the area coming in every year. It's a blast. But I appreciate you guys every year, man. I love doing this. I love talking high school football, and I think that it's the best time of year and can't wait to get this thing started this Friday.
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate it as always. And is your daughter still in the car?
And she's gotten dropped off very quietly. Look at that.
Very
we nailed
quiet.
it. I navigated
door
car
shut.
line.
I know.
Navigated car line. Can you believe that?
Well done, Pat. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, boys. Have a great day.
The great Patrick Doney from NBC5. I've been waiting for this. What opportunities does the trade market present for the Cowboys? Because some guys may be available soon. Bobby has it next. And Below.
D-Belt.
Right here on The Fan.
That's
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shotty and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Time to swallow your pride and apologize to Mike McCarthy. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Before we get to that.
Yeah, y'all, before we get to that, Bobby hacked me.
Nope.
I went to the bathroom, and he agreed. He had me agreeing with G-Bag on Caleb Downs, and then he quote tweeted it. He went over to my computer, so wait till you see what I have in store for Bobby when he is absent-minded, as he usually is. But he hacked me. I already deleted the tweet. Don't lump me in with all that.
Doesn't sound like me at all. He said Dawson was right about Caleb Downs and Bobby knows ball. That sounds about on par, I'd say. It's look, it's just a different view of it. I am interested to know, for those of you, because there was on the fan text, I was surprised. The G-Bag audience, I went back and looked how their texts were flowing in yesterday during the segment. A lot of pushback, obviously, against what Dawson said. There was a little bit kinder response to when we talked about them talking about it at 7:20 today. I mean, there's still a lot of this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but then there were some other people who were like, Dawson's just like, he views it differently, and he's sharing a different perspective on this. Like, everybody's freaking out for nothing, and he's right. He isn't that great of an athlete. So there was a little bit of pushback, I thought. So,
the only thing, Walchuk's texting me about it right now, the only thing I would really go at them at, and I don't know, I'm always going to give them the benefit of the doubt. We worked with these guys for a long time. But when I hear Dawson or Broadus say, you guys going to have a unique take? You guys gonna go against the grain at all? You guys are just gonna have a typical take? That I would attack because that's my problem with Skip Bayless. You got to believe, in my opinion, you got to believe what you say. Now you do what's best for your show. You do what's best for business with the ratings and all that stuff. I've always believed. I've never had reason to say, they're just doing this to create a stir. But when I do hear Dawson say, you have a unique take? Broadus has said it to me on the phone sometimes of like, hey, we're just going to go with the grain on everything? Well, yeah, if that's your natural belief, you go with the grain. If it's not your natural belief, you don't. Don't be inauthentic. And I'm not saying this to these guys. It's more of a sports broadcasting pet peeve that I have. Say what you believe. Otherwise, people can sniff out the BS, man. Mike McDonald was giving a speech about a player who passed away. The Seahawks. Not that. Give it to me strong, though.
Yeah, baby.
That gets me every time.
It's a little higher than Mike.
It might be.
And Mike McDonald is not a great speaker. He fumbles words. He messes things up. He doesn't have it all written out perfectly. He's not Bill Parcells. Win one for Bobby. Bobby, you got one damn commercial read, which you are terrified over. It's coming up. It's coming up in this next break. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. We're going to hear how you execute and mess with people during commercial reads. But Mike McDonald is genuine, and he comes across as like very believable to me. That's the only thing I would fight against the most. Dawson has always had a different, unique Colin Cowherd school, different way of thinking.
Yeah,
that's good. I'm just saying, believe it.
Yeah. And I think and
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he believes it. He thinks Caleb Downs is going to be good, just not Ed Reed Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I would say that similarly to, and I think this is what you're saying, how don't come up with an alternate take just to be different, but similarly, don't just fall in line because you're scared everybody else is saying it too. If you do think the opposite. If you think the opposite, tell people you think the opposite and don't be scared to stand on it.
I love Broadus's Sonny Styles take. I loved it.
And he believes the Von Miller stuff. He believes the Sonny Styles stuff. Those are that's really what he saw and what he thinks.
Trevor Lawrence, like no one had any balls to say, I don't think Trevor Lawrence is not going to be the next Peyton Manning or Andrew Luck. And if you do come out and say something opposite, that's why I like Merrill Hodge back in the day. I believed Merrill Hodge when he's like, Manziel's not going to be good, or such and such, or so and so. The problem with this business.
What did he say? Vince Young, third rounder? Is that what he said? He wouldn't take him in the third. That was his big one.
And Merrill Hodge has had a lot of really aggressive ones, but it's genuinely what he believes.
Yeah,
and he's not.
We got to
watch
to run it. We got to watch the Netflix Vince Young. By the way, my problem with the business is not specifically at Dawson or Broadus. But that's why I can't wait for Skip Bayless to never have the opportunity to talk into a microphone again, because he poisoned it. Because people in news media and our media, it's why I get mad when our own social media puts a headline-y type thing out there. I don't want to feel like I got to take a shower before I go to sleep. Having a conscience, a clear conscience is important to me. Not let's do this for the clicks and for the hits, even though you still have. I think our listeners have learned that about us over 15 years. You still got a couple dip S's out there who just love to throw that out. But I'll tell the web team, hey, take that down. That's a little bit. You try and be a little bit too splashy right there.
So there's a couple of things in the fan text here I think that are interesting. One, for the 972, the truth for the most part is the grain.
Interesting.
Right? Like,
Fantext has a good point here, too. Honestly, Gavin's take is the safe take. Projecting someone to be a Hall of Famer is bold.
Yes.
I absolutely agree with that.
Dawson has a 50% or better chance of being right.
Yeah,
it's just the timing of it right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's feeling great. Everyone's doing backflips. I think Caleb Downs has had a nice camp. They're talking like they're blown away by him. So to detract from it and go the opposite direction, Broad is saying I don't think he can cover, after I think he's done a nice job of covering him, watching him in California or watching all the other clips. It's odd, and that's why some people have the antennas up of, what are y'all, just trying to stir stuff up?
When John Elway was taken number one, when Peyton Manning was taken number one, if you said these guys are never going to be Hall of Famers, that ended up being the wrong take.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was the safe thing to say.
We don't have to represent the take, by the way, because one Gavin Dawson has called in to the show here. General Gavin Dawson joins us here in Below the Belt on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, General.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to apologize to everybody that's looking forward to Bobby Belt's trade ideas, because I was thinking about that piece.
It was Joey Porter.
Ago, and I'm still waiting for it.
I was going to trade for a nickel, Dawson, because we can't have Caleb Downs play it. So just lay out the take for us again, and your thought process, how you felt, and how much has training camp evolved your perspective on what maybe you felt was an inclination on draft weekend.
Okay, so the reason it kind of made sense for the Cowboys or other teams to be looking at Caleb Downs in the top 10 or just outside the top 10 is the explosion of the nickel defensive backs role. Mm-hmm. And, that comes from Eman Warrior, that comes from Derwin James, that comes from Kyle Hamilton. And, those guys are 15, 20 pounds bigger. And what that height allows them to do, not only in the box, defending the run, but, playing some of these big wide receivers that have moved into the slot. And, when I watched the college tape on Caleb Downs, I said, hey, guys, this is not that player. He's not that big. His coverage isn't that good. So the elevation of, hey, let's take safeties who can play nickel, right? And the article from, who was it, Ted Wynn in The Athletic, who, had some quotes from the Eagles coaching staff that said, man, the inside corner, the nickel player might be more important in this game than the outside player because of what these guys can do. I just, when I watched the tape in college, and you can go back and listen to the show, like, I didn't just make this up to start hot taking during a down period before we wait for the NFL season to start. This was my draft evaluation on Caleb Downs, and I feel like it's come to fruition. And now you actually have people admitting, like Broadus or maybe even Wolchuk, hey, he's not going to be a plus player in coverage in the slot. He is going to be more of a traditional safety. Maybe they're going to use him like Nick Saban did at Alabama, where he's deep and he comes flying into the box and makes great plays as a traditional safety. And, so I thought it was really interesting that we can adjust our opinion of what the player is capable of and how he can be deployed, but we can't then make the additional step to say, if he's not that star player, to use the team's vernacular, then he's not worth picking that high. I don't think he turns his head in coverage. I think he is going to be good enough against bad wide receivers and tight ends to play in coverage, but will get eaten up by the better wide receivers in the league if they deploy him like that. So, I hope Kobe Durant can handle it down in there. with the coverage stuff.
Broadus had him as his top player. Yesterday, he agreed with you on some of the coverage stuff. This is Gavin Dawson here on The Fan. Has Broadus changed his mind about the coverage because of camp, or did he have major questions about coverage as a nickel when he was picked, or he just surprised the Cowboys are going to deploy him with that responsibility a lot more than he originally thought?
You know, I don't want to speak for Broadus, but I don't think he was totally sold on that going back through the draft, coverage that we had.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought he could handle some zone responsibilities down in there, but maybe you wouldn't want him lined up against some of the better wide receivers in the league playing man. I think a big part of this is how much credibility, how much value do you put into positional value when it comes to these evaluations? Because, he's the best safety, but when it comes to picking in the top 15, I'm going to need somebody that is an elite coverage guy on defense or an elite disruptor. Caleb Downs isn't either of those things. He's going to be in position. He'll be a plus tackler. He'll be a great communicator. But as far as like, hey, that guy won you this game, you're really going to have to, do a deep dive on how he impacts the sophisticated coverages that Christian Parker does, if you want to interpret that. Because when he comes down into the box, he's going to get pushed down a lot, and when he is lined up in man coverage, he is going to get cooked a lot. If he was good in coverage, he would be a corner. You could make $35 million a year playing corner. At safety, your floor is about 60% of that. So nobody chooses to be the safety instead of corner because the financial opportunity at corners is significantly greater. So
that's a good point.
Yeah. To me, there's stuff in his game that I would love to see what a Reuben Bain right now would look like in a Cowboys uniform.
Gavin Dawson here on The Fan, and we just got a text from 214. This is why this is the best station in the country. They love segments like this. All right, Gavin, just 20 seconds on this because we're up against the clock. Does it give you any pause at all, or give you any comfort at all, knowing that Christian Parker, being part of the nickel revolution, has identified him as that's somebody who I think can do it?
Absolutely. And I believe in Christian Parker as a teacher. I believe in him as a evaluator. I think Caleb Downs is going to be a good player in this defense, but he's not, why am I blanking on his name? He's not what's his nuts in Philadelphia. Cooper DeJean. Yeah, that's a great cover guy who's coming to play inside. And that's where I would look if I was trying to address this position, is a big corner like Jalen Ramsey.
Appreciate you. Hey, no one does the short answer when they hear up against the clock. Gavin
radio pro.
He's a radio pro. They don't even follow it on their show with the clock.
He doesn't even know what the clock is.
He does it on our show right here.
Is in the studio?
Hey, respect you taking the bullets. Respect the unique take. Respect you calling it. Thank you.
Cheers. Have a great day, guys.
Gavin Dawson from the G-Bag Nation. Let's hook you up and have you and your buddies draft your fantasy football team in the Cowboys War Room in Frisco after this.
94.1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Alec Medford, Aiden Butler getting in the hallway. Bobby Bell, RJ Choppy. I'm Sean Sharif. Peyton Phillip Russell is not fist pumping because he is so nervous and he's so ready to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. Dr. Pepper is doing it with the gift pack and having you and your friends draft your fantasy football teams inside the Cowboys War Room, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Hopefully you've been listening throughout the morning. You got to listen at 1 p.m. today, KNC, 5 o'clock today, G-Bag. And we're doing this tomorrow as well. We're going to have another word tomorrow for someone else to win this package. Without further ado.
Tolos, it is time for your chance to qualify for our one-of-a-kind Dr. Pepper Amazing Giveaway, where you and your fantasy football league will hold your draft from the Cowboys War Room inside the Star in Frisco. Be caller number 5 this time, maybe another number tomorrow or later on today with the other shows, but 877-881-1053, caller number 5. Tell us the Dr. Pepper keyword we've been saying, and you'll win a Dr. Pepper gift pack and qualify to host your draft where the Cowboys host their draft. Your next chance to win is during the 1 o'clock hour with the KNC Masterpiece, and we can give you that code word right now. It's sweet. Our word is sweet. Be caller number 5 right now. Good luck, and thanks to Dr. Pepper for teaming up with us on the one-of-a-kind Amazing Word Contest on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
What, Bobby?
I don't know. He knows the rules better than I do.
I didn't think we were supposed to give the word away.
I didn't think we were supposed to give it away after 9.
I didn't.
Does your copy read say that,
KNC.
What, our word?
KNC has a different word.
Not the R word. I said our word.
You know what? Just stay out of it. Let Peyton deal with it. The bosses can mess with whatever.
He knows.
Good job reading, Pay.
I do like him.
It was in the copy, by the way.
I do like him vamping, though. Go like, maybe it's not caller 5 for somebody else later. Like, maybe KNC will pick a different number.
All right, let's get into this college football mess in Fort Worth. So last Friday at the Firehouse, I talked about this story where TCU kicked their safety off the team. Seemed like a very good player. And this kid beat somebody up in the locker room. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram reported about this story. Yesterday came out. Nick Harris is the one who blew it up. Then he went on G-Bag and said that the Fort Worth Star-Telegram has been banned from covering TCU football. Now, they're starting off in Ireland. Their beat reporter who got in the most trouble for this, I think he got on the plane to go fly over there to cover. This is Nick with a 1-minute explanation yesterday on G-Bag explaining.
Nick, I mean, for those that maybe aren't familiar with what the story even is to begin with, what is TCU so upset about that the Fort Worth Star-Telegram did?
Yeah, so there was an incident in the locker room during fall camp about 10 days ago, a week and a half or so, where one player assaulted another. And there was reporting done by our Stephen Johnson that, chronicalized the events that led up to that assault, basically entailing that the player, Jacob Fields, who was a safety transferred in from Louisiana Tech, was an all-conference player last year, had been harassed and threatened during fall camp by fellow teammates and had tried to take that to the coaching staff, and the coaching staff did nothing to rectify the situation or improve it, and eventually led to the assault where Jacob Fields punched another player. And so, was it the right thing to do? In my opinion, absolutely not. And, it was laid out in that sense. And multiple opportunities were given to TCU to comment on that reporting. They declined to do so. And now TCU's justification for pulling Stephen's credential is based around that Stephen exposed the victim and made him, more susceptible to harassment that stemmed from the situation. However, Stephen never mentioned the victim's name until after the victim came out and said that he was the victim in the case. And so I think that just kind of speaks to, the false grounds around this entire situation and where TCU doesn't really have legs to stand on when it comes to this.
This is also going to apply to Mac Engel. Man, the power of the Tolo. As yesterday when Mac said, yeah, this is for me and everyone else. We're not allowed to cover TCU sports. And I said, well, now I have to support TCU. Because Mac got banned. Mac texts me a couple hours later. He's like, people are texting me that you hate me. Like, what did you say? What did you do? I was just joking. And Mac is always down for a great show.
He is.
He just said he had been inundated because his phone blew up throughout the entire day. So the TCU coverage, the place for it.
The only place.
Literally
the only.
It's the only full-time outlet that covers them.
That covers them every day.
Are getting banned for now.
And as they say, I think it's time is a flat circle, is the phrase. TCU Stadium is named Amon G. Carter Stadium. The very man who founded the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. It is. He can write himself.
And the man who hated the city of Dallas, Amon G. Carter.
Yes.
Really?
He wouldn't even do it.
You would think he would be loyal to a Fort Worth product.
He would not even do a meeting in the city of Dallas.
He legitimately, Amon G. Carter used to say, I will not spend dollars in the city of Dallas. Dallas will not get my Fort Worth dollars. That was Amon G. Carter.
And he is like, he is Mr. Fort Worth. They banned his newspaper.
Yeah.
This is shameful.
I wanted Steven Johnson to come on. Steven was willing to come on. I think the paper right now said let's wait on that for a little bit. But I wanted the guy who's the main reporter in all of this and covered the story to come on the show. He was willing to. The paper right now says no.
Yeah, and if Steven is anything like Mac Engel and Nick Harris and other people that I know have worked at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, then I would imagine that. Yeah, he's probably a bit of a bulldog, like a lot of those guys are, and it's like let's let this play out a little bit before you go off on this, Steven. But that was the first thing I thought yesterday. I was like, I don't know how Steven is. TCU's probably lucky this was not Mac or like Nick that was the one who was told that they had reported something incorrect, because both of them would have gone off on him.
So let me ask a couple questions here. Number one, well, the big mix-up on this seems to be TCU and the identification of the victim. My question is, why would the reporter keep the victim's name out of it? What would be the journalistic, ethical responsibility? At first I was like, all right, maybe it's an age thing. All right, these kids are over 18. If Arch Manning got his ass beat in the Longhorns locker room, I would think it was necessary for a reporter who knew about it to say Arch Manning has been hospitalized. He may not even be able to play this season. So the identity protection of the victim in this instance, I think of that for like an underage individual.
Well, I think of it for underage. I also think
which, by the way, by all accounts, Steven Johnson did not do. He didn't even name the kid until the kid came out with his own video, then deleted it.
And that's very easy to track, and that's exactly the timeline.
That makes TCU look really bad if the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, which it appears, did not identify him early.
Right now,
but why would they not have been? Why should they not have identified him to begin with? Is one of my questions.
So, like, if it was somebody who was, let's say, it was not a minor, it was an above age, but it was like something that happens with, like, it was a woman, like a sexual assault, but we don't necessarily always want to put their name out there. Like, they don't want their name out there a lot of times.
For a female and a sexual assault.
For a female and sexual assault. Or if it was somebody who was bringing was bringing down the school, like going to implicate them in some kind of impropriety that would get them banned. Like, you would want to protect them from the vitriol of the student body. It would be pretty easy to figure out who the kid is.
Well, this is if they're saying that he's been threatened when they didn't even break the news, then clearly the implication is if the Star-Telegram would have exposed, there's some level of intensity or disagreement about you getting this guy, or about this guy getting kicked off the team, that they think must be a threat on their campus.
But that's not the paper's. That's not their problem.
They could, but the paper could just approach it as though we won't identify who it is because maybe they recognize there is a threat. That would also speak to them knowing the TCU program well enough to know that kid would be potentially threatened.
There's also a back and forth taking place over the safety, the one who got kicked off and may have the legal ramifications. There's this back and forth that he was targeted and picked on, and it was never dealt with by the coaching staff. It was never de-escalated by any of the powers that be, and the kid finally snapped. So that's another ingredient that's being thrown into this story. Look, in my opinion, this whole thing will be turned around in a week's time or less.
Maybe last
week.
week.
The Fort Worth Star-Telegram will reverse course. They will cave, and Stephen Johnson, who I believe is in Ireland as we speak.
TCU will cave, you mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. TCU will cave. My bad. Let me correct. Let me say it again. TCU will back off. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram's credentials will be reinstated. This whole thing will be over with in 2 weeks max time.
You can get away with this in Stillwater or Ames, right? Manhattan, Kansas, where colleges run the college town, and they run the media, and they run the police department. In Fort Worth, which is the 10th largest city in the United States of America, which is the largest city in the U.S. without a professional sports team.
Yeah.
You can't get away with that in a top 5 market.
Give me the devil's advocate. Play devil's advocate. What would justify TCU here? What are they mad about? Are they mad that the story just got out?
If they were wrong, if they were factually incorrect on some things, which doesn't. But even still, like there have been plenty of media members who have been factually incorrect on something that didn't get their credential revoked.
Right.
You know. But yeah,
that is a pretty serious story.
Sure, absolutely it is. If they were factually incorrect on something. But if this is factual, like facts aren't. I'm sorry, like facts can't get mad at. They're not. If it's factual, it's okay.
Broadus said yesterday, he's like, I don't know about now. He's like, but I know when I worked for Gary Patterson at TCU, Gary Patterson used to hold meetings about like basically entire meetings about how do we cover this up, like controversies he didn't want out. And he's like, so sounds about normal. Calvin Watkins, who's with the Dallas Morning News now, he tweeted yesterday in reply to the story, he said, no more TCU coverage. You ban a media outlet for doing its job. We'll stop covering anything. Any school function? Nope, not doing it. And I wonder if that maybe, you say they get it reinstated, they may get it reinstated. Does the Star-Telegram just go, you know what? No, turnabout's fair play. You're not getting coverage. We're done with this for now.
How good is TCU football supposed to be?
Well, they're 9.5-point favorite against Carolina, and
doesn't sound like they're a good team. Then you should be at least 20.
I am we need to be all over TCU in that game, all over.
Like a TCU DB.
Everyone will play nice and sit back down at the table. I believe max 2 weeks, and the school will back off of this, and cooler heads will prevail. But right now, I was expecting to see a lot of TCU fans. I've only got one in my mentions defend the school, but everyone else has been team media.
This guy will be at that game.
I think he's there. But yeah, he will be covering.
He'll be in the stadium.
I believe so.
He'll be. That game is what, in 48 hours?
Give or take a few hours depending on Ireland time, I guess. I don't know.
All right, so that is the college football kegger for now here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Congrats. We get a lot of calls for the War Room giveaway.
They're still calling in, Sean.
So what happens when you give away the word, Peyton?
Yeah, I tried to call, man. This I was trying to get those tickets. Dang it. Who's the concert? Langley.
Ella Langley.
Ella Langley. And it was like this music station was like, yeah, be the 97th caller. And I was like, dang, it was impossible. No one picked up. So we're making it easier, at least for today, being number 5. Next chance to win and listen, 1 p.m. with the KNC Masterpiece and 5 p.m. with G-Bag. What happened with the Cowboys' final training camp practice at the Ford Center in Frisco? Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joins us next. This is Hurtado.
personal injury lawyers. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is time for Tommy Yarsh, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Choppy, were you, did we used to do a draft show from the back room of, like, Valley Ranch? Did they put us in the back, like the dungeon one year?
Yes, we went. This was day 2 and 3. Or maybe it was just day 2 back then.
Yeah.
But it was, so we did the first round at AT&T, right, outside there or wherever, and then the second rounds, we did it in some little closet.
And that's where it looks like Tommy's joining us right now on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Where are you? Is that a studio?
I'm in my guy Douglas's office, and I'm here because apparently I was told that I sounded like I was 20 feet underwater Tuesday. So that's my bad.
You know what, Tommy? You got a good boss or coworker in Nick Eatman, because we were vibing with Nick yesterday. Nick's been crushing the YouTube numbers for us, and we were getting along so well. He was on fire in his segment, but he took a side swipe at us. He took a shot at us at the end when he goes, I don't know if you guys are going to cut me off here like you did Tommy the other day. And I was like, damn, you're wrong, number one, Nick, but 2, you're loyal. So that was very impressive. Nick Eatman was like, why'd y'all cut Tommy off? And I said, Tommy got to get a good cell phone. You still have to have a good cell phone, even though he's a TV star.
And it's shout out to the great Douglas Barraclaw, who has given you the studio space there. And Barraclaw, who I hit up the other day, I was like, I need an old Broadus read from 10 years ago. Do you have that by chance? And just boom, instantly, 2 minutes later, he's like, here it is, because I needed proof that Brian pronounces salmon like salmon.
He says salmon?
He also calls groin growing.
Listen to this.
Does he?
Listen to him here.
Amazing. Hey, you think I could fit my 7-layer salmon salad in
Come on, man.
I hit Barraclaw up for that. He was Johnny on the spot. 2 minutes later, emailing it to me.
Fit my salmon in
what? My 7-layer salmon salad in the cooler.
Am I growing?
Am I growing?
Tommy Yarsh, brought to you by WinStar. Tommy, let us know what stood out from the final training camp practice yesterday.
Well, there was no 7-layer salmon salad or anything there, but I will say it was another. I think that the offense really responded well these last 2 days. I think there was a stretch there in training camp later on where they kind of struggled to find their footing, but I think they closed out well yesterday. CeeDee Lamb had one of maybe his best practice, I think, so far. He had a slant route in the end zone for a touchdown, in red zone work, I should say. And then a couple plays later, he gets a pass thrown him in the back of the end zone. Deron Bland's covering him, and he kind of tips the ball to himself for a touchdown catch. So always good when, CD said earlier in camp that, hey, this hasn't been my best camp, but I've gotten the most out of it. I think that to see him end that way, I think is obviously a good sign. George Pickens continues to just do what George Pickens does. Jalen Thompson had 2 pass breakups. He had one on Jake Ferguson, one on CD. And then saw Sam Williams get in the backfield once or twice. Von Miller had a pressure. I'm trying to think if I'm forgetting anything else. Dak had a nice throw up the left sideline to Ryan Flanoy, put it right over his shoulders with Caleb Downs covering him. So it was a good day for the offense, really. I think they were the ones that stood out.
Tommy, you play fantasy football?
I do.
Lamb and Pickens are both on the board. Who are you taking first?
I think I'm taking CD still. I think when I think about who I want on my fantasy team, it's just consistency. And I'd say that George Pickens isn't consistent or that he's not going to put up big numbers, but I think CD has been kind of week in, week out. When he's healthy, he's good for double-digit points every time, easy.
Tommy, do you get any sense or any concern? I know this was a question early on. It seemed like everybody put it out of their heads. But the more we've gotten into training camp, there have been some struggles for CD. And, we talked about how Machota a couple weeks ago said, man, there's the thing that does the most numbers on a social media clip is if I post a CD drop in training camp, like if that's on the plate, people lose their minds over it. And Pickens gets all this praise layered on. Do you ever have any concern that does start to become a little more competitive internally rather than something where they're just pushing each other and building each other up? Do you ever worry about that getting into CD's headspace at all?
I don't think so. I think those two are too close at this point for it to really affect them. And if CeeDee Lamb is that concerned about, what folks say about his drops here or there, then that's a separate problem. But I don't think that's the case. I don't see that being an issue now in the future, because I think the two recognize that they work so well off of each other, and they're both individually such elite players that they're going to have their moments. They're going to have the moments where the other shines, and I don't know if it necessarily has to be one more than the other, but I'm not concerned about CeeDee Lamb at all.
Is there something that would, like, he's going to have a lot of grace, right? Because he's been so great for so long. Like, what would be the threshold where it does turn to worry?
In terms of his play overall, or?
Yeah, I mean, however you want to take it, drops, play, yeah.
I think it would take a significant amount for you to really worry. I think we saw some drops from him last year in training camp, and we saw him early in the season. And, he still goes out and has a 1,000-yard year. He makes big plays for you. So I haven't seen anything that, sure, he's had drops in training camp, and it's some maybe uncharacteristic stuff from him, but nothing to the point where I'm looking at myself saying, man, I don't know if CD's going to be CD anymore. I think that he still makes plenty of plays, and he'll continue to make plenty of plays to where I'm just not even close to concerned about that at all.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Saints game tomorrow night, 6 o'clock pregame on The Fan. Who or what is on your Saints watch list?
Well, can they keep it clean? I think you want to see that nothing from the joint practice carries over. A lot of players out here are fighting for their NFL lives in a sense, and you can't let anything from that day boil over if anybody was a part of that. So that's number one. Number two, guys need to play like their jobs are on the line. Like, you need to see top-tier effort, especially from guys who are sitting on that bubble. I think about some of the pass rushers like Sam Williams, Maris Leafau, those kinds of guys that they could make the team, they could not make the team. You could kind of see it both ways. Same with the cornerback room if guys are trying to claw up for that final spot there. Linebacker, running back, so many different positions that you just want to see players take it to another level to show, like, hey, I belong here, I want to be here. And special teams really is where you're going to see a lot of that too. Guys that are, making plays on special teams, because a lot of those bubble spots, that's probably where you're going to primarily play.
Well, who are some of the names in those categories you bring up?
Like I said, Sam Williams, Maris Leafau, Kalen Carson would be one. Phil Maffa on offense. Trying to run through some more. Both the quarterbacks, I think, do they take two or do they take three? I think it depends on how Joe Milton and Sam Howell play.
O-line depth?
I'm trying not to. Yeah, O-line depth, it's a good point.
Hunter
Trevor
Lipke?
Keegan. I think Hunter Lipke's good.
Damn it.
What number did
Trevor
Vaughn get,
Keegan.
by the way? What number? Where are we at on that?
I think that's TBD. That might be a next week decision. I don't know when those numbers need to be finalized.
Tommy Yarsh from DallasCowboys.com here on The Fan. Tommy, you mentioned the red zone stuff earlier, and it feels like every practice we are hearing positive things coming out of the red zone for the offense, even when it's like, it was a little up and down in a joint practice, but man, red zone, they were on top of it. Where do you feel like things stand with the red zone execution for the offense right now heading into the season, your confidence level, and how much of that work that they've clearly focused on and put in that situation, where that progress stands?
I think it's going to be better because they've made so much of an emphasis to improve it. And they weren't awful in the red zone last year, but they weren't good. So I think that really, the red zone has always been so tricky to me because I really do think that sometimes the solution is just figuring it out. I don't know if there's necessarily a specific science or, widespread solution to it other than you got to just figure it out somehow. You got to, see what's working for you and what's not working for you, whether it's running the football more or throwing the ball up to George Pickens and trying to let him make a play. I think that certainly has been one of the solutions that you've seen him make plays there. Camden Brown's been another guy where, you just throw the ball up to him in the corner of the end zone and he seems like he's a player that can come down with it. But I think they've experimented with a bunch of different things in those kinds of settings, and they have found some plays that have worked. So now it's just a matter of looking back on film saying, okay, this is stuff that worked for us, this stuff worked for us, this stuff worked for us. Let's go ahead and put that on the play sheet, get however many plays Brian Schottenheimer's got in that portion of his giant call sheet, and we'll focus on those and see if it works for us on Sundays too.
And watching the practice yesterday, I noticed Overshown flash with some of that patented trademark speed. You caught up with Overshown after practice. What did you guys talk about?
Yeah, I think what he was talking about was that the way Christian Parker has set up and called this defense allows these players to play fast, and you sometimes didn't see that as much last year just because guys are thinking too much, and then you see some of the coverage busts or big plays that get allowed. But he was saying that the way that Parker has structured this, the way that he's sending plays in, and the way that he's explained what guys' responsibilities are, they don't have to think as much, and they can go upfield and make a play. And with guys like Overshown, who, like you said, Sean, have speed as such a big element of their game, that if that translates into the regular season, that's going to be a really big deal, along with, of course, him staying healthy. But if your defense is playing fast, they're not thinking, then you're going to see improvement from what you saw last year. Although I know it's a low bar, but you'll see them play much better if that's the case.
You started in 2024?
Middle of October of 2024, so I'm coming up on 2 years. This will be my third season, technically.
Well, is this by far the best team that you feel like you've covered heading into the season?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Because they didn't have Quinn Williams at the start of last year. They have him now. They didn't have Caleb Downs at the start of last year. They've got him now. So, yeah, I think this is the best team I've covered since I've been here.
They had Eberflus last year, too, and McCarthy the year before that.
The final McCarthy year.
Ooh, that's brutal having to cover old Mike. I was at practice the other day. I'm in the middle of just somebody was asking me a question where Mike McCarthy naturally came up, and Nick Harris is down at the other end of the press box, and he goes, Bobby, no McCarthy. It's been 2 years. Let it go. Let it go. He's like, Bobby needs the McCarthy reminder. He's talking McCarthy again. Shut up. It's 2 years. It's over.
Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh upping up his level with the broadcast setup and the Zoom. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's set you up for our show on the road tomorrow. We'll talk about it with the KNC Masterpiece after this.
As we go.
attorneys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece to finish up the very busy Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. 105.3 The Fan. You look like you're in a good mood.
I am in a good mood, except I let down Bobby in our Jesus podcast because we didn't talk about some of the stuff that he wanted us to talk about. So
I haven't listened to it yet, but he told me he hadn't mentioned it.
Were you too New Testament based instead of he wanted the old?
You can't be too New Testament based in evangelical Christianity. That's the whole point.
True.
Wow.
Who would you have on as a guest? You have to pick one first between Bobby or Bassick.
Ooh.
We talking football or baseball?
Probably Bassick.
We're talking Jesus.
To set the groundwork.
Because of the star power is what it is. It's
I don't know. The rise of Bobby Belt's pretty
How did you lean on God after you gave up that Bonds homer? How did you not just
Bassick will play along, Bobby. You will just go scorched earth straight away. And I'll be like, all right, my next guest I'm going to bring on is going to be a little bit more controversial and in your face.
Here's why Bill Maher was right about Mitt Romney.
Bassick is the safer start than Bob?
I think so. In this particular category and instance, I believe so.
On that particular subject you just discussed? Okay, forget that. This is just a generic Jesus podcast episode.
I'm still going with Mike because Mike will play along. And
I'm going to get too serious when we get into eschatology.
No, I don't think
you don't like my Calvinist takes.
If you don't like what he says, then you'll just turn your mic off and sit there.
Dang Wesleyan.
Is it an
I just don't think they'll be ready for the things you might randomly throw out. And I'm like,
look, we're going to go over each of the 5 points of Calvinism. We're going to get into pre, mid, or post-tribulation rapture. It's going to be good.
Really controversial.
Which one do you pre, mid, or post?
I don't.
Is Chiafalo an easy one seed if I enter him into the mix?
Yes. I think I would go. You know that video he's referencing, right?
Yes, I do.
Does that exist anywhere except in your phone? Besides in your phone?
No, I don't think so.
So then Chiafalo, Bassick, Bobby.
I think so. And I'm not saying that's level of quality of discourse.
You know what also exists in my phone? That clip of Mike that got our YouTube video taken down one time.
How?
Because I recorded it immediately after.
Why can't it be Eric?
Eric's an Italian who's not a Catholic. I got a big problem with that.
But it's not a Catholic podcast.
No, but he's not a Catholic.
Right, which is why we're talking about his non-Catholic podcast.
What if he was driven away from
I'm not saying I have a problem with that. What?
By the priest.
That doesn't matter.
What do you mean that doesn't matter?
Look, I'm old school Catholic. I don't believe in conversion. You just are. You're born into religion. You're born into it.
There was a whole schism over this.
A schism?
There's a whole schism.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, I believe religion is something you're born into. That's my hot take.
Don't ever.
That is a hot take.
I don't believe you can convert. You're born into it.
So it's semantical then.
I don't even know what
That's
that
my
means.
new favorite thing to say.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we just changed the run sheet at the last second. But
I told you what it was going to be.
We do dive in from the final Cowboys practice.
For the love of God, do your effing job.
We try to battle our own inner turmoils of Gavin Dawson's hot take that he was just doing for engagement and clicks. Obviously,
what time's that for? What time's that?
10:20. We'll have the
see you in Oxnard.
We'll have a conversation
we talked about it with him in Cross.
Yeah, we did talk about it with him in Cross yesterday. But we'll talk a little more about the final practice notes and some of those things at 10:20. And then from Texas to A&M, Tech, SMU, TCU, Baylor, all those colleges, we've got the state's college football questions and answers at noon today. Also, we have a giveaway going on today, guys. I don't know if y'all heard about this. Yeah, we got a giveaway going on in the 1 o'clock hour. We will be giving away the Dr. Pepper package and the opportunity to be in the war room with our word, which... Do we know what our word is?
Yes.
Anybody know what it is? Can we say it now?
I'll leave that up to
We're
you.
supposed to
Alex says yes.
after we do our giveaway, we're supposed to start promoting G-Bags.
Right.
So
So then yes.
What's the word?
Check your email.
Oh man.
What? Pecorino?
I see.
Pecorino is a player.
Hockey
player.
That's a unique word.
Oh, check your email.
That is a unique word.
Pecorini is
You know what? You all
player.
should save it for the start of your show to get the tune in.
Oh, okay.
For everyone that wants to go ahead.
I will tell you it is a unique word. So be ready at 10 o'clock.
All right.
Unique.
Okay. And then tomorrow we're going to have another chance to win as well. If, like, you know how when you go on a vacation, like an Airbnb house, everyone rushes in on the MTV shows and they pick the best room. How do you guys divvy up where you would want to sit in the war room? Is the person who wins by being the 5th or 10th caller have to sit in the Jerry spot? And what's the second or third best spot? Like, does it have to be at the end of the table?
Kevin asked this yesterday. If you're the winner, should your league take your buy-in? And if that's the case, do you get to pick where you want to sit?
Yes,
or
you should get to pick. You should get both.
I would sit in the Jerry seat because then I could just like hang out and not really do anything.
Yeah, see, whoever gets there first gets to choose their spot, right? Like that's usually how it is. So I would say that whoever. But you're right. If they all go in at the same time.
No, if whoever makes the call and talks to Alec to win it, you get first dibs.
Yeah,
you should get first choice.
I think you're right.
Right?
Yeah, you get to set up the fellas. You know.
All right, let's set you up for tomorrow. Sometime this afternoon, we will be driving to Tarleton State University.
Yes, we will.
It sounds like it's going to be a happening.
It's going to be popping.
It is.
I'm ready for your apology tomorrow when you get recognized nonstop.
How many people are going to show up? Let's set an over-under for apology.
I will set the over-under at...
We'll give away all the shirts.
200,000.
We'll give away all the shirts? Mm-hmm. Okay, I would apologize if we easily give away the 100 shirts.
I would say there's going to be over-under is about 199 people.
200 people
I
from
don't know if
6
that's
to
the
10
number,
on a college campus. These kids are going to wake up.
College kids wake up so
You guys
early
are
now, man.
idiots.
It's like you don't even
Yeah, no, he's right. My kid made all of his classes at like 8 a.m. Why are they stupid? Why don't they understand?
Yeah.
You set your classes after 11. That's how you do it. You get the 11 to 2 o'clock window, and then that's it for college.
When college game day came to Knoxville every time, Saturday morning, 9 a.m., I was there.
Wow, this is so comparable.
I was there.
To game day.
I know, it's bigger.
I care more about this.
I'm telling you, we're big in Stephenville.
I am impressed by Byron and the school. They seem to do everything first class.
Yeah, they're awesome.
We're getting picked up for a dinner tonight.
Yeah, they got a car from a car dealership just for this.
Okay.
In Oxnard, no less.
What color is this
Good
car?
reference, though. It's a very good reference. And hey, we're driving it now. Okay, we're driving it.
Good for you.
You driving it to Tarleton?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, but it's on the road.
Are you pumped up, Sean?
I'm nervous.
About
what?
the turnout?
Yeah, I don't like doing these types of things. I don't like being set up for to feel like it could be a little embarrassing. Not worth it for the school. So we got to deliver for the school now.
But
they're going all out of their way. They're hyping this up, and 15 people show up. I'm gonna be like, we're never gonna do this again. We're the luxury club level Memorial Stadium. The fact that they're first 100 people to show up get a free Texans Tolo t-shirt. I'm like 100.
Yeah,
that's a lot of pressure.
Plowboys are going to be there. The Pooh's going to be there too.
The what?
Those will be gone by no later than 8 o'clock.
The shirts?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, text in
the Plowboys.
Text in right now and tell us if you have a family member at Tarleton. I know the numbers are insane because we get texts all the time. We will get dozens.
It's 2.5 hours away.
I know that's where a lot of kids end up going. It is one of the big, if you are FFA or anything like that, that is one of the big schools out there for doing agriculture stuff.
Then you think these freshmen and sophomore listen to sports talk radio?
Heck yeah.
I have a question about that in my mind. So, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I'm a little bit worried. I am. I know you guys.
682. Sean's going to have to apologize to Bobby. 214. You're going to be eating your words, Sean.
100.
This is what they're saying.
100 t-shirts
by 8 o'clock.
I hope they all show up. I hope they all show up and make you guys feel like kings. I hope that's the thing for y'all.
Well, I guess we're going to be treated like kings tonight.
And it could be people in town that show up too, not necessarily college kids.
Right. Sure. Yes.
903. Sean was predestined to be wrong. Get it, Calvin? It's a Calvin reference.
What about the ladies?
I don't know if somebody did text that in. I kind of think
did.
you just
903.
Okay. Corey, do you think we should just go out there and do our show out there too now?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Friday.
That's
Friday football feast.
Yeah,
oh man, yeah, we should. Yeah, we should
people
get that
from
one.
Weatherford might show up. That's not far. It's not far from Weatherford.
There's a lot of elite. I'm serious. I ran into 3 Alito
yeah.
grads last game who listen to us in Alito every day.
Yeah, and that's only about 45 minutes from Alito.
I'm going to need you to start being a little bit better about looking at your phone within segments. Otherwise, I'm not going to participate.
I'm sorry.
The opening segment topic anymore. I know Alec is on it. I know Alec's not talking as much as you guys. I can rely on Corey probably second. But yesterday, when you guys were saying what the woman duties were in the household, and I texted in, I was very upset that Kevin did not.
Said trash is the man's job.
Yeah, man is supposed to take out the trash, and then.
Whoops.
Kevin said, and then Kevin said, all right, well, is she supposed to refill the toilet paper when it's empty? And I said, no, that's last person.
That's last person.
But why isn't trash last person then?
Because it's just it's a guy thing to do. You know, like I don't let my wife go and get her. I don't let her go to the shop and get the oil changed. Make your oil change joke. But you know, I need to take her car. Probably do that unless like I'm totally out of pocket. Unless it's an emergency, I gotta take it to the garage to the shop.
Are you afraid they'll like say, "Oh, you got all these other issues with your car," or that's just like the chivalrous?
Chivalrous thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the one idiot that would get taken advantage of. Not at Ben's tire though.
Man, I do a lot of the outdoor work. I do the lawn,
you make her pick all the weeds, don't you?
That's woman's work. Okay.
What?
But, yeah. I do water the flowers, though. I do take care of the flowers.
That sounds like
we have
women's work.
vincas. We have vincas.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
You got to fertilize that stuff,
so
right?
So you take care of the flowers, but determine that the weeds are women work?
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely.
Because it's more effort.
Yeah.
His job
she's
is to
better.
fertilize.
She's
Hers
better
to
at
keep it
pulling
clean.
things than I am. But you know, the trash.
That's the guy's supposed to take out a trash.
It is, but I also feel like the guy is like it's a contest for how long it could pile up.
Yeah.
And how many things you could just kind of.
It's the smell, man. Sometimes you don't have a choice.
It's like
fruit fly.
We eat a lot of fish.
The beer can pyramid at the pool. You're just trying to see how many beer cans you can stack up before the night's over.
What if like your wife, significant other, whatever, produces 5 to 8 times as much trash as you do?
You got to take it out.
Okay.
The fan text is just blowing up. Me and 9 other people are going to be there in the morning, says 469. From Cleburne, went to Tarleton. They're going to show up, believe me. West of Fort Worth, y'all are huge. There's a whole lot of talk here. Somebody else says they're coming from Alvoyd, which is where my mom lived for a little while. I don't think it's my mom.
She said a little while.
It could be. It's been a while, yeah.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning, hopefully.
Oh, my gosh. There's a lot of text.
We're going to promote it all day, Sean.
Let's go.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
By 8 o'clock, all gone.
After 10 people are there, this will
If
be
we
one
give
and
out
done.
100 shirts, Sean will do all the woman's work at home for a week.
Tarleton State University.
All right, let's go.
Tomorrow morning with the fan. Enjoy. Put down the towel, Bobby. KNC is next.
all riled
There
up.
are bad people on both sides.
Mm-hmm. So I was like, you can't control the weather, son.
Yet.
And I said, control the things you can control. And he was like, okay. And then he pouted the whole way home, and I was like, oh my gosh. And then finally, something happened, and he livened back up. So here we are with a new day today, Kevin. And a word.
Ooh, okay, we're going to get to the word in just 1 second, but I remember I was at a high school baseball playoff game that got stopped for rain and lightning, and everyone tried to crowd into the press box, and it was one of those stadiums where all of the bleachers were metal, and the entirety of the press box was metal, and there's all those electronics up there too, and I was like, I don't know if this is the best idea. Like, if
got to be grounded though, right? Something's got to be grounded.
I hope so.
The metal bleachers are on the ground, therefore it's grounded. Isn't that how it works out?
I don't know.
I think so.
Okay.
How does grounding work?
That's a good. I mean, I'm sure we have lots of physicists and electricians who listen.
Yeah. You're right. If you're a physicist,
we're huge in the
physics department.
I was going to say in the service industry as well, but the physics department's fine.
Yeah, if you're in one of them, let us know. Because here's what they told me, Kevin, a long time ago. I was getting one of those satellite dishes or something, and they were like, "Hey, this is the one spot we can put this dish that it's going to like shoot through those trees to the satellite. However, we have to ground that thing, and we're going to need to like drive a copper stake into the ground and then run a thing up. So that means it's just grounded. So there you go. If it's touching the ground, it's grounded."
Yeah, and there was a time with that satellite dish where either it felt like you're perfect, we can't do it, or we can if we put 16 miles of cable throughout your house and your walls, and we'll need to make holes here, here, and here.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like,
so many
wow.
holes.
Okay.
Yeah. So everything's good. This person says, nope, started over. I need to know a man from Corey. Oh man. We got that going. Somebody said, as a Rangers fan, Kevin, not doing too great today. Somebody also said 6 foot rod driven into the ground. So there you go.
Okay.
Got to drive
it. All right. Doing great from the 214. Thanks for asking, Kevin. Take a load off. Absolutely. I will work on that. And then I don't know, from the 469, you just took over Kevin's story. He was going to tell he's pissed. I'm not.
I'm sorry. What
I don't know.
Was
it about the press box? That's fine.
Okay, what happened in the press box?
I already told you that story. No, we're all fine. Yeah, and I was in it.
But you were concerned.
Yeah, exactly.
And there was a wasp outside?
No, that was a different press box.
Kevin.
Just like that one time, it was in the press box at the softball game. I'm not going to say which school just in case, but the pitcher, she was a really good hitter as well, but she was a heftier gal, and her dad ran the PA, and so there's another press guy sitting next to me.
His name is Sad Guy.
That is true.
That's what we called him.
That is true. He's so nice,
He's still
but
with us?
he's so sad. He is.
All right.
And he didn't know that, and she legged out a single, and he goes, man, for a big gal, that chick can really move. And I
was sitting right next to you.
Had to just cover up my mouth, and I was like,
I don't know why both of us were at the game either. I think it was
maybe all our other teams were out.
Yeah, I think they were against each other.
But yeah, so we called him Sad Guy too, Alec, because he was so nice, but like he would just say the most depressing things out of nowhere.
I got a new bicycle today. But as soon as I got onto it, the tires went flat, and then my mom died. And you're like, what? How do you go from that to that, dude? I used to roller skate, but then I went over the edge at a cliff one day and broke all my legs.
I was at a game once, and I took a phone call because Brandon was younger and he was sick, and he was like, oh, everything okay? And I was like, yeah. And I just explained to him, and he goes, oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad he's going to be okay. And he goes, I never had kids.
Oh, my gosh!
And he goes, never even got particularly close. And I was like, well, what does that mean?
Wow.
Because you can make a few different arguments on that front.
Yeah.
Anyways.
That was Sad Guy.
My point is, Sad Guy has been manifested via the Texas Rangers.
Yep.
Because that is just what they have been doing. Go ahead and, you know what? Let's do cut number 2. I could pick a few of them, but go ahead and give me cut number 2.
3-2. Swinging Doyle unloads on one to deep left center. Langford chasing after it at the wall, and that one's out of here.
That's what it felt like all night.
Play the beginning one more time and tell me how many milliseconds into this call you can tell that it's going bad for the Rangers.
3-2. Swinging Doyle unloads on one to deep left center. Langford chasing after it at the wall, and that one's out of here.
Immediately.
It's the Langford. You can hear it in the moment that he says Langford chasing after it.
Yeah.
He almost gets depressed in the middle of it, and then realizes he can't do that on radio.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't do that this early, but like you can play. If you can't isolate that part where Langford. Hold on. Is there something happening?
No.
Can you play it again?
3-2. Swinging Doyle unloads on one to deep left center. Langford chasing after it at the wall, and that one's out of here.
Chasing after it. Actually, it might be the unloads part. The unloads part may have been the moment, too. But yeah, Kevin, things went bad last night. Very bad.
It really
I blame
did.
you.
What? What did I do?
The other day, somebody texted in, and they were like, look at this schedule. Look at how brutal this schedule is.
And it's not.
You got to play the White Sox.
Who aren't very good.
And the Brewers.
They are very
and
good.
And the Mariners.
They suck. But they might still win this division.
And Kevin said, that doesn't matter. It's the Rangers we're talking about here, guys.
Untrue.
And then, since you said that, we're now 1-2.
What I said was the White Sox aren't very good. And guess what? The White Sox aren't very good. They're fine, but they're not very good. Well, the Rangers just lost a series to them, which means...
Season's over.
No, not the season's over.
What did you want me to say?
It means the Rangers. Yeah, it means the Rangers aren't very good.
Yeah, that was a tough one last night. I mean, I loved the Jock Peterson home run. It was gorgeous. That was an amazing. And I was like, okay, we can do this. And it just continued to fall apart after that, Kevin.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, I don't really know if anybody wants to win this division. At 5-5 over their last 10, including on a current 2-game losing streak, the Rangers have still picked up 2 games on the division-leading Astros in that run because they're 3-7, and they also have a losing record. And right now, the AL West is on pace to represent the worst playoff team, let alone worst division winner in the history of baseball. So that's the good news. Nobody seems to want to win this division. Here's the bad news. What the hell are the Rangers doing on the bases? So let's go to, well, there's lots of places to choose from. I guess we'll go ahead and go to the first inning. You get 2 walks. Both players are out on the base paths. One via pickoff, one via stealing. So that's not good. All right. Well, at least that's as bad as it got.
When it comes to the stealing part, and we asked Skip about the Jake Burger triple leg out the other day, and he's like, I want guys to be aggressive. Like he wants them to be aggressive. That's going to come with it. Getting picked off though cannot. That cannot happen.
Yeah, it was embarrassing, but that was kind of a theme at key points in the game last night. The Rangers, in one 4-inning span, had at least 2 at-bats with runners in scoring position for 4 straight innings. They did not advance a single runner. Not even not score, not advance. They had 4 strikeouts, 3 pop-ups, and a fly ball. And that all leads to this by the end of the game.
Gross.
Why? Yes. Why did you lose this game? And realistically, why did you lose the series? Last night, the White Sox, they were spectacular with runners in scoring position. 7 for 11. The Rangers, 2 for 14.
This has been their season.
For sure.
Getting runners on and just saying we can't capitalize for whatever reason, whether it's, hey, I don't know how to get the runner over. That was something Boach talked about last year, too. There's so many different ways to get a runner over.
Yes.
Rather than just hitting a home run or bunting. Why don't we do that? Why are we not more effective in situational baseball? And I don't know if it's because they aren't an intelligent enough team or they're not capable enough at the plate, or baseball's just really hard for some people?
I think I'm inclined to go with the second one. They're just not good at the plate, but I would certainly listen to any other thoughts about what else it could be, because now you can't just say they've had a rough run against the division on the road. This is now 6 straight road series losses for the Rangers. And I want to go back to a whole nother other thing about how they're not converting, because that has been the maddening thing about this team. Not all games, but a lot of games. They will get the runners on base. They will have their shot and just not carry through on it. I know Skip said a couple of times, you have to at least get the chances. And he's right. You do have to at least get the chances. But if you don't do anything with it, what the hell is the difference? So Jared had this stat. The starter for the White Sox, Sean Burke, he got up to the point where he'd walk 7 batters. The last pitcher to walk 7 batters against the Rangers was Yu Darvish in 2019 with the Cubs. So it had been 7 years since you'd seen that. That 7th batter that he walked was to lead off the 4th inning. And guess what? Then he walked another person. And so that was 8 walks and 2 straight to lead off the 4th inning. How many runs did the Rangers score in that inning? 0. Sean Burke ended up pitching 3 innings and giving up 8 walks. He gave up 2 runs.
Yeah, you have to capitalize more in those moments, for sure. Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And then when you're not getting the best start out of Mackenzie Gore, it just compounds it all together.
Yeah, Mackenzie Gore gave up 4 straight hits to start the 2nd inning. But
I think I flipped over. I'd been doing some stuff, and I flipped over and just was watching that happen, and I was like, oh my gosh. How is Mackenzie Gore already struggling this much again? After it felt like he had kind of found his place a little bit, and then they're like, "What are we doing here, dude?" I felt like he was going to go on a bit of a tear, Kevin.
Yeah,
I did. And then you have a night like that.
From the 817, I don't remember this, but I will take your word for it. To begin the year, if anyone said this would be the worst division in history of baseball, that would have been a hot take, huh? Sorry, I thought they did say that. Yeah, it would have. But here we are. You are, look, the worst record in the 162-game run for a playoff team was 82-80. You, right now, if you finish 500, I think you win this division.
I think, Kevin, before the season, we were asking the people around that we knew, is this a winnable division?
Right.
Knowing what the Rangers were.
Sure.
Like, I honestly can't tell you I thought or knew they were going to be this, what I feel, poor at the plate again. But knowing what they were, we were like, is it a winnable division? And everybody said yes.
Yeah.
Because the division just was, like, the Mariners were a wild card. You were kind of like a question mark on would they do what they did again. And you kept saying no.
Man,
because they're the
not.
Mariners and they're stupid.
Yeah.
And then we were like, but the Astros, like, they should be down. Like, this is still a winnable division. It's so weird how what we thought at the beginning of the season is almost exactly what it is, even though the Rangers haven't been good.
Yeah, if you told me the division's not going to be that great, I'd be like, oh, yeah, okay. If you said it's going to be the worst division.
Historically bad?
Yeah, in the history of baseball, I'd be like, all right, well, let's calm down just a little bit.
Yeah.
Guess what? Here we are. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
1 series win, and we're back in it, dude.
You know what?
That would be a unique position for us.
That would be unique, because the secret word of the day is unique for the KNC Masterpiece. I guess I should say for our show. The word is unique. We will do that giveaway.
That's the word.
In the 1 p.m. hour. The word is unique. Coming up next, some Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day right here on The Fan.
When it comes to Rangers news,
817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jones underneath, off the hands, and Jalen Thompson has the interception. And Daniel Jones chases him out of bounds.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for some Dallas Cowboys news, questions, and apparently tweets of the day. I take you to the Corey Majors tweet desk for more.
Man,
I was going to say deck. I got nervous.
We saw it starting yesterday, I believe, when everybody was going at Dawson here. And then we talked a little bit with him yesterday during crosstalk about it. And then this morning, he hopped on Sean and RJ's show to have even more discussion about Caleb Downs. And that being said, there are a lot of smart and intelligent things he says about this that could be realistic.
I agree. But then I feel like some of the tweets include more inflammatory language.
You know how you make that face that irritates people?
That's just my face, yeah. This is the story of my life. If I could tell you, like when Bobby thought I rolled my eyes, if I could tell you how many times my voice and inflection or face have gotten me in trouble, a lot.
So Gavin Dawson is it tripling down at this point?
I think so.
And
well, let's see. It depends on what he says.
You're not going to like it, y'all. Gavin Dawson said he was billed as a nickel who could cover in the slot and tackle as a linebacker. Want to be scouts? I whooped you in year one. Cope harder. Damn, dude. You know what? Here's the other thing.
So we're not really looking for common ground, right?
No, he doesn't sound like he is. He's just like, look, and I know if he feels like he's wrong, that dude is more than happy to eat crow. He absolutely is.
Yeah.
Then he'll also tell you why you're wrong about him having to eat crow. I've listened to Gavin Dawson before I got to this station, and I've always been entertained. But Kevin, remember when we were in Arizona and we were in the truck going to dinner? I think we were going to, was it Malnati's?
Oh yeah,
and
fake Lou Malnati.
we were discussing, Alec, if I was not on radio or in a public forum, I would not be on social media. I would go off grid. I don't need that. Give me a cabin by a river, and
that
and I'm
sounds
fine.
nice.
And I think you were saying, I don't know. Like everybody was kind of discussing it, and Dawson goes, "Man, I wouldn't. I'd absolutely stay on it. It's too entertaining." He loves that stuff. So,
he does.
But I think there are some logical things that people fear about this. Mine is not what Caleb Downs is going to be. Mine is he's going to be a play wrecker, and he's going to be a play wrecker in the middle of the field where most of things happen. Also, you built a better team around him. I don't think you're going to.
Sure.
So like Jalen Thompson, better safety than you've had. I think your cornerback play is going to be pretty good. I think your defense up front is better than you have talent at spots around this defense that you need. You can't just rely on the one dude. But what he's going to do is he's going to be the great communicator in that middle, and he's going to provide really. I don't think there's going to be a moment where they go, "We're picking on Caleb Downs today."
Right.
And he feels that's based on what I see him tweeting. He thinks that they're going to go, "Well, that's the weak link on this team. Attack him."
Yeah. And look, it just depends too on what you think the expectation level was. Like somebody just said,
good point.
I don't think he's going to be a perennial All-Pro or Hall of Famer, which is fair. That is a ridiculously high expectation to put on somebody, but I think a lot of Cowboys fans already have that. I think he'll be a very good player. I don't think he'll ever be a top 3 safety in the league, and I am not kidding about this. Don't you think right now there is a section of Cowboys fans, maybe a big section of Cowboys fans, that if he's not consistently a top 3 safety in the league, they will view him as a failure?
Yes.
I'm not saying that is fair at all.
Yeah, no, and quite honestly, the way that people have talked about Chris Long is like, hey, or Jake Long, one of the Long boys. He's like, he is the only person out of this draft class that's a Ring of Honor guy. And he's not talking about the Cowboys draft class. He's talking about the entire draft class that he would put in that Ring of Honor type situation. People were already saying before he was drafted, put a yellow jacket on this guy. Go ahead and do it now. So, yeah, I do see that there's going to be a contingent of people that are like, you sold me this. And he is not quite that. So I still feel like he's going to be a fantastic player.
Right.
But you're right. There are going to be people that are like, where are the 15 All-Pros?
Well, let's talk about another safety, pseudo safety / sometimes slot corner. Jalen Thompson. Jalen Thompson had 2 pass breakups in the span of 3 plays yesterday in the final practice, one against Jake Ferguson, the other one against CeeDee Lamb. And I always think it feels like a positive thing if you can get a pass breakup against CeeDee Lamb. Per Joseph Hoyt, Jayshon Barham probably would have had multiple sacks on pressures last night. Last practice of the Star, last official practice in what you consider the training camp window, though we'll see more leading into the regular season.
Can I go back to Thompson real quick?
For sure.
Alec, how proud are you right now?
Very.
Okay, I just wanted to give Alec that opportunity to shine. That is friend of the family, Jalen Thompson.
Fact. That's right.
But he's turning out to be. This is very early, but I think you're starting to see what he's going to be capable of in this defense. We talked about what we saw, talked about what we feel like Christian Parker's idea is, and the marriage that's going to happen there. It looks really good. The Barham news just continues to get me more and more excited.
It comes along with a question. Jayshon Barham will start games. Do you think Jayshon Barham will start games at middle linebacker for the Cowboys this season?
If he's the better player, yes.
What do you? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know why you would not put the best player on the field. I think he's becoming that. I think you're still going to deal with rookie moments.
Absolutely.
But this dude seems to have the desire to want to be great. He said that. So I think that at some point you're going to be like, well, we've envisioned this. It's come to fruition. We got to get him on the field as often as we can. I mean, the fact that he was getting first-team reps last night shows you how they feel about him. Him and Revel both getting first-team reps last night shows you what they do feel about this guy.
Now, I thought the final play of training camp was really interesting. So Joe Milton steps up, escapes out of pressure, to the left, finds Anthony Smith for a touchdown. The reason why I think this is really interesting is because these are guys who I think have gone in different directions per expectations via training camp. Because once Sam Howell got here, it felt like, all right, he's the favorite to take the backup spot. But right now, it sure does feel like Joe Milton is the favorite for the backup spot.
Was it Will McClay that said we brought in competition and it pissed him off?
Yeah. And it's worked out well.
Yeah, smart idea.
And then you have Anthony Smith, who I'm not saying he had a bad camp, but he was everyone's darling. Him and Trigg at the beginning of training camp, and then Camden Brown took off, and then Jonathan Mingo reemerged, and now I don't see any way that Anthony Smith makes this beginning roster.
Was he everybody's darling or mine?
I think he was a lot of people.
Oh, he was? Okay.
There was a lot of people.
I thought I was taking credit for that. Okay. No, I really did. I thought I was kind of alone on that.
No, damn it. Him and Trigg, a lot of people gravitated towards.
Okay, well, when it came, Anthony Smith didn't do what I expected of him, and that was to really show out, and maybe he's not prepared for this moment. Cam Brown definitely looked like he was prepared for this, and I like it.
Now, speaking of Cam Brown, I don't know if you care whatsoever, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know he's second in the preseason in receiving yards, behind only Jalen Brooks for Arizona? Do you care even 1% that he leads the preseason in yards receiving, if that were to come to fruition?
I do.
Ooh, great. That will make my next stat more relevant.
Because that means he should make the team, and he actually showed up whenever called upon.
Okay. To go along with that, Joe Milton leads the league in preseason stats with 3 passing touchdowns and a 142.9 passer rating. Same logic?
Same logic in that he should make the team, yes.
Right.
For Joe Milton, though, I think more importantly, it was what you saw from the play, not just the numbers.
The touch on some of the passes, I do think has been...
The touch, the reads.
Yeah.
The playing quarterback rather than playing a dude who can run around and an athlete back there. He played quarterback. Alec, I want to look a little more into what he did this offseason because I got a little hint on something, on some people he may have been working with. I'm interested in talking to them. But yeah, I think that he did some work this offseason. Maybe it was because he was ticked off. But Kevin, I think more than the numbers, watching the guy play absolutely told you it's a different dude this year. More comfortable for sure.
Now I've got a question for both of y'all. On the roster right now, how many Dallas Cowboys have made at least one Pro Bowl? Doesn't have to be with the Cowboys. How many former Pro Bowlers, in honor of that thing being put down, are on the Cowboys roster?
6.
Alec?
Oh, I think it might be a little bit more. Give me 9.
12.
It's even higher than that. It is 13.
48. Oh.
That would be amazing.
That would be pretty cool. That's a stacked roster.
I do feel like that's all the Cowboys would tell us. Like, we got nothing but Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
So
and you're like, but hold on, it's a 53-man roster. And they're like, all right, so we're a few short.
Yeah. We'll go Phillip Rivers. Come on down. So it's George Pickens, Rashawn, and this will be important to listen to the list. George Pickens, Rashawn Gary, Deron Bland, Jake Ferguson, Brian Anger, Kavontae Turpin, Tyler Smith, Kenny Clark, Brandon Aubrey, Quinnen Williams, Dak, CD, and Von Miller.
Steve DeBerg.
Not Steve DeBerg. Who do you think is the most likely first-time Pro Bowler on the roster right now?
As the Pro Bowl sits, with the new, they're just going to name
still be
you.
honored. They will still be honored, they said.
But what's good, so it's 88, right? And they're not, they won't have replacements. I think that's been a factor, Kevin, in so many times where you're like, Jalen Smith?
Yeah, because, think about it. The last Pro Bowl quarterback ever is Shedeur Sanders. So, like, what are we doing here?
This is...
Because I wonder, do you think Overshone, Downs, Barham? Hey, Caleb. Okay. Alec, is that your... I mean, that was an excellent time to play that, but is that your vote?
I think so. If we're going first-timers, I think the hype alone... That's the good thing about the hype, right? You're going to get a lot of attention. If he even plays decent in his first year, he's going to be a Pro Bowler.
I'm going to give it to the friend of the family.
Jalen Thompson. I like that answer.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that answer quite a bit.
Yeah, I can't believe you hated on him so hard that you wouldn't even bring his name up.
I started this campaign.
It's a fair point. That is a very fair point. All right, I'm going to go out on a limb.
That's a very unique idea.
Indeed. And go with DeMarvion Overshone.
What? He's getting replaced. You said it earlier. You were like, when you asked the question because you believe it.
I think they're going to find a way to work those two in cooperation.
That's why you ask NFL
and I think
overreaction.
It's going to be amazing. Hey, those are not always my opinion-based questions.
Dude,
sometimes they definitely are.
I am fascinated at the trio of linebackers they have there. Because, Kevin, there might be some opportunities also to get all three of those dudes on the field at the same time.
So, with that in mind, I like the fact that you have pushed both the player and the concept of D. Winters to go harder. Because when you made the trade for D. Winters, you were like, well, it kind of sucks that you're in a position where San Francisco's like, we didn't even need that guy, and you desperately need him. And hopefully now you'll be in a position where you're like, hey, man, you got to fight for playing time. You really, really do. And I think that is an absolute positive for this roster. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The word of the day is unique. What will happen? Continue to listen or spread the word. Make sure everyone continues to listen. And in the 1 o'clock hour, you will get your opportunity to call in to win that Dr. Pepper prize pack and be one of the 6 finalists for the Fantasy Football Extravaganza.
I have a little breaking show news, Kevin.
Oh.
Just got a text. And it looks like the negotiations have come through. This year, during football season, Babe Laufenberg will be joining the KNC Masterpiece.
Oh, yes!
You just got to figure out the time on Fridays.
And we're going to tell him he needs to watch his language.
Yeah.
I saw that tweet.
Yeah.
That tweet was spectacular.
Yes, it was.
And that guy
Salute, sir.
said that was an idiot. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets. A new MVP favorite, and Schwarber hits a momentous mark. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, your chance to win the ultimate fantasy draft at the Star, brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Plus
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2-2. Swing and a fly ball out toward right field. Going back is Ward. Back to the wall. The first to 40. Kyle Schwarber, a 3-run home run. And the Phillies have busted this baby open here in the second inning. It is 6-0 Phils.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's fire up some baseball nuggets. And we will start with one Kyle Schwarber, who reached 40 home runs. He has 4 40 home run seasons, which is tied with Ryan Howard for the most in franchise history. Howard accomplished the feat in 4 straight seasons from 06 to 09. Also, Kyle Schwarber, I believe, is one of only 3 active players who have 4 40 home run seasons.
Okay. Holy smokes!
See, he knows. With the other ones being Shohei and Aaron Judge.
What about Mark McGwire?
He is not an active player.
You're saying he's not active anymore?
I don't know. He's not an active Major League Baseball player. I will. All
right.
I will revise.
Fair enough, Kevin.
For that. Now, let's go from that to the Cincinnati Reds. They trailed last night 9-3 going into the 9th inning. At which point, they sent 11 men to the plate, scored 7 runs, and they were victorious 10-9. It was the Reds' 3rd ever victory when trailing by 6 or more runs going into the 9th inning. Their first since 1958 against the Cubs, and they also did so in 1918 against St. Louis. So, big-time win for the Reds right there. Let's go to the best players by age in Major League Baseball. So, MLB.com did a really interesting study of the best player at each age, going from Connor Griffin being the best player at 20 all the way to Justin Verlander being the best player at 43.
Are there any other 43-year-olds?
It does not say any others, but I will tell you this.
Sometimes being the only one is a big deal.
They had no votes for 40 or 42.
Oh.
They were like, nobody exists that is either that age or good at baseball.
Interesting.
So for the age of 38, Jacob deGrom wins for the Texas Rangers. The runners-up were Paul Goldschmidt and Aroldis Chapman. No other Ranger is named on this list or even selected as an honorable mention.
What did Aroldis Chapman just do? He just got another save season of a certain number, his 10th. And there's only like 4 dudes that have done that are in that category that have had 10 seasons of as many saves as he's had.
Is it 30 saves?
30 saves. And only 4 guys have ever done that. I think that's pretty awesome.
Sure.
Would you say
yes,
Chapman or DeGrom?
I think.
Yeah, I know that Chapman has some off-field stuff that's followed him, but that dude has been on championship teams.
Yeah, and he's having a good season. So I think at this particular point in time, I would go Chapman, but earlier in the season, I would have gone DeGrom. But right now, that's where we are.
And for most of the careers, you say he's one of the most dynamic dudes, but then you look at Chapman, you're like, look at how dynamic that guy is.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's really weird because it looked like he was like kind of done. If you look at
Chapman?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you look going back to 2022, it looked like he was kind of done. Then he picked it back up with the Royals. Obviously, then he came to the Rangers. And even then, I did not think he was that great for the Rangers. But then you'd get the final result, and you're like, I guess we more or less got what we needed. But it was the Aroldis Chapman experience.
Yeah.
So
it was a roller coaster, and you'd get out of that inning and be like, how? And then you win a World Series, Kevin.
Indeed, you did. And he was a part of that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I noticed that Wyatt Langford was not even an honorable mention on this.
Because of his arm?
I mean, that might be. And his bat speed. There's a few different reasons. But also, this is probably a question for another day. Do you think you'll get to a point with Wyatt Langford that you're like, I'm really glad that his agent didn't accept our buyout contract proposal to extend?
Not. I hope
too.
Not.
But you have to wonder, right?
You have to be realistic. Chris Young has to be realistic. Ross Finstermaker has to be realistic. We have to be hopeful at a lot of times. And then just be like, whenever we're disappointed.
Right.
But most of the time, fans are going to be hopeful about a player.
Sure.
But you don't want a GM or a president of baseball operations to be like, we still hope it happens, and we're paying him based on the hope.
Well, the best player at 24 is Pete Crow Armstrong, with runners-up Jacob Mizorowski, Paul Skeens, and Ellie De La Cruz. Makes sense. Going to win the MVP, about to win the Cy Young, won the last Cy Young, so that's a pretty heavy class right there. So I realize that Wyatt Langford is very young, but just look at the achievements, or about to be achievements, of players that are that young. Let's go.
There's a dude that could finish second in MVP voting.
No, he is going to win. Nope. Because Pete Crow Armstrong has taken control and is now the leader for MVP. He's the leader in the betting odds, he's the leader in common sense, and he's also the leader from MLB.com because they have their own internal MVP votes. Shohei Ohtani, he got 8 first-place votes. Pete Crow Armstrong got 29. So, at least for now, common sense is taken back over, and Pete Crow Armstrong is the favorite. But then again, Shohei Ohtani has started throwing. So if he comes out there, has like 3 to 4 really dazzling starts in September, we'll be like, sorry, Pete, defense doesn't matter, you lose.
Yeah, maybe a couple of no-hitters.
I mean, if he gets a no-hitter, I think he's going to win. I really do.
You turned on Pete Crow Armstrong that quick?
I didn't say should. I said I think he will win.
He goes out. Yeah, you're right. He goes out there and throws a couple, like 3 or 4 games where he strikes out 10, and there's like, dadgum, dude. What is this guy is just insane.
Yeah, he really is. To me, Pete Crow Armstrong is absolutely the NL MVP, but it's close enough where the last month could make a difference. Now, let's go back to the Dodgers. Roki Sasaki, he exited the game for the Dodgers, which eventually ended in a 6-5 walk-off loss to the Braves, with a blister on his middle finger. So once again, I mean, there's no doubt the Dodgers have an overall outstanding record. They're going to be in the playoffs. They're going to get the opportunity to defend their title. But I don't know if I just look at them as the de facto dominant favorite. They're the favorite for sure to win the World Series. Or
because of the talent?
Yeah, I just in the injuries and the slumps from people like Tucker. But then again, we might get to the postseason and you're like, they just didn't care.
That's what I mean. Like, they're the favorites because of the talent.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this, the roster is full.
For sure.
It's got 48 Pro Bowlers on it.
I mean, more or less.
Yeah.
And they're like real active Pro Bowlers.
And that was a joke from earlier for anybody who's like, baseball doesn't have Pro Bowls, jackass.
Oh,
stop trying to be a hot take artist.
That would be so rude.
Yeah, no, it was a joke from earlier when we were saying that. Yeah, no, their talent level is high, but we've seen plenty of teams with that much talent not do it.
Absolutely.
And then plenty of teams with that much talent go, oh yeah, it's time for the lights to shine.
Yes. Now, keep an eye out on this. He's going to pitch today. But Jacob Mizorowski is on the cusp of doing something we have never seen in the history of baseball. The highest strikeout per 9 rate with a sub-2 ERA. Jacob deGrom did it back in 2018, so did Blake Snell. Pedro Martinez did it twice. The best season was in 2000, when Pedro Martinez had a sub-2 ERA and 11.8 strikeouts per 9. Jacob Mizorowski right now has a 1.68 ERA, and he is averaging 13.4 strikeouts per 9.
I don't understand how,
it is remarkable.
Insanely good this dude is.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, let me put that one more in perspective for you, because you're right. Sub-2 ERA with the best strikeout to walk ratio. in a season. Right now, Mizorowski's 4th on that list in the live ball era. Here are the other 4 pitchers on that list. Justin Verlander, Clayton Kershaw, Greg Maddux, and Pedro Martinez.
All-timers.
Yes, and I believe all of them have at least 3 Cy Youngs.
Say Greg Maddux?
Yes, Greg Maddux is second because he never walked anybody.
Right, because the strike zone was bigger for him.
You shut your mouth. I will never concede that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Guaranteed good mood vibes to get you.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And Specs. How about them savings from Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys? We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Doing?
We're doing good, man. We're doing very well.
Howdy.
I wanted to, no.
Howdy.
I don't have to, we don't necessarily have to say that anymore, though we can. One of the things that DeMarvion Overshone said, it was maybe yesterday, it might have been 2 days ago, is he said that Christian Parker's defense is allowing the Cowboys to play fast. I know it can be tough at times to see that speed in the preseason games or in training camp, but have you gotten that sense from other players, or have you seen it look like the defense is moving quicker out there?
Maybe it's moving quicker because guys know what they're supposed to do.
Yes.
And understand things and have been taught and have had a priority on being prepared. I think the guys are moving faster. And now, I don't know if that's, designed by scheme or whatever, but to me, it's understanding, and I see far fewer busted coverages, busted assignments even on the front than there were last year. And I think a lot of that has to do with talent also. Think about how it's changed. Think about the guys they've added and the guys that were starting last year that are not even on the team this year. They didn't even kind of want a lot of them back. Guess who the 3 starting linebackers were last year in the season opener? I knew that was going to be the first.
Is the first one? Yeah.
Jack Sanborn.
Gross.
Kenneth Murray and Damone Clark.
That's yeah.
Holy moly!
How are those guys on the team still?
Damone Clark just got put on IR for this season.
Dang it!
I don't know where Kenneth Murray is or Jack Sanborn. I'm not sure they're on a team.
We had high hopes for them all, but that was
starting.
Yeah, they weren't experienced.
They were the additions, right?
Yeah.
And so having talent also allows you to play faster. Kenny Clark wasn't even on the team at this time last year. It was the week of the season opener, right?
Right.
Quinnen Williams.
November?
It was November 7th at the trade deadline. There was no Revel or DeMarvion Overshone. So they even grew from within along with what they've added. And I just think, there were obviously no Von Miller or Rashawn Gary, right? So I think the roster and the talent they've added allows guys to maybe play faster because they're more talented.
I think, Kevin, also one of the things that Mickey's, he's been discussing this pretty much the entire time is they're also thinking faster because the way that they prepare, not just the way they prepare, but the way they do their studies in the room. They're thinking out loud. They're doing all those things, and they're creating an environment where they can eliminate things based on the situation. Revel said that, right? He said, situational football, but they can eliminate things they don't need to think about because of the prep work they've already done, and that's allowing them to play at that level too. I love it. I love this right now.
I think one of the things Parker talked about at training camp, and the guys that came back here when the former players were invited to come here that day in the off season to watch practice, but they sat in the meetings. and they were impressed by the questions being asked the players. Like they put a play up on the board, on the video board, and it's like, okay, what do you do? What do you do? And Parker said something to the effect that he goes, if you walk by our defensive meeting room, you would think there was something wrong because there was a lot of shouting and yelling. Well, guys were shouting out what they're supposed to do. They knew, right? And they're being held their feet to the fire to make sure you do know what you do.
Right.
So I think some of the teaching by the coaching staff has helped out also. I mean, think about it. Almost the entire defensive staff has changed over.
Yeah. I think Jerry pointed that out as like, we replaced 9 of the 11 coaches or whatever the specific number was. And I thought that felt relevant. And honestly, it made me feel better about where the defense was going to go. I might be grasping at straws here, just hoping that everything is going to be fine on the offensive line. What have you thought about the camp of Nick Leverett and where he can fit in with this group?
Well, I think the way they've been practicing, their idea was they moved him to the backup center position and moved Bass over to right guard. They know Bass can play, right? They know he can be the backup guard and somewhat the backup center. Now they were trying to see if Leverett can help out and make Bass more versatile at either of the guard spots. And then I think they've struck gold with Trevor Keegan, kind of a veteran guy, right? But he can play guard. And so inside, I think they're good between those three guys.
Does that kind of parallel maybe how we feel about the starters as well? Like the inside 3, you feel good, really good. And then the backup inside 3, you feel good, maybe really good. But I still have questions. At the tackles.
And I think that the starters you can win with. Now, I'm not saying they're Pro Bowlers, right?
I got you.
But I think what I've seen so far you can win with. My concern is who's the backup swing tackle, because I'm not sure he's on this team.
Yeah, those drills yesterday didn't make me feel any more confident either.
And then here's the deal. I keep looking at the transaction wire. Nobody's cutting offensive tackles.
Right.
Like you're going to say, oh, there'll be one out there that I can, bring in. There's not enough to go around. And so they're either going to have to grit their teeth, because I don't think Drew Shelton's ready to be a backup left tackle if he's got to go in the third quarter of the season opener, right?
Yeah.
You would have to protect him. And to me, when they moved Nate Thomas over to the right side, it was because he was struggling on the left side. I heard somebody point out that, they were wanting him to challenge Terrence Steele. He's got to challenge himself first.
Yeah.
And they moved him because he wasn't playing well on the left side. So that doesn't bode well to be the backup swing tackle with having any sort of confidence in him. Now, I don't know. I looked at the list of free agent guys that are out there, left tackles, and there's a lot. There's a lot of guys that are 30-some years old, right? And there's a reason nobody, brought them in. Now, maybe after week 1, if you need one, you can sign one, and then the contract's not guaranteed, and you kind of grit your teeth. But that's the one that concerns me, because I've seen that position hold this offense hostage previously numerous times, and you just can't let that happen.
Could we find a scenario then where, I feel really good about the depth on this Cowboys team at numerous positions. Is it a position where maybe you could take a shot and trade your depth for another team's depth in terms of maybe finding that swing tackle? Or do you think pretty much no team in the league is like, no, I got plenty of tackles. Here's one for you.
Yeah, I've got 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I can. One's in excess. I just don't think that's available.
Yeah.
I think if it ends up being a long-term deal, then I think, Tyler Smith is probably your answer at today. Right now, I don't know what you can add or what you might develop, because now with the depth you have at the guard position, you can say, okay, maybe I can get away with that. And I'm not going to have a Pro Bowl, all-pro left guard if he's playing left tackle, but I got guys that I trust that can play in there, and we could win with. And you would have, two of them for sure. And then if one of them has to go in there, then, Leverett, if it's Bass, then you got Leverett as your backup center. So I think that's in pretty good shape right now.
There could be a world, though, guys, where it's you got a bad right tackle, I got a bad right tackle. Let's just swap them and hope a change of scenery solves everything.
Oh, you know what, Mickey? I had not really considered that.
You know what? I didn't either. It's like bad for bad, right?
Just, there's no value in either. Let's just see if a change of scenery changes everything.
At this point, I'm willing to listen to all ideas presented.
Mickey, we've talked so much about, I think Durant, we've got a really good idea of where he fits and what he can do, and there's kind of an idea that Revel kind of fits in that rotation as well. Can you just tell me, because I haven't heard good or bad or anything, what's Deron Bland's camp been like?
I think it's been as solid as you can expect.
That makes me feel good.
You don't hear much from him because I don't know how much they're throwing over there.
Okay,
right?
That's fine with me.
That's maybe one of the things, and he's healthy. He was healthy in the offseason. They just didn't want to push it. What they did to repair his fractured fifth metatarsal in his foot, it did what it's supposed to do. And so I think you have no problems over there, and I think his play has encouraged the ball to go maybe elsewhere, and when he's corners are going to get beat. They don't shut anybody down, but when I see his receiver catch a ball, he's right there. It's almost a breakup. So it's not like he's getting beat so bad that he's, 5 yards off, 10 yards off the receiver. I don't think you've got any problems over there, and that might be why you haven't heard anything, because there's not a problem. There hasn't been, that many interceptions. Caleb Downs got one the other day, right?
Yeah.
And it was his first of training camp, but his value is not interceptions. It's just being a good football player.
Now, I love that, absolutely.
It gives me a lot more confidence with Bland hearing that, because that's what I'm feeling from it, especially whenever you're like, okay, I kind of have an idea here about these other two guys, but if I'm solid over there, we got a good day going.
Absolutely. Now,
and not every team's going to throw out a Pickens and a CeeDee Lamb out there on you.
Well, not with that attitude,
we're talking
Mickey.
not with two Pro Bowl wide receivers, right? They're going to make plays. There's a reason they have 1,000 yards receiving. They're pretty darn good.
You are absolutely right about that. I do want to stick with cornerback, though. I realize he is a rookie, but the snap take we get in our culture, in our media world. What have you thought about the overall body of work in camp of Devin Moore? Because it feels like
that's where you were going.
Yeah.
Because
that's where I would have gone next too. Yeah.
Because it just feels like at best people have been like, meh, I guess.
You know what? I think if you can somehow keep him on the 53 as sort of a developmental guy, I think you've got something there. He does show some speed. He shows a little moxie, and I think that you want to hang on to him. I don't know that you can sneak him through waivers to get on the practice squad.
Fourth round pick would be tough.
Yeah, right. Somebody's got to know about him as a fourth-round pick already. And so, I would like somehow, some way for them to keep him maybe as I don't know how many corners. You're going to keep 5 as maybe the 5th guy.
Yeah.
I just think there's something there. I sort of feel the same way at the receiver position, and I don't know that's going to be possible with Anthony Smith, the 7th round draft choice.
Yeah, we were just talking about him.
He's got some speed, right?
Yeah.
And I said this I think last night when we were doing the practice that about Cavante Turpin. They keep using him in practice on end arounds. And I'm thinking, see, they're not wasting snaps. They like what he can do. They like the dimension he can add. And I think this guy, I see getting some of those end around snaps. He's got some speed. Now, can you hang on to him as a practice squad guy? Because I think he's got possibilities, a guy that can develop. Who knows? He could be the next Ryan Flanoy. But there's something there that intrigues me. We'll see what they think.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch you again tomorrow leading into that last preseason game.
Absolutely. I'll be here. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Thank goodness for that. Just because we got destroyed.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Dr. Pepper word of the day is unique. That is your word. Be prepared. In the 1 o'clock hour, we will do the call-in for your chance to win that Dr. Pepper party pack, and you will be one of the 6 finalists for the fantasy football adventure of a lifetime, where you get to hold your draft in the Cowboys' actual war room. The word is unique. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus a unique way to make golf inaccessible. Next on The Fan. first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Oh, it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medford Plex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day.
Pause.
Oh, no.
If you get a chance, go back and listen to yesterday's Yeah. I feel like it was the closest I've ever gotten to LA Night.
Huh. I remember it was a really good one, so
Yeah.
I do need to run the tape back and see how it was, because that one was impressive. We've got the question of the day. You're going to want to save that phone number as well, because we don't just have the Dr. Pepper Fantasy Football giveaway. We also have a Rangers ticket giveaway in the noon hour.
So we're the giveaway show of records.
That's right. We just keep on adding to the resume.
And yet we're not giving away records.
Ooh. Or are we?
Oh, not that I'm
Dude.
aware of yet.
Peace-a-thon.
That would be awesome. You get to break a world record with us. That would be an awesome
That would be
auction item.
awesome.
We need to find a super niche world record that we know we can break if we just do it.
Did you know on the night show, we tried, and I would argue succeeded at that. It was snorting Smarties.
The most amount of Smarties snorted in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that is terrifying.
Kevin did it, and unfortunately, we did not have a Guinness World person on hand.
Didn't know.
We didn't know that was something we needed to do. So if you work for the Guinness Book of World Records...
Yeah, so Joe McGinty or whatever, if you're out there.
Kevin is more than happy to snort more Smarties.
Let me talk to you.
He just wants one world record.
Hell yeah.
You know what's weird? I might have a random connection.
What?
That could make that happen.
Dude, Alec is
I'll
one of
see.
those guys, right?
He
You're just like, he's like, you know what? I might know a guy.
I might have a
Choppy.
random connection.
I know.
I'll see how far that goes, because I think they would be more than glad to help make that happen. So maybe that'll come to fruition later this year or sometime next year. That would be cool. But we have that, and then hey, here's a way to make golf inaccessible and unpopular for kids. We'll get to that in just
being
a
golf.
little bit.
Yeah, it's too rich.
Yeah, that helps, but Corey's on the right path. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. There's a lot of great national holidays today. Today is National Burger Day, so shout out to Jake
From Jake's Burgers.
Oh, the Texas Ranger.
Jake Burger.
Yeah, can
Yeah.
it be both?
That's true. Jake's Burgers. Shout out to Whataburger. All the great burgers out there.
There's a meme out there where people go, burger? Do you know this meme?
I'm not a kid anymore.
Okay.
I can't keep up
You're
with
a
all these
youngster.
things. Yeah, exactly.
My kids run around the house saying burger all the time, and I'm
What?
just trying to. Aiden doesn't know
Burger,
either.
burger, burger.
Aiden's like,
Huh.
so I don't know, man.
My Spanish teacher in high school, instead of calling us a dumbass, he would call us a burger.
That was
for some
Dirk's.
reason.
That was
Or
what
an
Dirk would call.
hamburguesa.
Yeah, Dirk would
That's
call
right.
people burgers. He'd go,
Yeah.
"You're a burger."
Like anytime we would get a phrase wrong and we would just be trolling and intentionally say the wrong thing, he'd be like, "Shut up, you burger."
You remember
And I'm
during
like,
Dirk's his statue ceremony, Jason Kidd got up to speak and it was like, this is great. I mean, there were also some other people around. And then he was like, they're all, he's trying to point the camera on himself. He's like, don't forget I was here. Like, I was part of that team too. Everyone's like, shut up. And he's like, but we were all just a bunch of burgers. And I was like, oh, that's funny.
Oh, that's nice.
Help us out, young people.
Yeah, what does burger mean?
I'm saving that. I don't know why. Today is also National Just Because Day. And that's going to be the basis of today's question of the day. 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. What's the last cool thing that you did just because?
Man, can I tell you one thing I did just because? It might not be the last thing, though.
Okay. Recent. I'll just put recent there then. And you can be the judge of what recent really means.
Okay, this wasn't really recent either, but I feel the need to tell you. In high school, HBJ Stadium, HBJ Stadium is like in a bowl. So in the parking lot...
Yeah, I've always wanted to do this.
It did not work out the way I'd hoped it would. So in the parking lot, if you like trying to get to the other side, there is a gigantic, or it was a gigantic drop-off. And so once a week, we would do stadium practice, sometimes at Williams, sometimes at HBJ. So on the way to one of the stadium practices in my old car, we decided we would gun it right at kind of the cutoff before the drop and see how it went. It was not quite road trip-esque, except for maybe the ending. My car definitely had some problems after that, because of course it did, because there was an effing moron at 16 or I guess 17, and we got some air, but it wasn't the like when you'd hear like Panama and you'd be flying through the air. It wasn't quite like that, and we got some air, but then the landing, it was rough, and the car still drove. But there were problems after that. So it was cool in the moment, but as an adult, I'm like, that was stupid and financially irresponsible.
Okay, if we're on the topic of rough landings, I went out to the shops at Legacy in Plano this past weekend because that's like Narnia to me, so I never go. I go like once a year.
It's far, yeah.
Yeah,
it's close to me.
Yeah, it was an hour drive for me, but I was like, I haven't been out there in a while, so let's go explore. I went out there. What the hell is your problem with the parking garages? Why are those ramps so steep?
Yeah, they are.
I feel like I'm about to topple over. If I even go 5 miles an hour, I'm like, there goes my bumper.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the heck? I got to go back to Platinum Chevrolet and buy a new car, which I cannot afford. But
they have great prices.
They have great prices, so I know that I'm going to be fine in the long run. But hey.
But probably not just because you were like, I was screwing around in the parking lot.
Exactly. I decided to go 10 miles an hour instead of the 5 miles an hour that's posted on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the heck is y'all's problem out there in Plano, man?
Well, we like our space.
Mm-hmm.
And so that we have more space for tables and trash cans, obviously.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Based on Corey's history.
We have to make more complex parking garages.
Yeah,
as long
those
as
go
it's not
hand
like
in hand.
this one.
Dude, I'll tell you this.
Yes.
One of my favorite parking garages, this is the dumbest thing I've ever said. No, it's not. I promise it's not. Somebody's out there going, no, it's not, Corey. I got an example. One of the dumbest things you said. Here it is.
Oh, can I submit for that?
Yeah, me too.
I love the Grandscape parking lot.
Yeah.
It is one of the best parking lots on the planet.
It's so nice.
As you're driving up the floor to the next floor, it tells you how many parking spots are on each floor, so you can make a decision. And then when you look in there, you can see green lights.
I love that.
Now, sometimes those don't work, but for the most part, it does.
Whoever designed that's a hero.
It's a genius parking garage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, was that the question of the day?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's your favorite parking garage and why? Question of the day.
That's how you know you're getting old, when you're getting excited about the design of parking garages.
Man, it would have crushed that same high school Kevin who recklessly thought he was going to, I don't know what I thought was going to happen, to know that someday you're going to be stoked when you can drive slowly through a parking lot and see a green light to let you know a spot's available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really cool.
Something cool that you did recently just because.
I spent an entire day in the pool drinking beer alone. Just because.
Hell yeah.
Must be nice.
Listen, dude, it's expensive, and that's why I have to do so many things. No, it's I got a great deal in the house. But I worked really hard on this pool all summer. You know, It's one of those things where I've been like, this is what I spend a lot of my time doing. I don't do a lot of things, but the pool is the thing. And the other day I was looking at it and I was like, it looks too appealing to not be in. And so, and it was a weekend.
The pool was tempting you?
Yeah, I had no other things that I needed to accomplish.
Smoke hand came out and was like, come on.
That was way more erotic than it needed to be.
Yeah, I had no things I needed to accomplish. I'd done all the things I needed to do, and I just went, I have a bunch of beer left over in that fridge. I'm just going to go sit in the pool. And Adrian came out and talked to me for a little while, and then Lucy came out and hung out with me for a little while. All the while, I was smoking some stuff on the grill too, so it was like on the smoker. So I had that thing rolling, and I was just like, this is I know it sounds lame, but it was, for me, it's one of the coolest things I've been able to do is be like, I have zero worries right now.
I do like
for
that.
at least this 8-hour, 9-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour period.
From the 9-0.
My fingers were very pruny, yeah.
I hate that word. I really do.
Yeah, from the 903, the last cool thing I did, they said, was just because they checked out their wife's friend when she was in a bikini, signed anonymous.
What?
They don't want you don't want to say. See, I thought about another one. The last cool thing that we really did just on the fly was not this past season, but the season before, when Duke was in the regional tournament in Jersey.
That was awesome.
And
it was a great decision.
I was telling my wife how cool that would be, and she's like, screw it, let's do it. And I was like, are you serious? And she goes, yeah, let's just go. And so like that day, we just figured it out. There was a lot to figure out with the kiddo and stuff, but we figured it out, and it was really awesome.
That is awesome. Yeah. That's very nice. Yeah. Let's see, 877-881-1053. The last cool thing that you did, just because. For National Just Because Day. Let's see, from the 817, I sprinted through the yard and did a huge cannonball into the pool to soak the daughter last weekend. She's 8 and thought it was awesome.
I could see that. Kids think that's hilarious.
Yes, like all the time, because we had an above-ground pool because we're not like Corey growing up. So
I had an above-ground pool growing up.
See, growing up.
Uh-huh.
That was a while ago.
But then I became an adult, worked really hard.
Oh, he said became an adult.
I worked really hard after I did that.
I'm 25, I work hard, and I
didn't have a pool at 25.
Let me not. But
I had an inflatable pool.
Oh, but those are kind of fun.
So you did have a pool.
We did have a pool.
I'm here to argue that the inflatable pools are actually kind of fun.
They're awesome. They're really awesome.
Just because the unstable nature of them.
Yes,
the instability.
No clue.
It's kind of fun because you're like, hey, this might pop in like 5 minutes, but I'm gonna enjoy it while it lasts. Why not?
Mark all of that, my friend.
Nope, not happening.
I am considering this.
What was that? No, you are foul.
I'm just kidding.
I ran a wire, a cable to the shed a while back so that Avery could build his little mini recording studio.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
So he built his own PC. He got a job so he could make the money for it and everything. And he did all that. I am considering, since he's at school, plugging the PlayStation in to that, and then putting the projector on the PlayStation and playing PlayStation in the pool with the projecting onto the fence. What do y'all think?
That is incredible.
Do you think, all right, let me ask you.
I'm moving in.
It does sound cool. Do you think you will get less mad at things that happen because you're like, I'm still in the pool, baby,
and I can't slam the remote down into the water because then I'm
a good
done.
Point.
Yeah. See, it's going to teach you restraint. It's going to teach you how to take a load off. Corey.
My neighbors are going to hear me cuss though, really loud.
That's nice.
Fine.
Yeah,
they'll get over it.
And I'll get banned.
They're adults. They work hard.
Words are not weapons.
Actually, I think they're all retired.
Well, they did work hard.
They did work
That's
hard.
right. From the 254, I bought my daughter tickets to see Olivia Rodrigo in Vegas in December.
That's awesome.
I have no idea who she is, but I get to gamble while the wife takes them to the show.
It's a good show. She's really talented, dude.
She is.
Yeah.
Incredibly talented.
Like my joke?
I heard your joke, Kevin. I'm talking about Olivia Rodrigo right now.
That's right. She's
That's one of her songs. Good for you.
Yes.
And
I don't know if you heard that song. It was pretty popular.
It was very popular.
Came out probably a year or two ago.
It dominated top 40 for a while. Yeah.
It's a good video, too.
Yeah, it's pretty good. She's very talented. Before Kevin can make more jokes, I'm going to tell you how golf is even more inaccessible. Because that's the thing, right? The golf clubs are way too expensive, for one. The golf balls are too expensive. The clothing is too expensive. But you always say you got to start them off young. If you want to get the kids involved and you want them to fall in love with the sport, you got to get them involved early. It's kind of like with basketball shoes. They're half the price when they're toddlers, right? Actually, they're not.
Oh.
So Grant Horvat a golfer who has taken over YouTube by storm, has released his own line of plastic golf clubs for the little tykes to get involved in the sport. And they're literally just like the ones you could go to the local Target, Academy, what have you, the little colorful plastic golf clubs for toddlers to use, right? Just to get them involved. And it is a set of, it looks like 3 different clubs, a little golf bag, and a singular golf ball. But the catch, it comes with a 365-day your kid has fun or it's free guarantee, fast and free U.S. shipping, all this great stuff for the low price of $200 US.
That is stupid.
For
I was
3
like,
pieces of plastic.
$30 is too much in my mind.
So I thought this was just ridiculous, and it's another reason why golf is inaccessible. And Corey, a great follow-up from your Lenora Sellers story the other day, his internship that he is doing with the local golf ranch. They actually posted a picture of him learning how to drive the cart that picks up all the golf balls. And they said QB1 getting some instruction from Par T Brandon on how to drive the Par T golf ball picker. And the most important thing when you are driving, never go in reverse, in all caps. If you ask Lenoris, he will tell you that is the first thing he was told. You are always stepping up in the pocket and not running backward. And that's a fun joke because he was the most sacked quarterback in college football last season. So they're already having a little bit of fun with them. So it is a real internship, guys. He's actually working there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. A lot of rules, regulation, and celebration changes for the NFL. Next on The Fan.
Coming up.
Chevy.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Blitz off the edge with Hamilton. He gets picked up, but they're going to throw a flag on that. And Purdy is spinning around. There are 2 flags on the play. This is another pick by Hamilton.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it, don't trip on it.
Indeed. Let's start with the aforementioned Kyle Hamilton. I thought this was really interesting. He talked about the danger of football.
He's taller than Caleb Downs.
Oh, that's true. And better for now. He said it's a dangerous sport. It's a collision sport. It's something we all acknowledge. If I can put my future self, my future family, my kids and their kids in a position of success, and I sacrifice a little bit, I'm fine with that personally. I don't know how I feel about my kids playing football necessarily. There's so many other things you can do, but from my perspective, I see it as I fall on my sword for people who provided for me and people who that I will provide for.
I get it.
I love that answer because he's not shying away from the potential issues.
It's the right answer. It's very similar to like the dudes that work in the mines in Carlsbad, New Mexico, right?
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're getting themselves into, and they're like, it's the best money I could possibly make out there. And there's a lot of people that take on very risky jobs, understanding that. Power line workers, there's all sorts of them because that's the money that they can make, and it's a good amount of money. So this specifically, he understands that, and he's willing to do it. Most of the players are, and we discussed that link too. Most of the players, you say, all right, here's the deal. You're going to make this amount of money, but you're going to be this in your 40s. And most of the time we come up with the idea that, yeah, I would do that.
Now, the NFL made a lot of changes and announcements yesterday. They eliminated the Pro Bowl games. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But I wanted to focus on the fines and suspension changes as well as the college player conundrum.
Okay.
So the NFL had a special league meeting yesterday and reminded teams of the rule that any player signed to an NFL contract who is subsequently cut is a free agent. That, of course, means that the player can sign with another NFL club, join the CFL, or, as we've discovered this last couple of weeks, return to college. But any player that has eligibility, any player cut by an... Oh, man, that is interesting.
No, think about this. Don't go any further. Okay. I want to ask you this.
Are you now negotiating? Fernando Mendoza go back to Indiana?
Are you now negotiating against guys and NIL?
I think you are outside of the third-ish round.
Yeah,
because you're not going to convince an NFL team to cut a player, but I do wonder, because this is kind of a little bit of the vibe that you get in the baseball draft, right? Because you'll have a kid that's should be top 20. If you get to 30 and he hasn't been taken yet, then he might just not get drafted until the 7th round, because they're well, he's not going to sign or whatever. So I do kind of wonder about that, if the kid would be well, I'm just not going to sign, and then if a team would be fine, we'll sit on your draft rights and pay you as an active participant, even though you're not there. But you cannot go back to college and come back to the NFL this year. Okay. And I know everyone's this is a one-year situation for now. I think that door has been opened for that to change. We'll see what the courts think about that. But for the players that have already gone back or attempted to go back to college, and if they do end up playing or signing that NIL deal, then they cannot come back to the NFL this season. Now, what is LSU going to do? And I know it could impact way more schools than LSU, but they're at the forefront of this. The SEC has put together a pretty hefty penalty. They have said if you use or sign one of these players that was in the NFL or in training camp, the penalties include a half-season suspension for the coach and a fine that matches 50% of the sport's annual budget and revocation of the league voting rights.
Dang.
So half of your school's sports budget, so like LSU football budget, you will be fined, or the school will be fined? I need clarification on that. Half of that number.
So they just take that out of like volleyball and golf. And
that is against the law.
We would just make it all up in football.
That goes against Title IX.
Okay, but they already did something illegal, Kevin.
I mean, that's a fair point.
What's a bigger fine here?
That's a fair point.
That is fascinating right there.
Which, of course, I believe will lead to a court case because, and again, I don't agree with Lane Kiffin on a lot of things, but this specific part when he said a judge ruled via a court order that this is okay, and now you're saying it's not. Are you like, is the SEC overriding this judge, and is this going to go up the chain?
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like bigger court cases are afoot on this. Now, the rules and fines changes. So there's going to be 5 categories of fouls: hip drop tackle, horse collar tackle, launching, illegal blindside blocks, and hits on defenseless players. These are going to be the categories of which you could open yourself up for suspension. It will now trigger a 1-game suspension if a player commits 3 fouls in a single category. Now, only one player would have reached this threshold in each of the past 2 seasons. But what I'm interested in is...
Sam Williams.
It's not Sam Williams.
Oh, okay.
And they're 2 different players.
Gotcha.
But are you going to have players who are like, yeah, he's got a hip drop tackle, a horse collar, an illegal blindside block, but they're all in different categories, so that's another suspension. Do you think they're going to change this rule and be like, if you end up getting 3 in any of these categories, because right now it has to be 3 in the same category of those fouls to get the automatic
I think
suspension?
you just leave it. I think you leave it like that. You leave it at they have to be the same. Now hold on. Category, does that mean category 1, category 1, category 1? Like, is category 1 the lowest?
No, I do not believe...
Oh, you're saying... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like category as in...
No.
Range of...
They're
gotcha.
even level 5 different categories.
No, I think that is an interesting question. So if a dude has 3 hip drop tackles...
Then he would be suspended. But if you had hip drop, horse collar, and launching, they're like, no suspension.
Based on the rules, no.
Yeah, okay. So...
But based on changing it in the future, I don't think so right now either.
Why would the players go along with this? Here's the reason. Players who are fined for just 1 foul in any of those major categories will get 50% of their fine money back if they don't get fined again for that foul during the season. Had this refund system been in place, about $1.7 million in fines would have been refunded to players per season. $1.7 million.
This is interesting for a couple different reasons. Like, that is monopoly, right? Where the money's in the middle and you collect it whenever you get the parking, right?
By the way, if you get fined in a lesser category, like roughing the passer, you'll get 100% of your fine money back at the end of the season if you don't do it again.
I wonder... You remember Caitlin Clark's moment where she was yelling at the referee?
Yes.
And,
which one? Just kidding.
But she was like, you guys are going to get me fined. Y'all are going to get me suspended. And I wonder if there's going to be a moment where a dude's like, guys, y'all, and maybe they're even the referees that they're going, I know that this guy has one more. Just waiting for him to give me a reason.
A little bit.
To call this on him.
Absolutely. And do you wonder if they're going to like try to bait somebody into that?
Maybe, dude. Maybe.
But it's interesting.
I would use it as leverage if I'm an offensive player and I'm like, oh, I can definitely draw this guy into one of these penalties for sure.
So the NFL is trying to crack down, but at the same point, they're willing to refund some of that fine money if you're not a perpetual offender.
Yeah, I like that.
That makes sense.
It was
to
an
me
accident,
too.
and that's a good thing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from Texas A&M to Tech to Texas, SMU, TCU, Baylor, even Texas State. We've got the state's college football questions and answers next on The Fan.
The fun and top sports takes continue as the G-Bag Nation is up next at 2. Thanks for listening to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan or on our Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of other NFL notes for you. Leonard Williams signed a 3-year, $90 million extension with $56 million guaranteed. And Mike Evans, per report, looks like he'll be ready to go in week 1. But go ahead and give me cut number 8, will you please, good sir, because it's time to talk some Texas college football.
Miko Green, the SMU running back, very high on his potential. Jennings in zone, breaking open and caught. Ymir Knight for the touchdown.
And I don't just mean the university or Texas University. I mean the state of Texas. So some of these questions were thrown around and debated by members of the Dallas Morning News, Houston Chronicle, San Antonio Express News, and the Austin American Statesman. And I would like to present these queries to you as well.
I dare you to.
Okay, number 1. Which Texas university has the best shot at a national title? And feel free to play along, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Which Texas-based university has the best shot at a national title?
I mean, I feel like I have to go with Texas in this.
That would be the answer in the rankings.
They're already high in the polls, right?
For sure.
They have very good odds according to Vegas also. So Vegas is usually right, Kevin. And they do have a pretty stacked roster. And they traditionally will because of what their brand is. Now they do a lot of times fall short because maybe culture. I don't know exactly what it is that keeps them from living up to everything they need to be, but I think it's going to be, in the grand scheme of things, preseason, it's the University of Texas.
Alec, what university has the best shot to win a national championship from the state of Texas?
It's got to be UT, and it's not even really close, and I kind of hate that. Now, I will say the uprise of Texas Tech.
Oh, okay.
Well, UNT kind of lost their entire team, including front office. But not to remind you of that.
I feel like
the upbringing of Texas Tech is intriguing, and I do think within a year or two, they will easily be in that conversation. They're inching closer and closer. It's just the money that Texas has had for some time now and the cachet. They, even before the NIL era of recruitment, they have just had this name brand and this recognition that draws incredible amounts of talent. And when you have that stacked of a roster, it's hard to compete.
You know, I'd be inclined to agree with you there as well, and also say, unfortunately, I was looking at Dane Brugler, one of his early projections, and he also has 4 of the top 8 prospects as being players from Texas. Though, side note, he believes Jeremiah Smith could go down as one of the greatest wide receiver prospects he has ever covered.
I've never heard anybody say that.
You stop it. All right, next. Who is more likely to crash the college football playoff party? SMU or Houston? And if you have any programming notes, feel free to throw those up.
I think SMU. Because I like the city of Dallas more than Houston.
And because he's probably going to be on our show on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. Rhett Lashley going to make his way to the KNC Masterpiece on Tuesday as well. Wonder if Jennings wants to hop on with us. Can we get that? Can we talk to the quarterback? But I like him.
We'll see how this one goes first.
Yeah, kid can throw.
And then he might be like, no.
I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna swing his that way. Yeah, that one right there.
All
SMU.
Right. Alec, do you believe SMU or Houston is more likely to crash the college football playoff party?
Houston seems to be fun to watch every year, but SMU seems like they've got the direction and, again, the talent. That's the era that we're in. Their quarterback, you just mentioned Kevin Jennings, got the medical performance facility named after him while he is still the quarterback of the team.
That's pretty sweet.
Which is awesome for one. So I would love to have him on the show just so you can ask about that. But no, last year's run was really, really fun. I hate how it ended for SMU, but they're figuring it out. They really are, this recruitment game, and we all know there's a ton of money at SMU anyways, so that's going to help.
I did know that.
But I do think that Rhett Lashley is one of the best in the business, and I think he's going to really cement that this year.
All right, next on our questions from across the state. How many Texas schools do you believe will make the college football playoff this year? And I need to know what those teams are.
I think 3.
Ooh.
And I said SMU, so I'm going to go with SMU first, Kevin.
All right.
Obviously, UNT is in my heart.
But in reality.
Texas Tech, I think, is back.
Okay. That defense, baby.
And the University of Texas.
Gross.
Look, man.
I get it. It doesn't mean I think you're wrong.
If A&M didn't have such strong wind, I would believe in them. But
shut up!
Dude, do you remember how the wind was?
Yeah.
They gave that kid in the McAfee kicking challenge 2 chances. And then they were like, that was stupid to even try the first one. There's so much wind.
Did you watch?
McAfee was like, I couldn't even make that kid.
Did you watch those, always rooting for the kid?
Yes.
Or was there ever a time?
I'm never not rooting for somebody to make some cash unless they're a jerk, and I don't have enough time to know if they're a jerk.
That's what I was going to say. What if they walked up and they're like, it's already done. I already made it.
I might be rooting against them. Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to know that. All right. Alec?
I went with 3, Kevin.
Okay. Tech, SMU, and Texas. Alec, how many Texas schools will make the college football playoff and list them?
I'm exactly with Corey. I think it's 3, and I think it's those exact 3 schools for the reasons that we just talked about, and I kind of just want to leave Texas A&M out for fun.
Oh, dang. Plus, 64 teams can make this tournament.
Not yet.
And it's going to be 84 next year.
No,
it's going to be incredible.
That's 76. That's for the other one. Not yet. All right, from the 469, Kevin Jennings is a cheat code.
He is, dude.
And from the 469, SMU, A&M, and UT. Man, that would be fascinating as all get out. All right. Which team in the state might surprise a few people? At which point, maybe you wouldn't be surprised, but I would like to submit those Houston Cougars for Alec. The Cougars are the only Power 4 team to bring back their head coach, starting quarterback, and both coordinators from the previous season. And that team went 10-3. Now, they are ranked. I think they're 23rd. And so they are ranked, but I think Houston would probably be one of my choices to move up into that playoff mix.
Good choice. I think I'm going to go with an unpopular one as of yesterday. But Kevin, you know how I've always felt about TCU. I've always been a big fan of TCU. Everybody in Fort Worth knows that.
Careful what you say.
Yeah. So
your band.
But after yesterday, I know a lot of people are out on them. But I think TCU has a chance to be a good sleeper.
You know what I thought was amazing about that scenario? I know some of these comments came from a post by Mac, and people just are automatically get angry at Mac Engel no matter what he says.
Yeah, they're like, oh, Mac spoke.
And then other times he encourages it. But the amount of people from TCU who apparently know all the insight to exactly what happened is amazing. Every single one of them was like, nope, I know all of the things. That's not what happened. And I was like, okay, you know all the things, but not the guy who investigated any of it or the people who actually spoke about the actual factual incident. Okay, got it. Cool. All right, Alec, we go to you. What team in the state might surprise people?
I am going to go with Houston because they have a lot of returning players defensively. They've got the a new season with the same head coach, which I think is going to be big for them because there has been some inconsistency, but their receiving core loaded. Their offense was pretty good last year. They blew the tires out a couple times here and there, but I think you're going to see some consistency because they did put up 30 or more 8 times last year, and they dominated time of possession too because offensively that was their bread and butter, but veterans all across that defense too. I'm actually kind of excited to see what they could do. They're going to be in the Big 12 title picture.
Okay, you're excited about that. I am not excited about this next question.
Oh, no.
I will let you decide for yourself as we talk about the state of Texas and college football. Which team is most likely to disappoint? I will let you make your own determinations as why I am dreading this question.
Kevin.
Oh, no.
It's not just the wind.
Mm-hmm.
It's the perpetual skepticism by their own fan base.
I am one of those skeptics.
How many times last year did I have to remind you that this was a year to believe? Trust
Every
in
time.
Elko.
And then the rug got pulled out from under me at the very end. We couldn't even get one win on our home field. Come on!
They lost 10 players to the draft, didn't they?
They did.
That's a sad day. But it's also a good feeling, you know, that you were able to send those players on.
That's right.
Difficult SEC schedule. There's a very tiny room for error in that schedule. So I think, where do they rank right now?
8.
Oh, that's not fair.
I do also like that the SEC is like, we're almost never going to make you play Georgia. I don't know why that keeps happening, but I don't hate it.
I'm not as concerned about him having a new defensive coordinator because Mike Elko, that's his defense.
Right.
But having another new offensive coordinator, that's going to be stressful.
I'm interested to see how that plays out because, man, for as much success as they had, even at the quarterback position, felt like a lot of Aggies fans hated that offensive coordinator.
So, again, being 8, you'd rather be 16.
Probably.
And then work your way up into something. That's what you would prefer is...
Because then I'm going to have to hear, this is the first top 10 team to do something negative in forever, and they're like, crap.
And quite honestly, nobody can predict the wind.
Stop it.
At Kyle
we didn't
Field.
lose because of the wind.
Yeah, you did. I promise you, that's the reason you lost.
Did we lose because of a sorry call? No. We lost because we didn't play well enough.
What was the score?
It was like 10-3.
6-3 or something? It was stupid.
It was
because of the wind.
All right, Alec.
Go back and watch that game, everybody.
I will not.
It was a great game.
It was not.
If all the catches would have happened.
Okay, that's fair. Alec, I still maintain...
Every time they kicked the ball, Kevin, it went, oh, nobody knows.
I hear you. I do maintain if that kid wouldn't have briefly gone unconscious, they would not have thrown a flag on that play. It was because it looked bad.
Jeez.
I feel like that has to win Masterpiece of the
Week. Shoot. Go back and watch that play. You're like, I don't know about that. But it was because of the unfortunate outcome, which was very sad, that they threw the flag. All right. Shut up. Alec. Don't shut up at this part. Which team is most likely to disappoint, and could you conceivably have a different answer than the team that always disappoints?
I actually do have a different answer, but
yeah!
I do like how Corey essentially called that game the Justin Herbert of college football games. He said if all the catches would have happened, it would have been the greatest game ever.
Yeah.
So,
it was just impossible for them to catch the ball because nobody knew how to throw it either because of the wind.
The greatest game that never actually happened.
Oh, man, you got a good point there. I love it.
But I'm going to argue the team that I said should be the favorite and the easy runaway contender here, University of Texas. Why? It's not because of a lack of talent, because of a lack of recent success. It's because the same reason that Corey just painted for Texas A&M. They get ranked too high every single year.
Too much, yeah.
The expectations are through the roof, which not their own fault by any means. I am a UT hater, don't get that wrong, but that's not their fault that they have such high expectations. The head
Do you feel
coach,
like this year they try to protect themselves more? Not Texas, but the voters. They're like, hey, let's put them at 5. All right. Last year we were made to look really stupid. Put them at 5.
They tried, and guess what? That's still too much.
Okay.
Because the country is still going to run with it because the quarterback's last name is Manning. Steve Sarkisian has been there for longer than a cup of coffee now, and people really do think he's one of the best in football because he is, until it matters. So, I think it's fair to say they're the runaway favorites, but they also have the biggest potential to disappoint because if they don't make it to the national championship, national media, fans are going to be like, what the heck happened?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan.
That was fun.
Okay, we will pick this back up tomorrow because I have more about Arch Manning, Texas Tech, Texas State.
That is a unique segment. I like it.
All right, we will bring it back. Coming up next, though. All right, I see the way, unless you want to continue it next.
Let's give something away!
I did not know that was what was going to happen. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Rays on Sunday, September 6th. The first 10,000 fans at that game will receive a Body Armor Bath bobblehead. Visit Rangers.com to buy your tickets, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, we will make that determination about more college football and if
Hamilton throws on the run wide open. 45-50. Cam Brown, bye-bye. 20, 15. Spins at the 5. Dives forward. Fumbles it out of bounds at the 1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Our key word is, Corey, do you know it?
It's unique. UNIQUE.
Your ability to, that's true, good job. But your ability to spell it will not impact.
That's true.
If you win one way or another.
I just wanted people to know, like, I was spelling the word because I wasn't going, oh, it's a unique word. No, that is the word.
Yes.
I have two. Can I ask you 2 questions before we get rolling into the segment?
As long as I can tell people, it will be in the 1 p.m. hour. If you call and win, you will get a Dr. Pepper prize pack and be one of the 6 finalists to win the once-of-a-kind, once-in-a-lifetime Star Fantasy Football Draft Extravaganza.
This is awesome.
In
this
the Cowboys War Room.
You get to go into where the Cowboys draft Caleb Downs. All right, this is where Jerry Jones makes the
Devin
call.
Moore.
Yeah, also Devin Moore. Yeah, and Jay Sean Barham.
And Taco.
Okay. Was that in this room?
I just thought we were going positive now.
All right, so think about this for a second. You get to go do that. I have 2 questions.
All right.
One, and I guess this is actually 3 questions now.
Okay.
Whole segment.
Oh my goodness.
Question number 1. Guys who are running your leagues or guys who are in fantasy football leagues, have you already arranged your draft order? Does everybody already know what the draft order is? Because we'll pick a time. I think it's usually around my birthday or Ryan Floring's birthday, and he's a character now on our show, which is wild. But usually, because we're in July, and we'll have a party and we'll get together and do this. So we kind of already know what the draft order is, so you can start preparing. But if you have already drafted your draft order, you got it all together, if you win this, do you say, no, screw it, to take complete advantage of this time, we're redoing the draft order when we get there?
I think he should, because I know Broadus is going to be around, Wolchuk's going to be around, and I feel like Broadus is like, you damn sure right should reconsider what you're going to do it for.
Yeah, no, I think like Broadus would be totally in on, let's do this a little different this way. 877-881-1053. Have you already done that? Would you rearrange your draft order based on trying to take full advantage of the night? Other question, and I love that Kevin's an idea guy, Alec. I think a while back y'all were watching some wrestling, and you got some packs of wrestling cards to open during that. I believe that's something that happened.
Yeah.
I am thinking about, for my draft, my fantasy draft, I'm hosting it at the house. Thank you. I'm thinking about getting some cards because there are about a handful of guys that I know would really appreciate being able to open some packs, rip some packs.
Yeah.
While doing this also, but I'm not exactly sure what I want to get. But you said I have an idea. Do you mind fleshing that out with me?
So I have a couple of ideas for you. I do not think you can go wrong right now with Topps football, because Topps football is not particularly expensive.
Flagship?
Yeah, I hate that it's called that, but yes. Whether you decide to go retail or you want to go hobby, and we've got all kinds of great recommendations on that front from Kyle's shop in Allen's Sports Collectors Hub to RJ Dukes in McKinney to Worth Collecting in Waxahachie to we've collectible investments out in the Bedford area. There are so many great places that you can go that have helped us out over the years. But what you can consider is with the people that care, you should do pack wars. And so what you do is the rest of the people will decide, but whoever gets the best singular card in either pack gets both of those packs. And what you could really do is do it tournament style. And then eventually it'll be like the Highlander, and there will just be one who gets essentially the entire box, but you'll have to keep going. And I think that could be really fun.
Okay, that's a great idea. I really like that a lot. Nick, Cards in a Box, another one.
Cards in a Box
options.
in Frisco? Yeah, that's another one. Cards in a Box. Peace-a-thon coming up.
Coming up soon. All right, that's a great idea. I think and so I could get what?
Waxed. I'm sorry.
Waxed.
I need to tell you, Waxed has been a really great supporter of Peace-a-thon as well, and their Waxed locations blowing up across the state.
So we're a 10-man league, and I think at least 7 of the people would be interested in.
See,
in
there you
getting in on
go.
this.
That is almost a natural bracket. You get one more person, that's a natural bracket.
How many boxes do I get? 1 or 2?
We'll talk more about that
7?
off air because I have questions about retail or hobby.
Okay, all right.
We'll help determine
See, just fun
that.
things to do with your fantasy draft. And just think about this. A lot of people text in, nope, draft order's not set. We'll be 30 minutes before draft time. From the 817, we will change our draft order when we get into the star. I like that they're already there. And that's a dope idea. I'd be all about that from the 430.
Or one more suggestion. You do Pack Wars to determine the draft order.
Oh, that would be awesome. At the star, right there in front of Jerry Jones if you want.
I mean, hell, who knows? Somebody might walk by, and you might be like, oh, I got a just Drew Pearson card. He's like, hood, and he walks in and signs it for him. Now, I can't guarantee that's going to happen, but who knows?
Broadus is sitting there looking. He's like, I don't know what that card is, but I bet Hagee would know. No, seriously.
Yeah, let's get him on the horn. What's he doing? He's not doing anything. All right.
Seriously.
I do kind of feel like that's a thing he might say to hurt my feelings just a little bit. All right. So it's not about right here and right now. It's not about who's going to be the best or the worst. What I want to know is who do you think will be the most exciting NFL teams to watch this season? So ESPN put out their excitement rankings. Like, for example, last year, I would have definitely had the Cowboys in the top 5. Now, they were most certainly not anywhere near a top 5 team, but their offense was awesome and their defense was a train wreck. So you knew that if you tuned into a Cowboys game, one way or another, you were probably getting a ton of points, and that could be super fun. So I want to know who y'all think are the most exciting teams to watch in the NFL this year. But before we get to the best, you know how we like to do this. Who will be the least exciting team in all of football to watch?
Browns.
The Cleveland Browns are at number 32.
I'm watching them in a preseason game right now, and I hate it.
Here is the blurb that they wrote on their watchability from last year that I still think carries forward to this year. No, thank you. They did eventually add Denzel Boston could be fun, but that's the best that they got. Otherwise, no thank you. Alec, I don't know if you will take this personally or not. The Tennessee Titans are number 30 on this list in excitement and watchability. And
I'm afraid for the Titans, dude, that they should be 31, honestly.
Well, don't forget the Miami Dolphins.
I'm afraid right now. Well,
Miami Dolphins exist. They're 31.
Okay, I appreciate that you said that out loud, all right?
Thank you.
Especially on a radio medium. But I can see the Dolphins being terrible but exciting.
Achan's exciting.
He is. Malik Willis can run. And I can see that offense, if you do it right, it can still be terrible, but exciting at the same time. I don't know if you heard or not. Their wide receiver coach recently said, you aren't getting the football if you're not defending the guys in front of you physically.
No block, no rock.
Yeah, essentially that's what he said. So I feel like they have a plan. We're going to run the football. We're not going to be a passing team. We're going back to the days of Ronnie Brown, where we're doing the wildcat formation kind of stuff. So I understand what you're saying. They could still be terrible and exciting at the same time. But Tennessee, always boring football. History says.
Alec, again, I feel like this and any Jordan Tyson tomfoolery are personal attacks against you. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and Corey's known to make those over the years since I joined the show, you know? So it's over 2 years
Ad
now.
hominem, man.
Yeah, it's over 2 years that I've been on this show full time, and the shots just don't stop from majors. I think the Titans just need a couple of weeks. Because new coaching staff, man. Totally new coaching staff. They just need time to figure it out. And hey, Cam Ward, he says the league is effed. once he figures it out.
I just don't think he's figured it out yet.
I just can't
Give
tell.
him a few weeks.
I go back and forth between I'm rooting for him 1,000,000% or I can't wait to see him fail. I go back and forth because of things like that. But like when he goes, I'm going to keep it a buck, we ass right now. Like I respect that level of honesty. All right, so you could probably guess the Browns, the Dolphins, the Titans, the Cardinals. This one's a little interesting to me. At 28 is the Falcons. That's too low to me because you have one of the most exceptionally captivating players in the league in Bijan Robinson. Now, I agree if Tua continues to be the quarterback past week 1, 2, 3, it will probably break us all down. But that felt a little low. Now, who do
Michael Penix?
That's who I'm waiting for. Who do you guys think will be the most exciting teams to watch? By the way, for people who are texting in, they're like, I want to create a league or I don't have enough friends to fill it out. We'll figure this out together.
Okay.
All right. You win. We'll figure this out.
Okay. I did see somebody say that their draft order starts with the first pick. You know who the first pick is, and then you don't know until you're on deck. That would be wild because I'd be like, oh crap, I got 30 seconds to figure out a player, and you're just like, all right, now you're up. Oh, that'd be a wild draft order. Okay, I have a top 3 that I don't have a particular order for them.
All right.
But it is, I think the Rams are just going to be absolutely fascinating this year.
I get it.
If Matthew Stafford is anywhere near what he was last year, that's going to be exceptional quarterback play again with one of the most brilliant coaching minds. Plus, now potentially Aaron Donald falling in line with Myles Garrett.
Would they, I know you said they're like more or less on even footing. If Aaron Donald was officially back, would that make the Rams 1?
Yes.
Okay, I could see that.
The Bears are, I'm probably way too far ahead. I love Ben Johnson. I have for too long. When I saw what he did with Detroit, that's whenever I was like, dude, this is something right here. He's committed to the running game, but also knows how to air the ball out. Like all these things work together. So I'm probably too high on them, but he told me we're exactly one of those teams that could fail because of the expectations on us. And then this is stupid of me to be this excited. It's the Chargers.
Ooh, that makes sense.
They have offensively bored the snot out of me for years now because Justin Herbert is supposed to be that good. But they have an offensive coordinator that I love and believe in. Even though his team fell apart as a head coach, that offense is going to be fire.
Right.
So I think those are my top 3 teams based on what I think they can do offensively, but I think the Rams probably win out because of what they can do defensively.
Alec, is there a team or teams that you think of in terms of being at the top of your excitement rankings? Again, I'm not saying anything about if they're going to be good or not. It probably doesn't hurt to be good, but
It's tough to not say the Chicago Bears. After the run that they went on last year, it seems like they got better over the offseason, but there's always the conversation looming over their head, but it's the Bears. And it's very real. It's not fair, but it's also real at the same time that they can never seem to get out of their own way, or the ball just literally doesn't bounce their way. But they were so exciting last year. I think second-year head coach Ben Johnson is going to be a lot more exciting than really any offensive coordinator Ben Johnson that we saw.
Well, you guys are in league with the ESPN folks. The Chicago Bears are number 1, and it says, remember how I told you for the Browns, I was like, no thank you. Mm-hmm. This one starts, there's no way you need me to explain this to you, which I think is very fair. The Rams are at 2. The Detroit Lions are at number 3, thinking the Jahmyr Gibbs show, obviously. The Chargers are at 4, and the New England Patriots are at number 5. We can talk about the Patriots if you want, but consider this. Number 6 on the list is the Dallas Cowboys.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
For both of you. So that's not a bonus question, it's just a question for the two of you. Overreaction or reality?
Oh!
Actually, don't answer it that way.
We'll
just answer the question. Is it, for you, the offense or defense that is more exciting this year?
100% it's the defense. Because I've gotten myself into a Caleb Downs conundrum with the offense is what I'm going to go with. Where, like the expectations are so high, if it's any lower, you're going to be like, oh, they suck. Like the offense, my expectations are so high that it feels like it's almost impossible to exceed those expectations, but very, very possible to fail to reach those expectations. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm more excited about the defense.
Are you expecting with the offense are you expecting a top 1 offense?
I'm expecting top 5 points per game. Top 5 points per game is my expectation for this Dallas Cowboys offense. Whereas defense, we're like, it would be sweet if they could be mediocre.
But part of you also is like, but they could be so much better.
Well, I mean, we did the study.
There's that part that's kind of in your shoulder somewhere. It's like, we could do this.
Yeah. In my head, I'm like, but if they got to 10 or 12, what could happen? And so that's the thing. That's why I'm more excited to see the defense, not because they are better, because they most certainly are not, but because my expectations for the two units are way different.
With a defensive coordinator who's never called plays like this before.
Exactly.
But is also a savant.
It is so crazy. So you're right. So let's use him and Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs has never played a snap of regulation NFL football, but he's the most likely rookie from this class to go to the Hall of Fame. And then Christian Parker never called a snap of defensive plays in an NFL regular season game. He could be a head coach next year. What? Both of those feel like crazy things to say, yet I think a lot of people carry both of those expectations to differing degrees.
And in the last week, the linebacker, Jayshon Barham,
Rookie of the Year,
went from...
Well, I guess Downs is Rookie of the Year.
Have no clue what this guy is. In 1 week, seriously, in 1 week, this dude's gone from who to holy crap, he might be the Predator.
Yeah.
Alec, I just wanted to confirm, offense or defense that's the most exciting for you?
Defense, because, again, it might be unfair, but I feel like the offense, my expectations are one of the best in the league already, and I'm just kind of assuming that's where they're going to lie, because it's pretty much the same as it was last year. The defense, it can only go up from here, right? Right.
Bonus question.
Rick bonus.
Damn it.
Special teams, question mark.
Special teams and tackle are at the top of my list. I know we went in with a more nuanced thought about, is it the linebackers in general? Is it just specifically middle linebacker? What about, and it has turned into, for me, what is your special teams coverage going to look like? And how about those tackles?
Yeah.
That is what I have zeroed in on as my biggest priorities and concerns.
I love it.
With this team.
I love it. Dude. Football's back, baby.
All right. So, you know what?
One more preseason game.
I will use that logic tomorrow, which you can hear right here on the Fan. I will use that logic to ask you this, because the Cowboys are number 6 on this list. Putting aside your Cowboys fandom, overreaction or reality, the Dallas Cowboys look like they will be an exciting team this season. Putting aside our own personal investment in them. Overreaction or reality? ESPN says they're number 6. The Dallas Cowboys look like they will be an exciting team this season.
Coming up here at 1 o'clock, Chris Carter will have a comment about that.
Ball guy?
Kinda. Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to temper it a lot because I'm already in the homer category. So if I say 10 wins, it's like, oh my gosh, look at that homer saying the Cowboys are going to have a winning record this year.
You know Corey.
Yeah, you know Corey.
Oh, man. By the way, 10 wins is not a homer take. That is not particularly out of the norm right now.
Yeah, it's customary for all teams in the NFL.
I could see that.
Except for the Browns.
If you ever look at something that ESPN puts out that I think is really fascinating, it's every single beat reporter giving their, good Lord, every single beat reporter giving their prediction for the team's record. It ends up that all NFL teams are 60 games above 500. I'm just assuming that's Bobby standing outside the window, but I don't know
Could
that.
Be DJ.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, my first thought was Bobby for sure. What was the question? I got distracted by Bobby.
Don't worry about it.
I'm.
No, you answered my question.
I am excited. I am excited about the. And here, no, I have another answer though, and it's not artificially created by Jerry. Jerry has a tendency to do some things that keep you like hooked in, right? Oh, guys, just wait till Overshone gets here. We're gonna make a trade. Whatever it is, just wait till Quintum gets rolling. Jerry has a tendency to artificially create excitement in this team. And this year, I don't think that's the case because they officially went out and added talent. Now, how that talent plays is still yet to be seen because the starters haven't had those options yet. But this isn't something that was created by Jerry and the Cowboys.
Right.
This is something they had to actually go do some work to get.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Putting aside your personal fandom, the Cowboys look like they...
But you're not necessarily stopping anything and everything. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. I think you're going to have a very skilled group on defense that knows their role. But I don't think you're going to be perfect. I do think that you're going to see better play more times than not. I still think against the better competition, specifically in the NFC, I think you're going to run into some trouble just because the NFC is stacked offensively. So I've tempered my expectations a little bit on the defense, but I think exciting means guys like Caleb Downs are making big plays. Heck, Von Miller is on this team now. Just saying that is exciting on paper. If he gets even 6 to 8 sacks, you're like, that's exciting. To your point, that doesn't mean you're winning the game.
Right.
It just means you're making some fun plays.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Commanders, not the Giants, will finish last in the NFC East.
Alec,
it sounds like it was a dumpster fire of a scrimmage for them yesterday.
Alec, what did I tell you yesterday? And actually, never mind. Don't say all the words that I said about how bad I think the Commanders are going to be. They're going to be terrible, Kevin. I'm predicting, like, not Browns level terrible, but just on the level of it. I think Jaden Daniels is good enough to win you 4 games. Okay. But that might be as good as it gets for them.
One reporter out there said it was the worst the offense had looked in years in their joint practice. So, Alec,
that's my sound effect for their season.
You know what? And that was the recap of yesterday. Overreaction or reality to you, Mr. Medford. The Commanders, not the Giants, will finish last in the NFC East.
Reality, I'm going to get a whoopee cushion drop for any time we talk about the Commanders because I really do think that's what their games are going to sound like when you go and watch them, because that offensive line, by all reports of people out there at camp, has been miserable. The offense itself, as you just mentioned, not good. The defense, they're relying on a bunch of younger guys, and they let a bunch of people walk, too. And health is going to be a major concern for that team.
NFL overreaction or reality, you don't really care or think it's a big deal that the Pro Bowl, now the Pro Bowl games, have been canceled for good. I don't think it's a big deal at all.
It actually is a big deal.
Oh, in my face.
As the child who grew up loving the Pro Bowl. That part of what I loved as a kid is now gone. And I don't love seeing that go away. But the fact that they didn't care anymore made me not care about it. They didn't play it. They didn't care. And I get it. There's hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars on the line, right? You feel in contracts that are on the line for those dudes physically. So it makes a lot of sense that they wouldn't continue to do it. That being said, over the last, how many years has it been this way? 8, 10 years now?
Oh, at least.
Whatever it's been over these last 10 years, I have cared so little that yes, I don't care anymore.
Okay.
I think it's an overreaction for childhood Corey that loved the Pro Bowl game.
Okay.
But reality for right now, because it turned into such an S show.
Alec, overreaction or reality, you don't really care or think it's a big deal that the Pro Bowl and Pro Bowl games have been canceled.
Overreaction. I do think crazy. No, I do think it's a big deal because of what Corey said. He used to mean something. He used to hold some sort of level of prestige, and there was honor surrounding it, And now Shedeur Sanders is quite literally telling everybody, "Why am I here?"
Yeah.
Like, it turned into a joke, and the sad reality is because of how much money is involved in the sport now, there's no real way to fix it. So, I'm not saying it was the wrong thing to do. It was the right thing to do. But I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
All right, now note the wording on this. We talked about excitement earlier. Overreaction or reality, you are immensely confident the Cowboys will make the playoffs.
The word for the challenge is unique.
Okay, that is true. But that is not relevant to that part. Okay. I don't want to confuse anybody. Overreaction or reality, you are immensely confident the Cowboys will make the playoffs. Because I am not.
Not yet.
Yeah, move on.
Thank you, Dak. Listen, man. I think that this is going to take some time. I've told you I'm not going to judge this defense, good or bad, based on the first 3 weeks. Because there's just too much to learn about it. So they could come out on fire the first 3 weeks, and you're like, oh my gosh. Well, now somebody has 3 weeks of film on Christian Parker and his tendencies. How does he adjust? So I think that this defense is going to be better, but I'm not immensely confident yet. And, one of the other things, too, is can Joe Milton win you a bunch of games if needed?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things. How much depth do you actually have on the defense? Right now, it feels like you have some good starting going on. But I'm not completely 100% sure.
Okay.
Immensely. That they're in the playoffs. But I have a strong feeling they are.
Alec, overreaction or reality, you are immensely confident the Cowboys will make the playoffs.
I hate how smart you are sometimes, Kevin, because that word changes a lot of things.
Indeed it does.
Yeah, very unique word to use there, Kevin. Good job. Proud of you.
He's a jerk.
Unique. Because of your phrasing, I have to go overreaction.
You're not wrong.
Corey phrased it perfectly. Like, I'm pretty confident. I'm right around there. I'm like 2 steps below immensely because it's still all projecting on defense. It is total projections. It is total hope. And part of it is rooted in fact. It can't get any worse than last year, so I'll concede that. But
it can. It absolutely could.
I get you.
You're right.
I guess we could be the Jets.
There's no way it will be.
There's no way it will be.
I don't believe it. Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, we love the text messages. And stop. And you should continue.
I'm so excited right now.
Sending in texts in the Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. But that will also be the call-in number at some point in the 1 o'clock hour. The key word is unique. So prep yourself in this next hour, but prep yourself as well. Because coming up next, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
If the Cowboys did absolutely nothing but stayed where they are, is this team something you can get behind? Next on The Fan.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where at some point in this hour, you will be given the opportunity to call in. If you have the keyword, you will win. And your caller number 10, you will win one of those 6 Dr. Pepper prize packages and be one of the finalists for the Fantasy Football Extravaganza. It is not happening at this exact moment, though, as people are trying to line up the lines. You'll definitely know when it happens. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. This is about your screen protector.
You need to win this thing. All right? That's all I'm saying is you need to win this thing.
Hell yeah.
It is too cool of an idea. I'm not sure who came up with this idea. I'd like to credit.
Good question.
I'd like to credit Gavin Spittle.
Okay.
But I think the thing that he would do is say, you guys deserve the credit. So we came up with this idea for y'all.
Oh, man.
That's what he's one of those
Okay.
guys. He's always been very humble about that and always wants us to take the credit for it. That's always one of the things I've respected about him. And Kevin, we do take credit. We're very good at taking the credit for things because we kick ass. That's just what we do.
So true.
But you want to win this thing, and you need to.
But I can't.
Not you,
But
Kevin.
you can.
You can, the listeners out there. And I'm trying to think, has there been another thing like this?
Yes.
Because for me, I'm almost 20 years in on this league that I'm in with my friends.
Well,
winning something like this would be one of the coolest things ever. For me, this is one of the coolest giveaways we've ever done.
the only one I can immediately think of.
$1 billion? Didn't we give away $1 billion one year?
What? No.
Oh, yeah, you weren't.
It was the tickets and trip to the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
And you had to guess a number between 1 and 1,053.
That was pretty fun.
And it came down to our show, and I think there were 2 possible numbers. So it could have either been, I don't know, it was like 677 or 678. I don't remember. You know what? I bet somebody does know the number that is listening
the winner,
right now.
The winner's like, I know.
And it came down to that. And so if they didn't win on our show, it was going to carry over to the next day. And I remember how awesome I thought that was, and the drama. Like, I was nervous for that person to get it right, because I was like, man, that's going to suck. If you get it wrong, then you know what the number is, and the next person wins. I thought that contest was super cool. I think this contest is cool as well.
Okay, Card Sharks? We've done those things before, right? Like and you
that
love
show
that
ruled.
because you loved that show so much.
I did.
This is. Then would you put this right there in the top of the mix too?
I think it's in the mix with that Super Bowl competition, especially if you, like you said, if it's something you've been doing this league for a long time. I feel like you win the coolness in this league forever. Now, I know you want to win the league, but you're like, hey, remember that one time? And you're like, whatever, dude.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like, whoever hosts it next year, good job. But do you remember when I had it at the Star?
One year I was able to hook it up at Petticola's, and we got to go do our draft in their green room. And everybody that was in the draft was like, this is really cool. Like, this is an awesome opportunity. Like, it's a really fun place for one, but we had the whole room to ourselves. We used to do it at the same spot pretty much every time. Last year we did it at Jake's.
Okay.
And Jake's, I mean, that was freaking fantastic. The food was phenomenal. They hooked us up, made sure we had stuff to put up on the wall and all that stuff. And we've always been trying to come up with some other. One year we did the draft at Ryan Floring's house. Again, he's a character now on our show. And
in case you don't know what that means, so Corey, one of his really good friends,
lifelong friend.
Yes, his name is Ryan, and he has handled putting in new floors at my last house and this house because that's his business.
At every house I've lived at.
And for the longest time, especially if I don't know you like super, super duper well, I will put like a qualifier. like Alec used to be Alec Bordop when I first met him, because that is the context in which I interacted with him.
You have one named Tolo Charizard.
Oh yeah, it's just Charizard.
Just...
There's no. It doesn't say Tolo because I know who that is. Captain Napkin is in my phone. So is Charizard, and that's a true story.
Captain Napkin.
Yeah, because that's what he. Yeah, he knows who he is. But so in my phone, his name is Ryan Flooring, and I remember that backfired once because in our early back and forths with Eric, who used to work at Beckett, I put his name as Eric Beckett, and I sent it to somebody, and they're like, "But his last name's not Beckett." And I was like, yeah, I know. Well, I don't know if he wants me to give out his last name. But he goes, but you said it was Beckett. And I was like, oh, yeah, sorry, that's my shorthand for my phone.
But yeah, we had it at his house, but it was the night of the Mayweather-McGregor fight. So that made it that much more fun because we had the one drunk idiot that bet everybody in the room $100 that McGregor was going to win. That was the easiest money I've made in a long time. By the way, he never paid. Yeah, you know who you are. It's not
my guy Ryan, is it?
No, Ryan Flooring pays his debts.
Okay.
Matter of fact, he may be throwing with me this weekend to get my arm ready.
Okay.
Because we played baseball together in high school. Anyway, everybody's looking. I think you're always kind of looking for a unique way. We've discussed the idea of taking it to Vegas, and going and doing some wild thing in Vegas and doing something like that. There's a lot of different options to be able to do it at this in the Cowboys war room.
For sure.
Where they draft Caleb Downs. And as Kevin said, Devin Moore.
I just wanted to balance it out. You know me.
This is where the decisions are made. So it's an exciting time. It's an exciting thing. And you only get this today and tomorrow, right?
Correct.
And so if you win today, you get the Dr. Pepper package.
Yep. That is a guarantee. And then you're one of only 6.
One of only
who will not get a chance. One of those 6 will be chosen.
It's wild. That is absolutely wild. All right. And we don't know exactly when we're doing this. Have we decided yet?
In this hour.
Whew.
Maybe it'll be in 2 seconds.
Do I need to scream something again? Is that
I would say at the time.
Let me know. Give me the knock.
All right. Got it.
Kevin, our friend Trey Wingo, who we had on a couple of years ago.
I loved talking to him.
And then all of a sudden, we're staying in the same hotel with him in New Orleans. And we're just like, what is this all like? This is wild. And so we got to hang out with Trey Wingo a little bit and chat with him.
He knew who we were.
He's taller than I thought, by the way. I did not expect him to be that. I absolutely did not expect him to be that tall.
I've never heard that.
About him?
No, because he means himself.
He's on Inside Football, and he has Chris Carter, Brian Urlacher, and Steve Keim all on. And they're talking about the Dallas Cowboys and potential move. This is a long cut. I wanted to kind of have the conversation because I might even stop you after Urlacher. But this is just the conversation of what more can the Cowboys do.
Speaking of franchises that have made it difficult for their fan base, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones has said publicly they aren't afraid of adding more people on defense. If you're the Cowboys, who are you kicking the tires to try and add? Brian, who do you think they should go after?
Max Crosby. If we're going to keep making big splashes, I have no idea how they would ever make that happen. Jerry Jones does, but I have no idea how they could make that happen. That's probably the only guy that in my opinion, that would change. They could even possibly get. I don't know how. They have no draft capital left. They have nothing. Jerry will find a way. If they want him bad enough, Jerry will find a way to get him. So that'd be the biggest thing right off the top of my head was be Max.
Well, I don't really think it's a big...
Right there. All right.
And that is factually inaccurate about them not having draft capital. That is very wrong.
Sometimes, Kevin, there are guys that throw out the, hey, this is something I've heard. And I think that was the Urlacher moment where he was like, hey, I've heard Max Crosby's name floated around. Why wouldn't I include him in this conversation?
And I agree with that part. It's just the draft capital part, I was like, that is wrong.
Right. And that was whenever the rest of it, Alec, that from Urlacher that made me kind of chuckle was I have no clue how they're going to do it. I don't know what they have. Jerry's the only one that knows. I'm like, well, Kevin does. Kevin also knows.
I got a ledger.
Kevin has told you many, many times exactly how to make this thing work. And I think, and I've said this many times, you get this season going see what direction it is, see when, as Sean said the other day, live bullets are flying now. And when you see, okay, we're missing this still, then you can go say, where is it and how can we add it to it?
And honestly, that makes a lot of sense for the Raiders too, right?
Yes.
Because, like, let's say, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if unfortunately Kirk Cousins got hurt or something, Fernando Mendoza comes in and just lights up the NFL immediately. Kind of like the way Dak started, and you're 5-1. You don't want to trade him, right?
Exactly.
But you could find yourself in a different quagmire where Kirk Cousins continues to play and you're 1-7, and you're like, well, what the hell's the point?
Then, quite honestly, I didn't expect to get the voice of reason from Find You a Fall Guy, Chris Carter.
Well, I don't really think it's a big name. Like, they don't need a splash. I believe that Dallas is going to be one of the surprise teams of the 2026 season. I believe their schedule is going to line up for them. I believe they're going to be drastically better. Watching some videos of camp, watching some things that they're doing as a team from a team building standpoint. I didn't know much about Schottenheimer before he became the head coach, but in the first season and in the full off season, I like what he's doing. So I don't think it's a big splash. I think I don't mind Jerry making those statements, but let's just be practical. Let's support the coaching staff. If there's a hole, let's plug it.
Pause. Because I think we're about
very reasonable.
I agree. I think they're about to diverge into a different conversation. So I wanted to pause it right there. I hear what Chris Carter is saying, absolutely, but this could be another thing, much like wide receiver by committee, where you see that, let's just say, pass rusher by committee doesn't work out the way that you had hoped it. Even if it's only 6 games, I mean, that is more than a third of the season. Then I wonder if you go back to that drawing board. So I see his point about you don't need Max Crosby now, but you might find out that you're like, hey, Ezraku's getting pressures, but he's not getting exactly what we need. Or Rashawn Gary is doing great stuff in the run, but he's not getting to the QB like we had hoped. Then you're like, okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah, and quite honestly, as Chris Carter was saying, it doesn't even have to be a splash. I don't have to go get Myles Garrett.
I agree.
I just have to go get something that is working.
I'm with you.
And something that, like, this might be, as you just said, they might be really good across the board. And maybe they say, you know what, we want to tick it up just one more, though. We just want to add that one thing, show the team that they've done everything we've asked of them, the coaches, the players, and now we're going to reward them by giving them that one shot in the arm that can make them say, we believe we can win too.
Honestly, that makes a lot of sense to me.
And then,
it really, really does.
And then this is Steve Keim. We'll finish up Chris Carter, but this is Steve Keim also.
I think Max Crosby, I think he's unavailable. I think after they made that mistake and tried to trade him, I think they've shut things down personally. I got a non-trade opportunity I think that could be interesting. They've added some very, very, very key character people to their organization. Caleb Downs, Tyler Booker. Guys we interviewed, Trey, in Oxnard. They were so impressive. Okay? I think Brian has a very, very good pulse on the team. You got an X in Pickens. You got the Z in CeeDee Lamb. Why not go sign a little bit of an outlier in Tyreek Hill and play the slot?
Interesting. All right, you can stop that right there. And Kevin, whenever he said that, I was like, what are we doing here, dude? Now, that's exciting for the fan that is just like, send all the burners out there, baby. I don't see something like that happening. But my question to you is, your hand on your face right now tells me you're just like, what is happening? Why would you even suggest Tyreek Hill? It would be fun. It would be fun to figure that out.
Fun is a good word for it, probably. But this is a bad idea because he had to set it up with all the qualifiers of, you know how many good dudes you've gotten on this team? It was like that day that I asked Skip about using an opener for Jacob DeGrom. And I was like, well, considering what you said about Rocker and the like, would you? Well, that's the thing. He's like, you got all these really great character people. Why not bring in Tyreek Hill? Couple of things. First of all, Tyreek Hill's not ready to play. And secondly, all of those other reasons.
That being said, because Tyreek Hill would be a wild card of all wild cards, are you willing to let this team sit the way it looks like it is going to and patiently wait to add something or maybe not add? Like as I was saying, I think the Chris Carter vibe is you wait on it, you let it ride, You go into it for a little while and just patiently wait, or maybe even not add at all.
So I've started to brainstorm a couple of ideas that I'll bring up tomorrow.
Because I like this team right now.
I do too.
And I haven't even seen them play yet.
But it's not a big name. I need somebody who either is going to be as stout as you get at swing tackle or can make a push on the right side.
All right. That's good. That's good stuff.
Okay, that would...
Dude, if he can play right tackle...
Okay, then...
We'll ask Wolchuk if he thinks he can play right tackle, if Flournoy can play... Flanoy. Gosh, it's going to screw me up now if Flanoy can play right tackle, because if there's somebody I trust on offensive line and receiver and Flanoy, it's Zach Wolchuk.
Okay, look... Then I will backtrack any negative thing that has ever been said about him. But yeah, if you can find me...
I got you.
Somebody that could be a swing tackle or could really, really push Terrence Steele, and Terrence Steele becomes your swing tackle, I'm in the market for that.
So you're saying, other than that, you think this team's set?
God help me, I might.
Okay.
To start, can I say this, or do you think this is a total cop-out? I
cop out all the time, so.
I think outside of that, they have earned the right to see how it goes. You know what I'm saying? Like,
100%.
Outside of that, I think they've earned the right to see how it goes. Then, if we find out,
that just
pass rusher by committee, blah, 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 then do what you got to do. But I think outside of that, let's go.
I think that's very fair.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we didn't get a chance to go through the rest of our state football questions that really matter. So we'll continue with those questions and answers. And, man, I feel like that next segment might be a good time to do that giveaway. Next, right here on The Fan.
injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Boise State here from the 48. That last catch by Voorhees was indeed upheld. So it was a gain of 7 and a first down here from Madsen, who looks downfield, and that pass is picked off. Leonard Moore was right there.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and this message goes out just to you, 361. I see your question about your son's birthday. I will answer that. Probably not over the air, but I will text you back, I promise.
One thing that I did not get to during that, and you brought this up earlier, Kevin, the Leonard Williams contract that he signed.
Yeah.
He's 32 years old, or I think he's going to be 32 years old.
That's a lot of guaranteed money.
A lot of guaranteed money, but what do we talk about a lot of times with defensive
tackles, baby?
It seems that those guys are more likely to be as productive later in their careers, probably more productive than they are earlier in their careers.
Yeah, no, actually, I think that is absolutely correct. All right. So I'm going to go back to some of the questions that we were talking about from the state of college football. But real quick, since we did play that highlight, I wanted to throw this out there. I made reference earlier to Dane Brugler's 2027 draft board going into the season. Of course, number 1 is Jeremiah Smith. Should not surprise you to know that. He is a special prospect out of Ohio State. But the cornerback, Leonard Moore, is second on his list as the best defensive player in all of college football. Once again, with Coleman, Manning, they've got a couple of others, obviously Simmons and Gooseby. The Longhorns have 4 of the top 8 prospects going into the season. So it goes beyond just Arch, who is third on the list. But I wanted to bring that up because Leonard Moore is going to be another player that I think is going to be a lot of fun to watch this year for Notre Dame. I know folks focus in on Carr, and I understand why that is. But this kid looks like he has got all of the physical tools you would want out of that position. All right.
This is exciting college football season.
It really is.
With the way NIL money has changed the landscape, a lot more teams can be as exciting as you expect them to be.
Yeah, I mean, you look no further than like the AP poll, number 6 and number 13. We live in a world where absolutely nobody is going to blink an eye that we roll into the season with Indiana ranked above Alabama. Mm-hmm. If I told you that 5 years ago, you would think I was drunk.
Yeah, and we also live in a world where UNT opening football next Saturday against Indiana, like you have no clue who's going to win that game.
Mm-hmm. That...
You know, it's
I don't know if I totally agree with that.
It feels like it could be a toss-up for most people.
Do you want to know the ESPN matchup predictor percentages on that?
76-0.
No, they just give you the percentage to win.
Oh.
North Texas, 1.8%.
Oh, that's less than I thought.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win.
Okay, Google me. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm.
You could have just not said that.
Okay, I'm sorry. That is that's on me.
That, you know what though? That really makes sense. It is at Indiana, so.
Could have got up to like maybe 3.5%, 4%. I hear you. All right, give me one bold prediction about Arch Manning's season. So last year, passing has more than 3,000 yards, 26 passing touchdowns, 7 interceptions to go along with 10 rushing touchdowns, and he even had a receiving touchdown. So give me one bold prediction. It could be baked into the team or individually about Arch Manning's season.
Bold prediction for Arch Manning is that he will lead the nation in touchdowns.
Ooh, okay.
And interceptions.
Oh, my goodness.
And touchdowns.
Got that.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
No, actually, I'm going to take the interceptions away.
I was going to say.
I think he's going to lead the nation in touchdowns.
Okay. That will make him a Heisman finalist, right? Like
Absolutely it will.
When you look at the talent on Texas, if he leads the nation in touchdowns, they've got to be.
For sure.
pretty high up there in the playoff.
I mean,
rankings.
yes, yeah. If he's going out there and he's cooking people and through the air, they're going to figure ways out to run the ball effectively.
Okay,
Sark does that pretty well. It's not that they're going to run it dominantly, but effectively to help the passing game. And if he's doing that, then him and old, is it
Simmons?
Coleman?
Oh, Cam Coleman is awesome. Yeah.
That means him and Cam Coleman are cooking together.
He looks like a stud. When we talk about all the physical tools, he looks like a stud.
I watched him last year against OU, and I did text Carter Freeman and was like, what the hell's happening right now? And he was like, you're talking about the perennial All-Pro for this kid? Yeah, that's what's happening.
All right, so let's bring both of y'all in on this next one. Where will Texas State finish in its inaugural Pac-12 season? Now, this is a weird world we live in because the Pac-12 now includes Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, Oregon State, San Diego State, Texas State, Utah State, and Washington State. Do I think it's weird that every single one of those colleges has state after it? Yes. Do I also think it's weird that we're back to 8 teams in the Pac-12, which at one point was actually called the Pac-8, but they don't want to move it back to the Pac-8. Yes, I also think that's weird. Texas State is in their first run through the Pac-12 conference. How do you believe they will finish? Because this was a team last year that they had some struggles, but a couple of those were overtime games. How do you think they're going to do?
Kevin, columnist Mike Finger, I believe he's in San Antonio. I followed him for a while because of the Spurs. Like, I was trying to keep track of some of the things the Spurs do. He's really good at what he does. Like, I really enjoy his Twitter. And I saw him a while back say, middle of the pack, 4th place.
Okay.
Would that be positive?
I do think that would be a positive. Somebody from the 817 swooped in and said 3rd place. I just, and I'm sure these, I want to make clear, I do not believe these are Texas State's expectations, but I bet they're like, hey, I think they should be like, let's not embarrass ourselves in this conference, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's make a strong showing. I think 3rd or 4th would be great. Anything above that, that's a hell of a story. Alec?
I think their offense is going to be really fun.
Their line is good.
Yeah, and they are a pace offense. They move quickly. They don't really do anything fancy, right? A bunch of dump off passes, but they get chunk plays because of it, catch and run. So if this scheme can hold up to a tougher conference schedule, I think they're going to be pretty decent. I'm right there with Corey. I think they're going to make that conference just a little bit more interesting. I don't think they have a chance to win it, but I think they could play spoiler for some people. In best case scenario, maybe they stumble into a bowl game.
Yeah, especially, being a Pacific Coast team.
We're going to have to all get over that. That ship has very much sailed.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. It's time for your chance to qualify for our one-of-a-kind, amazing Dr. Pepper giveaway, where you and your fantasy football league will hold your draft from the Cowboys War Room inside the Star in Frisco. You need to be caller number 10 at 877-881-1053. Tell us the Dr. Pepper keyword you've been saying, we have been saying, and you'll win a Dr. Pepper gift pack and be one of 6 to qualify to host your draft where the Cowboys host their draft. Your next chance to win is going to be during the 5 p.m. hour with the G-Bag Nation. That code word will be blend. Good luck, and thank you to Dr. Pepper for teaming up with us on this one-of-a-kind, amazing contest. Now,
I'm so excited.
While Mr. Medford is doing that, I go to you, Corey Majors. What
was the question?
I haven't asked the question yet.
All right.
Where will Texas Tech finish in the Big 12? Last year, Texas Tech victorious by winning the Big 12. We talked earlier today about the prospects of them, not only college football playoff-wise, but national championship-wise. You look at their schedule at the outset, it looks pretty soft, especially compared to some of these other contenders. Mm-hmm. Where will Texas Tech finish in the Big 12? They going to win it again?
My surprise team was TCU.
Okay.
Right? But that's a surprise. My expectation is that...
And I feel like if they finish second, That would be a surprise.
My expectation is that that Tech, BYU, and Utah are all going to be back up in the top 3 again. Like I feel like that's going to be the consideration for those 3. Is those are the ones that are in the hunt for it all. I do think that Tech, man, I just love Joey McGuire.
For sure.
And we've talked on air many times about why, but the dude now has gone from I'm building something. I think he's probably in the mindset of I'm always building something, but he's like, we're arriving and we're going to show people why we're arriving. He's talking with this confidence that he kind of always has, but he's also talking with this confidence of leading from the front. Kevin, there's some people that always know how to fight uphill and motivate you to fight uphill, and there's some people that know how to get you to say, we are the front dogs, and we're going to start acting like it. And I think that's where Joey McGuire is right now, and I think they're going to win the Big 12 again.
And somebody asked the question, am I the only one that thinks the Big 12 is a weak conference? Texas Tech should go undefeated, but if they make the playoffs and play a real team, they are going to get demolished. I mean, maybe so. Against their defense should be really, really good once again. But if you look at their schedule, I think it's just them and Houston. And Houston's the only team on their schedule that's ranked right now. So I do not believe you are out of bounds in terms of saying it feels like a weaker conference to start. All right, next one. What is your ideal number of college football playoff teams? Obviously, that has been the squabble over the last probably year, at least the last several months. We're still sitting at 12. That is going to change. What it's going to change to, still to be totally determined. But what is your ideal amount of college football playoff teams?
I'm going to sell out real quick on this, Kevin. Mm-hmm. I have supported this idea since the inception of it. And that is, there is no number set in stone. Every year, you say you send the committee into the room and you go, how many teams deserve to be in the college football playoff this year? And then you come out and you go, 2. I would hope that you would kind of set a range between 6 and 12. I think 12 is a good number, honestly.
Okay.
But somewhere in that range where you're like, okay, we got a little bit of work to do to figure this out. But I love that idea because Selection Day would be an insane day where people would be like, they come out and they say, we only took 10 teams this year. Now, I know you're thinking, hold on, how's that going to work? But you figure that out.
Right.
I just love the idea of it's a surprise, but I think 12 is a reasonable number because you're going to always find a reason for a team to be like, we deserve to be in over that team. But ultimately, the top teams are going to kind of, flesh out the rest of them.
Alec, 2 things. Did our caller get the password correctly? And secondly, what's your ideal amount of college football playoff teams?
They did.
Yeah!
It was Tolo Justin in Wichita Falls. He was our first winner. So again, 5:00 hour with the G-Bag Nation will be your next chance to win. And we'll do it.
That word is blend.
And we'll do it again on this show tomorrow. So it's going to be a fun time.
The word for G-Bag is blend. We can't say our word yet.
Correct.
But the word for G-Bag is blend.
That's right.
And that'll be in the 5:00 hour.
Correct.
Their word is blend in the 5:00 hour.
That's right. And I'm a fan of the 12-team playoff format.
Okay.
I think that's the sweet spot because it gets oversaturated at some point, but I have hated for my entire existence the 4-team playoff. I think it's too quick. As a fan of football, I want more chaos. I want more parity. Now with NIL and everything, I don't know if the parity will exactly exist, but hey, I get more competitive football.
From the 817, FYI, I don't like the way Alec told me I missed out and to try again with G-Bag. I don't know if they're like really offended by it or if
Sorry?
Alec, are you curt with people or?
No, I curse them out and I tell them that they're not good at this. No, I just say, hey, you just missed out, man. Try again with G-Bag. You got another chance. You got a few chances, including tomorrow.
That doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd rather just get the busy signal than be like, oh, you're so close. You were one of the 10, but you missed it.
That does hurt.
All right, a couple things for you real quick. I wanted to make this note since we talk about WNBA quite a bit on this program. Do you know this season the Indiana Fever and Caitlin Clark have set the WNBA viewership records for CBS and NBC and ESPN and Prime and the USA Network and ION. Not any teams. It's the Fever and Caitlin Clark every single time, and that's pretty damn impressive.
That is impressive for them, man, for sure.
And then what's going to be even more impressive, if you go to Tarleton State tomorrow to go see the morning show, they have 100 shirts that they're going to be giving away, especially just for this event. I know Sean's nervous. I believe those shirts will be gone by 8.
Which is ridiculous because college students shouldn't be waking up before 8.
What if they're still awake?
That's a definite possibility. But what I'm finding, though, Kevin, is more and more college students are setting their schedules to be there early. And that's just ridiculous.
Freaking love it.
But it also makes me feel like America's going to be okay. You know, these kids are trying to get out there and be inventive.
Yeah.
They're ambitious. And they're going to go build their own companies and be tyrants around the world. I mean, hold on. Tycoons. Tycoons around the world.
We're so close.
Sorry.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, it's a big one.
through 2025.
And now the 0-1. And that one's hit high and deep out into right field. Nimmo going back at the track, at the wall. It's gone. Tristan Peters has done it again. Home runs in 5 straight games. He gives Chicago a 6-2 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. Looking forward to giving away this shot at the fantasy football thing in the 5.
All right. So we were talking about the excitement behind the giveaway. And do you remember the Super Bowl trip giveaway when you had to guess the number between 1 and 1,053, and we would just say higher or lower?
Yes.
And then there was a couple of jacknuts who messed it up for everyone because they weren't listening, and you're like, no, that's wrong. And it just kept getting closer and closer. I thought that was an amazing giveaway. This one's pretty sweet, too.
Yeah, this has got to be top 3, I think, in my time in radio. Yeah. So best of luck to the Tolos. Of course, we have our magic word, blend, BLEND. Coming up that you're going to want to be caller 8 for in the 5 o'clock hour.
Ooh, I like that.
You know, I'm really excited for all the shows to potentially have the winner. Who do y'all want the winner to be from, though? Your show?
Yeah.
Sean and RJ?
I think ideally it'd be a G-Bag listener. I mean, Brian and I are going to be out there. It'd be nice to bond over like, hey, you do listen to the G-Bag Nation. But honestly, I think that anybody that wins should be listening to all of our shows.
Yeah, because you and Broadus are going to be there, so that would be a big factor if, like, they're G-Bag listeners and y'all get to hang out with them. That would be dope.
And Brian's going to have all the stories for you. Just don't ask him for any help with your fantasy. He will refuse you. He doesn't want to do it.
No, I will politely say I can't help you, and then and then tell them why. I'll give them the Tom Brady story.
But I'll help you.
Yeah,
as the defending 105 through the Fan Station champ.
That's right.
I got you.
Called the New England Patriots to ask if Tom Brady was going to play for a friend of mine, and my guy said, "Man, he's really banged up. Really banged up. I don't know, man. He's just not practicing well and all that." So I'm going to go out there and threw for like 406, 4 touchdowns.
Oh, man.
My friend lost like $500. I gave her the money. I was like, listen,
I feel so bad right
I did. I felt so bad.
Oh, man, you sweetheart.
She did playing like David Gerard or somebody like that at Jacksonville, and I was like going, God dang. And she goes, it's okay. You were trying to help me. I'm like, yeah, I thought I had this thing wired. And then my guy's like, man, he just looks really banged up right now. I don't know if he'll line up. I don't know. We're trying to practice him, saying all that. And I told my friend, she goes, well, I'm going to play the other quarterback. And Brady suited up that weekend. That's the last time. That's it. At that point, I said, I'm never going to help anybody with their fantasy football team again because I don't want to be the reason why you win or lose money. That's why.
But you'll probably have some good war room stories. I bet.
Probably not. I've told most of them on the air.
Brian, yes, you're going to have great war room stories, Brian.
Wolchuk is far more interesting to talk to. He has a better memory. He probably could tell you what he thought about the draft 2-3 years ago. I can't remember what I had for lunch.
I can fill in the gaps for you, but you're going to have all the freaking stories, Brian. People want to come and see you.
You do not feel the need to promote certain aspects. You're like, nah.
He's underselling the S out of this right now.
I like
love
it.
He's going to get into his natural habitat there in the war room, and he's going to be glistening. I mean, he is.
Well,
he's going to be
ask me. People are asking me, have you ever been in this war room? And I'll say, no, I haven't. Kind of like Ted throwing darts.
Right.
But if they would have asked me, I would have said, I threw darts every day.
That's such a great scene.
That is a very good scene.
One of the best scenes.
But no, I have yet to. I've walked into that war room. Matter of fact, Des Bryant and I had a hug right outside it, and that was the last day he ever spent with the Cowboys.
These are the stories you're going to get.
Like Des, I was walking down the hall, and Des came out, and he goes, "Oh, paparazzi." And I said, "What's going on, bro?" And he goes, "I'm here to see Jerry and Steven." I'm like, "Well, man, come here." I gave him a hug, and I knew it was the end. I knew it. I knew it was the end. And sure enough, Jerry, Steven, and Garrett came walking out of the war room, and they're like, "Hey, Des, come over here with me, come on." And I'm like, "Hey, man, I'll talk to you later." Next thing I know, Jane Slater and Fish were chasing him in a car.
Yeah.
Trying to kind of run him down.
Yeah, trying to get the story.
So that's the last time I was near the Cowboys war room when it came to the draft. Or it wasn't. They were working on the draft at the time.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's the draft right there, Kevin. That's the.
They weren't very good at goodbyes there for a while. I guess they still aren't if you count the Mike McCarthy
Yeah,
one.
what was the T.O.? Was it like T.O. was at dinner?
Yeah.
He wrote it on the table?
T.O. on a napkin. I think he wrote it on the napkin.
He drew the overarching, this is bigger than the cow, bigger than you and me.
Yeah, like this is us and this is you, and there's not room for both of us.
Yeah, the goodbye.
Just sounded so crazy to me. Like, what?
I was trying to remember the goodbye that Alonzo Spellman had. Because Jerry, that's the first time that Jerry ever had armed security outside the door when he released a player. Because he was worried that Spellman was going to jump over the table and grab him and start doing stuff. So yeah,
He did go with the Marty Robbins El Paso with Randy Gregory too. Marty Robbins and the El Paso trilogy song.
Yeah,
go check
did.
those out if you haven't heard them before.
Yeah.
He loves that any mention of El Paso, doesn't he?
So good.
Do you guys know who Peter Cullen is?
Name sounds familiar, but
From Twilight?
No,
not the Cullens.
Why does everybody say that? Why does everybody say that?
That's the family.
Why is
the Cullen family.
Yeah,
why is the go-to? No, I'm talking about Twilight.
Oh.
Everybody throws the old, was that from Twilight?
Because it is kind of a funny joke. I mean, those movies were so bad.
Okay.
I've never seen them.
You should.
You just said
might
they're
actually.
so bad.
Yeah, but you might actually enjoy.
true.
Like they're so bad.
You
There's
love terrible
parts
movies.
you can
That's
laugh at them.
Okay. All right.
I think the third one, because I had to watch them all. I had a buddy that was super into them in college.
I had a wife that was very into them.
Well, my friend was a male.
And so she was like, hey, you want to hang out? Then you got to watch these movies.
Let's watch this guy glistening in the sun.
Exactly.
Didn't Peter Cullen get cold from Humanity today?
He did. So he was the voice of Optimus Prime.
Oh, he's like real old. He's like 80.
He was 80.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, he was the voice of Optimus Prime, and
Monterey
he was so
Jack from
popular
Chippendale.
that when they made the live action,
Autobots.
they were like, well, we need to get Peter Cullen to do the voice, or else people are going to be like, screw this movie. And he was an amazing voice actor. He has also passed away.
So this is like Kevin Conroy.
That's 3.
Yes, correct.
okay.
Which is our
good.
legend.
Correct.
Everybody else is breathing a sigh of relief
So we
now.
got the trifecta, right?
Yeah.
That was his real voice? My
pretty
goodness.
much. Yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Epic.
That's an all-timer voice right there.
Absolutely. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We'll have Machota on at 4 o'clock as we wrap up padded practice for the Cowboys last night. Yeah.
Indeed. All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say blend, Kevin.
Blend.
Your midday listening appointment.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we are off and running. General at your service, Addies. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over here. Master Control 75 and 635. Fixing to go a full 5 flawless, full show today. Rangers are off. We'll talk more about them and what they have done shortly. You do have Aiden Butler still sitting in the video chair over there. I don't know where Austin Nix in his short shorts is or his crop tops. No sign of Austin Nix yet. He might be in, but somebody's got your video on Twitch and YouTube, and, of course, the best way to have a Tolo backup is that Odyssey app. Gentle reminder to download that bad boy right now. Never miss a segment. And it's super easy to sign up. You know, like 30-second little email verify, and you're off and running. Okay. Final padded practice last night of Cowboys training camp. Boys, they ran the gauntlet, didn't they?
They did.
They ran the gauntlet. They came out on the other side. I need to knock on some wood here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, geez.
But, I mean, no injuries? No injuries to starters for camp? There's not a lot of NFL teams that can say that right now. So salute to them, and I don't know if they deserve any credit or if you just get lucky, but either way, it's a huge win. Had plenty physical practices, 2 joint practices, no starters lost, and now I believe they get to reap the benefits of this. So, what do we got here now? Till the 13th, so we got 2 weeks and a couple of days till week 1. Is that all we are now?
Man, it's here. We've made it, fellas. I mean, we got college football games starting tonight, high school football starting throughout the state, and we are just right around the corner from week 1 of the NFL. It is such a glorious time. We've made it. Thank you to the Rangers for staying in the hunt. And go bleep themselves for that performance last night, though.
That was brutal. But Houston lost 2, so we're still in this thing.
Worst division in the history of baseball.
2 games under, half game out of a playoff spot, half game out of winning the West. That would be epic to win it under 500, especially at the expense of Houston. Are you hearing anything about who's going to play tomorrow yet, Brian? Are you hearing whispers, or how's this usually go?
I asked 2 questions, and I have yet to get an answer back. I'm trying to figure out if Mingo and Brown both are playing. And I'm just trying to figure out if they both dress, then this thing's going to carry to the end. If one of them dresses and one of them doesn't, then maybe that give you a little bit of a. But I haven't got back on that. That was the one that I wanted to know about the most. Is because I think the final receiver spot is still there, maybe for the taking. And listen, I all morning long, if you follow me on X or follow Crown Global Media on X, that I've been kind of talking to people about this and the possibility, and they just do not want to believe that there's a possibility that Brown might not be on this roster. And I'll say this: this. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe anybody at the station. You don't have to believe anybody. But people like Todd Archer, Nick Harris, John Machota, Calvin Watkins, Clarence Hill, people who live in the building, people who are with this team every day, if they're putting guys on the bubble, you need to kind of pay attention to that.
Because they might be getting tipped.
Yeah. There is a reason why those gals and guys cover that football team. And they've had long relationships. And so you don't have to believe me for saying, well, there could be, this 5th receiver spot. It could, well, gosh, he's done everything. This would be terrible. That's not the point. The point is that the people who live in that building are telling you that guys are on the bubble, and you should listen to that.
Yeah.
But I just...
are they putting Mingo on the bubble too, or just Brown?
It's both.
Both of them are?
It's both.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And none of us are saying that we're against Brown. No. And I've said, listen, if there's reasons to think that maybe, that there's other deficiencies in Brown's game, yeah, I don't think he has great speed. I'm just going to say that. And there are people posting videos, we'll steal. I will say this. Skywalker Steele posting videos, there's separation, all that. Yeah, there's separation stuff. You're right. I'm just saying he doesn't have great speed. And are there receivers? I even brought up, I've brought up players that don't have
Anquan Bolden.
Anquan Bolden. He's smaller than Anquan Bolden.
You know what's funny is Cole Beasley, for as quick as he is, his 3-cone and shuttle actually worse than Camden Brown.
Yeah.
But what
See, that's the thing is Camden Brown's 10. Camden Brown's 10 good.
Yes.
He does it. Most receivers can build up speed as he runs. But he goes and makes plays. We're not discounting that. But if you're sitting here and you want to fight with me about the fact, he's made the team. People who are living in that building are calling him a bubble player. It's not just me, guys and gals. It's not just me. Trust the people that are in that building, and that'll tell you a lot. He very well, they might carry 6 receivers. Then again, they might look at this thing and think, man, right now we cannot carry 6 receivers.
Yeah.
I feel like Mingo has improved this offseason, hasn't he?
He has.
He's shown up the best version of himself that we've seen so far.
Both of these guys have played really, really well. The guy that's been noticed the most is this because of the catches has been Brown.
Yeah.
That's where we've noticed Brown a lot.
That was crazy again last night.
Yeah,
like
it's unreal.
He's falling down and leaning back, almost like OBJ against Carr.
Sure.
The body control, the ability to hang in the air, high point the football. He does just keep making plays. It really is impressive.
And that's where, and don't get mad at people who are telling you that this thing is coming down to potentially a roster spot. Get mad at the Cowboys that didn't take that number 6 jersey he was wearing last week and make him sit out.
Well, I think that it's also a great problem to have. It means that you've got depth, and it means your roster is good enough to where we're even having these conversations.
Yeah.
There's been some years where this team, we're like, do you even have enough good at this position, that position?
Well, you needed somebody to push Mingo. You need somebody, and if they pick Brown over Mingo, great. If they pick Mingo over Brown, but listen, they have roster spots that are really their numbers are kind of strange in some areas. Their numbers, they might feel like we have to go a little long at corner. We might have to go a little long at safety. We might have to go a little long at another position. But you just don't say, well, we're going to go long at wide receiver because, there's a lot of thought that goes into this on why you go long at certain positions and why you have to go shorter at other ones.
Yeah, Nick's got out a great article. He's got 43 players marked as safe right now in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. That's in our buddy Nick Harris. He's got 21 marked as bubble spots, and there's only 10 available there. So you've got a bunch of guys that are fighting. Now, he does
It's
know...
an excellent article.
It is.
It really is.
Maybe they keep 2 quarterbacks, 9 offensive line, but you're going to have to go short in certain places.
You're going to have to, and this is what he's trying to explain, and that's why I appreciate the fact of somebody saying, this not blindly, and I think our show, listen, we've been critical in a lot of things. We've had discussions about Brown a lot. We've talked about Brown. We've talked about Von Miller. These are like real conversations. These are real conversations that personnel departments have within. Hey, are we doing the right thing of bringing Von Miller in? Are we doing the right thing of bringing, is Mingo, because of special teams, better than Brown right now? What's going to happen at running back? Do we need to go get another running back? It's not hate. It's not trying to hate on somebody here. We're just having conversations trying to make you think a little more.
There you go.
You could cookie cutter this thing all damn day and just say, oh, yeah, this is the way it's going to be.
And it's good reporting. I mean, last year I think there was a surprise from the fan base when Trayshawn Holden didn't make the team, and the reaction was, oh, my goodness, they're idiots for not keeping Trayshawn Holden. Yeah.
Flournoy did not initially make the 53, and I just about lost my freaking mind. Now, he came back, right? Like, there's going to be some weird things that will happen initially because you've got the vested veteran stuff.
Yeah.
So they'll be like, Brian Anger doesn't make it, or the long snapper, Trent Sig, doesn't make it.
Right. They'll play some roster gymnastics with this thing, but when it's all said and done, they're going to have to. There's certain spots that they're going to have to maybe go a little long at, and wide receiver, keeping a 6 wide receiver might not be in the cards as we speak in week 1.
Did you just say Flournoy? Is the R back? Oh, okay, it is Flournoy.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking I was going to have to reverse course on that one again. Okay.
You say whatever the hell you want to. I still see people saying Barham, Barham. I mean, I'm pretty confident, like, Barham's the way we need to go here, but you say whatever you say.
Well, just trying to be accurate, for the gentlemen and their names. I think those are probably the 2 most mispronounced names going on the Cowboys right now. I'll try to nail this college football guest we have coming up at 3 o'clock, or nail the name, Shahan Jayaraja. Looking forward to the CBS Sports writer talking college football with us coming up at 3 o'clock, as we are just days from games there in the NCAA. Rangers get a day off to really think about what they've done, and kind of shocking. It was Evan Grant this morning writing about how their best players, their best offseason acquisitions let them down big time the last 2 nights. Jacob deGrom and then Mackenzie Gore last night getting shelled. Their starting pitchers getting shelled, and then Nimmo and Seager went cold at the worst possible time. They were 2 for 18 the last 2 nights combined. They were 0 for with runners in scoring position. Siegs is 0 for altogether his last 2 games. So he had 7 multi-hit games of his previous 8. But then, it's baseball, and you're going to go a while without having some hits sometime. And I thought we were about to hit the stratosphere and go into supernova mode there with Corey Seager, but not so fast, my friend. Mackenzie Gore actually was down 1.5 miles on his velocity last night. He gave up 4 in less than 4, and then Alstrom gave up 5.
And it's one of those where if you're going to get walked 8 times by an opposing team starting pitcher and you go 2 for 4 with runners in scoring position, the Rangers just failed to execute.
Yeah.
I mean, they had tons of opportunities. That's a game where a starting pitcher's trying to hand you a golden ticket.
Yeah.
You just jump on all over them, give yourself a nice cushion in the lead, and it would have been okay because Mackenzie Gore did not have his best stuff last night. It was a bad start for him. But the Rangers just could not do anything with those opportunities and continued to squander them. Big base running errors. You got Seager, to your point, getting picked off. Langford's playing poorly. And Langford needs to get out of this rut. I mean, he doesn't look like he's seeing the ball well. He's making mistakes in the field. He's making mistakes on the base path. I was surprised. I thought this was a series after the first night they'd find a way to win it, but unfortunately, maybe the day off is coming at a great time, and they can get back and hopefully start a new winning streak.
Yeah, 4 runs can be enough. Four runs is often enough for this team. I think when they score first, they didn't score first last night, but when they score first and score 4 runs, they're damn near unbeatable.
Yeah, they win
Absolutely.
every time. They score first, they win every time. That's pretty much what they are.
But yeah, the good news, the Astros and the Mariners lost. So the Rangers still a half game back in the division, have a decent cushion ahead of Seattle. The Astros throwing Wisniewski against Garrett Cole at 6:05 tonight in the Bronx. So we could actually be back in first place by bedtime.
I like the Yankees' chances with Garrett Cole on the bump. He's been dealing lately.
But this is going to be a tough weekend, isn't it? The Rangers back in action tomorrow night, visiting Milwaukee, which is sitting at 82-51. This is a team that might be good enough to take down the Dodgers.
They've been really good this year.
Yeah, really good.
In the playoffs. So we'll have to hope for the best there. How about a little 60 seconds on soccer?
Let's go.
Liverpool have agreed to a deal, and they will sign Paris Saint-Germain forward Bradley Barcola for a fee of £140 million. ESPN reporting that's $163 million. The 23-year-old going to sign a 5-year deal with the Premier League club. He's awaiting the green light from PSG to travel to Liverpool to undergo a medical. The France international has been Liverpool's top transfer target all summer. And then I saw some images. Last week we were talking about the Toyota Stadium renovations, FC Dallas out of town. Mm-hmm. It looks good. It looks like they're putting a facade and like a facelift on it. When I was at a game a couple of months ago, it looked like 5 different stadiums that have been constructed and like bit by bit, and it just cobbled together like as a stadium golem. Mm-hmm. But they're, after the construction is finished, they're going to put some finishing touches on it to make it all flow and look like a soccer stadium should.
So we're waiting to transfer that guy to PSG or someplace like that so we can finish this thing off in a proper way.
I don't know if Musa's going to a club as big as PSG, but a number of teams in Europe, MLS, and the Middle East are interested in his services because he just keeps on sending them in. Your chance to qualify for a one-of-a-kind Dr. Pepper giveaway where you and your fantasy football league will hold your draft from the Cowboys War Room inside the Star in Frisco is coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. The code word will be blend, okay? Be the 8th caller in the 5 with the code word blend, and you will get a Dr. Pepper prize pack and be one of 6 folks qualified for that massive grand prize. We have the top 10 coming up on the other side after the G-Bag of the Day champion with Lucius. Where are you taking us, Wolchuk?
It's glorious. Football is back, and we got the top 10 tailgate foods for 2026. What are you going to be cooking up for the return of football? That's next in the nation. But one thing you should also be cooking up, your retirement. Plan for that financial future, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and way more peace of mind. They did the same for Eric as well. They explained everything clearly. They gave us choices. They never pushed anything that we didn't need, and that's what I really loved about them. I felt like they really are truly looking out for your well-being. We're clients now. We couldn't be happier. I want you to call today to learn more and feel that peace of mind that I have right now. Number to call, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. You can also check them out online at TrajanWealth.com. They've got a variety of offices across the Metroplex, so no matter where you are, they're going to have a location that's not too far away. I go to Frisco. That's my home base. They also have a spot in Arlington. Eric goes to the South Lake location. They're also in Fort Worth and in McKinney as well. So go ahead, set up that free consultation right now, 1-855-TRAJAN1, or check them out at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Here's what most car buyers never hear. Long car loans mean you'll likely owe more than the vehicle is worth. That's negative equity. For 50 years, D&M Leasing has helped Texans avoid that trap. Lease instead of finance. Drive a newer vehicle with a lower payment and no depreciation risk. It's the smarter way to drive. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M. For an experience above all the rest, call K-Post Roofing. You'll be impressed when safety, quality, and value matter most. You can trust K-Post.
Nick again with K-Post. Our expert team delivers top-tier roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. That's the K-Post experience. Schedule your free no-obligation inspection today at kpostcompany.com.
Protecting your family. K-Post.
When you donate your unwanted vehicle in any condition to Every Car Can,
it can change a life.
I know. It changed mine.
Visit everycarcan.org to donate your vehicle today and see what your car can do.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Welcome back to Yeah, That's a Pepper Thing. First up, we've got Harrison wrapping his Dr. Pepper in a tiny quilt so it feels at home. Oh, how tender. That's a Pepper Thing. And over to Becca, who's whispering affirmations to her can.
You're sweet. You're unique. You're the best thing I ever poured over ice.
She swears it makes it taste better. It's not a science thing, but it's a Pepper Thing. Why do they all do it? All for that sweet, delicious, truly one-of-a-kind taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a Pepper Thing.
This segment of the Fed is brought to you by TXU Energy.
Introducing a better way to save on energy. TXU Energy-Free Nights and Cool Summer is a first-of-its-kind plan with free nights all year, plus a 25% bonus toward your daytime use all summer. Free nights all year and more. A whole new way to save with TXU Energy.
Shoot ya, welcome back. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far, I think it's you. I think it's Eric. I think it's a stranglehold in the background. I think it's the whole situation.
It was a good laugh by them. You know,
it was a good laugh by them.
Fellas laugh.
Yeah.
We got that thing nailed.
Yeah. It's a good response by you too.
Thank you.
I feel feel like it hit. I feel like that laugh might have hit. I think it might have got you.
Made me feel something.
The general lays out on the intro of the show yesterday around 2 o'clock after being trolled about his takes. His cowboy takes upon takes.
Two, if I had any skills with hanging stuff up.
You did it on the fly. It took you about 30 seconds. It's impressive.
My design skills just leave a lot to be desired. But if you could see the one hanging in Tim Collins' office right now,
it's pretty impressive.
It's in its full glory.
What you lack in hanging skills, you make up for in damn good sports takes. How about that? Huh?
That's right. That is right. Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging that.
Oh man!
Oh man!
Do you guys want to have any Caleb Downs original takes?
Do you have
you want to have any? Yeah, and I kind of regret saying that because
you do.
It makes it sound like I just said it for the reaction.
Sure.
And I didn't.
You didn't.
Okay. Called into Sean and RJ this morning to clarify that. Actually, it was Bobby and Sean. I don't know if Chop was on the show.
He was there.
Chop was on the show.
He spoke when you were on the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening for about 30 minutes or so, and they were kind of rehashing it. I think I think I'm right here. And so I'm excited to get this football season underway and let this thing play out. And at some point, I hope it's obvious that I am pulling for Caleb Downs and the Cowboys. Do you guys want to have any Caleb Downs original takes?
Gold jacket.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 of 220. Here's Zach with an H.
Let's party, man, because we got football back. And that's when the juices start to flow, and we can have dialogue and discourse over Caleb Downs. What are his strengths? What are his weaknesses? I say he's got none. Yeah. Gavin, you're giving your take, and I appreciate it. You might be right.
Sean was really going all in with the idea that we're just saying it for effect.
Yes. Yeah. You're saying you've been consistent.
He's jealous.
And usually I don't like to call in uninvited. So I texted Peyton Russell and I said, call me if they want me.
Oh, okay.
Or do you want to catch me outside?
About 30 seconds later, the phone rang, and I appreciated the platform to explain myself to that audience.
Trying to create some content. Trying to create content.
I thought it was good, and I think that's what sports is all about, man. Just good debate, arguing with one another, in disagreement, and eventually,
you're an effing idiot.
We'll see on the field who ends up being right. And I do think that you're an effing idiot in this situation. You think I'm probably an effing idiot, and that's fine. I still love you. We don't have to be at each other's throats and at odds at all times about things.
Okay, so I don't think anybody that believed Caleb Downs could do more than he showed so far is an idiot. I'm just reacting to people making it really personal.
Yeah, that's not nice.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not cool.
And supposed super smart media members and content creators in my mentions are retweeting me or subtweeting me, without even addressing what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. With a real condescending tone.
Just getting their shots off?
Yeah.
I've been waiting for this moment. I can finally say something.
Okay. Do you want to evaluate what I'm saying here, or do you just not like me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think he's better in coverage than maybe both of you do.
I think there's going to be a learning curve there playing the slot. I do. I think there's very creative, as we all know, offensive coordinators in this league who thrive trying to do things with their slot. And it's going to be some days where he's not going to look great, and hopefully that won't cost him a game. And maybe there's going to be games where he just blankets somebody and they get nothing out of it, and you find a way to win the game. I think that's my only concern, to act like that. And I'm not saying you're acting like, and this is, again, my number one rated player on my board. So I know what this guy is capable of doing. I just point out that let's not act like this guy is a complete shutdown corner. He's not. He's a safety that plays as a corner, and he's very talented in the way he does it. Mm-hmm. So I think that, there's going to be that learning curve where he's going to probably take his lumps in some of these games. And then I think they've got a plan for if he does start to take lumps. They could put somebody in there. They could take. Yes. They could put Durant in there.
Thompson's played down there.
Yeah, nobody's seen Blanket. They've got guys that could go play in the
Stewart
slot.
If he makes the team.
Yeah, there are guys that could go play in the slot. They have a plan where that if things get a little rocky for him, that they could quickly adjust.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be a good player. I trust Christian Parker to put him in a position to succeed. It's not like they've busted and have a bad player on their hands at in the first round. He's just going to be more of a traditional safety, I think.
I think people take views as like when you point something out about a particular player, they don't take it for what you're having an opinion like, listen, this is going to be maybe something we need to get that's going to be not clear for him right off and they take it as, oh, you just hate the player. No, I don't hate the player. I'm just telling you, if all of a sudden we're playing the Ravens in week 3 and you're wondering why the hell has he not done one thing good in the slot? Well, these are things we talked about.
Well, yeah, when you're taking a player that didn't play slot corner in college and now you're asking him to do that in the NFL, if you're not thinking that there's going to be any type of learning curve there, I think that's a little bit foolish. I'm just very optimistic because the guy's done it for 3 weeks, and you're already seeing him stick with CeeDee Lamb
and stick
with Chris Olave.
That's an absolute positive.
So to me, I think that really sky's the limit for how good he could be. I think he's just such a good football player that given the time, he's going to be able to turn into one of the best at said position. But I would ideally like to keep him at safety. I think that's where he can impact the game as well as some of the greats that we've seen before him, like the Palomalus, like the Ed Reeds, whoever your favorite all-time safeties are. I think he can be that type of player. I'd love ideally to have a Kobe Durant or somebody else take those slot responsibilities. And if he needs to do it sometimes, cool. I want to keep him in the middle of the field, just basically taking away all the best things that offenses are trying to do.
See, this is, and I totally agree with you on this. As long as they have a plan, but don't sit there and as he's working through it, you maybe don't as soon as you see him handle things, they load the wagon. But to sit there, I mean, I don't want to sit there and load him up, and then he has 2-3 bad games in a row, and now you can't get him back. But now you're like, well, we can't. We've got to do something completely different here.
Yeah.
Make sure that there's a safety net for him that that it's not his responsibility every single. The Seahawks don't even play that way.
No.
They don't play that with Nick. And Nick Amanawari wishes he was as talented as Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I mean, like Derwin James and Kyle Hamilton, like these they're not full-time slot corners. They'll do it some. Yeah. And that's ideally what I'd like for Caleb Downs.
Right.
In a perfect world, too. Yeah, it's like he can do it for you, but he's not an every down player in that spot.
You talk about Christian Parker. Christian Parker would be smart to have 2 or 3 dudes that can play slot corner and play and use them all. Until he figures out, okay, I can rely on this guy, or I could rely on that guy, or hell, maybe I could rely on all 3 guys.
Yeah, which sounds like
figure it out.
Yes, and it kind of sounds like that's ideally what CP wants.
Yeah,
is being able to have all these guys that are interchangeable to where, yes, pre-snap, maybe I have Downs look like he's playing slot corner. Next thing you know, he's back playing single high, or it looks like he's playing safety. Next thing you know, at the snap, he is playing slot corner. You have all these guys that can do multiple things, and I think they have done a good job of building the personnel to be able to attack and do that stuff.
Yeah, it just makes the quarterback hold it for a half breath if you have guys changing responsibilities right after the snap, and I think that's one of the great things about Thompson and Downs and maybe a couple other guys. More and more you're seeing those hybrid defensive backs across the NFL. I think in Minnesota, Brian Flores has 9 of them. 9 guys that can be at any secondary spot.
And that's a super complex defense, without a doubt. All right, let's celebrate the return of football, boys. Gosh, it's here. I mean, I don't know that I've been more excited about a North Dakota State football game than tonight. It's like I can just go home and watch college football on my TV. This is awesome, especially in a night where the Rangers are off. You can just soak it in. You got Ireland, TCU, and hopefully the Fort Worth Star-Telegram's back covering that thing before we know it. Taking on North Carolina. North Carolina currently doesn't have a defensive coordinator.
The head coach.
He's just going to take it. I've seen a lot of people say that Jordan Hudson's going to be their defensive coordinator for this game on Twitter.
Head coach is going to call defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that guy did do it at a high level for a long, long time, but his son right now away from the team, he is the defensive coordinator. I don't know that he's ever going to be back with the team. No, but maybe Bill just does call the defense for him. Right now, they don't have one technically listed on the staff there in Ireland, but let's get into the top 10 tailgate foods for football season. 877-881-1053. What are you going to be cooking up? What's your go-to tailgate item? Fellas, number 1 for you. What are you thinking? Are you going like a barbecue? Or are you going
Jello
brats?
shots?
Jello shots. I didn't expect this from you.
I think it's a great place for wings, and it's really a great place for brisket and pulled pork because you have so many people that are hungry. You get some Hawaiian rolls and a chopped up brisket, and you're handling like 15 people.
Yeah, I think Dawson's hit the nail on the head, and this is about convenience. Especially with a large number of people, you got to think about if you got the full on tailgate and you've got it planned out. You got to go with you got to have some type of appetizers to start the day. And that's important. You just don't throw the queso out there and hope for the best because it's going to turn into it's going to turn into putty.
Yeah, it's bad.
Then it's going to turn into concrete,
yeah.
and then beyond that, it's gone. So you've got to be very mindful if you're going to tailgate. And you're really going to tailgate, you got to have the right equipment to make sure that stuff is taken care of. But I always think the appetizers are number one. And then you kind of get people a little bit of a little taste of what you got. And then you hit them with the sandwiches or stuff like that, or the ribs, the wings, all these things. I always think like anything for a buffet thing that you could do at a tailgate's the best thing.
The finger foods.
Yeah, you could absolutely.
I think you're 100% on.
Yeah, let people make their own tacos. Let people make, put all that stuff out there. You have taco bars, stuff like that. Those are all the really best things, I think. If you're using big, just massive plates of food, I don't know if that necessarily is the best thing to do.
All right, Lucius, the Alexander tailgate.
Yeah, what lately, my favorite thing right now has been the bacon-wrapped jalapeno poppers.
Yeah.
That's been my go-to, man.
That's good.
Yeah, things are fire. So the question is what I have at mine and not like the best ones.
Yeah, I want to know what's at yours.
All right, yeah. Let's make sure I answer the question.
Yeah, no, for sure. Smoked brisket or burn ends is an honorable mention on here. I don't know if everybody has the time to do that. That's the thing.
That's a full pull. And that's what I'm saying. You have to time all this stuff out. Like if you're doing this, if you're going to stand in a parking lot and do all this, and hopefully you have the right equipment, you have all the coolers, you have the smokers, you have everything pulled out there. Some people will cook this stuff at home and just bring it along and warm it up.
Yeah.
If that's, but if you're doing
probably a good idea.
But if you're doing this thing at home, go all out. But I'm just saying a tailgate, if you're really standing in a parking lot, just make sure you have all the right equipment to get it done.
601's going with got to have smoked sausage with tricolor bell peppers and onions. 972 hot dogs and hot links, easy to make, easy to eat. For sure. That's a good one.
That's a simple way to play the game.
214 wings, jalapeno poppers, and nachos.
Poppers, baby.
Sounds damn good. 817 beer, brisket, the boys. Let's go tailgating. That's all you need right there. I like it. Other honorable mentions, you got the walking tacos, which are really popular now, where you're just cutting open a bag of your favorite chips, and now you're just kind of loading it up with taco meat and fixings, and now you're kind of like walking and eating.
It's like a Frito pie.
Yeah, basically. Soft pretzels. Pigs in a blanket.
Those are all appetizer things for me right there.
And jalapeno poppers coming at number 11, just on the outside looking in. I'm surprised because I do think those are tried and true for a tailgate. Number 10 are your Philly cheesesteaks.
Yeah, but basically,
wow. Somebody's cooking a whole cheesesteak at
it's a lot of work, isn't it?
You got to make sure if you're going to play that game, that Blackstone has to be there for that.
I was thinking the same thing. The Blackstone probably is a game changer.
You need a Blackstone in there to kind of maybe a couple of Blackstones if you're
those
cooking
buns.
Yeah,
toast. Yeah, the bun's so important for that.
I'll tell you what I've learned I've watched so many of these videos on making Philly cheesesteak or those Italian beef sandwiches or whatever. That people they'll cook that they'll chop up that ribeye steak and put the cheese and onions and all that, and they'll take that bun and split it and put it on top, and then they'll take that spatula and slide it and turn
it.
So now you've got everything onto the bun and just fold up. Instead of trying to scoop it, then take the bun, split it, lay it flat, and then use that spatula to run underneath it, and then all one piece, turn it, and now you got your sandwiches. That's how you make
Then wrap it in that foil paper stuff?
I'll tell you what, the foil paper it softens up the bun.
Is that what it does?
Yeah. It's the natural steam, right? Like when we were talking about the hot dogs.
Finishes it.
Yeah.
If you're going to do Philly cheesesteaks out there, you need a flat top. You need a Blackstone to do that thing.
The dip's coming at 9. I think buffalo chicken dip is like a must.
Yep.
Can I throw something out there? And Lucius, tell me if you agree with this one. I think if you're doing a tailgate, put somebody in charge of each thing. Don't put all the responsibility on one person. Have a dip person. Have a appetizer person. and have a person that's working the grill and all that stuff. Put people in charge and make people in charge of this
They've
stuff.
got their own stations. Veronica will have you working at the
You got
damn
like a kitchen.
But I'm saying this though because there's nothing worse than having dips and there's no chip or there's no or we run out of. Somebody always keep an eye on the queso, keep stirring it, making sure it's okay. But put people in charge, give them responsibility.
Sober people.
Yeah,
mostly ideally.
But the most soberest person needs to be working the grill.
Yeah, for sure.
That person needs to be the most soberest.
Chili's at 8, which I think, especially for the winter, like once we hit like November, December, Chili's at home run.
Yeah.
Barbecue ribs at 7.
That's a lot of work.
It's also a tough one to do.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Fried chicken at 6.
Okay. Are we frying it there?
Portable. So I think this is
we're bringing it.
This is like
we swung through a drive-through.
Yeah, maybe you're going.
Food's here.
Yes.
Yeah, if you get like a couple of buckets of KFC or Popeyes or something like that,
there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that at all.
No.
Nothing wrong.
Fried chicken is not tailgate food, bro. Unless it's chicken wings. What are we doing? What is this? Who does this list come from?
It is kind of a give up, but maybe if you're short on time, you don't have a truck to take your grill.
It does specifically say Clemson fans. So Clemson, I guess that's a big tailgating tradition is the fried chicken.
I kind of feel like the bucket of chicken.
Lazy
I think the bucket of chicken at a tailgate has a purpose because to me you could stand up and eat chicken and just spill scraps all over the ground. You don't need plates and stuff like that. You can just stand there and grab out of the bucket and just bite into the chicken. If pieces fall on the ground, you just don't worry about it.
Loaded nachos at 5.
That's a lot of work, but good.
Chicken wings at 4.
Yeah.
Hot dogs or brats at 3.
At Lambeau Field, one of my favorite things ever to have.
Burgers and sliders at 2.
Burgers need to be at every party like that.
But number 1, and I think you headlined with this, Gavin, the pulled pork barbecue sandwich.
Yeah.
That is ranked as America's number 1 tailgate dish.
I love it.
And I think it's because of how versatile the pulled pork is. There's a lot that you can do with that.
Luce's chopped beef sandwich or pulled pork sandwich?
Chopped beef.
Yeah.
Dawson? I'm a chopped beef guy too, but some of that's
Watch Dawson
I can't really have the pork.
I mean, I'll go with brisket by a nose. Yeah.
By a nose.
I'm telling you what, man, you do the brisket right, but you make me a good pulled pork sandwich.
Yeah.
I'll dance with you all day.
This is a great idea from the 901. We should do a 105.3 The Fan chili cook-off. Each show.
Among ourselves?
Because I just think we have, each show we
They
compete.
won't let us cook for people.
We'll just cook for each other.
Well, that's it. We have to have judges. Because if we can't cook for the audience because we'll get sued.
Okay.
If something happens.
Well, the judges can just be the bosses. But I feel like with Brian on our side, we got a great chance.
Oh, Lucius knows chili.
To win a chili cook-off.
Lucius knows some chili, too. But, yeah, Dawson knows how to use that green egg.
This could be – I like that idea because everyone's doing chili cook-offs. You look around here. I mean, Eric and I get to go judge one at one of these academies every year. It's a lot of fun. I like that idea.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Another top 10 is in the books here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. So we have college football guests coming up at 3 o'clock. What do we got coming up next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's hit a college football darty. We got the biggest storylines for the upcoming season. We'll do a little preview appetizer before Shahan Jayaraja. That's next in the nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, it's a big one. We are live at Tarleton State University. First 100 Tolos get a free Texans Tolo t-shirt. We got a Luke Combs ticket giveaway and your Cowboys fantasy football experience to win at 9. It's a Friday morning from Tarleton State on The Fan.
Follow here, Tolos. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. Guys, it is not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it begins to grow, and it is actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it is going to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation right now at 469-599-HAIR. And if you qualify, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and you need to be next. They're the team that I personally recommend. You're going to love them. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
guys, Mac here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In his last start, we banked on Jacob Mizorowski's fluctuating strikeout numbers to cash the under on his K prop, but tonight he faces the Mets, who have the 4th highest strikeout rate in the National League. So, let's instead just bank on the Brewers as a whole. They've won 6 of Miz's last 7 starts, with a margin of victory in those games of more than 3 runs per game. I'll be on Milwaukee on the run line at -120. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com.
to the Cowboys War Room Star in Frisco coming up in the 5. The code word is blend. That's blend. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, here's Wolchuk with the college football darty.
Let's do it. Let's get our college football darty action going right now.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much to drink.
Can Indiana repeat as college football champs? That is the number one storyline as we enter the 2026 college football season, courtesy of The Ringer. After a 16-0 season, their first in 132 years, can Curt Cignetti get the Hoosiers back in the playoff for the third consecutive season? They go ahead and they replace Fernando Mendoza with Josh Hoover, the pride of Rockwall Heath, TCU transfer. They are loaded at wide receiver. They ended up getting back a couple of seniors on defense that they didn't expect to have, but they ended up returning to the school with that fifth-year eligibility that the NCAA came out with. But they're having to replace quite a lot. They had a ton of turnovers on defense. Can they go ahead and replicate that? I do think Indiana has an excellent chance to make the playoff again. I think they're probably the third best team in the Big Ten behind Oregon, Ohio State. I think they're probably better than Michigan, in my opinion, right now. But to repeat, we just don't see a ton of repeat champions in college football anymore. I think that's going to be slim to none odds on that one.
I mean, if he does, I would say it's one of the greatest coaching accomplishments I've ever seen.
Ever. 100%.
They didn't lose either coordinator, which could have been, they could have, their offensive coordinator, I think his last name is Shanahan, was he's back. They didn't lose Bryant Haynes. Okay, I'm seeing this now. He's the defensive coordinator. So they got stability there for sure. I think they had the 8th best transfer portal class in the country.
They did.
So that, and then the fact that maybe, could this quarterback that they got from TCU be what happened
Mendoza
with
was.
Yeah, well, how about too with like what happened with Miami, and getting
with Carson Beck.
And Carson Beck. So I'm gonna say a good shot. I don't think they play Oregon in the regular season. And I think they got Ohio State at home. Or you could fact check me on that. But their schedule kind of sets up for them to be able to go on one of these kinds of runs. So I think with coaching stability, big-time quarterback, 8th best transfer portal window group, I'm going to say that they've got a pretty good shot to pull this off.
You're right about both those things.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, Ohio State at home. They've got to. If they can get by the opener, you circle that one as a really tough game.
Yeah,
at home, 11 a.m. kick against the North Texas Mean Green.
Mm-hmm.
That is one where, goodness gracious, it could be the game of the year. All right, to beat the North Texas Mean Green week 1, coming off of the season that they had, where everybody else left and is now at Oklahoma State. Neil Brown has his hands full, but if they can dodge the Mean Green, they got a great chance.
I will say this, though. I remember us at LSU in this 1986. We beat Texas A&M, who was ranked very high. And then the next week in Baton Rouge, we lost to Miami, Ohio.
Oh, wow.
I mean, we went from being not ranked to ranked, and then all of a sudden, losing a game against Miami, Ohio. So you never know. You never know when they show up. You never know. What was it one time with the Citadel beat Arkansas that one year?
Hey, North Texas beat Arkansas one year. But yeah, I mean, we had Tulsa beating Oklahoma State. That was a big one. There's been a couple of big upsets. Appalachian State,
Michigan, yeah. That's,
This might be the biggest. I mean, I don't know what the spreads were on those games, but this is a 40.5-er. Wow. For Hoosiers Mean Green.
Gosh. The district, but yeah, I'm not expecting North Texas to be. We're going to have a pretty subpar season compared to last year. Neil Brown's trying to build something there, and I don't really know what we're going to have. I hope Taven Jenkins is good at quarterback. I don't know what to expect from him, and he's on his 4th program now, so we're just going to have to hope for the best there.
Seems like a very sophisticated defense, like Saban level, like pro level. And I just feel like if he's got the guys to execute it, it's a lot to digest for an opposing offense.
Then you got UNC. Like, what the heck happens at Chapel Bill? We'll get that test early here with TCU in North Carolina this Saturday, 11 o'clock kick. The Aer Lingus College Football Classic.
You know, they haven't spent money on it. If you're not spending money, you have no shot.
Like, through the season? I think he could be an in-season fire.
I don't think they would do that to Bill.
No?
Bill Belichick? Yeah, they would. I think they would.
They would?
I think Lombardi thinks they're looking for a reason to get rid of them all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he back with the program yet, or is he still on probation?
No, he's still on probation. Yeah.
Oregon. Are you ever going to do it, Dan Lanning? And I love Dan Lanning, big fan of his. But you get Dante Moore back, he could end up being the number 1 overall pick. Your roster is absolutely loaded. They got a ton of players back. I mean, Amari Washington, the defensive tackle that we thought could have been a first-round pick. They get Uiagalelei, DJ's brother. He's back on defensive end.
Didn't we watch him by mistake?
Yeah, both those guys.
He was thinking he was coming back.
They both came back.
Yeah, he wasn't coming back.
I think the pros watched his tape and said, go back.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, he wasn't ready yet.
No.
I did like Washington, though. I thought he was pretty damn good. But the end, I thought, you're right, this is probably a smart move for him. Lane Kiffin at LSU, $40 million roster. How's this go?
Yeah, how does this go? By the way, with Dylan Raiola playing at Oregon, you kind of get the feeling wherever he goes, the program kind of suffers.
Well, he's only been to one place, Brian. It was Nebraska. Are you going to hold that against him?
I just kind of feel like that.
He's just a black cloud.
Well, he's this highly touted guy.
I know. I really thought he was going to be the guy for Nebraska.
And I think Dan Lanning is great, but
I mean, he is the backup there. He's going to back up Moore for a year.
Well, Dante Brown is the guy.
Yeah.
Moore. Excuse me. Dante Moore's the guy. But.
Yeah, and I don't know if Raiola's cleared to play yet because he's coming off that ACL.
Yeah.
But he is supposed to be the guy for next year.
Wherever he goes, they tend to lose.
Yeah, that could end up being a potential problem. How does Ole Miss fare without Lane Kiffin? Can they keep this thing going with Trinidad Chambliss? Notre Dame, I saw The Athletic had bold predictions. Their favorite to win the national championship this year is the Fighting Irish. I'd be stunned. But look, CJ Carr, I might be way wrong on him. Maybe CJ Carr has a really good season and ends up changing my opinion on him. The last year when I watched CJ Carr play, it's like, like solid college quarterback, don't get me wrong, but as an NFL type guy, I don't know. I didn't see great potential, but maybe he ends up being good. They got to replace obviously their 2-star running backs. And then Dabo in Clemson. Could this be the last year for Dabo Swinney with the Clemson Tigers?
Should be.
I think so, too. The U, how do they fare? They get Darian Mensah. Darian Mensah as a Heisman contender for Miami. I do like those odds. I would throw something there. I think the U with that defense, they're going to be legit, make another playoff run. But that's just some of the storylines as we get set for another glorious college football season.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We'll continue the college discussion. Shahan J. Araja, national football writer there at CBS Sports. We'll talk more college pigskin with him next year on Home of the Cowboys 105 through the Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Kyle Schwarber's the first of 40 home runs this season in Major League Baseball. The Phillies beat the Mariners 6-0 last night. Schwarber went yard with a 3-run shot in the second inning to put the Phils up 6-0. This is Schwarber's fourth 40 home run season with Philadelphia. This ties Schwarber with Ryan Howard for the Phillies franchise record. I'm Chris Black.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
To follow back with you, I want to let you know you can get that brand new vehicle courtesy of the all-new Alliance Hyundai. It is here and conveniently located right in my backyard, I-35 in Golden Triangle in Fort Worth. And I worked in the car business for a couple of years. I got to tell you, what my buddy Ryan Watson is doing at Alliance Hyundai is second to none. Honest, straightforward, and truly focused on taking care of people. Right now, take advantage. It's the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain coverage, plus owner's assurance. Make sure you check out all the fantastic deals and vehicles that they have to offer. The versatile Tucson, sporty Elantra, spacious Santa Fe, and the eco-friendly Kona Electric. The price you see is the price you pay, with the lowest price guaranteed. And when it's time for service, factory-trained technicians, genuine Hyundai parts, same-day service.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are 2 hours away from that 5 o'clock hour, which will be your next chance to win the Dr. Pepper Fantasy Football League giveaway that has taken the nation by storm and all Tolos by storm. And if you have any buddies who are in your fantasy football league that don't listen to The Fan, now is a good time to tell them, hey, listen to The Fan. Try to help me win this bad boy. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll have 3 more chances for you tomorrow. Joining us now from CBS Sports, Shahan Jayaraja. Let's talk some college football here with you on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me.
Man, it's great to have you again. Let's start in state here, and the Longhorns, a big topic of discussion. Do you think they're overrated, underrated, or spot on, accurately rated right now heading into this season?
Well, this is such an interesting question because I think that the expectations should be for them to be playing for a national championship this year. This, to me, is maybe the most talented roster in all of college football. They have, stars at basically every single position, top 5 players in the country at essentially every key position. Like, to me, it's actually a little interesting to me that they're, quote unquote, only ranked number 5 in the country. I would have them more like number 2 in the country. So, like, I don't necessarily think that they're, I don't know if it's fair to say that they're underrated, but like I do think that expectations should maybe be even a little higher than what they are right now. And I know they're very high.
Do you think their roster is better than last year's? Maybe the pollsters have a little bit of fatigue or regret for putting them so high last year?
No, I definitely think it's better than last year. And look, I mean, I think it's hard not to look back at, last year and sort of say, like, we gave them expectations and they faltered. I think that you sort of look at that team and you say, yeah, they just disappointed. They were good enough to be better than they ended up being. And obviously we're playing better by the end of the year. But when I look at this team, I mean, again, the addition of Cam Coleman at wide receiver is just so huge for this team. I mean, he is a dynamic playmaker, at least wide receiver 2, probably in this upcoming NFL draft. And I think he can maybe push Jeremiah Smith for that number 1 spot. They have so much talent at running back now, bringing in Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers. Of course, returning guys on the offensive line, best edge rusher in the country in Colin Simmons, best linebacker in the country in Raheem Biles. Like, it's every part of this team, right? There is not a single obvious hole on this team. So this is the year that I think that it has to come together, and I think that they are notably better roster-wise than last season.
Is Arch Manning more polarizing than like Caleb Williams or Johnny Manziel or Tim Tebow? Like, is he the most polarizing we've seen? What do you think about that?
Well, I think that they're a little different, right? Because I think that, like, when you talk about all those other guys, Tebow's kind of his own thing, but, like, when you talk about some of those other guys, like, they're polarizing for maybe more like off-field reasons. I think that everybody understood on the field what those guys bring to the table. I think that Arch is totally unpolarizing off the field, right? Like, I think he's a great kid, has done absolutely nothing wrong. But on the field, I mean, it's been very inconsistent, to be frank. Like, I know that people kind of point to the offensive line got a little healthier in the latter half of the year, but even in some of those late games that he ended up playing relatively well by the end, like, he had a really bad first half against Georgia. That was a huge part of them losing that game, and that was in November. He didn't frankly play all that well in the first half against Texas A&M either. And then in the second half, of course, turns it on. So I think that the big thing is he has obviously been framed as this can't-miss number 1 overall prospect. He's still the favorite, in my opinion, to go number 1 in the 2027 NFL draft. But, like, the tape has not been consistent enough. And so I don't think that it's fair to call him, polarizing or controversial, because I don't think that he, as a person, certainly has done anything wrong. But as a player and a prospect, I mean, he is a little all over the place right now.
CBS Sports' Shahan Jayaraja with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Congrats on girl number 2, my friend. You're with a couple of fellow girl dads here, and that's such an absolute blessing. We were just kicking around the biggest storylines of the college football season. For you, who's covering the sport nationally, what's maybe a storyline that you're most interested in as we're about to kick this thing off?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's just looking around and seeing so many key returners in college football this year, especially at the quarterback position. Like, this is a year where I think Texas, like we talked about, this has to be the culmination year for them. I think Oregon with Dante Moore coming back for another year, and also, by the way, a couple of Texas guys, DeCorian Moore and Evan Stewart back at wide receiver. Like, this is a potential culmination year for that team. Ohio State, 3rd year of Jeremiah Smith and Julian Sayin, big year for them. Like, you look across, and I mean, I think that there are just so many interesting teams that hope to get it done this year. CJ Carr at Notre Dame as well, I think, is kind of in that group. So, I think after last year and Indiana winning the national title, you kind of put aside this idea that only the quote-unquote entrenched powers are going to be the ones that get through, that only, Georgia and Ohio State and Michigan and whatever teams are going to be the only ones who can win. I think it's a new day in college football, and especially when I look at that top group of Texas, Oregon, and Notre Dame, like, it would not surprise me at all if one of those are finally able to break through and kind of put some of the close calls behind them.
Do you anticipate a little bit what we saw with Notre Dame now being one of the 12, to be in the playoff if in fact they finish that way? Is there going to be some chaos like we saw, some questions about this thing, or is this going to be one of these years you think, Shahan, where it's going to be pretty chalk for these teams?
Well, yeah, I just kind of worked on my final CFP rankings, heading into the year just the other day. And, it's interesting, right? Like, I think that there's a group of like 7 or so that I just feel like are pretty unimpeachable. I think certainly all the teams that we mentioned are in that group, Georgia, Ohio State, et cetera. And then, like, after that, you sort of have to start asking, like, okay, well, is Oklahoma going to take a step with a harder schedule? Is Texas A&M going to be able to replicate what they did last year? Indiana, like, where are they exactly at after turning over a lot of their roster? Like, this is, I think, probably more of a turnover year in that second year than I can remember, right? Because I think last year, when we had that conversation about teams getting into the playoff, it was teams that I think could legitimately win the national title in Miami and Notre Dame. I don't think that that's necessarily the case for me when I look at the second tier, because I think the first tier is maybe better than it was last season. So there's going to be controversy. There's going to be complaints, especially because, again, the SEC is moving to a 9-game conference schedule. I think that there are fewer obvious playoff teams from the Big Ten than there were last year. So there's still going to be plenty of conversation, but I think that especially when you talk about title caliber teams, I think they're going to separate themselves pretty early.
Shahan J. Araja here, CBS Sports with you on The Fan. Okay, who's a team maybe outside of your playoff window right now that you think could emerge as a contender by the time we get to like October?
Yeah, it's a good question. When I kind of look at that second group and maybe even into that third group, obviously, you look across the SEC right now, I think that Oklahoma is a team with a lot of upside. They're probably, for me, in that playoff group right now. I'm intrigued by Michigan, right? Because I think that this is a team that, frankly, has not been well coached over the past 2 years under Sharon Moore. And Kyle Whittingham, I think, has the chance to maybe whip these guys into shape just a little bit. And he also brought in a couple of big-time players in Smith Snowden in the defensive backfield and John Henry Daly, who could be an All-American at edge rusher. So, you also add Jason Beck, who I think is going to get the absolute most offensive coordinator out of the star quarterback Bryce Underwood. So it wouldn't stun me if they were to break into the field. Another team as well, a little bit further down the board, man, Houston's had a great offseason, and they won 10 games last year, and honestly, we're ahead of schedule, in my opinion, and they've added to this roster in a number of ways. Most importantly, the addition of Mekhi Hughes at running back, I think that he's going to be a big-time playmaker for this team. They restocked on the offensive line. They brought in some playmakers on defense. Like, this was a team that I think was a little excited to get to 10 wins last year. I think that they expect even more than that in 2026.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, Shahan, you are a Baylor guy. I married into a Texas Tech family. You're bringing up the Houston Cougars. What do you think about the Big 12 this year? Is Houston kind of a sneaky pick to maybe dethrone the Red Raiders in the Big 12?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that for me, heading into the year, Texas Tech is a prohibitive favorite. I think that BYU is kind of that. I think they deserve to be number 2 heading in. I think that Houston is probably the top overall option to dethrone them. I also kind of have my eye on TCU a little bit. I think that TCU, they're a really interesting team. I think that for them, they won 18 games over the past 2 seasons, and they've just cost themselves so much with turnovers and close games. And I think that the addition of Jaden Craig at quarterback could potentially help deal with some of those. So this, I think, is going to be a pretty deep year for the Big 12. Now, again, I think Texas Tech will ultimately win the league. I think, especially with their schedule, they have a lot of time to figure things out. But, the second group of the Big 12, there are probably 8 or 9 teams that could contend with BYU for that second spot. And once you get to Arlington, anything can happen.
Shahan, which college program got the transfer quarterback right? Which one? If you had to make a prediction, who's the one that's gonna shine the most this fall?
It feels like the easy answer, but Drew Mestemaker at Oklahoma State feels like an absolutely perfect fit. Of course, he comes from North Texas, follows his head coach, Eric Morris, and by my money, I think that you could make the case that Eric Morris is the best offensive play caller in college football, and I include, by the way, Lincoln Riley and Ryan Day in that group. But Mestemaker goes from being a kid with 0 starts in high school to, of course, leading the nation in passing last year at North Texas. They have some work to do on the offensive line. Michigan, going over to Oklahoma State now and playing at that level. And look, he's going to be playing better competition than he ever has. I expect there to be a little bit of a learning curve, but when you talk about players ending up in situations that are perfect for them, Drew Mestemaker is in that group, and I think that, whether it's this year or next year, he has a really good chance to be a day 1 or day 2 pick.
So I'm a Mean Green alum. It was so sad to see Coach Morris leave, but expected. So now I'm kind of pulling for Mestemaker. His odds for the Heisman, and you're a Heisman voter, is there a world where you think Drew Mestemaker could get into that conversation?
That's a good question. Look, I mean, the pathway seems pretty clear, right? Because he's going to put up crazy numbers. Like, numbers are not going to be the issue. Frankly, I thought that he deserved to be in the conversation a little more last year based off of what he did. And so if you talk about Oklahoma State, which, by the way, was a team that went 1-11 last year, if you talk about them being in the 10 or 11 win range, and Drew Mestemaker throwing for 4,500 yards and throwing for 50 touchdowns, which is not far off of what he did last year, I mean, sure. Like, I definitely think that he could get into that top group. I think that it would take them being in the playoff race, which to me is probably a little bit of a step too far, but like, that's the case. And I think that there absolutely is a pathway for him to do it.
Who's your Heisman fave and who's your dark horse?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Darian Mensah at Miami. When I look at Mensah, and I will say, I do think some voters are going to hold against him the way that he left Duke. I think that left a bad taste in some people's mouth. But, like, you talk about, getting from Carson Beck to Darian Mensah, I think that's going to be an unbelievable production upgrade. And heading into this offense with Shannon Dawson, I mean, they just love to throw the ball around the yard. Miami's going to have a lot of eyeballs based off of what they did last year, and I think that Mensah's going to be maybe the kind of player who, again, is putting up close to 1,000 yards for a college football playoff team. Look, I'm going to keep it in our backyard right here for my dark horse. I'm going to go with Kevin Jennings, and I think that the case for him, for SMU's starting quarterback to be the Heisman winner, again, I talked about it with Mestemaker, but like, it's very straightforward to me. He has to throw for 4,000 yards. He has to get probably 40 or so touchdowns. And like, it's very clear. He has to play well against Notre Dame in November, and then SMU has to upset Miami in the ACC title game. That's it. Like, that is what it will take. And if he does that, I think he'll have a really good chance to be a Heisman finalist. I remember, I wrote a story about him earlier this offseason when they were launching their Heisman campaign, but it stunned me heading into the year that he had 100-1 odds behind a bunch of first-time starters like Lincoln Kienholz at Louisville and even Cam Coleman, the receiver at Texas. I think that Kevin Jennings has a very legitimate path to doing it. He has to do it. He has to get his turnovers down. But, like, it's not hard at all to see that pathway.
Staying inside these borders, Aggies lost a lot of guys to the league, didn't they? 5 or 6 that I can think of. Is there a path for them to be as good or maybe even a little bit better than they were last year and try to finish the fight?
Yeah, when I look at Texas A&M, I look at a program that I think is going to be deeper and more talented than they were last year, but the question is whether they have the playmakers that they had last year. Because, like you said, a couple of key guys lost. The big one to me is Casey Concepcion at wide receiver. I think he was one of the best receivers in the country, frankly, last year. And they bring back Mario Craver. They have other talented players waiting in the wings, but will they be able to be as dynamic as they were in some of these close games last year? The other thing, too, that really gives me a little bit of pause is that, they lost some key leaders on the defensive side of the ball more than anything else. And they managed to keep things close and competitive in a lot of games and ultimately were able to pull off an 11-1 record. I think that this is a more difficult schedule for them. So I still think they're very much going to be in the playoff discussion. I just have them at this moment, at least, just on the outside looking in.
Shahan, the ACC has now become the latest conference to go ahead and pass the rule that doesn't allow players to return from the NFL, NBA, WNBA. What are you hearing? What's been your thoughts on all of this that's been going on with the NCAA and all the conferences? That it seemed like LSU was about to get some guys back on their program. I know Brian's upset about that one, but now the conferences are banding together to say, no, we're not doing this.
This is so dumb, right? Like, this is so silly to have a guy be on your TV on preseason catching passes and then be like, actually, I want to get cut and go back to LSU. Like, that just outside of like the actual legality of it, like, it just feels so silly, right? Like, hey, man, I didn't get into Northwestern coming out of high school. Maybe I should go apply there now and see if I can get in.
Why not?
it's just, so I think that the conferences are doing the right thing. And I want to be clear, I think that these players will have the ability to sue. I think that there's a really good chance that they're successful if they sue. But I think that the conferences are also doing the right thing by making it just a little bit harder. If these legal battles go out another month, then some of these players will have to make the decision of, do I want to sign with an NFL practice squad, or am I going to try to get on the field week 5 of college football, right? So I think that it's the right thing to do. I think it sends the right message. I think it sort of shows their priorities long term. And look, I want to be clear too. This is, in my opinion, a short-term issue. This is going to be something that happens with the institution of the 5 for 5, and these 2022 kids were not grandfathered into it. After this year, I think that we're actually going to settle down eligibility quite a bit, because essentially waivers of all types are going to be gone. Injury waivers, eligibility waivers, all this sort of stuff. And I think that when we get to that point, again, it's going to be a bumpy ride to get there, but I do think we are going to get there.
Big football brain, Shahan. I think Northwestern missed out on not letting you in.
Yeah, but Vanderbilt's interested if you want to give them a call.
Maybe adjunct professor or something?
Listen, man, I had a great experience at Baylor. I'm glad that things worked out exactly the way that they did.
Do you think NFL guys have it easy, only having to cover 32 teams?
Man, I don't know. You didn't ask me about the new Pac-12. You didn't ask me about Sac State joining the MAC. Come on, let's get into it.
We left some meat on the bone for
next time. I got a question for you then. What's the one subject you want nobody to ask you about? How about that? Is there something that you do not want to talk about?
Yeah, lower end of the MAC is pretty rough, man. That's actually that's not even true. Middle end of the MAC, right? Because I can talk about hey man, Kent State, Mark Carney. If you were to ask me right now, hey, so what exactly is going on at Buffalo? I don't know, man. That's a good question. I think they're doing a good job, but I don't really know.
Well, thanks, man, and enjoy the season. We'll try to catch up with you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for having me.
Salute. There he goes. Shahan J. Araja, national college football writer, CBS Sports, and a Texas guy. So salute
Dallas,
to him.
Texas, yeah.
We got the C-Note coming up next here. Cowboys news of the evening, and what's percolating here is the Cowboys concluded their padded practice portion of camp. Just have, 17 days to go until week 1. We'll get you the latest next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Listen up, North Texas. Your fantasy football deserves more than a folding table and a plate of wings. That's why Dr. Pepper and 105.3 The Fan are serving up a one-of-a-kind fantasy football experience you simply can't get anywhere else. We want to send you and your entire league to host your draft in the Cowboys War Room at the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters. This is the same room where football futures are built. You'll make your picks where the pros make theirs. See where Cowboys decisions are made and turn your annual draft into a story your league will be telling for years. Winning is easy. Block your radio dial right here at 105.3 The Fan. Listen closely every single day for our special keyword of the day. The moment you hear it, call us at 817-787-1053. That's right, 817-787-1053. If you're caller number 10, you are officially entered for the chance of a lifetime. Grab an ice cold Dr. Pepper, keep it turned on to The Fan, and get ready to experience the ultimate one-of-a-kind draft. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older to enter. Full contest rules available at 1053thefan.com.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Picture this. You're on magician duty at your kid's birthday, and it's also car shopping day. Sounds tough, right? Not with Amazon Autos. Shop for your car online, pick it up at the dealership, so you can get back to making magic. Visit Amazon.com/autos.
The Fan and Firehouse Movers are proud to support the 25th Annual Guns N' Hoses Police vs. Fire Boxing Tournament, Saturday, September 12th at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. Help us celebrate those who protect our community. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com. Also presented by Ibarra Law Personal Injury.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Classic Labor Day savings are finally live at Buick GMC in Arlington now through Labor Day. Upgrade to a winning drive for less. Over 350 new Buick and GMC models holiday priced below market value. You could trade up to a lower payment. You owe it to your family. Jump on these one-time holiday savings before it's too late. This is Texas. This is Classic. Visit classicarlington.com. We are professional grade.
Hey, Telos, RJ Chop here for my good friends over at Blue Chew. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ, 10% off your first month when you use Blue Chew Gold and the promo code RJ. But it is time. It's time for a little bit of real talk. It's time to up your game. You want a PED for the bedroom, and that is Blue Chew and Blue Chew Gold. You are going to go from average to savage. Let me tell you what Blue Chew Gold is. It's a 4-in-1 upgrade. It targets your body and your brain. Most blue pills just focus on the blood flow. And listen, you gotta have blood flow. But Blue Chew Gold goes further, enhances arousal, desire, connection, total performance. It's physical and mental. It dissolves right under your tongue. Starts working in as little as 15 minutes. You're gonna turbocharge your love life. You're gonna go from average to savage with Blue Chew Gold. Ladies, tell your man, BlueChew.com, promo code RJ, 10% off your first month's order. You're going to become a trophy husband. You're going to get your confidence back, and your little fella feeling big again.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, luxury is found in every detail of your experience. It's transparent pricing with no dealer addendums. It's a family-owned legacy serving North Texas for over 100 years. And it's the confidence that comes from knowing you're taken care of every step of the way. Because our vehicles are built to inspire what's next, and our dealership experience is built around you. Discover Genesis of Plano. Discover luxury on your terms at genesisofplano.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I feel like the best version of myself right now, and you can too with Men's T Clinic. I spent too many days wondering why I wasn't able to keep going after the workday, why I felt the couch was where I needed to be, and why I wasn't getting the most out of my workouts. And then I set up my first appointment with Men's T. Everybody in my family notices. Keeping up with my kids' busy schedule and keeping the fire burning in my marriage doesn't feel impossible. It's all because I keep up with every detail with my team at Men's T. Check them out right now. Call 972-GO-MEN'S T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic.
1-800-246-OT.
Men'sTClinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is driven by EastDallasDiesel.com.
Tony, what's the biggest difference at East Dallas Diesel?
Simple. Honest pricing, great inventory, and no dealership games. We'll find you the right truck and financing that works for your budget.
Go visit their showroom or check them out online at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. How different will Stephen Jones run the Cowboys when Jerry's influence has run its course? And will it be better? Go ahead, text in. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous in the nation. Reset that question for you. Will the Stephen-run Cowboys be better? Will it be different? Or have we already kind of seen it as Stephen's influence has grown, especially over the last 15 years or so? Some people saying he is the guy that runs the show already. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Now, the reason I'm talking about this, Zach Kiefer, he wrote about it today in The Athletic, and I'll give you some highlights of it. I think it's a really good read just for more background and nuance on the Joneses. You know, when some of these articles are written from a national perspective, there is nothing new to learn from for local folks, but I learned quite a bit. Here's how Kiefer promoted this on Twitter. How the hell does this keep happening? Stephen Jones asked himself sitting across from me. He's talking about the drought, 30 years without a Super Bowl. One day he'll run the Dallas Cowboys, and he'll run them different. Okay, so the idea that Steve is saying, boy, this is going to be something different when it's my turn, pretty intriguing. He says, Dad's a deal maker. Everything he's ever had his hands on, he's overpaid for. I can be a little bit more tight-fisted. How would you answer that question, Wolchuk? First of all, just do you think it's going to be different? You remove the Jerry thing from it. I think the number one thing I would feel confident is going to be different. Jerry the Carnival Barker stripped away from this will take away their ability to dominate headlines when they're under 500.
I think that's spot on. I would agree with that. I don't know. And look, Steven comes on every week with us, and then he does the same thing, of course, with KNC, after every game day and every Friday. But not everybody is quite as charismatic as Jerry. And I nobody that was going to come after him, maybe Charlotte would be the closest to Jerry in that regard. But I've kind of wondered this myself, and I do think Steven might have a little bit more of a hands-off approach than what we've seen from Jerry. And that could be a good thing. That might be music to some fans' ears. Now, when we've talked about this in the post-game show, some of the fan feedback has also been like, is it possible that maybe Steven will be a little bit more tight, a little bit more guarded? Some that have had the frustrations of not spending as much in free agency, that type of stuff. I think some finger pointing's gone as, well, Stevens had more control over that. Jerry's been the risk taker, the gambler, and maybe has had to be held back from being a little bit more aggressive, and that's Stevens doing why maybe they haven't gone full swing at some of this move. So all of that, honestly, I don't think we know yet. But I am open-minded and optimistic that maybe it won't be some of the headline mongering type of stuff that we've seen before that is frustrating at times.
I don't know if you win this third Super Bowl if Steven got his way when it came to Deion Sanders. That really tipped the scales back in their favor. You might not even have Jerry Jones owning the Cowboys if Steven had his way. Story reads, when Bum Bright was selling the team, he started at $200 million, comes down to $140. Even then, Steven was telling Jerry he's asking too much. Hold off on this, because it had been revealed they were losing $1 million a month, and Stephen Jones, much more budget-minded. There's a good quote from Troy Aikman here in this story. He says, I'm not pushing Jerry out by any means, but when that day comes, it's going to feel a lot different. From my interactions, Stephen doesn't have the ego his father has. That'll serve him well. Darren Woodson, quote, Stephen's going to chart a different path. He's got a bit more mother bleeper in him.
Okay. A little more feisty.
Says the team keeps making emotional decisions. They keep guys because Jerry likes them personally. I don't think that leash will be as long with Steven. They probably already started pivoting from that a little bit.
A little bit more cutthroat.
Couple cool Jones family background things in here. So much of Steven's climb is framed through his father. When he was growing up, Jerry would fly from OKC to Little Rock on weeknights just to coach his YMCA football team. When Steven reached high school, Jerry rented office space across from the practice field to keep tabs on his progress. How'd it go today? Dad would ask each evening, not letting on that he'd spied every snap through a pair of binoculars from the office. On his recruitment and decision to play for the Razorbacks, he grew into a star quarterback with grades good enough to get into Princeton. That's where Jerry wanted him to go, and Steven was all but sold during a campus tour after he heard a young actress named Brooke Shields would be in his freshman class. Then Arkansas coach Lou Holtz called and offered a scholarship. Arkansas is where Jerry had played, co-captaining the 64 champions as a sub-200-pound right guard, and where Jean had cradled Steven in her arms on the sideline. It's where he'd fallen for the game. All I ever wanted was to play ball for the Razorbacks, he told his parents. Tell you what, Steven, I'll make a deal with you. If you go to Arkansas, I want you taking the hardest curriculum the school has to offer. Steven graduated as the Razorbacks' only 4-year letter winner with a degree in chemical engineering. Jerry sneaked into the stadium to watch practices. He also learned something about his son he'd never forget. If Steven tells me he's going to do something, well, he's going to do it. I didn't know Steven was a damn good high school quarterback.
I didn't either. I just remembered linebacker.
I did not. I always thought he was a linebacker myself.
He ends up, he goes there. He's playing some safety, some linebacker, but I guess he only really played one game because he played some special team snaps, but he really only started or played in one game because the starter got into a little bit of trouble before their final game, basically, of his career. But he wanted to go to Arkansas, and who knows how differently things could have been if he had gone to Princeton and played quarterback. Then when we get to the stuff about changing, the franchise under Stephen Jones, Aikman believes, will look and feel more like a typical NFL team, one where the owner doesn't insist on playing the role of main character. Quote, Stephen will be less inclined to want to get all the credit, and I think he'll create an environment conducive to winning. You got more from Woody in here. I guarantee Stephen wanted that to be a dead issue, and Dad let it ride, Woodson says, on the Parsons back and forth, which dragged on for months and ended with the Cowboys sending him to Green Bay. I think the off-the-field stuff the organization had to deal with, showing up late, not being a team guy, paying a guy that kind of money when he's not really a leader, that bleep ain't flying with Steven. Jerry loves personalities because Jerry is a personality, Woodson continued. I don't think that's Steven's deal. And then Steven on deal-making differences between him and Dad. With agents these days, you give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Steven says he doesn't like giving an inch, never has. If a deal's within striking distance, Jerry will lose this point and this point and this point, and if it gets done, he'll live with it. It'll eat at me a little bit more. And he says, I like to win every last point. I got to watch that. So maybe... Steven's the guy that fights on every point leading to the end of the contract, and then Jerry gives up at the end of it. I would want to bail from that dynamic. Either we're going to be one thing or the other. Let's make a deal early, or let's hold their feet to the fire, and if they don't capitulate, then we're moving on late. And maybe that Micah Parsons development was a sign that that sort of shift is already happening inside the walls. What would you say, Brian? Is this organization going to be better off with full Steven?
I think where Steven will be better is the fact that he is, and I know Jerry and Steven have worked with Will for a long time, but I think Steven has probably worked with Will closer than Jerry. And so I think he's going to allow Will probably a little bit more latitude here. I think the fact that he's taken over a lot of the day-to-day operations of the team, I think you'll see Steven lean more on Will. Maybe Jerry, they lean on him, but I think Steven will lean on him even more.
Would you advise, hey, let's name Will the full GM?
I think you'd absolutely, that would be the best thing Stephen Jones could do.
Be awesome.
Yeah.
That would be.
It would take the heat off you from the public.
It would take the heat off you, and it would also, you could still do what you want to do, but the fact that he and Will have worked together now so long, shoulder to shoulder, and really the last several years being, in handling the way the things they've handled with the roster, I think that's where Steven will be a lot different, where maybe Jerry didn't have that working relationship with Will. He had a relationship with him, and he did work with him, but not to the level what Steve Jones has been able to do on a daily basis. Like when he goes in the office, he and Will are meeting. Probably ain't him and Jerry and Will meeting. It's those two meeting a lot.
Parcells in this story saying he could work with Steven.
That's how he got things done with Jerry.
Yeah.
He would go through Steven to get things done with Jerry. He never went directly to Jerry. He just went through Steven to get there.
Yeah, I think everybody's probably in consensus that Jerry is a kind of a net negative, and if you remove that, maybe you can get back to a baseline. Will Steven be a net positive? Does he give you a competitive advantage? I don't know. But if you do just hire a GM and give him full autonomy to sort of be creative and problem solve and the smartest guy in your building or the most hardest working guy in your building in a football sense is ultimately the guy responsible. I think there's more upside to it. It just kind of depends on, what Will or another permanent GM does once he gets into that seat that I think will determine the fate of the organization. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, dude. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'd like to give Nick Harris some credit for some things. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, it's a big one. We are live at Tarleton State University. First 100 Tolos get a free Texans Tolo t-shirt. We got a Luke Combs ticket giveaway and your Cowboys fantasy football experience to win at 9. It's a Friday morning from Tarleton State on The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What'd you do this weekend? Well, at Academy Sports and Outdoors, soccer with legacy, tailgating legends, did a little dove hunting too, made a good brisket, grilled up some burgers, and filled up a cooler with brew, drank from Yeti's, Owalas, and Rivers, and took a grill to a lot before dawn, trained for a 10K, put the kids in a tent, and they didn't even ask to log on. Whew, fun can't lose. Right now at Academy Sports and Outdoors, get an extra 30% off clearance clothes and shoes now through September 2nd.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here. Join Sean, Bobby, and myself live from Tarleton State University this Friday from the Luxury Club at Memorial's. First 100 that show up get a free Texans Tolo t-shirt. Free concert Friday night with Casey Donahue, and then Saturday kickoff. For more info, tarletonsports.com. Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here. My good friends over at QC Kinetics. When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like there's only one option. Do your homework. Remember, once a joint's replaced, there's no going back. Get it done without surgery, without steroids, without downtime. A second opinion from QC Kinetics. So whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to QC Kinetics. I've done it myself. Back in 2021, right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder pain. It got to the point I could barely grip a water bottle, doing any kind of outdoor activity, baseball, golf, working out, hanging with the kids, doing whatever, right? Getting dressed was a pain. QC Kinetics. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. I was healed within 2 sessions. 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine, QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. The world champs are on the field and ready to go, but the clock is ticking. These are the final days of Classic Labor Day savings. You can win big with the drive of a lifetime. As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, they have over 1,500 new Chevys, holiday price to move. It's your last chance to trade up to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $15,500 off MSRP. Now that's a winning drive. $15,500 off. I know winning teams, and I can say with confidence, Classic Chevrolet is the very best at delivering winning drives. Beat the rush before the final days to save are gone. Shop now at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference.
Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. Stock number 2116093. Documentation and delivery fee $225. Classic discount $9,500. Customer cash $4,250. GM bonus cash $1,750 plus tax, title, and license expires 9/7/26.
Rangers manager Skip Schumacher with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:20. Coverage you deserve on your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Who's it going to be? Our Dr. Pepper Cowboys Fantasy Football Draft giveaway is coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. The code word is blend. So be ready. Be the 8th caller coming up at the 5. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the King, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And our code word again for this thing that Wolchuk and I are going to be a part of? Dr.
Blend.
Pepper? Blend.
Blend? Yeah.
5 o'clock. Blend. Get an hour and 15 minutes, guys and gals.
That's that Dr. Pepper. It's the blend of all those different flavors.
23 flavors of just gorgeous flavor.
Yeah, well, we're excited to be a part of this. I know Wolchuk and I will be there. I'll be interested to see how people I've never sat in on a fantasy draft before, by the way.
Oh, this is going to be a blast.
I'll be interested to see how this thing actually works out. Dawson, I think you're in for chaos. I think you're cheering for chaos in this fantasy draft, aren't you? Maybe
Absolutely.
Maybe some like drunkenness.
Yes.
Like people
Yes.
like Yeti showing up, Miller Lite showing. I mean, just a bunch of just people spilling beer all over the place, things like that. You're like looking for chaos.
I mean, you got to turn it into a party, I think. You definitely don't want it to be boring. It's got to be memorable.
Are fantasy football things a party? Do we do that?
Yeah, people will party.
Huge.
Do we do that?
Yes.
So we like get drunk and do this?
I mean, there is probably half of every league that, yes, they're in it for the football, but mostly they're in it for an excuse to go day drink with their buddies once a year.
That's a big part of it. It's about just trying to, an excuse to get together with your friends, and maybe it's the only time of year you really are able to get together. It's like I'm hosting a Labor Day draft as a commissioner for my oldest league. We've been doing this thing for like 15 years.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a blast.
I mean, you probably want to go Miller Lite. You know, you don't want to be rolling in there with half gallons of liquor and getting totally hammered, but you want to have a fun time.
Yeah, I'm going to say this, by the way. It ain't the first time cigar ash or some type of liquors hit the carpet at that place.
Yeah.
Not with what,
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, I remember sometimes the old at Valley Ranch, the old war room there, that thing smelled like a bar when we were done.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't. So if you want to really do what the Cowboys do, just bring a bunch of booze in there and get it done.
Treated how Jerry Jr. and Steven would have when the Cowboys first bought the team.
There you go.
And they were fresh out of college.
There you go.
Rampaging.
I like to say, I like what you're doing, Dawson. You kind of talked about that. He said, I'm cheering for chaos. Our good buddy John Owning said this in a tweet. He said, what message is the Cowboys front office and coaching staff sending to the roster if they keep Drew Shelton but cut Camden Brown?
I feel that same way. I don't know how you can keep a guy like Camden Brown personally. Like if we're saying, hey, go out there.
Nothing personal here. We're just talking about the player.
Well, this is how I feel personally.
Well, no, I'm saying nothing personal against the player.
the player, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, don't act like you hate the player.
No, it's just like all the guy's done is go out there every practice, do his job, make plays, preseason games, go out there, catch a couple of touchdowns, do his job, and continue to just do it over and over again and stack good days. So it is tough to say, okay, a guy like that who's done everything we've asked, well, unfortunately, sorry, you're not good enough to make our 53-man roster, but we're going to hold on to a fourth-round pick who I have not really seen a lot of positives from at all. And it stinks because Drew Shelton, I thought, had okay college tape at Penn State, and he played a lot of games. But goodness gracious, I would be terrified to start him in a game right now. I don't think he's an NFL-caliber player.
I would say he's at least a year with a great strength and explosiveness training away from being ready. But here's the thing: is you need tackles more than you need a fourth or fifth wide receiver. And you're prospecting, you're throwing a line out there and trying to snag their next Terrence Steele. And, bodies can get transformed, especially you get a little help with vitamin S. You get real serious about it. You see the opportunity ahead of you. You double down on your diet or whatever it's going to take. So I just think that Camden Brown, he's probably shown you his upside. And so many of his catches are literally with the DB right next to him. I don't think that's sustainable. I think that's training camp fun. I don't think against starting first team corners you're going to even have the opportunity to make those plays. So I'm not the biggest Camden Brown guy.
Well, the YouTube community went on. Again, I mentioned Will Steele does fine work. Will Steele's talking to putting posts up to like what separation? Who's saying lack of separation? Now we can pull plays. I mean he's showing plays where there is some separation.
That Seattle route was a hell of a route for the touchdown.
I will say this, though. The reason why this guy makes really good contorted catches is because he is playing with people around his body.
Yeah.
He is playing with people around his body. You saw with Mingo was able to separate that vertical route. But, hey, I am not taking anything away from Brown, but he makes incredible catches because, like Dawson's saying, people are around him.
I do think it's important to weigh Mingo's in year 4? And he's finally now, this is like, okay, we're talking about him like, well, he's showing some upside. Camden Brown is an undrafted rookie free agent, and he's already right there in a battle with Mingo. So it's like, do you want to keep the guy that might be able to become a legitimate wide receiver too in the NFL?
I can understand people fighting for Brown and putting Mingo on the street. I get that.
But the special teams element is where Mingo can stay on rosters.
Yeah.
And he is a better special teams player right now than what Camden Brown is.
Yeah. So, like I said, it's nothing against Camden Brown. It really, really isn't. But like I said earlier, the fact that he is on a bubble, and I'm still trying to get if these receivers are playing tomorrow. Because if one of them does and one of them doesn't, and I haven't heard from anybody over there, I'd be surprised if one was and one wasn't. I'd be really surprised if both don't play. Then that should tell you that they're probably going to make this football team.
Yeah.
So we need to figure this. We need to figure this out. I want to give Nick Harris. Oh, go ahead.
Shelton should have just never been drafted. Yeah. With how much this team needs a running back, with how much this team could use more guys at tight end. To take such a long shot on that, it was a massive misevaluation. But now that he's here, you seriously going to move on from a 4 after one camp?
The way that he's played, he has not played well enough to be on this team.
I kind of feel like the same thing about Devin Moore as well.
Wow.
At cornerback.
But hell, they'll keep, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, he is a 4th-round pick. And so can I keep him in my system for a year, and this time next year he has transformed his body, and he can turn it and develop into that thing. And it's tough to find tackles. We talk about it all the time. There's not enough good offensive linemen to go around. Realistically, I can't start that game and that player in a game right now. So I don't know. I'd try and have him on my practice squad, but I'm sure another team would scoop him up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, well, what a great save, that Barcelona game. All right, Nick Harris, before we start talking, we had a really, really, really nice article about the roster and the gymnastics and the things like that, how this is going to potentially play out. The thing I'd like to go through is he's got 21 bubble players. Did he get the bubble players right in your mind? Did he get the bubble players right? And the bubble players, he says, they're players, he says, there's 21 bubble players fighting for 10 roster spots. 10 roster spots, 21 bubble players. So 11 of these gentlemen will probably not be a part of that. The players he has on the bubble, Malik Davis, bubble player to you guys?
Yes.
How?
Malik?
Yeah.
I don't think he should be, but
he is.
Clearly, yeah. I mean, he was buried down at the depth chart from the beginning of camp. So I don't know. For whatever reason, it's like maybe there's some doubters in that building for whatever reason. But he's done everything again. I mean, we wanted Blue, we wanted Maffa. Even Abanikanda had some fans out there. We wanted everybody to step up and end up taking the reins as RB2 and kick him off the roster. All Malik Davis has done is clearly look like the best guy behind Javonte Williams.
I would say I would have Malik Davis on the roster myself. The next two I'd have as bubble players, which is Blue and Maffa.
Yeah.
Those are the guys I would have.
I mean, I've got Maffa off of it right now.
We talked about Camden Brown. We'll see. We'll see how they'll play this thing out. Nick Leverett. I think Nick Leverett should be on this team at the offensive line, the center, the guard, wherever you want to play him. Trevor Keegan's played well. Again, a bubble guy, but I kind of feel like that he's not going to make the roster.
Can I ask you a question about that? I was wondering, because I think Cornelius has looked great. I think Higgins looked really good too. But you made me wonder, maybe some people in the organization don't feel the same.
They don't like Johnny Cornelius like you and I do.
Could they keep Keegan over Cornelius?
They very well could.
Okay.
They very well could. Drew Shelton's on the bubble list. Nate Thomas is on the bubble list. Johnny Cornelius is on the bubble list. I know a lot of us. I had a Johnny Cornelius as my seventh best offensive lineman when it came to that. But people at the organization are saying, "Yeah, you're on crack. Stop it." Okay, I got you. Jay Toia on the bubble. James Houston on the bubble. Sam Williams on the bubble. Stop me if I'm going too fast.
No, all those guys are.
Maris Leofau.
Yep.
Shamar James.
No, I don't think so.
Led the team in tackles last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a spot for him on my team.
Who's going to play the Mike linebacker, too, if something happens with, I guess they're going to, with Overshone and stuff like that?
Yeah, James and Barron. I mean, I've got both of them on my 53 right now.
Barron, Justin Barron is on this bubble list. Curtis Robinson's on this bubble list.
Sure.
Reddy Stewart on the bubble list.
I don't know how you could part with him right now. I think he's clearly the fourth best corner on the team, but maybe there's some redundancy there if he can't play outside.
Kalen Carson's on the bubble list.
Yep.
Amir Speed's on the bubble list. Julius Wood's on the bubble list. And Elijah Clark is on the bubble list.
Yeah.
So with the exception of maybe three guys, he got his bubble list guys right then. Is that what we're saying?
I think he crushed it.
So, yeah.
I think so.
Nick Harris is dominating.
Yep. Tomorrow night we will see. We'll have the final preseason game. The final cut will go from 90 to 53 on Sunday. So I'm sure I'll pop on a couple of shows on Sunday. I think we have Rangers baseball too, but I'll pop on anybody's show that wants to do that. Maybe we'll have some stuff at various platforms. So Love of the Star, stuff like that. So thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. John Machota, Athletic, joins us next here. We'll talk with the now longtime Cowboys beat writer about the top stories going into the final preseason game and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The final week of the preseason kicks off tonight in the NFL, and Raiders QB Fernando Mendoza will get his final chance to showcase his talent and steal the starting job from Kirk Cousins against live action. Mendoza should see plenty of action tonight against the San Francisco 49ers, and ideally for him, it goes better than his last outing where Mendoza threw for 86 yards, an interception, and no touchdowns. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Buffalo was trading at 8%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Follow with you here in Tolos. You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results, whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. It is absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. You're going to love them. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR, and if you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Dallas, did you know that when you switch to Geico, you get an average of $900 in savings and great service? That's about as hard-working a deal as the local cicada population. What's that, cicadas? You think you work harder than Geico? But their claim support is available 24/7. Oh, now, cicadas. You know I can't say that on air. Crazy little bugs. Well, Dallas, you heard it here. Sort of. Switch to Geico today.
I'm Ben. As a licensed Kroger pharmacist, I'm committed to helping you choose the right vaccines for you and your family. Whether you have questions about the flu, RSV, or COVID vaccines, our team is ready to go above and beyond for you when it comes to providing personalized care and seasonal vaccine education. No appointment needed. At Kroger, we're here to look out for you. Restrictions and exclusions may apply. See site or pharmacy for details.
Hey, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and yeah, we dominate the truck game. Lifted trucks, blacked out beasts, the works. But don't let the name fool you. At East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars, we've got way more than trucks. Luxury sedans, sports cars, SUVs, even daily drivers. If it's clean and something I put my name on, it's on our lot. We make it easy to buy with fast, honest financing and no hidden fees. You can be in and out in under an hour. Check us out at eastdallasdiesel.com or eastdallasmotorcars.com, where custom comes standard no matter what you drive.
Welcome back to Yeah, That's a Pepper Thing. First up, we've got Harrison wrapping his Dr. Pepper in a tiny quilt so it feels at home. Oh, how tender. That's a Pepper Thing! And over to Becca, who's whispering affirmations to her can.
You're sweet. You're unique. You're the best thing I ever poured over ice.
She swears it makes it taste better. It's not a science thing, but it's a Pepper Thing! Why do they all do it? All for that sweet, delicious, truly one-of-a-kind taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a Pepper Thing!
Uber Eats continues our dedication to local restaurants as the premier partner of DFW Restaurant Week. Celebrating its 30th year, our team is fueled with inspiration by restaurateurs who showcase their culinary best and share their rewards with those in need via the North Texas Food Bank. That's community. DFW Restaurant Week is here. Unforgettable menus, the best dining experience ever, and it all benefits Lena Pope and North Texas Food Bank. Visit DFWRestaurantWeek.com to view menus and secure your table.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before, and that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now, online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more. Platinum Ford.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're one night now from the Cowboys preseason finale, and we're 17 days from Week 1 against the New York Football Giants. And joining us now to talk about these topics and more is John Machota of The Athletic. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad this preseason part of the schedule is over and we can play some real football.
Yes, we have. We've paid our dues and we have arrived. And John, I appreciate a lot of stuff that you do on this beat. But I thought one of the best things about this spring and into the summer was you were on this team about linebacker. And you wrote today about Barham. Things have evolved there. In the end, do you think they have enough there now, or do you still think they're a player away?
I mean, I think they could still use more. The thing about the Cowboys that a lot of people don't want to talk about, because as sports fans or people that follow sports, most of us are superstitious. But when I look at the roster right now, it's a very healthy roster. And so when I look at the way it is currently constructed, I'm like, no, they probably do have enough right now. But is that realistic to think that everyone's going to stay healthy? Probably not, especially with their luck at linebacker going all the way back, Sean Lee and before. So because of that, I would say, yeah, maybe still add another player there. But if you tell me that there's some type of way you can keep all these guys healthy, I mean, I can see inside linebacker DeMarvion Overshown next to inside linebacker Jayshawn Barham being pretty nice and helping them win a lot of games.
Where do you think Barham's upside is for year one? Can he hang in there and handle everything that you need him to?
I think he can. I went back when I was writing that story and I wanted to look over some of the stuff that Dane Brugler wrote about Barham and, entering the draft process and that. And one of the things that kind of stood out to me that made me think of, I can't wait to look for this as the season goes on, but kind of like opponents being able to use his aggressiveness against him, maybe throw some eye candy his way to where maybe he's over aggressive on a play, over pursues, because he does play, like you saw in that Cardinals game, with his hair on fire. I mean, he is aggressive, intimidating, physical presence. And so I think, because my whole thing with him is, as I've watched him since the beginning of training camp, I'm just kind of like, how did this guy fall to the third round? What am I missing here? What don't I get about football? Because this looks like a guy that I feel like should have at least went in the second round, because he just makes plays when he's out there. I mean, the biggest one is certainly going downhill, making life hell for opposing offensive linemen and getting after the quarterback, and I don't know, just like he just seems like kind of a little bit like Caleb Downs, where they're just obsessed with football, students of the game, on top of being just incredible physical athletes.
John, as somebody who I always think has a very fair and measured approach while you cover this team, you've been doing this now for a long time. As you put a close and a bow on this training camp, how does it compare to maybe some of the previous Cowboys teams heading into the season?
Yeah, this is year 16 for me, and I would put it up there, definitely in the top 5, and certainly better than anything over the last few years. That's the thing. Like, I've written and put out videos talking about how, it just feels different this year. And I love when people will come back with, you guys say that every year. I don't know who you guys are. I don't know where. Go find where I said that last year or the year before. I would love for you to find that. I'll line up a bunch of my coworkers. They're probably sick of hearing me complain the last couple of years of how beating the job was, because it was just like, really, where's this going? I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, whether the team's got a chance to win the Super Bowl or they're going to lose every game, you still got to show up to work every day and cover the team. It's certainly more fun if the team is winning. And no, I can certainly tell you that it is a little bit different this year. There is a different feel. There aren't the distractions. The health has been great. The offense looks like it could be even better than it was a year ago. And then on defense, it just looks very sound. You just don't see those communication mistakes. You got young players that look like they can contribute, and you got veterans that have come from other teams that seem as hungry as ever to, get this thing back on track. Plus, you got the motivation of, a lot of people look at it as the worst defense in Cowboys history, even though a lot of these pieces weren't part of that. But they still have that chip on their shoulder. So there's a lot of things to be positive about.
John, about 30% of the league has lost a starter for the season. It's 9 or 10 teams, I think, right now. With that in mind, the Cowboys have been, pretty lucky. What do you expect tomorrow night in the preseason finale? You do they usually put everybody on ice or bubble wrap or however you want to say it, or do you think there's important players that could still use some significant work?
Yeah, this is usually the game where you're going to put most of your players that can contribute during the season on ice. You don't need to see any more from them. But with that being said, I still think this game will be interesting because of Joe Milton and Sam Howell will play. Some of those running backs, even though I'm kind of set on who I think the 4 will be, I still think that could be kind of interesting. I could see them still playing Camden Brown, and just from being at all the practices and seeing him in those and the preseason games, the guy's a highlight at least once every game. So there's that. Michael Trigg, a guy that I think is on the outside looking in at tight end. I think that he could still be fun to watch. And then obviously the backups on that offensive line to see how they look, because the depth on the offensive line looks like one of the biggest concerns right now. But I also could see Barham playing. Maybe he doesn't play the full, I think got 22 defensive snaps last game. Maybe he plays a little bit less than that, but I could see him out there. And then maybe this is a spot where one of those defensive backs that are bottom of the roster, do something to make the team. So I don't think it'll be as interesting as the first 2 preseason games, but there'll be stuff there that'll keep it interesting, at least for a half.
How much encouragement do you get from watching this defense play, though, with, very few busts, very few broken tackles? I mean, it seems like Christian Parker has made the backup players on this team significantly better. What do you think about, the idea of a complete defensive turnaround from the bottom of the league towards, better than average, top third here in 2026?
Yeah, and I didn't necessarily think that was going to be possible, because I was like, well, they're going to have a first-time defensive coordinator, and I know that the talent on that side of the ball was lacking last year. They came up short on inside linebacker in free agency, and so there was a part of me that was like, yeah, I can see they're going to be better, but I mean, how much better? But to your point, when you see some of those things of how bought in everybody is defensively, I just look at what they are on offense and how good they are there, that you don't need to be great on defense to be a playoff team. And if they somehow end up being great on defense and exceeding expectations, then you really got something. Then you got something that could potentially make a run in January. So they have the pieces there. And then also with Christian Parker, I think there is a little bit, it's not all negative when you're the first-time DC, because there's also the other teams don't know exactly what I'm going to do in these different situations. And I think he has several chess pieces on this team, the Barhams, the Caleb Downs, that from game to game, they could be used in different roles and things like that. And so there are a lot of intriguing pieces. So, I'm believing that this will be a significantly better defense. Now, will it be top 10? Probably not in the league, but I think it could get to that 15 to 20 range.
How good are Deron Bland, Kobe Durant, Savone Ravel looking to you?
They look good, and it kind of goes back to the same thing that I said about, the overall team is that, if you tell me you have Overshown and Barham all season, I think they'll be fine at inside linebacker. If you tell me they'll have those three corners all season, I think they're fine there. Now, you lose one of those guys, that's where, because after them, it's kind of a drop-off. Same with the offensive line. If those first six, there's a drop-off. So there's a chance that number 4 corner isn't even on the team right now. It could be somebody that they make a move for right here on cutdown day, either on Sunday or early next week. They make a move for, but it would not surprise me if they feel like they still need to add a 4th corner because they don't feel like anybody has taken that job and run with it. So it is a little bit of a concern. But out of those top 3 that you mentioned, yeah, everything I've seen, you look good to go there.
We've all been having fun trying to put together our 53-man rosters, John, as you've been kind of looking at how this thing's going to end up. What have been maybe the hardest decisions that you've had trying to go ahead and put this thing down?
One of them is the Sam Howell thing, just because I know the Cowboys giving him that guaranteed money. I think it'll be hard for them to part ways with him. But to me, Joe Milton has clearly shown that he should be the number 2 quarterback. So I've been going with 2 quarterbacks, even though I've seen many of my colleagues go with 3. So that's one. But outside of that, there aren't a ton. I only think there's been 6, maybe 7 offensive linemen that have really been on the level where you're like, well, you got to keep this guy in the roster. And I still think they'll keep 9 or 10 because that's just what they do. But yeah, a lot of the other ones, I guess some people would say maybe that 5-6 wide receiver. I'm just keeping 6 wide receivers. I mean, Camden Brown's too good to let go to the streets. Somebody else will grab him if that happens. And I just think Mingo's had a really good camp. So if that means that you maybe got to go one less at linebacker or at corner, so be it. I just think that if you really are trying to keep your best players, I think that you go 6 at wide receiver. But yeah, tight end, I think they only go 3, and I felt that way all camp. I just don't think anybody's done enough to take over and make you try and bring on a 4th. So there really haven't been a lot of really tough decisions for me.
John, who gets credit for making Joe Milton look a lot better than he is?
That's a good question. I'm going to give, it definitely can't be one person because the team deserves credit for going out and getting Sam Howell because I'm sorry, I just believe that is a big piece in the extra motivation. But also you got to give probably the biggest chunk of credit to Joe because of what he did in the offseason. He keeps talking about the working on his base and how it's made him a more accurate passer, and you can see that in the games. And so I think that he gets the most credit, but the Cowboys for bringing in Sam Howell, I think that was important. Obviously, Brian Schottenheimer, because, not only is he a head coach, but he's a quarterback guy and the offensive play caller. But then, it's probably not a bad thing to be in a quarterback room with Dak Prescott. Dak has never been the type to me that would be I'm going to hide all the answers from the test. I don't want anybody to see this. Like he's always come off as that he's willing to share everything that he can. So I'm sure it's a little bit, and you probably got to give Sam Howell some credit too. But I don't think it's one thing, but I guess if you had to give the most credit, it would go to Joe.
John, when camp started, Jerry had the great presser moment again, talking about giving up future to help the now. What do you think the team's trade outlook is at the moment?
No, I think it's still possible. I mean, if we're sensing these positive vibes with this team, certainly Jerry is, certainly Steven is. And so for them to say that at the beginning of camp, maybe Barham emerging and maybe even exceeding their expectations at this point, maybe some stuff Overshown's done, maybe adding Von Miller and what they've seen from Gary and Ezeraku and Malachi Lawrence, maybe that prevents them from doing something more at linebacker. But this feels like a team that has a legitimate shot to make a run. And because of that, if the right opportunity is there, I still think that they would be aggressive and take it. Maybe they're not making as many phone calls as they were when training camp started, but I don't think that they've shut off their phone.
Have you seen reason to believe the offense is better?
That's a good question. I would think it kind of goes to the same thing I felt going into training camp in the sense that you got so many guys that were their first time last season. So just being another full year together, I just think that stuff that opponents will take away, it'll be much easier for them to move to whatever that next thing is. And whether that's George playing with CD or Brian calling the offense, or that interior of the offensive line playing together for another full season. I do think there are things that they could certainly be better because of that. The one I will say is that I thought that Jaden Blue might take a little bit bigger step, and that's the area where if you told me that, he ran away with that number 2 job and just really added something in the passing game, now that I think could unlock a lot. I guess the other one I would mention is maybe Brevin Spann-Ford.
Yes.
I think that he'll be able to be used more in the passing game than you've used him in the past. That could open some stuff up more. And then last but not least is just, don't get me wrong, Ryan Flanoy came on the scene last year and, he put a lot of people on notice, like, hey, I'm legit. I can be a number 3 receiver. But what he's done in camp, like, he has exceeded that to where I could see, and Dak has shown that he will throw to the open wide receiver, even if he has CD on one side and George on the other. If 19 is running around the middle of the field and he has the best matchup that Dak loves, he's going to go to 19 over and over again. And so he's another one that, because of all of those things, they could potentially be better. They absolutely have all the ingredients to be the best offense in the NFL.
Following up on Blue, John, you mentioned you've got your 4 guys that you think are going to be there from the running back room. Who are they and why?
Yeah, so obviously Javonte Williams, Malik Davis, I think has done enough to where you're like, this reminds me exactly of the way last year was, where he would be my number 2. Jaden Blue would be my 3, and then Hunter Lipke, which, he's kind of the Swiss Army knife, can do a little bit of everything. I just think that that group has kind of separated themselves. I think Blue has a chance to be the number 2 as the season goes on, but Malik Davis is so solid and does just about everything that you would want from your number 2 running back, and he just quietly goes about his business, and the coaching staff likes him. So I would be surprised if it's anyone but those 4.
Think we could get more fights tomorrow with the Saints in town?
I really don't. I mean, I don't know. It's tough because the way that practice started out, it was almost like that was a goal of some players. And I think that's what's kind of lost in some of this is that everyone just points at, well, it was that team or it was that team that did or whatever. It's like, it really doesn't need to be a whole team. If you have 2 or 3 guys in your team that want to start fights, if all of a sudden it leads to a big scuffle, other guys are going to join in because that's what you do, And while some of those fights were good, don't get me wrong, a lot of them were like Major League Baseball, where it's, you're out there, you're in the bullpen, you're like, all right, are we climbing the wall? All right, we're climbing the wall and we're getting in there. But are you really doing anything? No, but you got to do it because you don't want to hear about it after that. Why'd you guys just sit in the bullpen the whole time? So that's where I think Brian Schottenheimer was frustrated with that whole thing because you got to get the guys back to their sideline. You got to get everything calmed down. And it just probably took another 10 plays away that you could have run from your first team offense or first team defense that you're not really playing in the preseason. So, I just think that when you're actually in a game and it's being, officiated and these guys know that this is their last chance on both teams to make an NFL roster, I just don't think you'll see that stuff.
John, in a minute or so, have you heard anything about any roster gymnastics with guys like the punter and the snapper and those guys getting waived in order to get guys on or anything like that? Has anybody kind of hinted that they might be doing anything like that?
I have not heard that, but that is a good point because they have been doing that more and more over the years, and a Brian Anger could certainly fit into that.
Right.
The one that I would always go back to would be like a C.J. Goodwin.
That was always it, yeah. But they had to give you a little bit more money to do that or something like that. So I didn't know if you'd heard anybody doing some roster gymnastics or guys were kind of earmarked to do the roster gymnastics on Sunday.
Not that I know of. I mean, Marquise Bell is the guy that has taken over that C.J. Goodwin role. I don't know if they can actually do that with him on the roster, but he is the guy that they feel similarly about in terms of what he brings on special teams that, maybe they try and do something like that with someone like him. The thing I'm interested about with all of this is like, we sit there and we cut down this roster and we sit there and we're like, oh, they can't do this or this guy will get picked up. Most of these guys will end up on their practice squad. Obviously I don't think there's any chance of a Camden Brown, but I like Jay Toya, but I could see Jay Toya being cut and then they end up getting him on the practice squad. I don't know. It's not as crazy as people think. They're not going to all of a sudden have 15 of these guys claimed by other teams. They'll probably have a couple. But for the most part, they're going to get most of these guys back to the practice squad.
A must follow on Cowboys Twitter, a must read in The Athletic. John, you're simply killing it. We can't thank you enough for being generous with your time, and have a great weekend.
Absolutely, guys. You too.
Cheers. There he goes. John Machota with you here on The Fan. Your chance to qualify for one of our Dr. Pepper amazing giveaways coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. If you are caller number 8 with the code word BLEND coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, you'll be one of our 6 Dr. Pepper prize pack winners, and you'll be qualified to win the Ultimate Fantasy Football League Draft giveaway. All righty, we're coming back, Wolchuk, with what?
It's in a mixed bag. We got the star schedule, jersey retirements, and high-maintenance women. That's next. But I'll tell you, let's go shopping for a new ride at East Dallas Diesel. And the beautiful thing is, now with East Dallas Motor Cars, they're truly your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. So if you're in the market for a truck, you know East Dallas Diesel is the place you need to go because they got every single brand you can think of: Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it. But now with East Dallas Motor Cars, they've got incredible luxury vehicles as well. The Range Rovers, the Bentleys, the BMWs, Corvettes, Escalades, Tahoes, everything from convertibles to rugged trucks and everything in between. And the best part, you don't have to break the bank at East Dallas Diesel or East Dallas Motor Cars. Whether you're looking for that budget-friendly ride or that dream car with all the bells and whistles, they can make it happen with great financing options to match. And let's say you don't want a new car, but maybe you want some upgrades on your current vehicle, they can take care of that for you as well at East Dallas Diesel because they're all about customization. Call my guy, Tony Alberti. He's been in the car and truck game for nearly 30 years. It's an amazing place. It's family-owned and operated. It's all about that customer experience there at East Dallas Diesel. So before you go anywhere else, go to eastdallasdiesel.com and eastdallasmotorcars.com. Check out what they've got today. Trucks, luxury, value. East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars has it all. Tell them Old Chuck sent you. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson with the Consumer Team. Summer heat means sky-high electricity bills, and improper attic insulation and ventilation can be a big contributor. That's why we recommend the Attic Wellness Assessment from Blue Nail Roofing. For just $49.99, they'll identify attic and roof issues in your home that could be costing you thousands and stressing your HVAC and roofing systems. The good news, many attic issues are easy to fix by yourself or with the help of the Blue Nail team. Go to BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com.
At Alliance Hyundai, shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price, guaranteed. Visit us today at AllianceHyundai.net.
Booth Creek Wagyu wants to say thank you, Dallas. You've made our new South Lake store a huge success. And now, just in time for football season, we're beefing up the game plan. When you buy 10 pounds or more of our legendary Booth Creek Wagyu ground beef, you'll get it for the unbelievable price of just $8 a pound. That's America's most premium ground beef at grocery store prices. And don't forget to grab our world-class Wagyu steaks for those tailgate parties. Visit us today in South Lake or at BoothCreekWagyu.com.
Classic Labor Day savings are finally live at Buick GMC in Arlington now through Labor Day. Upgrade to a winning drive for less. Over 350 new Buick and GMC models holiday priced below market value. You could trade up to a lower payment. You owe it to your family. Jump on these one-time holiday savings before it's too late. This is Texas. This is Classic. Visit ClassicArlington.com. We are professional grade.
Get your to-do list ready. The Home Depot just opened a new store in Salina, Texas. So whether you're making simple upgrades or full-on renovations, the Home Depot has you covered with great prices on tools, materials, rentals, and more. Plus, order online or with the Home Depot app, and you can get it all delivered to your door fast and free. Visit us at 3245 South Preston Road in Salina to start your project today with the Home Depot.
RJ Choppy here. The Make This the Summer sales event happening right now. One of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Tolos. If you're looking for that brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep for the rest of the summer and beyond, go check out Platinum, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. Go to the website, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. Find the vehicle you want and get it at an incredible price because If you drive a little further, you can save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chaba here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. You know, when your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like there's only one option. Do your homework. Remember, once a joint's replaced, there's no going back. Get it done without surgery, without steroids, without downtime. A second opinion from QC Kinetics. So whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to QC Kinetics. I've done it myself. Back in 2021, right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder pain. It got to the point I could barely grip a water bottle, doing any kind of outdoor activity, baseball, golf, working out, hanging with the kids, doing whatever, right? Getting dressed was a pain. QC Kinetics. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. I was healed within 2 sessions. 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine, QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610.
It's Brian Baldinger. Next starts now with the Road to Kickoff. Brought to you by Hyundai. Urgent energy fuels Dallas as they navigate a fiercely competitive division. With a newly drafted defensive help in play.
Seven 333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Without further ado, here's Zach.
Let's go ahead. Let's shake it up. Let's hit a mixed bag right now.
You want a chocolate? Mama. Mama.
Leave the gun.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get to that?
You never know what you're going to get.
Star schedule came out yesterday. They're going to have 13 national TV appearances starting with the opener, October 2nd at the AAC. They're going to host the St. Louis Blues. They have several that are going to end up being on TNT, including that game. They'll also be featured on ESPN, ABC, TNT, and ESPN+. The next national television game will be October 13th on ESPN as the Stars will travel to Colorado to take on the Avs, which is always a good match between those two rivals, and Mikko Rantanen hopefully healthy and ready to put the Stars on his back as they look to finally break through and win Lord Stanley's Cup. Going to be a fun season for your Stars, but depth will be tested. I don't think they had necessarily a great offseason. They were certainly cap-strung. They couldn't really do everything they wanted, but we'll see how Gully's squad looks this season. But there's some of the highlights from their schedule release drop yesterday. Excited to get some hockey back. And I feel like the season's starting earlier and earlier every year. October 2nd feels like a very early start to the NHL season.
That is incredibly early. I mean, it used to be like October 20th. The NBA starting in the middle of October now.
It's wild.
Yeah.
Speaking of the NBA, this was surprising to me. Maybe it shouldn't be, considering he is an NBA champion and a Finals MVP with this team. But Brad Stevens said that Jaylen Brown's number 7 is likely to be retired by the Celtics. He said, quote, I get a lot of emails and a lot of people that ask about wanting to be a GM. I'm like, I wish you would have been around last summer when we basically had to trade Drew Holiday. That's brutal. Or we go through this long, arduous process and ultimately decide to trade Jaylen, whose numbers will likely go up in the rafters in Boston. Not fun. Do we think Jaylen Brown worthy of having your number retired as a Boston Celtic?
I don't. I mean, wasn't the best player, is not really like in the conversation for top 10 players. He's a really good player. And sometimes that gets your jersey retired if you win a championship and you are a really good player.
Yeah.
And it should for some organizations, but maybe not the Celtics. You know, I think I've always doubted Jaylen Brown more than a lot of people, though. Like, they overpaid for him big time. But, I mean, being a GM is miserable in the association right now for all these difficult roster decisions you have to make and trading away guys just to avoid luxury tax aprons. It's stupid, you know? And I get they want a competitive balance. Maybe it'll be better for the league. You know, you get a bunch of teams winning championships, and we know as Rangers fans like what that's done for our enthusiasm.
Amazing.
They're just spreading around the championship fairy dust to a different team every year, and it ignites the fan base. So maybe it's better overall for the NBA business model, but I'd hate to be a GM trying to work through this.
Yeah, and to the 2-1-4, don't they have another great 7? They do. It's Nate Archibald, who was number 7 for them as well. And that's a Hall of Famer.
Double retirement.
I'm amazed by this, by the way. Have you looked at the Celtics numbers that are retired?
No.
Robert Parrish, the 00.
Okay.
Walter Brown, he's the founder, original owner. He's got the number 1. Red Auerbach, head coach and executive, he's number 2. Dennis Johnson, 3. Kevin Garnett, 5. Bill Russell, 6. JoJo White, 10. Bob Cousy, 14. Tom Heinsohn, 15. Zach Sanders is 16, John Havlicek 17, Dave Cowens 18, Don Nelson 19, Bill Sharman 21, Ed McCauley 22, Frank Ramsey 23, Sam Jones 24, Casey Jones 25, Cedric Maxwell 31, Kevin McHale's 32, Larry Bird's 33, Paul Pierce is 34, Reggie Lewis is 35.
Wow. They have a lot, so maybe this is kind of par for the course for the Celtics.
Yeah, now that Brian has provided that piece of information, you probably got to retire his jersey.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
I guess
better than most of those guys.
Yeah, that's, I mean, over half.
And there was a guy named Jim Loxcutoff. Loxcutoff is, I think, how you say his name. He had his 18 retired, and he said he wanted it. He said, "No, just keep it for future players, if you would."
Okay.
So to remain for future players.
Wow. Well, excited to talk some more hoops as we get closer to the NBA season with some Dallas Maverick basketball.
24 jerseys.
That's a lot, man. That's got to be up there with some of the most in all of sports. Let's go to Joy Taylor. She hasn't been in the news a lot lately. She kind of took a little bit of an absence, but she's still doing her own show.
Tanning up, huh?
It's called The Too Personal Show. Yeah, and I did think of you as she was talking about this, Brian. Don't ask why, but here was Joy Taylor. How much money is enough money for her per month? Let's say she's getting an allowance from a wealthy man. She's a little bit of a sugar baby. Joy, take it away.
If I pay all of your bills, like all of the bills, I will then give you $5,000 and you won't work. That would not work for me. I have not even done all of the things that I do to preserve this body and this face and this hair. $1,700.
Yeah, that's wild. Like, I purposely will stagger some of my appointments because I'm like, ooh, do I really need to get my nails done every 2 weeks? Maybe like 3.5. Like, because that's a lot.
I'm not even as batty as I could be. Let's just say me. $2,500 easy is a monthly like maintenance thing.
Upkeep everything.
Upkeep. Now I want to save money for myself because I'm not working. So I need to put money away every month so that if you decide to wake up and freak the out and be a different person, I need to have money so that I can start my life over. The $5,000 is completely doable if you live a certain type of way, if you are a certain type of woman, if you're very, very, very low maintenance, y'all can do it. You can absolutely do it. It is a reasonable number, 100%. But don't come over here without.
Yeah, because there's things I could take off the table. Like, I could take hair off the table. I can dye my own hair. I can do my own hair. I can make it curly. I can blow it out. I could do that if I wanted to.
I'm not doing my own hair.
But you can.
I'm not in this conversation.
She just said I'm out.
I am not a candidate for this conversation.
$5,000 a month allowance from a man. Not enough for Joy Taylor because she is too high end.
At least she admitted it.
The math's to me, $5,000 isn't that much in this economy.
Yeah, everything is pricey.
That's $160 a day.
I got told Dawson.
It's going to take $80 to eat.
Yeah. I told Dawson and Spittle this yesterday.
Well, you're going to pay for that.
What's that?
You're going to pay for that. That's her money.
Yeah.
You're paying for all of that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's her $60,000 that you're giving her.
Yeah. You're paying her bills.
Yeah.
You're paying her car, her rent.
She's not paying for anything.
And giving her bread.
Yeah, and then you're giving her $5,000 on top of that.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And it's not low. Like she said, low maintenance. No, that's great. Stop it. That's not low maintenance. I'm giving you I'm giving you $60,000 just to be alive.
Yeah.
To do nothing.
To do nothing.
Yeah.
But she's right.
I'm not giving you a list of chores or something like that. You're not my concubine or something. It's crazy.
And there's no taxes. That's straight up.
She's right, though. You're going to wake up one day and go, there's somebody better than Joy Taylor out there. You're going to freak out and break up with her, which I learned in the state of Texas. If you break up with somebody, you know how much it is to break up with somebody nowadays?
Yeah, I seen that the other day.
What?
There's a number.
Because you got to move out the apartment.
There's all the things. If you've been living with somebody and sharing things and all that, what do you think the price? There's a number that it's going to cost you to break up with somebody. Do you have an idea what that number is?
I didn't know this was a thing.
$7,125.
What? That's oddly specific.
Yeah, that's what they said. In Texas, the average price for a breakup, if you're living with somebody and all that, is $7,125.
Damn.
You got to buy your way out of a lease.
Got to buy your way out of a lot of
things. New lease.
New leases, new deposits.
Yeah, I get that, especially if you're living together and all of that stuff. Man, that's a sticky situation. Shout out to Joy. I mean, she's getting roasted for this one, but maybe there's other people that think that that's not. Yeah, no, she's used to this. And honestly,
she's okay with that.
I think it's good for her show. You know,
Yeah,
she leans into that a little bit, but
she's just become accustomed to like a high maintenance lifestyle from making hundreds of thousands of dollars on TV.
For sure. Well, yeah, she used to go into work and have all that stuff done for her, right? They always kind of her makeup and all her hair and all that. She probably had an allowance for that. I bet you she had a clothes allowance too that she probably dealt with.
I mean, that is a lot of money just to be attractive. Could you just not do all that? And
I said $2,500 for some hair, bro.
Yeah, her face, hair, body.
Yeah, get out of here.
That's a lot.
Yeah, just gym membership.
I mean,
if chicken breast. What are you talking about?
If you pay that, you get to ask her, are you using that gym membership?
Yeah, what are you using this for?
Are you using that? Are you using that gym membership? You get to be that guy?
If you're not good looking with all that, like $5,000, I don't think you're worth it. You know.
I wonder if Jason Whitlock would do it for her.
Sure would. That peanut butter skin,
that big old rack of hers.
Thank you, Chuck. We got Cowboys Twitter coming up next. Most important thing yet to be said about Jayshon Barham and his role with the Cowboys here on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we bring you the combo plan.
Nation here on the Fan, and winning time is approaching. Brought to you by Dr. Pepper. This will be the last time I'm going to tell you this code word. It's blend. Stay tuned. The 5 o'clock hour will be winning time here in the nation, and your chance to win a Dr. Pepper prize pack and get qualified to enter to win the grand prize. Okay, let's do some Cowboys Twitter, because I've been trying to understand this whole concept better. Early down run blitzing. Cody Alexander, Match Quarters, wrote about it in the context of Jayshon Barham. And he writes, Cowboys' Jayshon Barham is going to be a weapon on early downs. Against the Cardinals, DC Christian Parker used him on the open side, that's away from the tight end, to puncture the Cardinals' downhill run game. These pressures are becoming an excellent way to attack early down runs. The linebacker's job is to stay connected to the B gap and work vertically, cutting off the running back or bending to him once he crosses the line of scrimmage. If this concept looks familiar, it's because Seattle's Mike McDonald used this pressure in the Super Bowl to counter the Patriots' heavy package run game. And he links, you can learn more defensive best practices and trends over there on Match Quarters. And Cody Alexander, at the Coach A on Twitter, joins us regularly.
He's awesome.
But I guess this is a way to kind of stay light in nickel. And if they and every now and then you're sending a linebacker through the B gap with the idea that sometimes they're going to run and we're going to hit them for a big TFL. Is that the idea here?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, this is one where you're seeing a lot more creativity. I think this is a Brian Flores thing, right? I feel like he does a lot of this. Like, I think we talked about this leading into the Minnesota game. I think him and that coaching tree that's now really starting to spread. Like Durante Jones has that gig there in Washington under Dan Quinn. But I do think he's one of these guys that does a lot of creative stuff early in downs with his blitzes as well.
Anything on that, Brian? These early down run blitzes that are so prevalent in Seattle?
Yeah. I need to try and that's one of those things. I think that what people are trying to kind of figure out is they're just trying to create. They're not waiting till third down anymore to try and create negative plays.
Yeah, like sit them behind the chains.
Yeah, they figure if they could get you off sequence,
there you go.
Then all of a sudden now you're struggling a little bit. Like we're
going to make you predictable.
We're going to make you predictable. Like all of a sudden it's like, because we get these coaches. What's the first thing that will happen to a coach that has a negative play on first down? He runs the ball the next play.
Sure. Yeah, try to get back on track.
He tries to get back on track to where it's like, okay, a coach is willing to live with 3rd and 6. You know? Yeah. They don't want to live with 3rd and 9, but they'll live with the 3rd and 6. But if you get somebody, you blitz them and all of a sudden you create a negative play, now it's, okay, second and they'll do something. They'll either throw a screen or run the ball is what they'll do. I was like, man, just go ahead and throw it second down again.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and call a normal down and distance play. But Schottenheimer does it all the time.
It's like we need to get back to third manageable.
I could watch Schottenheimer go, oh, he's about to run the ball here. So he's going to get it. It's now going to be 3rd and 6. And then he's going to allow Dak to make some type of play. He'll get his slant package going again. But I think that's what these coordinators are trying to do. They're trying to throw your early rhythm off with play calling by making you have to go somewhere where you probably don't want to go on second down.
Well, that's exciting. Mike McDonald up there in Seattle is just getting a ton of credit for quickly joining that group of great head coaches who are giving their team schematic advantages. If there's anybody you want to be playing copycat off of, it's them. Machota, who just joined us at the top of the hour. If you missed it, you can go back with the Odyssey app and listen to the whole thing. He wrote about Barham today. Headline, Cowboys rookie Jayshon Barham starting to look like a 2026 NFL draft steal. And I was just thinking about it. The reason I think this is such an interesting deal is not only do you need great players, but if you look at the last two Super Bowl winners, it was the draft class that pushed them over the top with the Eagles, DeJean and Mitchell. And then last year, it wasn't only Eman Wari, but it was Zabel. It's like if you hit on your first rounders, you can be a pretty good team probably. But how many of the later round picks do you hit on, I think, is what can add up to the bigger success. Like how many later picks you hit on can probably predict how many playoff games you'll win over the next 3 or 4 years.
Well, let's say the Cowboys hit on 3 this year that have an immediate impact. It's Downs, it's Barham, and how about LT Overton? End up being really big players.
The Overton one could be the
Lawrence.
one. Yeah,
and Malachi Lawrence. I mean, and I'm not really even throwing him in there because I just wanted to temper expectations for him based on what happened with Ezra last year. But yes, Malachi Lawrence could end up having a big impact.
I was not expecting as much. We'll see what happens with Overton, but my gosh, I mean, if they figure out a guy that can play with power against the run and also give him some pass rush, winning one-on-one. That's a very good draft pick right there.
You got 3 or 4 guys I think that we're excited about that really could have a big impact this year.
Towards the end of the McCarthy era, it was probably predictable the leaning on your coaching staff to draft strategy was not working well.
Yeah.
But these last 2 years now, Booker, Ezeraku, if Ezeraku and Revel have good years, and then this class you get a couple of guys, to me that adds up to, in a salary cap league, having the additional players to get you to 12, 13 quality guys.
They need Revel to play really well because if they could get the third corner to give them high-level play, then they could do so much other things with Durant, which I think would be something they want to do.
Former Cowboy Miles Sanders arrested for DWI, found slumped over in the middle of the highway.
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Where is he living now?
In the Pittsburgh area. He's a Pittsburgh local. Free agent, played for the Cowboys in 2025, famously tracked down by Zach Bond, even though he had 4.3 speed when he was drafted.
And then fumbled, I think.
He did fumble.
Yeah,
Did he fumble in the Bears game? Was he the one?
No, that was Javonte. But he fumbled in that Eagles game after that big run.
He did.
I don't think he made it to the Bears week, did he?
He got hurt. Yeah.
Oh,
that's right. Yeah,
that's
ankle.
right. He did. He fumbled. They got down in the 11. They got down there, and then they fumbled.
Coughed the ball up.
Coughed the ball up. Yeah.
This was in Churchill Borough on June 8th. His attorney says it's a private matter. It's not even reached the preliminary hearing stage. There will be no further comment.
Wow. Don't sleep on that, though. It's a good story. Don't sleep on it.
Officer reportedly claimed they attempted to wake Sanders, but he was in and out of consciousness and extremely lethargic.
Getting that good sleep, too, bro.
Out of
drooling out of the side of your mouth.
Stage 4.
Can they give you a DUI if you're asleep in your car on the side of the road?
Yes.
They can?
Yep.
Don't you have to put the keys in the trunk? Is that something that I've heard? Like if the keys are on you, then
okay.
But if they're in the trunk, maybe I think that might be a loophole in this. I could be totally wrong.
You can't just throw them into like the seat.
No, I think that still counts as like you could be operating a motor vehicle. Police that listen, I know we got a lot. Let me know if that's right or wrong.
I saw a story earlier. You could get home, be chilling on your couch and get a knock on the door, and someone could have reported that they saw you driving erratic, got your license plate, officer shows up, now he's talking to you, giving you a field sobriety at your front door.
Caught you on the flock camera.
I was swerving. And you make it home. I felt like you were good.
Yeah, no, you got to check that peephole.
Jeez.
Me, one of the boys in blue trying to pursue charges. Okay, we got 3 down, 2 to go, and it's time now for the window to open where we are going to give you the cue to call. You're going to want to be caller number 8 when we give the cue to call. Not happening right now, but the Dr. Pepper amazing giveaway that we've been promoting it's now here. Okay, we'll have 3 more chances tomorrow, but stay tuned. We'll give you the cue to call at some point over the next hour. A big 5 o'clock hour coming up next, Wolchuk.
All right, who are the most watchable teams? Let's hit a little finest, shall we, in honor of Eric Vandalism, mock drafts, and a cowboy that might be trying to head back to college. That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about the Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. You never know. Maybe it's an intoxicated driver that has victimized you with their negligence. Maybe 18-wheeler, commercial vehicle, rideshare company, or just a regular driver not paying attention. You see them out there from time to time, and with your good defensive driving skills, if you're like me, you're missing them. You see that coming a mile away at this point, and you're like, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and move out of the way of this guy. If you find one, though, that you just can't avoid and negligence happens to you or a loved one, you're going to want to call the Frankels, 214 or 817, nothing but threes. I'll give you that number again before we get out of here. But, Frankels will make sure you don't settle for less. The guilty party, they'll do everything they can to get you to settle for less. They'll put the best lawyers they can possibly get on the case for you, so it only makes sense you would get the best possible lawyers you can. And for us at the Fan and in the Dawson household, we look no further than Franklin Frankel. Scott and Mark, these guys are amazing. They've been protecting victims of negligence in North Texas for over 30 years. They will fight to get you paid, take them all the way to court if that's what needs to happen. So give them a call. You'll thank yourself. You'll thank me later on down the road. And you can rest up, heal up, get back to doing what you want and need to do. Frankels will make sure you don't settle for less and that you are made whole again. Again, it's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The NFL is getting rid of the Pro Bowl game starting this upcoming season. Instead, 88 players will receive the honor of being named to the Pro Bowl class with no replacements. Players will still be invited to attend a celebration in Los Angeles, the site of Super Bowl 61. Maybe being named a Pro Bowler will actually mean something once again. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot Chats, hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are now standing by for the cue to call. When's it going to be? I don't know. At some point over the next hour, we will give you the cue to call, and if you're caller number 8, you'll be the winner of that Dr. Pepper prize pack and be qualified to win a one-of-a-kind Dr. Pepper amazing fantasy football draft experience at the Star. All right, so stay tuned. You'll have 3 more chances tomorrow. If you don't win in this hour, you'll have the 9 a.m. hour tomorrow with Sean and RJ. 1 o'clock hour with KNC, and then back in the 5 tomorrow night with us here on a proper Football Friday, right in the midst of what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Okay, Chief's out today. He's on dad duty, so send him some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed. Here's Wolchuk with his finest.
Let's do it. Let's hit the finest. Which Cowboy could be going back to school next?
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, SMU fans, Jordan Hudson, your wide receiver, currently with the Dallas Cowboys. I was a big fan of his coming out of the draft. If you watch that Miami tape, my gosh, he gave Keontae Scott a tough outing when SMU beat the Miami Hurricanes this year up there at Ford Stadium. But, man, he's now been granted, along with several other players, a TRO against the NCAA, SEC, and Greg Sankey, according to reports, that will allow them to play a 5th season and enter the NCAA transfer portal. So I think we're going to see this quite a bit now, in this back and forth now with the NCAA and some of these players with the 5th-year option. But Jordan Hudson would be one of these guys that has played in the NFL. He's now been in some preseason games. He's likely a practice squad candidate. He's not a guy that's probably going to be able to make the 53.
Yeah, he's got to determine if he wants practice squad money or NIL money.
Yeah,
and he's got to.
Right now, I don't know that it's worth it to dabble in the college stuff. I mean, because he could get caught just like we've seen the other guys now.
It sounds like there's a lot of uncertainty here. I mean, it sounds like a lot of uncertainty, and I think that they'll continue to fight it, and the conferences will fight it, and so I think you're better off kind of just not letting that get in your way. Just go ahead and you make the practice squad, stay on the practice squad, get paid. I think it's a pretty good chunk of money now. I think we're over $5,000 a week for that stuff. So it's I need to check the number. I mean, it goes up every year, so it's pretty significant. But he might, like you say, what's the deal if he goes back? And then is he eligible for the draft again next year? Is that the whole situation?
Yeah, I mean,
did we determine that, or what are we doing on that whole thing?
I think,
or are we blocking that? As the NFL said, if you go in,
question.
If you go in there and you take the opportunity to go back to college, did the NFL saying no? I'm sorry, because didn't Schefter they put out?
He did.
Okay, what was that all about today?
Yeah, I know it was. A player who returns to college from the NFL cannot enter the 2027 NFL draft because they are not subject to a future draft.
Yeah. So they would just become free agents?
I guess so.
Okay. Well, then if you have an avenue to get back in, then maybe you might want to do this then. But if you have no avenue, I thought Schefter was trying to say that there was something else going on there. But anyway.
And the 2026 thing, I know you said that. We're like, for sure they can't go back after the college season's over.
Yeah. And I don't know. This situation seems kind of fluid, because the legal challenges that are going to come into the SEC or the whatever conference says you can't come here. Can they go to court and be like, hey, you're blocking my ability to find employment? I just don't know. I think we'd probably need a lawyer, and even then lawyers would disagree. I really liked Hudson, though. He was one of the players that I thought was a candidate for Mr. Oxnard. Local guy, Garland, SMU. I thought watching him, he was a guy that grew up watching Des Bryant play and was trying to play like him, even though he only weighed 191 pounds. He's tough. He's got good hands.
Yeah. I thought he could win in the slot. Big guy, can play outside, inside. I was a fan of his game, but we'll see what he ends up deciding to do. And hopefully he has a good showing tomorrow night against the Saints. First, you can catch that. We'll have pregame coverage here on the G-Bag Nation. 6 o'clock, the official pregame show will start. And then Brian and I'll have postgame with you until midnight. Fellas, I think I got a new name that I'd really like to aggressively go after if I was the Dallas Cowboys. I thought that it would be a no-brainer that this guy gets re-signed by his team. but it seems like there is an impasse here with his contract. As Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez, local DFW guy from the Colony, and New England are not close to reaching a contract extension. In fact, there's belief that Christian Gonzalez may even hold out week 1 against Seattle. This is now becoming a bigger distraction than their head coach, Mike Vrabel, and others had thought. So if Christian Gonzalez in New England, I mean, the Joey Porter Jr. stuff we talked about last week, our buddy Chris Halleck, who does an excellent job covering the Steelers, said, no, there's no way that the Steelers are going to trade Joey Porter Jr. But Christian Gonzalez is one of these guys in the conversation for best corner in all of football that's young in the prime of his career. If you are serious about making maybe a big move, and I know Max Crosby's been the name we've talked about, but I don't know if any of us feel good after number 3, the top 3 corners on this football team. Corner would be a huge addition, especially with DaRon Bland maybe leaving after this year if you want to cut ties on that contract. I would very, very be willing to give up a 1 and whatever it would take to go and get Christian Gonzalez out of New England.
So, 2 years left on him? You said they picked up his 5th-year option and he's going into year 4?
Yeah, I believe so. And he wants a new contract. So if you're trading for him, okay, I'm probably paying top of the market for a corner.
Mm-hmm.
So, and his entire career has been good and healthy?
Last 2 years ago, he got hurt. I think he might have gotten hurt in the Dallas game.
He got hurt, yeah.
But last year, he was absolutely fantastic for them. And that's fine, 901. Like Patrick Surtain II, best corner in football right now, but a dude who's in that conversation of top 3 to 5 is definitely Christian Gonzalez.
So you're talking about him wanting more than Witherspoon
He's
got in Seattle?
probably going to want the same, if not a little bit more, yes. So you're going to have to be willing to pay this guy.
Yeah, Witherspoon's at 33, Denzel Ward at 31, McDuffie's at 31, Sauce Gardner is at 30, Stingley at 30, J.C. Horn at 25, Ramsey at 24, Surtain at 24. Our own DaRon Bland is at 22.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? I'd be willing to even dabble Bland. Throw Bland into it.
Bland and a 1 for Christian Gonzalez?
Because I'm nervous a little bit. And DaRon Bland's a guy that I've been a huge fan of. We've got to interview him twice in camp. But when we talk with Coach Alexander, when we talk with Ted Nguyen, who's written articles about it, and they're questioning the fit for Bland in this defense, and then you have the out for him, I hope he goes out there and crushes it. But I think there's a very high likelihood that DaRon Bland might not be a Cowboy past this year. And if you're kind of looking ahead and projecting ahead, that might be something that's smart to do to be able to get a player the caliber of a Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just don't know what their budgeting type of situation is, and if we're already like having to push George Pickens off into the future, and there's an order to things.
That might be a sacrifice. That might be saying you can go get Christian Gonzalez, but you're not going to be able to pay George Pickens.
I mean, I would love it if they pulled an Eagles and sold off equity in the team for $1.5 billion right now, and we're able to bankroll a George Pickens contract and a Christian Gonzalez contract and push all that money into the future. I feel like a hungry front office would be looking at it like maybe we might be a Gonzalez away from having a team that could compete with the Rams. I feel like you need one more great player. Could you get Gonzalez and say we're going to pay you coming up this summer? Just hang with us.
I mean, your secondary. When you talk about having Gonzalez and now Caleb Downs and even Jalen Thompson, who's under contract, but those two guys as really the backbone of your secondary for the next 5, 8, 10 years, that's pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah.
That would get me excited. And I don't know, maybe that's like fantasy radio host talk dream. The numbers might not add up at all, but that's the type of premier corner that I would absolutely try and pry away if I could.
I just can't imagine New England wanting to move on.
Me either, but if it's getting to this point, maybe they don't have a choice.
Yeah, and if you don't have a choice, you'd have to do what's in your best long-term interest. But this is probably because Robert Kraft already said he was willing to make him the top-paid corner. This was before the Witherspoon deal, so that was probably coming in at 32 or something like that. You're talking about a couple of more million, and I would imagine it gets done in the next week and a half.
Would you be in or out on this one?
Well, I'm in. This guy can play.
Yeah,
big-time player. Yeah, I'm in.
All right, fantasy owners, especially if you're going to come draft with Brian and I at the Star in Frisco, if you win this one, just know you might want to wait to draft Josh Jacobs. Okay, there is a police report, and the evidence here, he has been charged with misdemeanor battery and misdemeanor criminal damage to property. According to a Wisconsin court, they are expecting a suspension that could be at least 6 games for Josh Jacobs this year. Matt Schneidman, who covers the Packers, the report says police have video from inside Jacobs' garage of the following. Josh Jacobs grabbing her and throwing her to the ground and then striking her in the head, which caused significant injury. Jacobs then took her phone from her while she was on the ground and laid on the ground for a while and then struggled to walk back into the house. So I guess all of this, it's caught on video. It hasn't been released. It's not like we have, the Ray Rice thing going on yet, but it doesn't sound very good for Josh Jacobs.
Got some Ray Rice vibes to it, doesn't it, boys?
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, that's immediately what I kind of thought of.
This guy might be done.
You think so? It could even be like, we're just going to move on?
Yeah. This is very similar to what happened with Ray Rice.
Yeah. It does not sound good. The Packers have issued a statement that they're going to cooperate with the NFL.
Yeah, that means goodbye.
If you have video of that, how is it a misdemeanor?
Yeah. That seems pretty... The evidence speaks for itself there. Mm-hmm. Speaking of running backs, Isaiah Pacheco, he's dealing with a back injury. Now, that's new Lions running back who is expected to take on a little bit of that David Montgomery-like role with Jahmyr Gibbs. He dealt with a prior injury that's no longer a concern to his knee. Now he's got a back injury. That doesn't sound good for Isaiah Pacheco. You got both parts of your body, lower and upper half here in hockey terms, that are now giving you issues. So monitor that and draft at your own risk. Congratulations to Leonard Williams of the Seahawks. He got himself a big 3-year, $90 million extension. Seahawks are out here writing checks, man. You give Jackson Smith and Jigba, Devin Witherspoon, now Leonard Williams. Yep, they're paying it. Ian Rappaport with that. Williams now making $56 million guaranteed as part of the deal, and he is amongst the highest paid in all of the NFL. So Williams was going to be a free agent in 27. He's now tied with Vita Vea for the 5th highest average annual income for a D tackle. He's behind Jalen Carter, our own Quinnen Williams, Jeffrey Simmons, and then Chris Jones in Kansas City. This seems like a great move for Seattle. I mean, you go ahead and get that core locked up. Those are incredible players that have earned it. And yeah, that new ownership wasting no time going ahead and paying some big bucks to keep their guys in-house. Nice move. Okay. Watchability index here, fellas. ESPN's come out with one. They ranked them. All 32 teams. Watchability, excitement, competitive games, star players. All of this are taking into account. If I tell you the Cowboys are what number in terms of the watchability rankings, where do you think they come in?
2.
Number 2.
Yeah, I would say top 3.
Top 3. Okay, let me give you the 3. The Cowboys aren't in it.
They are in it?
No.
Oh, all right.
The Bears, number 1 in terms of watchability. Mm-hmm. The Rams, number 2. The Lions at 3. All 3 of those teams you think more exciting, more watchable than your Dallas Cowboys in 2026?
I mean, I guess you have Jahmyr Gibbs and the Ben Johnson run game in Detroit, but I'd rather watch George Pickens than anybody on any of those teams.
Pickens, Lamb, Javonte Williams, I still think getting slept on a little bit here. Like this offense, I get the Bears, right? The Bears are exciting. They're the darlings for everybody. To your point, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, this thing's going to be fun. Colston Loveland, what does he do in year 2? The Rams, best roster in all of football, sure. I think the Lions are going to win that division this year. I think they're going to be a bounce-back team. I had them out of the playoffs last year. I think they're back to being another playoff contender this year. But I don't think I'm watching the Lions anymore over the Cowboys. When you don't have Ben Johnson as your offensive coordinator, you're breaking in a new OC. Now it is Petzing, who we have respect for.
Well, you're probably watching Dan Campbell for craziness. Like Dan Campbell's one of those, like, he's going for it, like, fourth down on his 14-yard line.
That's true.
He's going to go for it. He's going to do 2-point play stuff. He's going to make the game crazy.
I would probably say I'd rather watch the Lions than the Bears. Like, I think the Bears are a fun, polarizing talk team right now.
I'll tell you what, the Lions got those defenders too. Our guy that they got
Aiden Hutchinson and Brian Branch,
they've got
Kirby Joseph.
Yeah, they got good defenders
if they're healthy. 4 is the Chargers. I guess it's the Mike McDaniel effect, right?
Yeah.
Like what is that offense now with him, Justin Herbert? Overall, I would think that Harbaugh coach teams are usually pretty boring They're going to be very, disciplined, run the football, but maybe Mike McDaniel makes them a little bit more fun.
That's all scheme. There's nothing interesting about the Chargers.
I agree. The Cowboys are at 6, okay? The team ahead of them at New England at 5. I think the only reason the Patriots would be ahead of the Cowboys is, one, the Vrabel crap that's gone on this offseason. And I don't even know what you're really watching that for. That might die off after week 1. And then I suppose Drake May and A.J. Brown. Like, the Patriots aren't a super exciting team.
No,
the playoff run was boring as hell last year.
What I'm hearing is the Cowboys should be no lower than 4.
I agree. I think them even at 6, this is low. No, it's ridiculous that they're at 6 here. So there's your finals. We'll get back into more a little football talk later on in the program.
All righty. At 877-881-1053. That is your phone number here on 1053 The Fan, and it is time for your chance to qualify for our one-of-a-kind Dr. Pepper amazing giveaway, where you and your fantasy football league will hold your draft from the Cowboys War Room inside the Star in Frisco. Be caller 8 at 877-881-1053. Tell us the Dr. Pepper keyword we've been saying, and you'll win a Dr. Pepper gift pack and qualify to host your draft where the Cowboys host their draft. Okay, so we're looking for caller number 8 right now. We'll come back, hit the expressway, go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day in LA Live right around the corner, and we're back with you here in the nation. But something big is coming. September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives. Massive deals, exclusive deals, an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app now live in all 50 states. That means Texas. Yeah, everything from California to Florida. Every fan's in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. So remember the date, September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day, the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. So get pumped. Get ready to celebrate, and check this out. New DraftKings customers sign up with code DFW the Fan, spend $5 and get $200 in rewards within 21 days. It's code DFW the Fan in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in a year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide, based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Cha-ching! That's the sound of Lowe's Labor Day savings. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Plus, get 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for just $10. Labor Day deals are on now at Lowe's, in-store and online. Valid through 9/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
At Alliance Hyundai, shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Visit us today at AllianceHyundai.net.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Is it worth you refinancing your home right now? Your grandma used to say it takes 2% drop in rate to refinance, but her home was $60,000. The loans now are $600,000. A 1% savings on $600,000 may save you $500 a month in interest. Call TexasLending.com today. See if it's worthwhile for you to refinance. 972-387-4600. 972-387-4600. TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Is your testosterone where it should be? For over 10 years, Men's T Clinic has been helping men answer that question.
and helping them feel like themselves again, including me. While you're going to be amazed at how quickly you start to notice the results, this isn't about quick fixes. With precise biomarker analysis, they get to the root causes and create personalized plans that focus on hormone optimization, preventative care, weight management, muscle gain, and sexual health. You got 5 DFW locations, Saturday hours, and insurance is accepted. Get dialed in today at mensteclinic.com.
1-800-246-OT. mensteclinic.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
When was the last time you laughed and didn't think about your teeth? A lot of people walk around covering their mouth, skipping pictures, and avoiding certain foods because they don't feel confident. That's no way to live. That's why I've been telling people about my friend Dr. Jeff Buski at Granbury Dental Center for over 20 years. Look, doing nothing isn't an option, and dentures aren't a real solution either. Dr. Jeff Buski has placed more than 10,000 dental implants in his 29 years of experience, so he knows how to give you a smile that feels like your own. With dental implants, we're talking about real teeth, secure and natural, no slipping, and no embarrassment. You can eat what you want, laugh when you want, and stop thinking about it. And yes, it's worth the drive to Granbury. So if you're ready to stop hiding and start living again, go to GranburyDentalCenter.com and schedule your free consultation. And tell them Dave sent you. That's GranburyDentalCenter.com.
This segment of The Fan is driven by DealerAuction.com.
Do you need a new vehicle in your lineup? Here's the game plan. Visit DealerAuction.com, where dealerships auction their inventory and you bid to save thousands on your next car. No dealer add-ons, no haggling. Just register today and buy like a dealer at DealerAuction.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are 6 minutes from the G-Bag of the Day and LA Live. Congratulations to whoever picked up that Dr. Pepper prize pack, and best of luck to you being one of the 6 qualifiers who will win the ultimate Dr. Pepper fantasy draft experience. Your next chance to win is during the 9 a.m. hour with Sean and RJ, and we can give you the code word right now. It's trophy. Good luck tomorrow morning. Trophy is the word in the 9 a.m. tomorrow. Good luck, and thanks to Dr. Pepper for teaming up with this on a one-of-a-kind, amazing contest on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Those guys are in Tarleton tomorrow, huh? Tomorrow morning? Sean,
is that right?
Yeah, they're out there hanging out with Byron Anderson and the fine crew.
That's
Looking forward
awesome.
to. Yeah, I called football games with Tarleton last year.
Yeah,
a couple games, and they're bringing me back for the October 31st Halloween.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I enjoy doing that.
Fun.
Yeah, I love when you do that. I love the involvement with the university.
It's fun. It's fun. There's a lot of Tolos over in that direction.
They're streaming, or can they get the signal down there?
They got, they're streaming. I mean,
Nice.
I can't tell you, I'm walking through the crowd, hey, bro, hey, like waving at you. Byron does a great job down there running all their broadcasts.
So is this a college football kickoff show tomorrow? It's like game day, fan style at Tarleton?
I think, I don't know exactly. I know that Bobby and them are on their way to,
Okay, they're staying overnight. They're going to get wine and dined.
Yeah, they're probably they got a really kind of a neat little honky tonk there. That people hang out at.
Also, shout out to our guy Austin Nix. He did not just no call no show today. He's actually broadcasting Texas Wesleyan football tonight.
Okay,
so shout out to Austin. Good luck, buddy.
Okay, who is the team you hate rooting for the most when you have to?
Cowboys.
The Cowboys?
No,
I asked because tonight
it's the Eagles.
Oh, the Eagles?
Yeah,
and
rooting for? Like if I need the Eagles to get a win to help the Cowboys or something, it'd be the Eagles.
I'll cross that bridge if I have to come to it.
Or the Astros.
I did this one time, like we needed the Commanders to win a game one time, and it's
so weird.
I immediately go there. If we get the Commanders, I go, we're so effed right now. The Commanders aren't going to win. Sometimes you have to pull for them, and you think they're going to play hard, and they don't play. That's just the worst feeling in the world when you have to pull for somebody to get you in the playoffs.
I think some of these G-Bag Nationals are having a hard time pulling for the morning show right now, as they're pointing out late in the broadcast today. They were calling us the G-Rag.
Yeah, they definitely were going after the two of you. Sean. I think Sean was being pretty respectful. Bobby stirring
it up.
Bobby stirred it up with the G-Rag show. Yeah, the G-Rag Nation.
Adderall kicked in for him.
Yeah.
Maybe he was boozing a little bit early.
He was probably boozing a little bit. Nobody shows up. Hey, Bob, you're a little late to the party. Oh, I'll order 7 shots and do them all at once.
I think the important thing to note, and I think this is what Sean's point was, is you're not hot taking. You're just saying what you actually believe, which is against the grain.
Yeah.
So it's like if you actually say it and you believe it, respect. But there's people out there like the Skip Bayless of the world that will just say things and hot take, and dude, you don't actually believe a word you're freaking saying. Like Stephen A. I think he's quietly a Cowboys fan, but he pretends he freaking hates them.
Well, I think Stephen A. realizes that the Cowboys are a good draw for him.
Yeah.
Love or hate. I think
he plays off the hate.
Well,
he hates the fans.
Yeah, he hates the fans and all that and everything. But yeah, I mean, his ESPN salary, a lot of it is paid because of his takes on the Dallas Cowboys. And nobody better friend of Jerry Jones than Stephen A. Smith. I mean, seriously, Jerry knows these guys and gals who in the media can help him with the brand and stuff like that. And Stephen A.'s happy to take that up.
Yeah, I'm definitely not just hot taking for the sake of being contrarian or wanting to say something. I just, this is my first year watching the players, getting ready for the draft, and maybe I'm not as sophisticated. Maybe my eye isn't as good, or maybe it's better. Right?
It's not better, but it's going to get better.
I'm just wanting to stand on it. I'm wanting to, have some conviction in what my evaluation said. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But one thing is for sure, I will be rooting for Caleb Downs and every member of the Cowboys, because when they win, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this real quick, Dawson. The whole thing, we're being accused of rage baiting, and I don't see that at all. I mean, I think that, like you say, our job's to have opinions. And the fact, like I say, if you hadn't done the work on Downs, I know we talked about Downs really, really early in this thing. Yeah. And you were like, well, I don't know about this. So to me, as long as you're doing the work, I'm not trying to rage bait anybody. I'm just trying to let you know, hey, right or wrong, this is what I saw.
I would like to also ask people who are like, yeah, screw you, Dawson. Sean called you out this morning. Go look at my replies starting, Tuesday night? Go look at my replies and then ask yourself, what would be my disposition if I had endured this for 24 hours? If you'd looked in your replies and saw people saying all this mean and nasty stuff about you, it's not rage baiting, it's clapping back.
Yeah, it's so nice.
It's saying bleep you and bleep you and bleep you, and if you got a problem with it, bleep you too. The reason I asked that question about the team you hate to root for the most, we're rooting for the Yankees tonight, aren't we, boys?
Yeah. In fact, did
absolutely.
They play some day baseball?
No, they're coming up at 6:05.
Okay. Looks like they're going to
Garrett
rain
Cole.
in
You said Garrett Cole starting for the Yankees, right?
Yeah.
I think they got a good chance tonight.
Get out that. Yeah, Garrett Cole. I mean, at home, get that MLB package. Maybe get your best pirating operation set up and root on the Yankees to victory tonight. As if they win.
Hot take by me. Garrett Cole's on the bump. They got a good chance.
Yeah, Rangers will be in a good spot. MLB is proposing a 3-week free agent signing window in December. Sources confirming to ESPN. They want to see if they can generate some of the frenzy that the NFL and NBA has. So better late than never for Major League Baseball.
Hey, join the club, boys. Let's go.
The MLB wants free agency to begin Monday of the winter meetings and take place in early December. The window to sign players would close December 21st and then reopen on the first Monday in February before spring training starts. There would also be a ban on all trades during the gap between those proposed free agent periods. So some transfer/trade windows, if you will. We'll talk more about these stories coming up. Top of the hour, we'll go around the bases, get you some Cowboys review coming up at 6:20. But it is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander had your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, General.
Yeah.
You ever heard this song, The Slick Rick? The Show?
Probably heard the song. I couldn't name it by the
Dougie
the
Fresh,
title. Oh, yeah.
Slick Rick.
Yeah.
He goes 6 minutes,
Yeah.
6 minutes, Dougie Fresh. Every time you say 6 minutes, I hear that right there, bro. I do.
Okay, I'm taking that usually from Snoop Dogg.
Okay.
Who said 6 minutes? He had a 6 minute song as well, and he was probably taking that from Slick Rick.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Same wavelength right there. Hey, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, EastDallasMotorCars.com. My name is L.A. I curate this thing. And our winner and champ is the General. I feel like he just kind of explained why he's a winner and champ, but if you didn't hear it, he's been taking a lot of heat online for his Caleb Downs take.
Yeah.
Everybody's really excited about the new Cowboy Caleb Downs, but Dawson came in here with a dose of reality, or at least he says it's reality to him.
I thought I was in the trust tree when the show started yesterday.
Yeah.
And then, it sounded like Eric had my back early in this clip. And I was like, oh, thank you, Eric.
Bro.
I needed a hug right now.
Yeah.
And then all hell broke loose.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the show yesterday, Zach and Eric did a hell of a laugh at the Dawson. You know, one of those little comical laughs. A lot of sarcasm in it. Yeah, very diabolical. Just oozing with sarcasm.
Goodfellas laugh.
Yeah, and I think it got Dawson.
Too, if I had any skills with hanging stuff up.
You did it on the fly. It took you about 30 seconds. It's impressive.
My design skills just leave a lot to be desired. But if you could see the one hanging in Tim Collins' office right now,
it's pretty impressive.
It's in its full glory.
What you lack in hanging skills, you make up for in damn good sports takes. How about that? Huh?
That's right. That is right. Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging that.
Oh,
this moment right here.
Oh, man.
Do you guys want to have any Caleb Downs original takes? That's actually why Eric's not here today.
Yeah.
I had him suspended.
You put it on him? Dude,
after the show, I called Gavin Spittle. I was inspired by Sean Sharif. Whenever he has interpersonal issues with coworkers, I just go tell the boss. Yeah. So I told the boss on Eric last night.
He 100% will tell on you.
Bring him up.
No. Sean will snitch on you. I think he blind CC's emails too. Sneaky. Yeah, the blind CC. Oh, that's a sneaky fella right there.
Do you guys want to have any Caleb Downs original takes?
Yeah, they got you, Dawson. You were upset, bro.
I'll just accept the win.
You were upset.
Gosh, I will fight you.
You were upset, bro.
Yeah,
I've known you long enough.
If you win this one, I'm going to be hurt because I love Downs so much.
I'll tell you what. One of my great talents in sports radio is identifying Homer echo chambers. Mm-hmm. And when I see it, I run counter to it, and it pays off. The initial backlash is violent. You know, you should have heard what happened when I called out Greg Oden as the most injury-prone player in the history of the league to Trailblazers fans in about 2007.
Oh, that was just accurate.
They were livid. They were livid.
Now, that was a good take.
They wanted me thrown off the air.
That was quality.
Yeah. Do you guys want to have any Caleb Downs original takes? As that thing came full circle,
yeah,
my ratings blow up in late 2009 when everybody's like, "Oh my God, Dawson's right." He got injured again in December of 2009, and that's what fueled me actually to be good enough in the ratings to get this job.
Well,
who knows what'll happen?
I will give you
next.
The touche if you're right about Downs, but gosh, I hope you're so wrong.
I'm going national.
I've been fitting him for a gold jacket.
Going national, baby.
I love that guy.
Oh my God, Dawson. All right, it is a ladies' night. Let's go to Little Miss and Mr. Little Miss and Mr. contest at the Kentucky State Fair. And this little young lady up there, they asked her what she wanted to be when she grows up. And she has it all figured out.
From the Murray-Callaway County Fair, Brent Holcomb and Luca Whalen. If you've got a wish, what would it be? Bryn, you want to go first?
To be what I really want when I grow up, a dermatologist just like Dr. Pimple Popper, and I want to have my own office and I want to own it too.
Yeah.
And I want to live in Louisville with my Uncle Casey, and I want to hire my mom because she's a nurse practitioner.
Okay.
And my favorite part was to be helping the lipomas and cysts. Oh my God.
You sure you got everything down there? You make sure you know?
Yeah, she got it all.
Dr. Pimple Popper.
That is precious.
Yeah.
This girl knows what she wants to do.
And I want to have my own office, and I want to own it too.
Yeah.
Own it too.
She is going to be a hell of a Southern lady one day. Would you guys like some sweet tea, sugar?
Yeah. Okay, we have a combo situation of Jared Sandler.
Okay.
Home run calls. Dawson heard one last night that he likes, and I heard one the other day that I like. So I'm going to add them together here. First, the White Sox. I believe this was maybe Tuesday night.
Okay.
White Sox center fielder Tristan Peter. He's on one. He's been on one for a while. That bat is cracking. Jared was disgusted by his solo home run in the bottom of the sixth.
He's homered in 3 straight games, the 1-0. Swinging, that ball's hit deep down the right field line. You've got to be absolutely kidding me. He just homered.
Haven't heard a call like that since Chris Davis was crushing the Rangers.
Yeah.
So disappointed.
So
Sandler was, yeah.
He was crushed.
Yep. Hey, but Jock Peterson got one the other day. He hits his 23rd home run of the season so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jock went 1 for 2 off the bench yesterday. His one against Jordan Hicks snapped an 0 for 24. A big one here would tie the game. 0-1. Burke a long pause. And the pitch. Swinging, Peterson hits a big one to right. That ball's back. It's not coming back. It's out of here. Into the Rangers bullpen. A big one indeed for Jock Peterson. The home run ties the game at 2. And just like that, the power stroke returns for Jock.
Power stroke.
Power stroke.
Baseball has a way of balancing things out, and I think you're back to 50-50 with that call and setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, that power stroke, huh?
That was terrific work by Sands, calling the home run there from Jock Peterson.
Power stroke's a big old Ford, right? Am I tripping?
I think that is,
Big
yeah.
old Ford.
Is it a Ram?
Are all kind of... I thought it was a Ford. I remember my dad had a Ford F-350. I believe that was a power stroke.
Power stroke?
That damn thing used to hum. You hear him coming down the
Ford
street.
Motor Company. That's the Power Stroke Diesel.
Yeah.
Diesel, okay.
Yeah,
All
for
right,
its heavy-duty
I
line.
think it was a Ram diesel. So I was thinking Power Stroke.
Yeah. You can hear my dad coming all the way down the street. That's when Mom gets up off that couch finally. Put that up, put that up, put this up, clean that up. Like you've been cleaning up all day. You frontin', lady. I'm going to tell on you. Tell on you. Let's see. How about this one? It is a ladies' night. We have a wife that trolls her husband. I feel sorry for this lady because he just was not catching on what was happening.
Brian, I think I need to go to the hospital.
Well, Chuck, hold on, fam. You tripping, bro.
Brian, I think I need to go to the hospital.
What?
I think I need to go to the hospital.
Why? You alright?
Every time I close my eyes, I can't see.
You're joking. You alright?
Yeah, every time I close my eyes, I can't see. Brian, I think I need to go to the hospital.
I think he's just realising he's...
Are you being dead?
Yeah, every time I close my eyes, I can't see.
You're joking. Are you with me? Or are you being?
No, every time I close my eyes, I can't see. It's the weirdest thing.
Dirty work's not finished.
Amber, shut up.
Yeah, got you.
Every time I close my eyes.
What? Amber, what?
Are you effing with me right now?
What's going on?
Are you screwing with me?
Go get the keys.
Oh, I think the edible was kicking in right there for Hubby.
What? Oh, crap.
Yeah, because he was laying down under the sheets watching TV in the bed.
He didn't hear a word she said the first time.
Did you guys see the wife that trolled the husband that the Cowboys had just traded for Max
Crosby? It was freaking awful. That was diabolical and so mean.
She created like an AI ESPN headline and shows it to her husband.
It looks so real.
He's dancing in the backyard for like 30 seconds.
That's nasty work.
Yeah.
That's nasty work.
He
was like, what? What?
He was
what do you got to say now?
I told y'all.
Yeah.
We told y'all.
Yeah. Super Bowl.
Yeah. Hey, the on-time expert sponsored this segment right here.
That's right.
By the way, got some love. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Mr. Frederick Douglass Haynes. The mix was not right here. Someone's mic was way too loud.
I could go on. I could go on and on and on.
Okay, lady.
About your word. Because I'm grateful. Bless you, Reverend Collins. So grateful, just. That came right from your spirit.
Yeah, it came right from her spirit.
I could go on and on and on.
Please don't.
Yeah.
Let's cut this short.
Yeah. All right, that's it there.
All right. Whew. We got a champ and 4 challengers here, folks, in the G-Bag of the day. Let's see if we can find a winner. If we can, of course, we'll jump onto @G-Bag Nation's Twitter account, create an Insta poll, and you'll decide. Dawson's the one-time champ. The text is saying, well, saying Greg Oden is the most injury-prone player isn't saying much. And that's my point exactly. When you're addressing the Homer echo chamber, objective facts can be triggering for people. And then you're on the tail end of thousands and thousands of replies and violent threats. Do you guys want to have any Caleb Downs original takes?
Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Girl wants to be the Dr. Pimple Popper. Sandler home run calls. Wife trolling husband. Church lady going on and on.
I could go on and on and on.
I'm going to vote for that sweet little junior Southern belle with big career aspirations. Lucius, how about you?
That Dawson layout.
Well, Chuck?
Absolutely. The champion.
Right?
I'll vote for Jared.
Okay. Congrats to Jared. He's done a nice job.
Doing
Picks up
excellent
another
work.
vote. But the champ once again. Tune in tomorrow, 2:20, where Lucius replays the champ for you. If you miss it, you can always find out who won at 2:20. Or if you have the Odyssey app, you can go back and listen to any segment that you've missed throughout the broadcast day. But it is time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has some LA Live.
It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick J.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
R.I.P. Dolly.
And the most beautiful woman I had ever seen in my life lived. We didn't go to town that much, but when I would go to see her because she had these long red fingernails. She wore bright lipstick. She had peroxide blonde hair, wore tight clothes, short. And I thought she was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. And my mother said, "Oh, she's just trash. She's just a tramp." And I thought, that's what I want to be when I grow up.
R.I.P. Sweet Dolly, baby. We love you. This is LA Live for Thursday, August 27th, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies that listen to this here station. You are appreciated. Remember, Tupac cares if don't nobody else care. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Hold up. Okay. I'm gonna do this real quick for the ladies.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Where's that other one at? I got this new one.
Here comes Kikuchi.
Yeah. Here comes Kikuchi. Yeah. Hey.
Lucky gal.
Yeah. Lucky gal. Yeah. All right, here we go. Are you guys familiar with Good Golf?
Yeah, they're in a little trouble right now.
They are. They stepped in it. I have not heard of these cats, but they've been cooking for about 6 years here, and they've been on fire.
They have been on fire with the young crowd.
YouTube channel and lifestyle brand based in Frisco, Texas. Frisco Stand Up.
Yep.
Known for golf, entertainment, challenges, trick shots, apparel, all types of cool stuff they created on this YouTube channel. Good Golf operates a major apparel and accessory line, and they host live television events.
They do.
6 years they started a YouTube channel. Now they hosting live television events. They got big brand partnerships. Well, this brand partnership right here got them in trouble right now.
Callaway, yeah.
Yeah, with Callaway. The Good Golf brand is taking some heat. The Good Golf brand and equipment maker Callaway released a promotional video for a co-branded driver made by Callaway. The promo video depicted one of the Good Golf co-founders. He's in his own video. He's giving a female golfer a running forearm shiver. Bam, bang, bam. I'm talking about giving it to her when she reaches out and try to grab his driver. They're sitting in the golf thing.
Golf bag, yeah.
Yeah, the golf bag. And he gives her, I'm talking about a strong forearm shiver. Bam, knocks her to the ground. To the ground.
Giving her the business.
Yeah, for sure, bro. For sure, all the way. This week there has been widespread public backlash for depicting violence against women. Let's go to this cut right here. KVUE.
The ad showing off the company's new co-branded Callaway driver was taken down by both Good and Callaway following the criticism. The video shows Good Golf founder Garrett Clark run towards golf content creator, also with Good, Alexis Mistowski, and shove her to the ground when she tries to pull out his driver. Good apologized in a social media statement, saying the video, quote, depicted actions that are not aligned with our values as a brand.
How is that? There's two good people in the video. The woman's from Good, and the guy is a co-founder. How does it not represent the brand? There had to be mad editing. There was a script. There had to be takes. You're not doing this on the first take. And so somewhere you didn't say, yeah, this probably kind of looks crazy that we're tackling a woman or beating her up over some golf clubs right here. Let me finish this clip, though.
Good apologized in a social media statement, saying the video, quote, depicted actions that are not aligned with our values as a brand. The Callaway CEO also apologized, saying, quote, to be clear, we are unequivocally against discrimination, domestic violence, or threatening behavior of any kind.
Callaway ended his partnership with Good recently. Ouch. Ouch. Over that right there. Dick's Sporting Goods and Golf Galaxy pulled Good merchandise from their shelves. It's
that
avalanche.
Stuff, it goes viral. Yeah, it's going against them. I would say they should have done a man trying to take a woman's driver and him getting knocked to the ground, and then they would be celebrated, for women's empowerment.
Or maybe another guy, run into another guy out there. What were you thinking? Like, what is that? Were you doing that for shock culture? Is this 90s shock culture coming back?
Yeah, I think they're trying to shock and get people talking about them.
And that's the risk you make. That's
a
brand risk.
A bad joke. Yeah. But, woman was trying to steal his driver. He's protecting his property.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I think in Texas you can shoot somebody for that.
Oh, my God. Wait a minute.
Maybe that guy should feel fortunate.
Get this drop in here.
All she got was a forearm shiver.
Yeah, that's appropriate right there. Wow, Dawson.
What a play by me.
It's not domestic violence either. If a random person is trying to take your deal, you're just protecting your property. So,
well, now they're tearing up the whole brand over that one thing to just try to get some attention.
It's a bad joke.
It's a terrible joke.
Yeah.
Didn't land.
I just don't get what you were thinking. Like, hey, this might cause a little uproar, but Callaway will be okay with us beating up a woman to sell their golf clubs.
It was probably a boss that thought it was a good idea, and nobody had the cojones to tell him, bro, you're about to screw us all over.
Can we not do this one?
No, trust me, man. You guys are too PC. You guys are woke P words. You need to let me cook over here. I'm going viral.
He went viral.
He did. Any publicity is good publicity, right?
Wrong.
Yeah. Well, I didn't hear about them until this, so I guess it did kind of work, but I'm not buying anything from these guys anytime soon, so
no.
Who knows? Somebody might.
They did have some good hats.
Did they?
They were some of the first guys to do the rope along the brim.
Good or Callaway?
Good.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah, they're,
Okay.
They're really popular. Yeah, a lot of folk wearing those.
Okay. Let's go to Southeast Missouri State University. R.I.P. Dolly. I'm going to miss you, Dolly. Yeah. They found out Dolly passed when they were all just sitting on the yard having a good conversation. Let's do this reaction.
Yes, the Lord loves you. He died for you. You're kidding. No. Dolly dead. She said? What? What? Country singer Dolly Parton has died.
What? Oh my God! What? Klay Thompson is now a Miami Heat.
Yeah, he is.
What? What? He did a media presser this week. And
he died at the Mavs.
And he also did a quick interview with NBC Miami sports reporter Giselle Espinales. Was
he hitting on her?
Espinales. Yeah, he did an interview with her, and I think that man Clay is building up his roster down there in Miami as we speak.
I bet he is.
Clay Thompson, welcome to the 305. One word for this next chapter.
Wow, one word for this next chapter. Sniper.
Well, I'm telling you, if you see it on Miss Giselle, Giselle, I gave her a follow.
Clay Thompson, welcome to the 305. One word for this next chapter.
Wow, one word for this next chapter.
Wow.
Sniper.
10 threes or a triple-double?
Never had a triple-double, so I gotta say 10 threes. It's more, I can relate more to it.
I mean, you never know. You just said you were reinvigorated to be in a Heat uniform, now being a new chapter.
I'll take a triple-double. You're right. I feel that feeling.
Do you know what a croqueta is?
Croqueta? No, but it sounds tasty.
And it will be. It's a great...
These fools are flirting.
They are going at it.
Sounds pastry tasty. Here in the 305.
Ooh, I like that.
Ocean or pool?
Ocean, all day. That salt water is different.
They say you like boats. What better place to be than Miami in a boat? One thing you have to do in Miami this season.
Besides shoot the lights out, learn how to dance salsa or something.
There's plenty of classes here. This is the perfect place for you to be. Un poquito de español. So I hope you learn a little bit of Spanish.
Spanish is decent.
Un poquito? Let me hear.
¿Cómo estás?
Flirting, bro.
Muy bien. ¿Tú?
Muy bien, gracias.
Okay, because también somos Telemundo 51, so eventually we're going to talk to you in Spanish as well. So
beautiful. Let me brush up on my Duolingo.
Yeah, no, brush up on that Duolingo.
Boy, that boy is a sniper. Boy, that boy Clay is mean. That boy Clay is mean. He's already building up his roster out there in Miami.
Man, he got that level up from dating the rapper. You know,
it's
like you just got to date one hot chick, and then all the other hot chicks will look at you different.
Got him.
Yep.
Got him.
She was good enough for her.
Get another body for that boat.
Yep.
About to put a new name on this thing. My name is Clay. And before we get out of here, because I'm up, should I do this?
Yeah, do it.
Absolutely.
Please do it.
Has any one of you fools ever sleepwalked?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
You have?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I don't think so.
I went outside.
You walked all the way outside sleepwalking?
Walked outside.
Damn.
That's dangerous. Were you on the ambient?
No, I was in high school.
Okay.
And upstairs down. Came down the stairs and went out the front door and was standing. I woke up. I was standing in the driveway.
So you haven't had any since then? That's good.
That's the only one I've ever
had. That's concerning to go all the way outside.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
All the way outside.
I think it was last Saturday. I woke up on the couch in my living room. But I promise you, I went to bed in my own bed.
Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah, I was so comfortable, too. I had a good sleep. I woke up, what am I doing down here? Sleepwalking?
Sounds like the beginning of a movie.
Yeah. Could have been tequila.
Yeah, that happened in college to me a couple of times. I think I peed in my closet thinking it was the restroom.
Okay, well, those type of questions.
But there were some sober sleepwalking episodes when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't had those. Mine have always been kind of alcohol-induced. Yeah, the Bud Light Platinums when I first had those. I definitely peed on my couch.
Those were shocking, dude. It was like, I've only had 5. Why am I so hammered?
Drunk?
That's next
Why
level.
am I about to fight? Calm down. We have a Brazilian woman that decided to record herself while sleeping because her husband repeatedly complained about her strange behaviors in the middle of the night. So she broke down and threw up a camera in the room, went super viral because this is what she discovered.
Tapioca, tapioca.
I'll push out the bed, bro. I will push her 100% out the bed. She falls asleep and has commercials.
Wow.
She's trying out for the opera in her dreams.
Tap, tap, tap. 100% has commercials when she falls asleep. She goes in commercial mode.
Gal.
That gets in your head.
Yeah.
Tapioca.
Yeah, that's crazy right
Can
there.
you imagine that? You walk